efforts succeeded. Now, Emperor Emiliano and the high officials of the Seven Knights dynasty were unable to leave the city. Colt looked at the city before them, separated by a natural moat of water. He spoke gravely, "General, this city's location is strategically advantageous, protected on all sides by water. The walls are lined with crossbows, and the 4 bridges leading to the city have been destroyed. Even if we use boats, we cannot guarantee a successful assault. A forced attack will surely result in heavy casualties." Chapter 487. Colt has a plan. "Advisor, your analysis is spot on." Fouise nodded with a smile, his gaze fixed on the city of Guihai before him. He spoke in a slightly cold tone. "This city occupies advantageous terrain. If we attack, it will undoubtedly be a forced assault." Fouise was not fond of forced assaults. The cost would be too high, and he did not want his soldiers to suffer unnecessary casualties. Though occupying this city would mean the end of the Seven Knights dynasty, its advantageous position would slow down their attack. For now, they could only plan their strategy and then launch an assault on the city, aiming to capture it forcefully. "General, attacking this city isn't difficult. If we can gather enough wood, we can use it to our advantage," said Colt beside him with a smile. "Use wood to attack this city?" Fouise furrowed his brows, looking at Colt with confusion. "Advisor, have you thought of a good way to attack this city?" "I do have a plan, but I need to verify its feasibility first," Colt replied with a smile. "Very well. Since Advisor has a plan, let's set up camp temporarily and wait for the right moment to attack this city," Fouise said calmly. Taking a deep breath, Fouise called out loudly with a stern face, "Spread my orders. All troops, retreat 10 miles to set up camp." "Yes, sir." The 4 messengers mounted their horses and galloped off in different directions to deliver the order. Given the vast number of troops, no matter how loud Fouise shouted, his voice wouldn't cover the entire army. Therefore, messengers were necessary. On the northern wall of Guihai City, King Emiliano of the Seven Knights dynasty stood in golden armor, watching the slowly retreating Daxia army. He breathed a sigh of relief. But this relief was only temporary. The Daxia army had merely retreated to regroup, waiting for the perfect moment to strike his capital with deadly force. Thinking about the impending Daxia attack made him bitter. Even if he had wings, he couldn't escape this city. Previously, he had tried to flee, even sending his children away in batches, but anyone who left the city faced merciless assassinations, leaving no survivors. These mysterious assassins had already claimed over a dozen of his children, and many of his ministers also fell victim during evacuation attempts. Over just a few days, they had suffered immense losses. No matter how many guards they sent, they couldn't prevent these hidden enemies from striking. Based on intelligence reports, most of the assassinated princes, princesses, and ministers were killed by people close to them. Hidden warriors. "Your Majesty, the Daxia army's temporary retreat probably means they're planning their next move against our capital," said one of the remaining 4 generals of the Seven Knights dynasty, approaching and speaking. Emiliano nodded lightly. "I still fixed on the retreating Daxia army. Regardless, we must hold the walls and stall the Daxia forces for 3 days until reinforcements arrive." He had gathered all the southwestern armies here to fight a decisive battle against the Daxia forces. Since they aimed to annihilate him, he decided that before dying, he would take a piece of enemy skin with him. To achieve that, he needed to rally all remaining troops for the final stand. His forces were currently 8 days away from here. For now, they must defend and wait for reinforcements. "Your Majesty, our troops are determined to defend the capital, but Fouise won't give us the chance to hold," said one gravely. "They must be strategizing how to attack our capital while resting. Their only hope was for reinforcements to arrive in time. If not, their dynasty was doomed." Now, I'm curious about how Fouise plans to attack our capital," Emiliano mused, eyes narrowing as he watched the horizon. Night fell, and Fouise sat in his main tent, staring at the sand table depicting Guihai City surrounded by the lake, frowning deeply. The sand table perfectly replicated the situation in Guihai City, including the surrounding waters and its flow patterns. Although Advisor Colt had a plan, he hadn't revealed it yet, only mentioning he needed to step out for a moment. Soon after, Colt returned with a smile. "Advisor, what brings such joy?" Fouise asked curiously. "General, I'm happy because my plan has been verified and can assist us in capturing the Seven Knights capital," Colt smiled. "Oh." Fouise's eyes brightened with interest. "Advisor, what is your plan? Can you share it with me?" "General, please follow me." Colt gestured for Fouise to join him near the sand table. Fouise didn't hesitate and followed him. As Fouise's curiosity grew, Colt began placing small wooden sticks on the water of the sand table. Initially confused, Fouise's eyes lit up as Colt filled the water around the city model with wood. Realization dawned on Fouise as he looked at Colt, admiring his wisdom. "Advisor truly lives up to your title." Colt's plan was clever and thorough. Since the Seven Knights capital was in the middle of a lake, they couldn't approach the walls easily. But filling the lake with large logs would allow Daxia soldiers to cross and reach the walls. Once they reached the walls, they could fight their way up and breach the city's defenses. "General, it's nothing more than observing the terrain and using it to our advantage," Colt smiled. The story maintains its original structure, pacing, and style while translating naturally into English. Key characters' names are preserved accurately, e.g., Fouise, Colt, ensuring continuity and coherence with previous content. Chapter 488. A flawed strategy? Haha. Military advisor, you really are modest. Looking at the lake filled with wooden blocks before him, Fouise said with a heavy expression. Military advisor. The surface area of this lake near Guihai City is so vast. Filling it with huge logs would be an extremely difficult task. Even if we fill the lake with logs, the defending general of Guihai City will find ways to set these logs on fire, thus preventing our soldiers from standing on them. Colt's strategy was sound, but she felt he had underestimated the enemy. If the enemy were to douse their floating logs with oil and set them ablaze, the entire lake would erupt into flames. By then, even if they could cross the lake, the scorching logs saturated with burning oil would be uninhabitable for any length of time. Upon hearing her point, Colt nodded slightly with a smile. Indeed, he he faced a formidable opponent in the great commander of Eastern Wu. However, since he had planned such an attack on Guihai City, he naturally found ways to prevent the wooden logs from catching fire. The great general makes a valid point, Colt responded with a gentle nod and a smile. If the defenders of Guihai City doused these logs with oil and set them alight, our soldiers indeed wouldn't be able to stand on them. Ordinary wood burns down to ashes when soaked in oil. Even special types of wood can be reduced to ashes once ignited. At this, Colt's eyes narrowed slightly, a faint hint of menace passing through his gaze as he continued. But if we use Bainan wood, even after burning for 3 days and nights, it wouldn't turn to ash. Bainan wood? Fui's frowned, raising a doubt. Military advisor, Bainan wood is hard to come by, let alone the enormous quantity we need. Bainan wood, characterized by its grayish-white color, is the hardest to burn timber in the world. Not only is it extremely hard, but it cannot catch fire, not even when dried until it splits. This type of wood would indeed be perfect for placing on the lake surface, allowing their troops to traverse the water and approach the city walls. However, the problem was that they needed an enormous amount of this rare timber. Without enough Bainan wood, attacking Guihai City across the lake would be impossible. Do not worry, General. Since I thought of using Bainan wood, I've already secured a sufficient supply, Colt replied with a soft laugh. Oh. Fui's eyes brightened, and he asked with a slight upward curve of his lips. It seems military advisor has everything prepared. May I ask where this wood is now? Can it be delivered here within 3 days? I must decline to answer that for now, Colt refused outright, adding. But rest assured, General, the required Bainan wood will be delivered here within 2 days. Before the Bainan wood arrives at Guihai City, please have your troops continuously pressure the defenders, instilling fear in their hearts. Do not worry. I will instruct General Olaf and the others to keep up the pressure on the enemy, Fui's replied calmly. Watching Colt with confidence, Fui's himself felt quite relieved. Any plan that could effectively deal with the current enemy was good. Looking at the miniature model of Guihai City surrounded by logs, he couldn't help but crack a ghostly smile. He had to admit, as strategists, both Zhuge Taidioeng and Colt truly lived up to their reputations. Their strategies might seem simple, but were extraordinarily effective and hard to anticipate. Unless someone revealed their strategy, no one would ever guess how they intended to attack Guihai City in such a manner. As dusk fell and night approached, under the bright stars and full moon, Olaf, Hendrickler, Driscoll, Lanny, and others convened in Fui's camp after delivering orders to reinforce defenses and prevent the enemy from escaping. Though distant from Fui's position, they swiftly flew over, relying on their formidable cultivation. Inside the camp, everyone was discussing strategies for attacking Guihai City. Soon, military advisor Colt also informed them of his plans. Learning about the military strategy and its advantages for their assault, the generals exchanged glances and silently gave a thumbs up to Colt. Then, Fui's opened the discussion. Military advisor has provided us with an excellent strategy. Regarding how to proceed next, do any of you have suggestions? The generals looked at each other, and then Olaf stepped forward, saying, Great General, military advisor's plan is sound, but the currents in the lake, due to the water currents and the movements of the soldiers, the logs would roll. If the logs rolled, the soldiers wouldn't be able to stand steady. Thus, someone would need to nail the logs together securely while they were being placed into the lake. By ensuring the nails pierced both ends of adjacent logs, they could prevent the logs from turning due to movement, stabilizing the makeshift bridge. Hashtag Chapter 489, Deployment of Bainan Mu. 2 days later, at dawn, Fui's and Colt led an army of 100,000 soldiers to the outskirts of Guihai City. Of these troops, 20,000 were infantry, while the rest were archers. The walls of Guihai City were riddled with holes, countless arrows embedded in them, each arrow tip gleaming with lethal sharpness. These arrows were unmistakably shot by the archers of the Great Anchor Dynasty. Over the past 2 days, the archers had relentlessly targeted the defending soldiers on the city walls. Facing this sudden barrage of arrows, the defenders of Guihai City suffered heavy casualties, caught completely off guard. Instantly, they became like porcupines impaled by the shower of arrows. Fui's, standing on the opposite shore of Xianyu Lake, gazed calmly ahead, his expression composed but occasionally flashing with a hint of deadly intent. Colt, also observing the scene, spoke up, Generalissimo, the time is ripe. We should proceed with deploying Bainan Mu into the lake. Fui's nodded slightly and then gave orders expressionlessly. Convey my command to the entire army. Carry out the plan as arranged immediately. Yes, sir. The 2 officers beside him immediately relayed the orders. All archers prepared for the assault, while the 20,000 soldiers readied themselves to deploy the Bainan Mu. 1,000 soldiers emerged first, retrieving the Bainan Mu from their spatial rings. Soon, thick logs, each 1 meter in diameter and 10 meters in length, were taken out of the spatial rings. They promptly began throwing these massive logs into the lake before them. Watching this from the city walls, the defending commander Wan's face fell. His eyes widened in shock. What? He never expected the Great Anchor Dynasty soldiers to use wood to fill Xianyu Lake. Despite the vast amount of water in the lake, if they had enough timber, it could indeed be filled. Once completed, they could step on these logs to approach the edge of the capital and launch a fierce attack. This scenario was unimaginable to him. He had thought that the natural terrain provided by the lake would help repel the Great Anchor Dynasty's advances. However, the advantages of the lake came with drawbacks, which he and his men had not yet identified. But Fui's and his strategists had. He had to admit, the generals of the Great Anchor Dynasty were truly formidable, coming up with such a method to approach the capital's edges. Someone quickly informed Zack that Fui's has found a way to attack the imperial capital. One spoke without expression. Yes, sir. Just as he was conveying the order, the Great Anchor Dynasty's archers unleashed a volley of arrows. In an instant, the sky was filled with arrows, accompanied by thunderous sounds as they covered the city walls. Defend! One shouted loudly, his voice spreading across the walls. But even with his command, The Great Anchor Dynasty's arrows continued to cover the entire wall. Defenseless against the rain of arrows, the Seven Knight Dynasty's defenders were slaughtered like rabbits. Within moments, the walls were filled with screams of agony. As the archers continued firing, soldiers near the lake kept retrieving and tossing the Bainan Mu into the water. This happened not just at the north gate, but also at the other three gates of Guihai City. Endless Bainan Mu was thrown into Xianyu Lake. Despite trying to stop it, the defenders were suppressed by the Great Anchor Dynasty's archers. They could only watch helplessly, unable to intervene. Hidden behind shields on the walls, one silently observed the massive logs being thrown into the lake through narrow gaps in the shields. He gritted his teeth, feeling powerless. His hatred boiled over, wanting to resist but restrained by the enemy's archers and their superior range. Watching this unfold, Fuize's expression remained calm but gradually grew more serious. Deploying the logs required time, and they needed to complete this task within that window, securing the logs with stakes. Even Colt stood motionless, watching the continuous deployment of logs. Though many logs were already in the lake, hundreds at a time, it was far from enough due to the sheer size of Xianyu Lake. After a long silence, Fuize asked expressionlessly, "Military advisor, approximately how long will it take to fill Xianyu Lake?" "If all goes well, it should be filled by noon today," replied Colt. Looking at the city, Colt added with a slightly grim expression, "Deploying Bainan Mu is straightforward, but connecting these logs will be challenging. The soldiers tasked with fastening the stakes are likely to face certain death. Though they had archer support, their arrows were limited. Once depleted, they would be vulnerable to counterattacks. The soldiers responsible for driving the stakes could become live targets for the enemy." "I understand," Fuize responded coolly, turning to face the neatly lined soldiers behind him. "You all know the peril of this mission. Stepping onto those logs means walking on a tightrope over an abyss. A single misstep could mean your doom. Given the dangers, do you have confidence to complete this task? Without enemy interference, completing this task wouldn't be dangerous. However, with enemy crossbows aimed at them, any step onto the logs would result in certain death." Although these soldiers were determined to accomplish their mission at any cost, he wished they didn't have to undertake such a perilous task. Yet, failing to execute this would prevent tens of thousands of troops from successfully attacking the city, risking even more lives. Therefore, they must pay the ultimate price to ensure their comrades' safe passage and minimize casualties during the assault. "We will complete the mission." All soldiers replied resolutely, united in their resolve. Even without weapons, they chose to lay down their lives to fulfill this critical task. Only by securing the logs would their comrades advance safely upon the city. Chapter 490. The siege begins. As time passed, dusk gradually approached. Heart Moon Lake was now covered with white mulberry wood, and the bodies of the fallen piled up on it. On closer inspection, these bodies, pierced by a hail of arrows, were those of the warriors from the Great Anchor Dynasty. Even as they approached death, they carried out their duties, left hands holding light-emitting nails, right hands wielding hammers made of special. "Archers prepare. Ballista prepare. Vanguard prepare." As the orders were issued, ballistae armed with massive crossbows and catapults were readied by the Great Anchor Dynasty's generals. 10,000 elite vanguard troops, Hendrickler's direct subordinates, emerged from their ranks. "Archers fire. Catapults launch." Seeing Fuize's signal flag, the generals promptly relayed the attack order. Sharp and thick bolts flew out instantly, and boulders capable of exploding upon impact were launched from the catapults. "Defend." Govind Ding watched in horror as bolts whizzed through. As Hendrickler and his troops approached within 100 meters of Guihai City, the rear archers stopped firing bolts. Even the catapults ceased. Continued fire risked hitting their own allies. "The Great Anchor Dynasty troops are nearing the city edge. Everyone, prepare for battle," Govind shouted aloud. If these troops reached the walls, defending the city would become impossible. On receiving orders, the defenders quickly manned the ballistae on the walls, preparing to rain arrows down on the advancing enemy, along with the archers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sharp arrows rained down, instantly felling many defenseless Great Anchor Dynasty troops. But the archers of the Great Anchor Dynasty did not hesitate. They drew their crossbows and continuously fired back. Despite heavy casualties, the fight raged on. Seeing they were less than 50 meters from the city, Hendrickler, shield raised against the storm of arrows, ordered calmly, "Siege towers prepare." At his voice, 12 generals immediately retrieved siege towers from their spatial rings and set them in place. Thud, thud, thud. Massive siege towers appeared, their weight pressing heavily on the wooden surface. Unable to bear the load, parts of the wood sank below the lake surface. Nails securing the planks began to loosen under the weight, but engineers of the Great Anchor Dynasty swiftly replaced them to stabilize the structure. Charge! Charge! As the siege towers neared the walls, the ready Great Anchor Dynasty warriors gripped their weapons tightly and leaped onto the walls, engaging the enemy fiercely. Taedoke ravenous wolves, they attacked the startled defenders mercilessly, driving them back. Quickly regaining composure, the defenders of the capital fought back. Watching the intense battle above, Hendrickler frowned deeply, realizing the fierce resistance. Not staying put, he climbed rapidly upward and joined the fray on the city walls. Kill! Approaching the wall's edge, Hendrickler stowed his shield and sword, drawing his long-handled great saber. Eyes cold, spirit energy gathering at the blade's edge, he slashed toward the nearest foe. Chapter 491. Bloodstained City Wall. Swish. Several terrifying waves of slashing blade light instantly swept over the enemies in front, and any enemy standing on the city wall was engulfed by these waves. Screams like a wolf among sheep. His blade was sharp, cutting down each defender in every swing. Not far away, Juan, who was also engaged in battle with Daxia soldiers, noticed Beck advancing towards him. With a stern look, he gripped his long sword tighter, swiftly killed the enemy in front of him, and then charged at Beck. Although Juan had never fought Beck, he knew well of his formidable strength from intelligence reports, including the fact that Beck had once killed one of their famous generals. To have killed a named general was proof enough of how formidable Beck was, a fact that instilled deep fear even in him. While Juan could handle a named general, he could not match Beck's prowess. Despite some inner fear, it did not mean he was afraid of facing him. The survival of the capital rested on their actions. If he did not step up, he would surely be killed by the enemy. Beck, busy battling his opponents, sensed a cold gaze on him and glanced sideways. There, Juan was charging at him with his sword drawn. Seeing the renowned general of the Seven Knights dynasty coming at him, Beck's lips curled slightly, brimming with intense fighting spirit. He tightened his grip on his sword, gathering immense strength into its blade. Swish! The cold blade gleamed with icy light, and wherever it slashed, it cleanly decapitated the defenders on the city wall. Boom! Juan and Beck met quickly, both delivering simultaneous strikes. Their blades collided. Ignoring whether he hit or not, Juan retreated hastily to avoid the fatal blow. Bang! Instantly, Beck's blade was embedded in the ground, missing the target. Yet, undeterred, he pursued swiftly. Damn! Witnessing Beck's rapid pursuit, Juan's face darkened. Clutching his long sword, he retaliated fiercely. He couldn't believe how fast Beck reacted, almost catching him off guard. Despite this, he resisted with all his might. What if the enemy was strong? He wasn't afraid at all. Backed against the capital walls, retreating would mean waiting for reinforcements that would never come and losing the capital city. Losing the city wasn't the issue. The emperor was within the city walls. Losing him would bring eternal shame. As the battle grew fiercer, both were wounded in multiple places, blood trickling from their cuts, their armor soaked in it. Yet neither ceased fighting. Instead, the intensity only increased. Meanwhile, countless soldiers of the Daxia dynasty scaled the city wall using siege ladders, rapidly occupying it despite fierce resistance. Although the defenders fought to the death, the Daxia soldiers, skilled in combat, relentlessly cut through them, following their general's orders that no one blocking their path would leave alive. As time passed, Fuiz watched silently from the opposite shore, observing the intense battle and the continued Great Anchor dynasty to the death. Now, there isn't even a good chance left. Inside the Zixing Hall in the Kai dynasty's royal palace, King Emiliano paced back and forth anxiously. The rejection of his suggestion to surrender by the three patriarchs filled him with frustration. How could these old fools be so useless? Couldn't they see the dire state of the kingdom? Or were their eyes on their backsides? It doesn't matter if you three die, but why drag me along? You've lived long enough, but I haven't. I'm still young, with beautiful wives, and I don't want to die here with you. Emiliano muttered to himself. All he could think about now was how to escape, but the entire city was surrounded. Even if he had wings, he couldn't escape. Besides, his dozens of beautiful wives were still here. Taking them would certainly expose his identity. But thinking about how desirable those wives were, he didn't want to leave them behind for the enemy soldiers to take. Should I kill them all? Emiliano's face suddenly turned cold, revealing a hint of deadly intent. But then he thought of how irresistible they were and rejected the idea. Despite their beauty and allure, they had shared moments of passion with him. If he were to abandon them, he would surely be despised by many. As time passed, the Great Anchor dynasty's troops fully occupied the four walls of Guihai City and stormed inside ferociously. Once the four gates were opened, soldiers flooded into the city like a flood, slaughtering everyone in sight. General Olaf, leading the charge, watched the incoming enemy soldiers with a cold smile but didn't hesitate. Gripping his weapon tightly, despite the overwhelming number of enemies, fear didn't show in his eyes. More enemies wouldn't change anything. They simply lacked the strength to defeat him. But as the saying goes, too many ants can kill an elephant. He mustn't relax, or else he'd be killed. His saber flashed ominously, the terrifying blade light covering several yards. Any enemy soldier caught within this range was sliced into halves. With every swing, the enemy soldiers around him were decimated. The battle raged on as Olaf swung his sword again. Flashing lights of the blade illuminated the area. By the time he reappeared, he was already 100 meters away. The enemy soldiers who had charged at him froze, blood gushing from their throats. Instantly, hundreds of enemy soldiers fell dead, almost none survived. The remaining defenders of the Kai capital city were petrified, staring in shock. How could one man be so powerful? The Great Anchor soldiers, witnessing their general's might, grew excited and charged forward with their blades drawn. Since their general was so formidable, they wouldn't lag behind and wouldn't let any enemy slip through. Facing the onslaught of the Great Anchor soldiers, the defenders' hearts sank, wishing to flee. Yet, they knew they couldn't. They had to protect the capital city or risk its demise. Swoosh! Driscoll, wielding a large saber, struck at an enemy, the blade splitting into 7 paths, slicing every charging soldier in half. Blood sprayed everywhere. The hell? He's too strong. We need to attack together. Yes. No matter how strong he is, we have numbers. We can tear a piece off him. Brothers, let's go together. Spurred on by these words, the Kai soldiers tightened their grips and charged at Driscoll. Though the enemy was powerful, if they united, even a fierce beast could be tamed. They had no retreat. Only by fighting could they hope to survive. Witnessing the relentless charge of the Kai soldiers, Driscoll admired their indomitable spirit but did not pause his attacks. His mission was to capture the city and destroy the kingdom. He couldn't afford mercy toward any who stood in his way. Kill. Roaring internally, Driscoll continued his brutal assault, swiftly slaying numerous enemies. Under his lead, the Great Anchor soldiers transformed into a ravenous wolf pack, charging furiously at the enemy. Standing still, Driscoll observed his men battling fiercely. Despite both sides did not want to involve each other or drag these civilians into the conflict, the battle was too intense, causing them to lose control. Under the fierce attack of the Daxia dynasty's troops, the defenders of the capital city of the Kaiwan dynasty fought while retreating, gradually falling back to the palace. However, the soldiers of the Daxia dynasty did not give them a chance for respite. They pursued relentlessly and entered the city as the gates closed, then engaged in fierce battles within the palace. Boom, boom. Fui stood silently before Guanghai City's northern gate, gazing at the front. Suddenly, thunder rumbled in the sky. Hearing this sound, Fui looked up at the sky, which had been bright earlier but now was covered with dark clouds, occasionally flickering with lightning. Is it going to rain? Fui murmured to himself. Though no rain had yet fallen, he could tell from the heavy clouds that a downpour was imminent. Colt, raising his head slightly, observed the dark clouds overhead and the occasional thunder, frowning deeply. Looking towards Guanghai City, Colt said gravely, "General, the situation is not good. Judging by the circumstances, there will be a heavy downpour. If there is a downpour here, the water level of Xianyu Lake will rise, and the embankment we have built will be affected by the flood." Hearing what Colt said, Fui's expression grew even darker. He naturally knew that if the lake's water rose, it would otherwise, they would never drop their weapons. Staying put, Colt didn't waste time either. He immediately summoned several officers and instructed them to use the white nan logs on the lake to begin building the wooden bridge. Additionally, he ordered the soldiers on the other 3 sides of the city walls to hurry and build bridges before the heavy rain arrived. Charge! Inside the Kaiwan dynasty's palace, Olaf roared, gripping his weapon tightly and ruthlessly striking down the enemy soldiers in front of him. Although the path ahead was extremely narrow, just 10 meters wide and about 7 or 8 meters high, both sides faced each other coldly. Under Olaf's leadership, the Daxia dynasty's troops rushed straight towards the enemies about 100 meters away. Seeing the enemy's charge, the defending soldiers of the Kaiwan dynasty did not yield, holding their weapons tightly and courageously engaging the enemies. Swish! In an instant, Olaf gathered his spiritual energy into his blade and struck with a single slash. The cold blade cut through the air, mercilessly killing the enemy soldiers before him. Despite this, the enemy continued to press forward through the narrow passage. At the same time, both sides clashed, engaging in fierce hand-to-hand combat within the confined space. The soldiers at the forefront suffered the most intense attacks. One collision left both sides with numerous casualties. However, Olaf's troops were elite, so their casualties were far fewer than those of the enemy. Due to the extreme narrowness of the path and the fact that all soldiers were martial artists, their combat efficiency was severely limited. As the soldiers battled fiercely, it suddenly started pouring rain, drenching their faces, washing over their armor, and cleansing their blood-stained bodies. Despite the heavy rain and louder thunder, the battle only intensified. Slash! Amidst the battle, Olaf plunged deep into the enemy ranks, slashing his long blade relentlessly at the surrounding foes. Any enemy near him was instantly killed. Though he was powerful, the enemies surged towards him like ants swarming a feast. Faced with such a ferocious assault, Olaf felt no surprise, but instead felt a surge of adrenaline and overwhelming fighting spirit rise within him. Ha ha ha! This is exhilarating, truly exhilarating. He hadn't experienced such intense combat in a long time. Laughing wildly, he kept swinging his long blade, slaughtering the enemy. With his formidable combat power, wherever his icy blade went, the enemy's armor shattered, leaving deep wounds. As for the fate of the enemies after that, it was evident they met a grisly end. Their eyes still wide open in terror as they lay in pools of blood. Drenched in the rain, he seemed like a god of war emerging from a pool of blood, his blade flashing as he continuously slew enemies one after another. She originally wanted this bastard to take them away, but never imagined he was too stubborn and was suppressed by 3 old men. As a result, they had no choice but to remain here. Now that the De-Anchor dynasty's army had breached the palace, those 3 elders were busy fighting the enemy. It seemed he finally decided to flee. Love, I don't wish it to be like this either. They have always been watching me closely. If I even thought of escaping, they would have killed me immediately. Now that they're occupied fighting the enemy, I've come to take you away, King Emiliano explained with a bitter smile. Actually, when the De-Anchor army approached his domain, he intended to escape far away from here. Even though being a king had its perks, he didn't particularly relish this life. However, those 3 elders in their royal household wouldn't allow him any opportunity to escape. If he dared think of fleeing, they would have struck without hesitation. Therefore, he had to wait patiently for the right moment to flee. Now that the opportunity has arrived, how could he possibly miss it? You say it sounds good, but the De-Anchor dynasty has already stormed the palace. Do you really believe we can escape? Deborah, as she walked back and forth, moving her waist, hips, and trembling busts, replied coldly. Had it been earlier, there would have been a chance to escape. But now, with the De-Anchor army within the palace walls, they wouldn't stand a chance, even if they grew wings. And if she fell into the hands of the De-Anchor soldiers, she would rather die than suffer at their mercy. Love, you needn't worry. Since I've come to find you, I naturally have the ability to get us out of here together. Emiliano assured her with utmost confidence. If he couldn't get them out, he might as well just accept his fate. Fortunately, he possessed a 10,000 miles teleportation talisman. Using it, they could instantly leave this place. He came for this beloved consort, who was the most enchanting among all his consorts. If he didn't bring her along, it would be against all reason. Moreover, due to certain reasons, he hadn't allowed her to bear children. Now, it was a perfect opportunity to take her away and live a peaceful life. As for being king, at this point, he only wished to survive and not think about the title of king. I hope you can do what you promise. Otherwise, I'd rather die than fall into the hands of the De-Anchor army. Deborah remarked coldly. Your Majesty, I don't understand why you only choose to save me and not bring the other sisters with us. Deborah turned her head and asked Emiliano, clearly puzzled. Emiliano had dozens of wives and hundreds of children. Why did he only take her while leaving everyone else behind? Did he no longer care for his many wives and countless children? This object I possess can only teleport 2 people. More than that, it cannot manage. Hendrik or Thermore, having too many people risks exposing our whereabouts. Emiliano said coolly. Of course, he wished to take everyone, but reality dictated otherwise. The teleportation talisman could only handle 2 people and could only be used once. Additionally, taking too many would increase the likelihood of exposure, which would have dire consequences if they were caught by the Day Anchor army. Then, hearing this, Deborah looked at Emiliano in shock, unable to believe what she was hearing. She knew kings were often heartless, but she never expected Emiliano to be so ruthless. At least he took her, or she'd meet the same fate. But your majesty, even if you don't take them, won't they fall into the hands of the Day Anchor soldiers? Deborah asked with evident concern. While they might escape, wouldn't the rest of Emiliano's consorts end up captured by the Day Anchor troops? Beautiful women like them wouldn't be spared by the hungry soldiers of Day Anchor. Be it his wives or daughters, none would be spared. Rest assured, not a single one will fall alive into Day Anchor's hands, Emiliano said with icy detachment. Before leaving, he had secretly ordered the execution of all his consorts and children, especially his Seven Knights dynasty. Emiliano must have fled. Has anyone seen the monarch of the Seven Knights dynasty, Emiliano? No, we've already turned the entire palace upside down, even searched through every inch, but we still haven't seen any trace of him. Hell, this bastard couldn't have escaped already, right? Forget it, keep looking. Even if we destroy the whole palace, you must find the monarch of the Seven Knights dynasty for me. Hurry up, everyone, search quickly. If you encounter any survivors, be sure to ask them where the monarch of the Seven Knights dynasty is. Because they failed to find the monarch of the Seven Knights dynasty, the soldiers of the Great Anchor dynasty were growing increasingly anxious. Now, not only had they not seen any sign of him, they hadn't even found his body. But all the soldiers of the Great Anchor dynasty refused to believe that the monarch could escape from under their noses while they surrounded the place. Not being able to see him was making them suspect whether he had indeed escaped. No matter what, they needed to find him, dead or alive. Just seeing his corpse would give them some peace of mind. If they couldn't find him and let it slip that the monarch of the Seven Knights dynasty had escaped, it would be a huge problem for them. Silently observing the deserted courtyard before him, the Arn of the Great Anchor dynasty felt frustrated. How could the monarch of the Seven Knights dynasty disappear like this? Forget it. Looks like I need to report this to the Grand General as soon as possible. He cursed inwardly and then said expressionlessly, "Someone?" "Yes, General?" A soldier stepped forward. "Go and immediately inform the Grand General that the monarch of the Seven Knights dynasty has escaped. As for whether he has left the palace or not, we are still investigating." The Desi spoke with a cold demeanor. "Yes." The soldier responded respectfully and then turned to leave. The Arn standing in place did not idle either. Without wasting any words, he immediately led his men to continue searching for the monarch of the Seven Knights dynasty. He didn't believe the monarch had left the palace. He must still be hiding somewhere inside the palace. They just needed to thoroughly search to find him. What? You didn't find the corpse of the monarch of the Seven Knights dynasty? What happened? Did you search thoroughly? Fouise, standing in the rain, frowned deeply and looked extremely gloomy as he listened to the report from one of the Great Anchor dynasty soldiers. He couldn't believe that the monarch of the Seven Knights dynasty actually fled and vanished without a trace. The Grand General, we have thoroughly searched the entire palace except for the soldiers who resisted. But we haven't seen any trace of the monarch of the Seven Knights dynasty, Emiliano, the soldier replied with a bitter smile. We did find many corpses of members of the royal family of the Seven Knights dynasty, most of whom were concubines and children. Just corpses? Fouise frowned and asked with suspicion, did the resources of the Seven Knights dynasty get taken away? Or did the monarch take them with him when he fled? The resources of the Seven Knights dynasty are still in the treasury, showing no signs of having been moved, the soldier replied casually. Not moved? Fouise's frown deepened, feeling more confused and depressed. What was happening? Since the monarch had fled, why didn't he take the resources of the dynasty? Didn't he know that with sufficient resources, he could rise again or even establish a powerful family force? This guy didn't take the resources of the dynasty, maybe because he feared being relentlessly pursued by our Great Anchor dynasty troops if he did so. Fouise muttered to himself and fell into silence. After a long silence, Fouise led his troops towards the interior of the palace. Though he had already arrived at the capital city of the dynasty, due to certain reasons, he had yet to enter the palace. However, now that this news had come, he had to investigate it thoroughly as soon as possible. Quickly entering the interior of the palace, Fouise gazed calmly at the scattered corpses on the ground as he silently walked forward. At this point, the final enemies of this dynasty had been driven back to the Purple Star Hall. Instead of heading there, he came to a courtyard within the palace and examined the numerous bodies lying around. Despite the severe injuries and pale faces, drenched in rainwater, he recognized that these people were the consorts and children of the monarch of the Seven Knights dynasty. Approaching the body of a young boy, Fouise slowly crouched down and closely examined the wounds. Frowning, he muttered to himself, strange. How could these people be wounded while completely unguarded? From his observation of each corpse, it appeared they were almost all killed while unaware and unprepared. To be killed while unprepared suggested they encountered a powerful person, or received an order and then abandoned their defenses before being executed by whoever gave the command. The only person who could make them drop their guard was the monarch of the Seven Knights dynasty, Emiliano. Could this guy really have escaped? By killing his own children and leaving alone. He had to admit, the monarch of the Seven Knights dynasty was ruthless, willing to kill his own wife and children rather than let them fall into the hands of the Great Anchor dynasty. Yet he still couldn't understand how the monarch managed to escape from under their noses. Could it be that he flew away? Fleeing by flying seemed unlikely, as they would have detected him even if he tried to escape by air. If not by flight, could it be via a teleportation array? But thinking about it, Fouise realized it didn't add up. If there were teleportation arrays in the capital, why didn't the monarch use them earlier? Moreover, why did he leave his family behind? Wait, something's off. Suddenly, Fouise realized something amiss. Teleportation talismans? Right, the monarch of the Seven Knights dynasty had teleportation talismans. Muttering to himself, he finally understood why and how the monarch managed to flee using those talismans. A teleportation talisman is an item crafted by human array masters that can instantly transport a person to another location. Now that the monarch of the Seven Knights dynasty had disappeared using such a talisman, Fouise's face darkened slightly. Pass my orders. Stop searching for the monarch of the Seven Knights dynasty, and now, focus all efforts on suppressing the resistance forces of the Seven Knights dynasty. Fouise said coolly. Hashtag chapter 496, man and woman in the dense forest. At the same time, thousands of miles away from the capital of the Seven Knight dynasty, amidst the dense jungle filled with towering ancient trees, the sounds of insects could be heard from time to time. After scanning his surroundings and confirming there was no danger, Emiliano, the king of the Seven Knight dynasty, finally let out a sigh of relief, relaxing the tension that had gripped him. Though he had somewhat calmed down, he remained highly anxious, constantly fearing that the army of the Great Anchor dynasty might suddenly arrive. Even though they were now thousands of miles away from the dynasty's capital, no one could guarantee that there were no spies of the Great Anchor dynasty in this area, especially not the unpredictable and ruthless imperial guards known for their thoroughness. After observing that there were no people or fierce beasts around, only endless primeval forest, Deborah also breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. A moment later, Emiliano, dressed in casual attire, took a deep breath and approached his beautiful wife, asking, "My love, are you all right?" He was no longer wearing his imperial robes, but instead had donned a black set of casual clothes. Though these were somewhat ornate, they were sufficient to conceal his identity. If he had continued wearing his imperial robes, they would have surely fallen into enemy hands, especially those of the Great Anchor dynasty. To avoid exposing himself, they had changed into civilian clothing. "I'm fine, just feeling a bit dizzy and heavy-headed." Deborah gently shook her head in response. Although they had safely escaped, the sudden teleportation had nearly scared her into sickness. Fortunately, they had managed to leave the dynasty's capital and reach this unfamiliar place. Despite its strange and perilous nature, it felt safer than being captured by the advancing Grailed coyly, saying, "Husband, now that we are out here and have cut ties with our old lives, where shall we go to survive? To a place where no one knows us, a small village, even a secluded paradise, anywhere where no one recognizes us," Emiliano said, gazing ahead while holding her tightly. He was no longer the king. He was just a powerful cultivator planning to live anonymously. Despite his formidable strength, he would not reveal his powers unless absolutely necessary. He intended to live a normal life with Deborah, content even with a commoner's existence. "But husband, we have no money or resources. How will we survive?" Deborah asked hesitantly. "You needn't worry. Before we fled, I took some resources from the national treasury, enough to sustain and develop ourselves," Emiliano explained, revealing the spatial ring on his thumb. Seeing this spatial ring, Deborah's eyes lit up with joy, and she looked at Emiliano with affection. "Husband, you're so thoughtful," she exclaimed, hugging his broad waist tightly. While she wasn't overly concerned about their lack of resources or money, she did hope they would have some means to move forward. Even without much, they had capable hands and strong cultivation skills, allowing them to gradually accumulate delivered by the embroidered uniform guard. His expression darkened, and he was filled with shock. The scroll in his hand turned out to be sent by Fouise, detailing how the king of the Seven Knights dynasty, Emiliano, had chosen to flee and vanished without a trace. Even after ransacking the Seven Knights dynasty's royal palace, they couldn't find him. They only discovered Emiliano's wife and children. Furthermore, through the scroll sent by Fouise, Einar learned that when Emiliano fled, he took his beautiful wife, Deborah, with him. Additionally, Fouise particularly noted that Emiliano used a teleportation talisman to escape. As for their current location, or where they have escaped to, Fouise and his team were still investigating. "This Emiliano, king of the Seven Knights dynasty, is really one of a kind," Einar murmured softly while shaking his head. From the intelligence provided by the embroidered uniform guard, Einar knew that Emiliano didn't want to be king. He was forced into this position unwillingly. Despite having countless beauties around him and governing the Seven Knights dynasty effectively during his reign, he was unhappy and only wanted to escape the throne. Unfortunately, the three elder ancestors of the dynasty strictly supervised him to prevent him from fleeing, so he reluctantly accepted his position. Now, with the invasion of the Great Anchor dynasty into the capital of the Seven Knights dynasty, he seized the opportunity to escape. However, it had to be admitted that he was indeed cunning, not forgetting to take his beloved before escaping. The guard respectfully responded, taking the scroll from Einar and then left. Without lingering, Einar departed as well. Just now, Stephen's troops had reached the outskirts of the Red Dragon dynasty's capital, surrounding the entire city, ready to launch a fierce attack at any moment. Now, the army under Stephen's command was resting, needing just 1 or 2 days before launching a strong assault on the capital of the Red Dragon dynasty. With his hands clasped behind his back, Einar walked forward, muttering to himself, "I wonder what the situation is in Northern City?" Although he had dispatched 1,000,000 troops, they hadn't entered Northern City but secretly stationed in a primeval forest outside its periphery. This was done to avoid making the Northern City troops feel threatened, and to intervene forcefully. If Northern City's defenders couldn't withstand the alien attack, his troops would swiftly come to aid and replace their garrison rights. "Oh, I wonder if Zhou Chao has found Gerald yet." Einar sighed silently, hoping Zhou Chao would soon locate Gerald. Since no news came from Zhou Chao, Einar felt anxious inside. While he wasn't sure if Zhou Chao found Gerald, he hoped they would find him soon. Only then could he learn about his sister's whereabouts and the incident involving her being erased. At the capital of the Red Dragon dynasty, 1,000 meters away, Stephen stood straight in his war chariot, watching the city before him intently. His eyes glinted with killing intent, yearning to launch an assault on the vast city ahead. Throughout their journey, they faced numerous obstacles. Though these hindrances did not cause— Chapter 498. Heart loves war. Who can match him? I apologize for my remarks, Master Strategist. In recent days, we have hardly encountered any strong opponents. Even the armies blocking our path are weak and fragile. It's really made it impossible for me to fight further, or even feel the urge to do so. Hart expressed his helplessness. He longed deeply for combat, engaging in fierce battles with formidable adversaries, and savagely fighting on the battlefield. However, through this year's battles, he realized that the enemies were too weak, like cutting vegetables. At first, it was exhilarating, but gradually, the thrill faded away until he no longer desired it. Arriving at the capital of the Qilong dynasty sparked some interest within him, yet he knew this spark would eventually fade. General Ebenezer speaks truly, Alvis agreed, nodding gently. He then added, once the division of the Nanyang domain ends, we can focus on dealing with the powerful figures in the Kunlun domain. At that time, I believe General Ebenezer will be extremely excited. The battles in Nanyang domain were unsuitable for Hart. Only a place like the Kunlun domain, teeming with formidable warriors, suited him. Master strategist, you speak well, but you should also be clear that for our dynasty to declare war on the Kunlun domain, it is almost impossible within 10 years, Hart said bitterly. Alvis indeed spoke correctly. Hart yearned to battle the strong fighters from the Kunlun domain to see who was more powerful. However, he was fully aware that this current large-scale conflict severely depleted the resources of their Daya dynasty. They needed time to recover before declaring war externally. And if his guess was correct, without 10 years of preparation, their dynasty would not dare to declare war, especially against the Kunlun domain where numerous powerful figures resided. Not necessarily. Alvis smiled and shook his head gently. He then said, our large-scale actions have surely attracted the attention of some forces in the Kunlun domain, and Nico and his team are likely preparing how to attack the Kunlun domain. If I am not mistaken, within 5 years, possibly less than 5 years, our Daya dynasty will certainly declare war on the Kunlun domain. Upon hearing this, Hart was astonished, looking at Alvis in disbelief and asked, Master strategist, you can predict this? Are you not just trying to cheer me up? General Ebenezer jokes. How could I have the heart to deceive you? I merely speak the truth. Questioning when our Daya dynasty will declare war on the Kunlun domain may only be known by the king, Alvis said calmly. His prediction was accurate, based on what he believed would happen next. The Daya dynasty was currently at war, and the conflict was nearly over. By early next year, the entire Nanyang domain would fall into their hands. Then, their dynasty would enter a phase of rest and recovery, regaining strength and building up power to prepare for external wars. 5 years. Hart furrowed his brows and said lightly, that isn't too long. Haha. Alvis chuckled and replied, General Ebenezer, if you think 5 years is too long, you could take the opportunity to go to Abyss City and deal with the alien races. Now, the aliens were launching massive attacks, causing considerable trouble for Abyss City. Despite the presence of strong soldiers defending it, he knew the alien offensives were relentless. Especially recently, the aliens had begun to launch intense assaults on Northern City, aiming to breach human defenses and invade human territory. Though the king had sent troops to assist, the defense of Northern City belonged to the 3 major clans, so they couldn't intervene directly. Under no circumstances should the troops sent by the Daya dynasty interfere unless absolutely necessary, as doing so might give the aliens an advantage. Master strategist, there are many powerful alien warriors, but you know they are no match for me. Not even worthy of tying my shoes, Hart said speechlessly. The number of powerful alien warriors was significant, but few reached his level of strength. It wasn't that they didn't have such strong fighters, but those elites remained hidden behind the scenes unless exceptionally strong human warriors appeared. Since the Daya dynasty took over Abyss City, the aliens dispatched strong fighters one after another. Although they were all eliminated, more emerged, each stronger than the last, including the armies they sent becoming extraordinarily strong. If not for the robust defenses and the experienced General Unkor commanding them, the defenses might have already been breached. The aliens refrained from sending a large number of elite warriors primarily because they feared the Kunlun domain would send even stronger human warriors, leading to a repeat of ancient times. General Ebenezer, do not worry. 3 days ago, the Secret Service reported that the strength of the alien force appearing in the Kunlun domain has reached Wu Di. You must be interested in battling them, Alvis said with a smile. There's such news? Why don't I know anything about it? Hart looked puzzled at Alvis. Secret Service messages usually reached him as well, yet he heard nothing about this? Wait a moment. Realizing something, Hart turned his gaze toward Stephen, seated in the war chariot beside him, asking, Generalissimo, don't tell me you knew about this too? A little bit, Stephen replied nonchalantly. Hart, feeling aggrieved, said, No, Generalissimo, since you knew about this, why didn't you tell me? To not inform him of this was utterly unbrotherly. Knowing well that he excelled in combating the hideous aliens, he could slaughter them all with just a knife, leaving none alive on the battlefield. Would you have listened if I told you? Or would you wait for the end of this battle here, and then go to Abyss City to deal with those aliens? Stephen responded. After facing weaker alien forces, Hart lost interest in fighting them, even lazily disregarding killing them. Therefore, upon receiving this news from the Secret Service, Stephen did not pass it on to Hart. But he hadn't expected Hart to care so much about this information. Come to think of it, with so many powerful warriors emerging, each incredibly strong, it was understandable for Hart to feel thrilled. After all, Hart's greatest love was warfare, regardless of whom he fought against. As long as he could charge into battle, he felt incredibly excited. No, Generalissimo, listen to your words. I indeed dislike fighting with aliens, but I refuse to engage weak alien fighters. If they are powerful, then it's entirely different, Hart said, feeling helpless. Chapter 499. Unbearable Heat. Didn't you hear it from the military advisor? Stephen remarked with a faint expression. He immediately ordered, unperturbed, transmit my orders. The entire army shall retreat 10 miles and set up camp. They had reached the capital of the Qilong dynasty, and now they only needed a day or two of rest before officially attacking the city. As for how to attack the city, he needed to consult military advisor Alvis, along with Ebenezer Kwai and others, before proceeding. Yes. The messenger, upon receiving the order, dispersed to transmit General Stephen's command. Meanwhile, the Qilong dynasty's defense commander witnessed the approaching Anchor dynasty troops retreating from the capital. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But this relief was brief. He knew clearly that although the Anchor dynasty's army retreated, it didn't mean they had truly left. This temporary retreat merely meant they would soon launch a fierce assault once the time came. Especially the Qilong dynasty's monarch on the city wall, who watched the vast sea of Anchor soldiers, could not help but swallow nervously. From their overwhelming presence alone, he felt these soldiers were far from ordinary. With such formidable power, they could crush everything in their path and annihilate anything standing against them. Within less than a year, they had already swallowed half of his empire and now approached the capital, ready to attack at any moment. Your Majesty, the other 3 armies of the Great Anchor dynasty have arrived outside our capital and are setting up camps within 10 miles, reported a middle-aged general swiftly, without emotion. Hearing this, Dante, the Qilong emperor, darkened slightly in expression, grinding his teeth in anger. He had thought using obstacles could stall the Anchor armies, yet they still managed to reach the capital so smoothly. Feeling the cold aura emanating from their ruler, everyone present tensed up, beads of cold sweat trickling down their backs. Though their ruler was not a soldier, his extraordinary aura left them feeling utterly powerless. Pass my orders, all troops must prepare for battle. Even civilians within the city must join in defending the capital. Any who flee will not be spared, Dante declared expressionlessly. Those wishing to conquer his capital must pay a heavy price. Every inhabitant of the capital should contribute their strength to resist the Great Anchor forces. Regardless of age or condition, anyone living in the city who refuses to contribute can expect no mercy. Tadiatel did Emperor Dante realize that his actions would not only cause dissatisfaction among the people, but also unrest among the troops. Yes. The generals responded, their nerves taut as they received the order. Nightfall brought clear skies dotted with stars, a gentle breeze blowing through, adding to the stifling heat. It was autumn, yet the weather remained exceptionally hot, making even a night breeze feel unbearably uncomfortable. The hell, this damn weather is too hot. Even the night wind doesn't provide any relief. Who wouldn't agree? I just took a cold bath, but after coming out for patrol duty, I'm already sweating like crazy. AI. Though our armor has some special qualities to reduce heat, this weather is just too hot. Team leader, the weather is unbearable. Can you get us some ice blocks for some relief? A group of 10 soldiers patrolling together turned their gazes towards their team leader, a Desi leading them. Despite the scorching heat, they continued patrolling with long spears at the edges of the encampment. Behind them, another group of 10 meters away, mirrored their formation. Due to the heat, they chatted idly to distract themselves. Their leader calmly reassured, don't worry, after 3 incense sticks time, we'll change shifts, and then I'll lead you to get some ice. Typically, patrols lasted 5 incense sticks duration, waiting quietly for colleagues to relieve them. Since autumn, due to extreme heat, patrols shortened to 3 incense sticks duration. Despite this adjustment, the heat was almost unbearable, causing great discomfort. Though they wanted to release inner spiritual energy to cool off, it wasn't a long-term solution, and exhausting spiritual power offered no benefits. Now, they awaited their shift end to fetch ice from the cooks for some cooling relief. Upon hearing their leader's words, the group became excited, eager to praise him. The hell, it's hotter at night. Does night have a grudge against day? Inside the main tent, Hart, clad in black soft armor, fanned himself incessantly, expressing profound dissatisfaction. The unusually warm climate near the capital perplexed him. Daytime heat was bearable, but the evening felt even hotter, an oppressive warmth rising from the ground rather than the sun. This weather is indeed extremely hot, even at night. The suffocating heat is unbearable, agreed Alvis, nodding while fanning himself. Although somewhat accustomed, the heat still caused significant discomfort. Now he understood Hart's preference for minimal clothing. If only there were large ice blocks nearby, it'd be incredibly comfortable, Hart said longingly. General Ebenezer, while I agree with you, our ice supply is limited and primarily used for preserving meat. Using it casually would spoil the fresh provisions, Alvis warned, hoping to dissuade Hart from consuming the ice. Without proper storage, the meat would surely rot in this sweltering heat. Chapter 500. The Ice-Wielding Tunglin Snake Clan. Stephen, also feeling the scorching heat, agreed wholeheartedly. Though they longed to use ice to alleviate their discomfort, they had very little ice at their disposal. Moreover, this was a hot season, and the ice produced by glaciers was barely enough for storing fresh food, let alone extra usage. Suddenly, Stephen seemed to have an idea. He looked towards Alvis beside him and softly asked, Military advisor, does the Tunglin Snake Clan possess the ability to control ice attributes? Yes, they do indeed have that capability. Not only that, but they can also turn water into ice, Alvis explained. Halfway through his response, a youthful-looking Desi dressed in black soft armor appeared in the main military tent. Leader, may I know why you've summoned me? Stephen didn't speak, but instead signaled for the nearby soldiers to leave. Then, he turned his gaze towards the youth, who was none other than Roberto, one of the leaders of the Tunglin Snake Clan. Hongla, I remember your clan has the ability to control ice attributes? Stephen asked. Yes. Nodding lightly, Roberto responded. Our clan is different from other snake clans. We don't hibernate, thus we naturally possess the ability to control ice attributes. Can you turn water into ice? Hart couldn't help but interrupt before Stephen spoke. This is entirely possible. After some thought, Roberto responded. Turning water into ice was trivial for them, given their clan's mastery over ice attributes. With unity, they could freeze an entire lake. Hearing this, all 3 men's eyes lit up instantly, excitement surging within them. Without further ado, Stephen and the others led Roberto away. They didn't leave the camp, but headed to the river nearby. Whenever they set up camp, they always chose locations near rivers, especially those with clear, unpolluted water. Before long, Stephen and company reached the camp's kitchen area. Besides Roberto, 9 other members of his clan had accompanied them. Observing the clear river, Stephen turned to Roberto. Roberto, donghua, immediately create an ice block approximately 10 meters long and 5 meters wide. Boss, creating such a small ice block doesn't require many people. I can manage it alone, Roberto replied. In that case, make an ice block, Stephen instructed. Yes. Taking a deep breath, Roberto moved forward to the edge of the river, focused his mind, gathered spiritual energy in his hands, and emitted a powerful coldness that made approaching him impossible. In an instant, a wave of intense cold surged from his hands, enveloping the broad expanse of water in front of him. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the 5-meter-wide stretch of river rapidly began freezing, the strong cold making everyone feel immensely refreshed. Feeling this refreshing chill, Hart rushed over to enjoy it, instantly feeling incredibly comfortable, almost wishing to lie down on the ice itself. Within minutes, a colossal ice block began forming. Finally, Roberto stopped and turned around. Boss, the ice block you requested is ready. Good. Stephen nodded, then turned to Hart. General Hart, please retrieve this ice block from the river. No problem. Smiling, Hart walked over and dove into the water. Soon, the ice block slowly rose into the air, visible as Hart supported it from below. Ha ha ha. Hart laughed wildly, appearing extremely excited. Generalissimo, standing under the ice feels so good. The bone-chilling coolness was incredibly pleasant, especially during this hot autumn. All right, stop indulging yourself and get that ice block out, Stephen ordered. Sure thing. With a nod, Hart lifted the enormous ice block and slammed it heavily onto the ground. Bang! The impact caused the ice to shatter instantly, despite retaining large chunks despite numerous cracks. Oops. Seeing the shattered ice, Hart looked somewhat embarrassed. Sorry, I didn't mean to break it into so many pieces. I just didn't expect such a big ice block to be so fragile. Stephen shook his head slightly and approached, touching the broken ice blocks. After careful inspection, he concluded that these ice blocks were perfectly usable. Suddenly, an idea struck Stephen. He turned to Roberto. donghua, from now on, I order you and your clan to create ice blocks for our army. Ah. Roberto looked stunned and puzzled. Boss, why do you need our clan to create ice blocks? Can't we participate in the battles? Hashtag chapter 501. General Ebenezer, you're acting strange. Making ice blocks is also part of the war effort, especially now with the scorching heat. The men are almost unbearable hot, and they have no fighting spirit. If you and your clansmen can produce a large amount of ice, it will boost our troops' morale and allow them to fight fiercely on the battlefield. This would be a great achievement for you, Stephen said with a serious expression. Despite the army's high morale, the extreme heat had made many feel uncomfortable and lethargic, sapping their fighting spirit. The immediate priority was to alleviate this discomfort, so that they could muster the strength to battle the enemy. Therefore, Roberto's task was crucial. Of course, he assigned this task to them because they possessed the power over ice attributes. If his clan didn't have this ability, he would have had to set up a portal to bring ice from glaciers. Seeing Stephen's serious expression, Roberto immediately realized how important this task was. Sir, please rest assured. I and my clansmen will manufacture as much ice as possible within the shortest time and ensure that the troops get adequate supplies, Roberto said firmly after taking a deep breath. Stephen nodded slightly, gave a few brief instructions, and asked someone to fetch General Chen Haider of the logistics unit. Shortly after, General Chen Haider arrived and saluted. General, what do you need? Are you running out of ice? Stephen asked. Pretty much, Chen Haider replied. According to my calculations, the remaining ice will only last 2 more days. Therefore, I plan to report this matter to you, Chen Haider explained. Initially, the ice supply should have lasted a month, but due to the recent extreme heat, it had been heavily used. In less than 10 days, they were already running low on ice, with only enough for 2 days left. Thus, after checking the remaining ice, Chen Haider prepared to report to Stephen. However, before he could leave, a soldier brought him here. Pointing to the massive ice block beside him, Stephen said, with donghua help in making ice blocks using the river water, you won't have to worry about running out of ice. I've called you here to manage these ice blocks properly and ensure all troops get what they need, Stephen added calmly. Seeing the cool ice, Chen Haider's eyes lit up, and he confidently declared, rest assured, General Chen Haider will complete the mission. He was still somewhat surprised, and even a bit frustrated that he hadn't thought of having them assist sooner. Since they possess the ability to make ice, using water to create ice blocks shouldn't be a problem. How refreshing this feels. Hart, sitting on a block of ice, was enjoying the cold sensation. This blissful feeling was almost like watching an erotic play, leaving one unable to stop indulging in it. Stephen, who was silently observing the sand table, watched Hart with a speechless expression, wanting to kick him. However, he wasn't too bothered. He focused on the sand table. Succession. Stephen nodded, inviting everyone to gather around the sand table, then looked at Hart sitting on ice. General Ebenezer, join us. Sure. Hart stood up from the icy block and joined the group. Eden couldn't resist teasing him. General Ebenezer, did you wet your pants? Huh. Everyone burst into laughter. Hart. You're the one who wet your pants, Hart retorted, puzzled by their dryness. Why aren't any of you sweating? Aren't you feeling the heat? Their lack of sweat puzzled him. Were they completely unaffected by the heat? Had it not been for the ice cooling him down, he would have been drenched. Their behavior confused him greatly. Alvis also eyed the trio curiously. Translation ends with maintaining paragraph structure and line breaks. Chapter 502. Night attack on the Red Dragon Dynasty capital. 2 days later, at the third watch of the night. Despite it still being night, the troops of the Great Anchor Dynasty had already assembled in secret. General Stephen and other generals of the Great Anchor Dynasty were preparing to lead their forces in a surprise attack on the capital city of the Red Dragon Dynasty. Although attacking at night was not entirely rational due to numerous enemy traps, this was now their best option to effectively minimize casualties. Before the military camp, Stephen silently observed Hart and his elite troops, as well as the 10,000 archers of the Great Anchor Dynasty. Mobilizing such a small force for the attack aimed to avoid exposure and everything. Instructing the archers to form ranks for assault, they prepared to cover any discovery by the enemy. Meanwhile, Hart divided his elite force into 10 units and called Curtis's team to lead them. Move out, Hart whispered. As soon as he spoke, Curtis stepped briskly forward, holding a mysterious token that allowed silent movement. Following closely behind, Hart placed his left hand on Curtis's shoulder while gripping his sword tightly with his right, moving with the lightest steps possible. The troops behind him mimicked his actions, each placing a hand on the shoulder of the soldier in front of them. Meanwhile, the guard commander on the city wall had noticed nothing unusual, though his keen eyes searched the darkness. Unbeknownst to him, the tokens held by the Imperial Guards concealed the movements of the great anchor troops. What is happening? Why do I feel an intense sense of danger? Thought Ayush, a renowned general of the Red Dragon dynasty, puzzled by his feelings. Though he saw no approaching enemy, a strong sense of impending danger lingered, clearly emanating from outside the city walls. Yet, the absence of visible enemies deepened his confusion. As time ticked on, under the guidance of the Imperial Guards, Hart and his troops bypassed numerous obstacles and traps, rapidly closing in on the capital city. Approaching within 50 meters of the city, Hart ordered the deployment of siege ladders. At this moment, the presence of the great anchor troops became apparent to everyone. Ayush froze, staring in disbelief at the sight before him. The great anchor troops were attacking. The great anchor troops are assaulting us. Defend. Snapping out of his stupor, Ayush shouted loudly. Instantly, his voice echoed throughout the city walls and beyond, reaching even the inner city. He never imagined that the great anchor troops would approach so stealthily. Though unclear how they bypassed the traps, their sudden appearance was shocking. Quickly defend. Reacting swiftly, the defenders of the Red Dragon capital began their defense. Archers unleashed volleys of arrows, and the ballistas on the walls rained down projectiles on the advancing troops. Unyielding, the great anchor soldiers returned fire, launching arrows upwards and felling the defenders. Within moments, 10 siege ladders reached the walls. Troops on the ladders, shields in their left hands and swords in their right, fiercely attacked the defenders. Charge! Charge! The unprepared Red Dragon defenders were quickly overwhelmed and cut down. Through the initial clash, the great anchor troops began securing sections of the wall. Though the area was minimal, it provided crucial positions for reinforcements. Seeing more enemy troops continuously scaling the walls, Ayush's face darkened. He could do nothing but watch helplessly as they gained ground. If the great anchor troops managed to reach the walls, they could forcibly take control. Having given them this opportunity, resistance seemed futile. Hold the line quickly. Brothers, use their small numbers to push them back. Charge. Fight for the capital. Fight for our king. Charge. We must not let the great anchor take the wall, or our city will surely fall. Brothers, annihilate all great anchor soldiers. Realizing the urgency, the Red Dragon defenders steeled themselves and charged at the invaders with fierce determination, vowing to protect their capital even if it meant sacrificing their lives. Chapter 503. The sky is about to rain. Charge. Brothers, follow me closely and capture the city walls. Eliminate all the soldiers guarding the capital of the Red Dragon dynasty. We'll finish them off. Not a single one will be spared. Charge. Victory is within sight. Follow me in capturing the city walls and taking down the king of the Red Dragon dynasty. Brothers, keep up. Hurry, everyone hurry up and follow me to open the city gates and let our brothers outside come in. Charge. The troops of the Great Anchor dynasty surged onto the city walls like a flood, fiercely pouncing on their prey, then savagely biting into them, killing each one. However, their objective wasn't merely to engage in battle with the enemies on the wall, but to advance swiftly toward the nearby city gate. They had to open the gates and allow the soldiers outside to enter. Otherwise, they would face certain annihilation. After all, the numerical disparity was too vast, leading to a dead end for them. Seeing the enemy before them, the soldiers of the Red Dragon dynasty did not yield. Each one charged forward with determination, clashing intensely. Ha ha ha. Come on. Come and let me slaughter you to my heart's content. This is thrilling, absolutely thrilling. On the city wall, Hart acted like a meat grinder, ferociously hunting the enemies. Wherever his sword cut, enemies fell one by one to the ground. Despite this, excitement shone infinitely on his face. With a shield in his left hand and a long sword in his right, he relentlessly hunted the enemies. Wherever his shield went, enemies were flung off the wall one after another. Wherever his sharp sword slashed, enemies were stricken down, their throats slit. Under his leadership, the warriors of the Great Anchor dynasty grew even more ferocious, charging ahead as if invigorated by an adrenaline rush. With a deep breath, Hart gathered immense spiritual energy into his shield and sword, then slashed forward with one stroke. Ah, ah, ah. Deafening cries of agony echoed, and within 10 paces of the like a flood. Rumble, rumble. Suddenly, thunder rumbled overhead. Stephen, standing silently at the forefront of the army, looked up to see dark clouds covering the sky, poised to unleash a torrential downpour. Seeing the cloud cover and anticipating heavy rain, Stephen furrowed his brows, wondering why the weather seemed so peculiar today. It had been unbearably hot for the past few days, yet now it was suddenly raining. Judging by the situation, the impending rain appeared to be significant and might last for a considerable time. At that moment, the Great Anchor soldiers also looked up at the sky, revealing ghostly smiles on their faces. The rain truly feels wonderful. This was the unanimous thought in everyone's mind. They couldn't be blamed for such thoughts. If anyone had endured days and nights of scorching heat like they did, they would have felt the same way. If not for the ice provided by Roberto and his team, they might have already been scorched to crisp, or possibly turned into chips. Drip, drip. Soon, raindrops began falling from the sky, striking everyone's faces and their armor. Before long, the gentle drizzle transformed into a torrential downpour. Everyone in the rain instantly felt refreshed. Even though their clothes and armor were soaked by the rain, they found comfort in it, indifferent to the wetness. Compared to being drenched in sweat, they preferred being washed by rain. Alvis, standing in the rain, looked at the cascading torrents with a relieved smile on his face. Based on his perceptions from last night, he had anticipated the rain today and knew it would be substantial, though he wasn't sure exactly when it would start. However, fate was unexpectedly delightful. Just as dawn broke and the great anchor soldiers fully captured the city walls, the torrential rain poured down. Charge! Ignoring the rain pounding on him and the blood spilling over his armor, Hart did not stop his blade. Instead, he became even more frenzied, hunting the enemies like a beast. The city gates were already open, and he led his troops into the city. At this moment, they were engaged in intense street battles within the city. What he hadn't expected was that shortly after they seized the city walls, the rain came pouring down, washing away the sweat from their bodies. Unbound by the stickiness of sweat, he felt exceptionally exhilarated, his fighting spirit brimming with vigor. Sword energy swirled around his weapon profusely. Swinging his sword forward, sharp sword light surged out, tearing apart the enemies before him into pieces. Hart, now overwhelmingly excited, led the great anchor soldiers in a frantic attack against the enemy while constantly searching for Ayush's whereabouts. The army of the great anchor dynasty had fully occupied the walls and even stormed into the city, fighting fiercely against them. Faced with the intense attacks from the great anchor dynasty, their chances of victory were incredibly slim. Not only that, but some soldiers had defected earlier due to certain words from their sovereign, directly siding with the great anchor dynasty. Especially those guarding the East City Gate, they almost entirely laid down their weapons and surrendered. As for the citizens ordered by the king, they turned their weapons against them. Given this situation, they wouldn't stand a chance. Even surviving and leaving their lives in this dynasty capital would be a good outcome. Flee. The king of the Qi-Long dynasty, Basil, spoke with a self-mocking expression. Where should I flee? Where can I find refuge? He wanted to escape, but there was nowhere left for him to go. Moreover, as the ruler of the Qi-Long dynasty, how could he simply flee? How could he give up the realm passed down by his ancestors to the great anchor dynasty? If the great anchor dynasty wanted to devour their land, they'd have to pull a few teeth first. He wanted to see just how sharp their teeth were, and if they could swallow his kingdom. Upon hearing this, Ayush's face froze, and he looked at the sovereign with a bitter expression. Indeed, more than half of their kingdom was already under the control of the great anchor dynasty, including the capital which was completely besieged. The remaining half of the kingdom wouldn't last much longer either, and their dynasty was about to announce its demise. Despite his unwillingness, the current situation clearly indicated that their dynasty couldn't turn things around. Its downfall was just a matter of time. You go and summon all my princes. There are some matters I must tell them, Basil said calmly. Yes, your majesty. Despite his confusion, Ayush respectfully turned and carried out the task. Though he didn't understand why the sovereign was calling the princes here, he believed there was a reason. As he watched Ayush leave, Basil said coldly, Fergus, even if your great anchor dynasty destroys my kingdom, I will never stop resisting you. Not long after, Ayush returned with the 83 princes of the Qi-Long dynasty, leading them into the Zixing Hall. Seeing their father, still seated on the dragon throne wearing battle armor, everyone fell silent, their eyes fixed on him. Looking at these children ranging from 20 years old to 7 or 8, Basil sighed inwardly but remained stern. These children would soon become pawns in his plan to take revenge on the great anchor dynasty, carrying out generations of harm against them. Taking a deep breath, Basil, seated on the dragon throne, said without any emotion, I believe you are all curious why I summoned you here. Since you're curious, I'll tell you now. Our Qi-Long dynasty is on the brink of destruction. As my children, you will inevitably suffer as a result. So I've decided to send you away, allowing you to live. Upon hearing their father's words, everyone immediately understood what he meant. Why would he let them escape the capital? Despite the dangers outside, venturing beyond the palace gates could mean imminent death, but staying here guaranteed their doom. Faced with this choice, Basil's sons instantly chose to flee rather than stay behind. Slowly standing up from the dragon throne, Basil approached them, then took out an exquisite jade tray from his spatial ring. On the tray were 83 spatial rings. Placing the tray on the ground, Basil looked at his sons and said, I have divided all the resources of our dynasty into 83 parts and placed them inside these spatial rings. Now, I will give each of you one. Hearing this, the younger children, those aged 7 or 8, looked at their father with puzzled eyes. However, the older ones showed greed in their eyes. One portion wasn't enough. Even though the entire dynasty's resources were divided into 83 parts, any single portion could offer an opportunity for a noble family to thrive for 1,000 years. If they could acquire more portions, it would greatly benefit their future. But it wasn't the right time to act yet. They needed to wait for an opportunity. Once they left the palace, they would seize the resources from others, regardless of whether they were siblings. Sensing the greed in their eyes, Basil remained silent. To him, only the best would survive, especially those particularly greedy ones. Even if his own children killed each other, he would watch silently from the sidelines. Basil continued, I will arrange guards for each of you. They will lead you in different directions. Your only mission is to flee as far as possible, using every means necessary. Tedious-steaning to their father's words, everyone remained silent, staring straight at him. The older ones understood, but the younger ones were still bewildered. Despite growing up in the royal family and receiving special education from a young age, the sudden changes left them confused. After explaining, Basil had his children change into ordinary clothes and gather back here. A while later, the princes returned dressed in plain clothes, entering the Zixing Hall once more. Looking at his reassembled children, Basil walked to the hall entrance, turned around, and signaled the already prepared guards to enter. First, 10 men equipped with blades entered, 1 middle-aged and 9 young. Judging from their appearance, they were formidable. The princes, seeing these unfamiliar men, were all curious. But just as everyone wondered what would happen next, these 10 men kneel before Basil, saying, "We salute your majesty." "Rise," Basil said coolly. "Yes," the 10 men replied, standing up. Once they stood, Basil raised his right hand and pointed to his youngest child, a mere 5-year-old boy. "You are responsible for taking him away." Note asterisk, please continue with subsequent paragraphs or chapters as needed. Chapter 505, The Madness of the Commoner Warriors. Agreed. The Keith responded respectfully and approached the child, covering the latter's face with a white cloth. In the next moment, Basil's youngest child fell unconscious on the spot. The Keith then hoisted him onto his back and left without another word. 9 other individuals also departed with him. Just as these 10 people had left, another 10 walked in and immediately came to Basil's presence. "Your Majesty." As soon as they entered, the 10 men knelt on one knee and greeted in unison. All of you may rise." Agreed. Once those in front of him stood up, Basil pointed at a 10-year-old boy standing nearby. The boy had an elegant and peaceful demeanor. "Take him away." Agreed. Upon receiving the order, the leading Keith instantly went to the boy's side, rendered him unconscious, and hoisted him onto his back. Soon enough, this sequence of actions continued within the Grand Hall as all the princes were taken away. Each team responsible for taking them away did not know each other, nor did they know their identities or their routes. But their mission was clear, to obey the king's command and take all the princes out of the capital city before heading to an unknown destination. Wherever they would end up depended entirely on how far they could run and whether they could escape the reach of the Donghua dynasty. Looking at the now empty Grand Hall, Basil's face turned cold as he said, "Herald, no matter how strong your Donghua dynasty is, it cannot withstand the chaos caused by my descendants. I will make sure your Donghua dynasty lives in perpetual turmoil. Kill that dog king. Do not let him escape. This kind of person is unworthy of being a monarch and has no right to lead this dynasty. We must kill that dog king. If we don't carve him into pieces, my heart won't rest." "Ha ha ha, daughter, can you see? This wretched dynasty is finally collapsing. Brothers, follow me into the palace and kill every member of the Qilong dynasty's royal family." At the same time, commoner warriors from the eastern part of the capital city of the Qilong dynasty suddenly surged with murderous intent, beginning to attack the guards fiercely. Caught off guard by this sudden assault, the guards defending the Qilong dynasty's capital city were slaughtered one by one. Even the battle-hardened soldiers of the Donghua dynasty were shocked by the scene, feeling utterly bewildered. Brigadier General Bradford, who was responsible for attacking the eastern gate, watched the events unfold with confusion. A perplexed general from the Donghua dynasty stared blankly at the chaos and asked Bradford, "General, what should we do?" The involvement of the citizens in the battle was beyond their comprehension. More alarming was that the citizens' anger seemed to be directed solely at the guards defending the capital city, not at them. Even the surrounding Donghua soldiers looked to their commander for guidance. Now that civilians were involved in the battle, it completely disrupted their offensive rhythm, leaving them unsure of how to proceed. If these civilians picked up weapons, they would pose a threat and thus be considered enemies. However, since their targets were the guards, it created an internal conflict for the Donghua forces. After a brief moment of hesitation, Bradford made a decision and said, "Pass down the order. All soldiers continue fighting but are forbidden to harm civilians. Any soldier who harms a civilian will face military law, unless the civilian attacks first." This was the only thing they could do under the circumstances. Despite not understanding why the civilians joined the battle or where their anger came from, they acted as enraged beasts with sharp teeth, fiercely attacking the enemy. Their task was to avoid getting carried away and not treat the civilians as enemies during the battle. "Yes." Upon receiving the order, the generals promptly instructed their soldiers to relay the command. The general orders all soldiers to join the fight but not harm any civilians. Any soldier who harms a civilian will face military law unless the civilians attack first. As the order spread throughout the ranks, the Donghua soldiers rejoined the battle, doing their best not to harm the civilians. Meanwhile, the civilian warriors heard the orders pass through the Donghua troops and reminded themselves not to lose control and attack the Donghua soldiers, lest they be killed. Faced with the simultaneous attack by both the civilian warriors and the Donghua army, the defensive lines on the eastern side of the Qilong dynasty's capital began to collapse. The guards could only retreat while fighting, despite wanting to surrender. None dared put down their weapons, uncertain if they would survive if they did. As time passed, dusk arrived, and the Donghua forces pressed closer to the Qilong dynasty's palace from all sides. Despite fierce resistance, the enemies gradually retreated into the palace, pursued relentlessly by the Donghua forces who fought their way inside. Just then, Stephen and Alvis prepared to enter the city when a Secret Service agent appeared before them. Without expression, the agent reported, "General, our operatives within the enemy have reported that the king of the Qilong dynasty, Basil, divided the dynasty's resources into 83 parts and handed them over to his concubines. They have been secretly escorted out of the capital." Upon hearing this, Stephen frowned deeply, clearly upset. Officers attacking the Crimson Dragon dynasty. Now they aim to occupy the dynasty's capital and take all its resources. Part of these would be submitted to the imperial court, another part divided between the surviving soldiers and the families of the fallen comrades. Even Alvis, standing nearby, turned extremely pale at the news, wishing to dispatch people in every direction to find those who took the resources. "Yes, sir." The command was met with instant obedience by the brocade-clad guards, who immediately turned to leave. Once Stephen gave orders, there would be no hesitation in reclaiming lives from those who carried the resources. As for how they intended to claim those lives, it was best not told. After all, none of their targets would escape once marked. Watching them leave, Stephen gazed forward and muttered to himself, "Crimson Dragon Dynasty's king, you intend to fight our great Anchor Dynasty until the bitter end? Commander, that Crimson Dragon Dynasty's king is ruthless. Even on the brink of death, he still wants to stab us," Alvis said coldly. King Basil's actions were straightforward. He wanted his descendants to use the dynasty's resources to prepare for an endless struggle against the great Anchor Dynasty. It couldn't be denied. This king was indeed ruthless, stabbing them as he breathed his last. But they seemed to underestimate them, thinking that taking these resources would protect them against the Great Anchor Dynasty. A joke. As long as the resources were still with them, the Great Anchor Dynasty's brocade-clad guards would pursue relentlessly, the Anchor Dynasty soldiers surrounding them and the enraged martial artists. The defenders couldn't help but shiver, especially the civilian martial artists. They were like cold-blooded tigers poised to pounce on helpless lambs. These eyes were unfamiliar, yet deeply chilling and hostile. The defenders felt instinctively that these civilian martial artists saw them as enemies, ready to kill them all. Hart was deeply dissatisfied. Why haven't these wretches surrendered? Do they want to die? He no longer wanted to kill them, feeling no enthusiasm for it. However, King Basil's head intrigued him greatly. Bobby, Bradford, and Eden were also gathered here, staring at King Basil. Killing the king of the Crimson Dragon Dynasty would be a great feat, but I'm not interested, so you can have the credit, Hart said, looking at the other three generals. Eden replied, though I'm interested, I don't want this credit. So, generals, whoever wishes to take the king's head, go ahead. Before Bradford could speak, Bobby interjected. My strength is formidable. Dealing with these ants would be a waste. So I'll give this honor to you, General Tadu. Bradford looked at everyone speechlessly, unsure what to say. But honestly, their strength was impressive, despite not showing their full power. Clearly, they were incredibly strong. Although he didn't know why they hid their true power, he understood they had their reasons. Since none of you want the glory, I'll take it. Smiling, Bradford walked forward, and the Great Anchor Dynasty soldiers made way for him. Reaching the steps, he gripped his weapon tightly, pointing the cold blade forward, and roared, kill. On his command, Bradford led the charge. Kill. Kill. Following him, the civilian martial artists rushed forward like wolves escaping from iron cages. Gonkai asked, how many rounds do you think General Tadu can go with the Crimson Dragon Dynasty's king? I estimate at least 300 rounds, Eden answered first. No more than 300, Bobby disagreed, shaking his head. Hashtag chapter 507. One general, one emperor. Neither of you are correct. It should not exceed 200 rounds, Hart said calmly. Huh. Upon hearing this, both men furrowed their brows and turned their gaze toward Hart. 200 rounds? Isn't that a bit excessive? Seeing the skeptical looks on their faces, Hart explained, didn't you two notice that old Tadu's cultivation has already reached the peak of martial emperor, only one step away from becoming a martial emperor? Upon hearing Hart's words, the two were instantly shaken and looked forward in unison. How could they have forgotten such an important detail? Indeed, Bradford was no longer the same as before. He possessed not only remarkable cultivation but also exceptional combat prowess. Of course, his abilities were not just due to his own efforts but also influenced by them. Were devoured by the blinding light, turning into blood mist, leaving no trace behind. Sigh. The Scarlet Dragon Dynasty soldiers were momentarily stunned, their eyes wide with horror as they felt chills run down their spines. Blood mist quickly dispersed under the rain, cascading down the steps. Charge! Charge! After exchanging glances, they had no choice but to face the enemy head-on. No matter how powerful the enemy, they dared not retreat, especially with their emperor behind them. Seeing these determined foes, Bradford didn't back down either. Tightening his grip on the sword, he slashed swiftly, the blade flashing ominously in the rain, devouring the enemies in front of him. High above, the Scarlet Dragon Dynasty Emperor Basil stood silently, his cold eyes fixed on Bradford charging at him. Though he hadn't fought Bradford personally or seen him in person, he knew of his reputation and had seen his portraits. While Basil knew little about him, he was well aware that Bradford was a formidable general of the Great Anchor Dynasty. Bradford had established many military achievements since the founding of the Great Anchor Dynasty and had participated in battles against several major capitals. Clang! Just as Bradford reached Basil, he gripped his sword tightly and struck without hesitation. Basil, equally resolute, blocked with his sword, his icy gaze never wavering. Bradford's lips curled into a slight smile as he quickly withdrew his blade and launched another swift attack. Basil responded in kind, blocking and attacking rapidly. Even in this brief exchange, Basil felt the strength of his opponent. Yet, he did not yield, even if it meant dying in battle. Seeing the swift attacks, Bradford felt a twinge of surprise, but focused fully on attacking. Meanwhile, Stephen and Alvis had arrived within the palace grounds, observing the ongoing battle. Seeing Hart and the others standing idly nearby, Stephen frowned deeply, almost tempted to kick them. Though he didn't understand why they hadn't joined the fray, their passive stance annoyed him. It seemed like they were loafing around. Seeing Stephen's arrival, especially his grim expression, Hart and the others froze, feeling rather awkward. Why aren't you three joining the battle? Stephen asked coolly. His tone was calm, yet it sent shivers down their spines. Shaken further, the three exchanged awkward smiles. After a moment, Hart replied, General, these foes are too weak. We don't want to bully them. But you can't just stand there and watch, Stephen retorted. Heh, General, though we're watching, we're keeping an eye on the battle. If any powerful foe appears, we'll strike immediately, Hart explained. They indeed were watching, but with purpose. If a truly powerful enemy appeared, they would intervene immediately. These weaker soldiers, however, weren't worth their effort on one knee. Your Majesty, General Stephen, has captured the capital of the Qilong dynasty. Their king, Basil, has been slain by General Bradford. Here is the scroll sent by General Stephen. Before the man could finish speaking, Andy, standing beside Harold, stepped forward and took the scroll from him. Quickly approaching Harold, Andy handed over the scroll. Harold did not hesitate and immediately accepted it. Skimming through the contents, Harold's face soon revealed a meaningful smile. The capitals of the 6 major dynasties had already been seized, with all kings eliminated except for the king of Chuya dynasty, Emiliano. Though there were still unclaimed territories, the kingdoms which had fought against them for nearly 2 years were now officially declared extinct. He firmly believed that any remaining enemies lacked the power to resist further, Even if they chose to fight to the death, it would ultimately be futile. Rolling up the scroll in his hand, Harold muttered to himself, I wonder if the king of Xingyue dynasty has made his decision yet? Riker's army was stationed at the border, ready to launch a surprise attack on Xingyue dynasty at any moment and completely eradicate it. To avoid unnecessary casualties and reduce conflict, he still hoped that they would surrender their weapons as soon as possible. If they chose to resist to the end, then they couldn't blame the Great Anchor dynasty for its intense attacks. Handing over the scroll to Andy, who then passed it to the guard, Harold said, Take this scroll to the Caesar. Yes, your majesty. The Imperial Guard officer respectfully acknowledged the order and then turned to leave. As soon as he left, Harold turned around and headed into the Tianqing pavilion with Andy. After walking only a few steps, Harold asked, Where are Cornelius and the others now? Cornelius and his men had already withdrawn from the territory of the foreign tribes. Of course, he had ordered their retreat since there were only 2 of them left, leaving no other choice but to pull back. Although he could have dispatched a large number of guards, it felt inappropriate, so he had ordered them to return. As for their current location, only they would know. However, the guards were in constant communication, so he could track their journey. They will reach Abyss City in another 2 days, Andy slowly replied. Is there anything new from the foreign tribes? Have they been aggressively attacking Abyss City recently? Harold inquired. He wasn't too worried about the others. He was mainly concerned about any tricks from the foreign tribes. Recently, powerful warriors from the tribes had appeared frequently, leaving him utterly bewildered. Cornelius and his men had deeply infiltrated enemy territory, but they still lacked crucial information. Though they gained a lot from minor interactions within the tribe's borders, the truly vital details remained elusive. He cared so much about the tribes because he feared they might be planning something treacherous. While he didn't mind their forces could handle the tribes, accidents could happen. The recent behavior of the tribes is peculiar. They used to attack 5 times daily, but now it's down to twice a day. Although the number of attackers is larger, it hides some inconsistencies. General Unkor feels there's something amiss, Andy said. Hearing this, Harold frowned deeply. Changing their attack frequency like this was unexpected. Regardless, the matter must be dealt with seriously to prevent any unnecessary trouble. Afterward, tell the Imperial Guards to inform General Unkor. He must closely monitor the actions of the foreign tribes and ensure they do not cross beyond Abyss City, Harold said expressionlessly. One must always be prepared. An unexpected mishap should not occur. His hope for Unkor's vigilance was to prevent any unforeseen incidents. To the human race, the foreign tribes posed a horrifying threat. An invasion into human territory would be devastating. Therefore, he needed Unkor to prepare thoroughly and oversee the tribe's movements to prevent sudden attacks. Understood. As they spoke, the two had crossed the gate of the Tianqing pavilion and proceeded inside. Through the entrance of the heaven-level secret realm, they arrived in its internal area, a place filled with the sounds of birds, fragrance, and eternal spring and autumn seasons. Stepping in and breathing in the fresh air, Harold felt a sense of ease and peace, all worries forgotten. Tidying his appearance, Harold asked, How is General Dane preparing? Can they cope quickly with what's to come? The attacks from the tribes grew more frequent and intense, threatening the northern city without backup resources. Though he didn't understand why the 3 major sects hadn't ceased fighting or joined the defense against the tribes, his Great Anchor dynasty needed to join the battle immediately once the northern city's defenses were breached. Your Majesty, General Dane reported that everything is ready. If the defenders cannot hold off the tribes, they will intervene immediately, Andy replied. Harold nodded appreciatively, satisfied with Dane's preparation. Has there been any report from our hidden guards regarding the 3 major sects' lack of support for northern city's defense? Harold asked. As he spoke, he flew into the sky towards the left front. Andy followed suit, catching up quickly. As of now, there's no news. The actions of the 3 major sects suggest they may abandon northern city and allow the tribes to enter Nanyang domain, Andy responded once he caught up. Although unclear why the sects acted this way, their behavior was extremely dangerous. If northern city fell, countless foreigners would pour into human territory with unimaginable consequences. Harold frowned, seemingly displeased. Though unaware of the sect's true intentions, it was like playing with fire. While fire can be fun, if not controlled, it would inevitably backfire. Afterward, instruct the guards within the 3 major sects to investigate the situation fully. Report any developments to me immediately, Harold said expressionlessly. Yes, Your Majesty. Chapter 509. An assassination attempt on the monarch. Soon, Harold and Andy arrived at Four Seasons City and immediately used its teleportation array to head towards the gathering place of the 5 clans. Harold was heading to the 5 clans gathering place early in the morning with a simple purpose, to hear what they wanted to tell him. Although he didn't know what the 5 old men intended to tell him, he needed to listen to their message. Honestly, he was quite curious about what those 5 old men had to say and why it was repeatedly emphasized as very important, requiring him to be present in person. Normally, as the monarch, he shouldn't have gone there. Rather, the 5 old men should come to see him. But considering some matters, he still chose to go personally. Moreover, the answers he needed were all here, and he had to witness them firsthand. I wonder what those 5 old men are thinking, Harold muttered to himself. In an instant, a flash of light enveloped him and Andy, disappearing from the teleportation platform. Meanwhile, in Amohai City, Tai watched the sand table before him coldly. Flags were planted on the sandy surface. Black represented their Great Anchor dynasty, while red stood for the coalition of the 3 major clans. Despite being continuously defeated by Tai, the 3 major clans clung on stubbornly, like mad dogs biting down on a bone. Even if killed, they wouldn't let go of the fight. Additionally, Tai couldn't understand why, with the powerful figures behind the 3 major clans having already arrived, they hadn't attacked him yet. Given that these people had been present for a long time without revealing themselves or obstructing his troops' advance, it filled him with puzzlement. He had already entrusted this matter to the Jinui, Imperial Secret Police, and the secret guards to investigate what the 3 major clans were up to, but no news had come through yet. While Tai was lost in deep thought, guessing, or even imagining what the enemy might be planning, a Americ, his military advisor, approached him step by step. Seeing Tai's puzzled expression, Americ smiled faintly and asked, "General, what is troubling you? Is it because of the powerful figures behind the three major clans?" "Advisor, indeed, the powerful figures behind the three major clans worry me. Since they've arrived, why haven't they attacked us, nor blocked our advance?" Tai nodded slightly in response. "Indeed, General. The actions of the powerful figures behind the three major clans are truly baffling." Americ nodded in agreement. He had been here for some time and witnessed Tai's strength. Though aware of the heavy cost this approach would incur, they had no other choice. If the Jinui couldn't uncover the goals of the powerful figures, they had to force their hand. Only under a devastating attack would the hidden powers act prematurely, revealing their intentions. "It seems we have no other option," Americ agreed. Just as they were talking, a Jinui member suddenly appeared, his face tense, signaling significant news. "Greetings, General." The Jinui agent saluted respectfully. "What is it?" Tai inquired softly. "Inform the General. Our spies inside the three major clans reported that the powerful figures behind them have left the clans. Their destination is the capital city of our great Anchor dynasty, where they plan to assassinate our monarch," the Jinui agent stated gravely. Both Tai and Americ turned pale, their eyes fixed on each other. "Is the information reliable?" Americ asked, expressionless. "Yes, absolutely reliable," the Jinui agent confirmed. Confirming the accuracy of the information darkened their expressions further, their brows bristling with murderous intent. They never imagined the enemy would play such a card. The powerful figures behind the three major clans proved ruthless and deadly. If unable to withstand the onslaught of thousands, they aimed to eliminate the monarch, leaving them leaderless and vulnerable. Should the dynasty lose its monarch, it would shake its foundation. The consequences will be, since these people dared to harm our sovereign, we will eradicate them entirely. The Anchor dynasty, Tianji secret realm. Fergus had already entered the territory of the five clans and made his way into the main hall. Presently, everyone was seated around a round table, with Fergus sitting at the head, Andy standing upright behind him. Looking at the five elders before him, Fergus asked directly, "Tell me, why have you summoned me here? Or perhaps, what are you planning to tell me?" The five exchanged glances, and Dustin, the chieftain of the White Tiger clan, stepped forward. "Your Majesty, we urgently summoned you here because there is something crucial we have been pondering for a long time. Please forgive us if this has caused any inconvenience." "Very well, no harm done." Fergus waved his hand lightly. Although he didn't know their intent, they must have considered it important enough to call him here. After all, these five elders rarely sought him out, so it must be significant. Relieved by the king's understanding, the five became more composed. Dustin continued, "Your Majesty, you must have noticed some peculiarities about this Tianji secret realm, haven't you?" "Yes, I've noticed something strange, but I'm still not clear on what exactly it is," Fergus nodded slightly. Indeed, Fergus had long detected some oddities about the Tianji secret realm, but they were elusive, filling his mind with confusion and uncertainty. Especially when Xylan, once a black dragon, clearly told him that this place wasn't ordinary. A Tianji secret realm usually doesn't contain members of the dragon clan, even if they were hybrid Jiaolong. It was impossible. Yet Xylan was present here, and had existed for a very long time. Hearing this, Sol, the chieftain of the ironclad giant rhino clan, spoke up, "Your Majesty, this Tianji secret realm is actually a fragment of the Holy Realm, one that separated and spontaneously formed into this realm." Holy Realm? Upon hearing those two simple words, Fergus felt utterly bewildered, looking perplexed at the group. Despite the simplicity of the term, he sensed its significance. It seemed to represent something profound. Judging by the yearning gazes of the five elders, this place appeared vital and much desired by them. "By Chieftain, can you explain what this Holy Realm is?" Fergus asked softly. "I sense you hold deep admiration for it." "Your Majesty," Dustin replied, "the Holy Realm is a vast secret world filled with abundant cultivation resources and powerful beasts, including legendary divine-level creatures. According to our clan records, long ago, the Tianji secret realm was part of the Holy Realm, but after intense battles among divine-level powerhouses, it resulted in several fragments of the Holy Realm." Tadian Zhaofeng, the chieftain of the Netherworld Wolf clan, added, "We originally intended to inform you, Your Majesty, but given your dynasty's relatively weak strength, we chose to withhold this information until your dynasty grew stronger." Cleveland, the chieftain of the Flying Spirit Eagle clan, explained. Understanding dawned on Fergus as he listened to their account. Now he knew the origin of the Tianji secret realm. Still, he couldn't help but be curious about the Holy Realm. Not just curious, he was extremely curious about this mystical world where even divine-level beings could exist. Through their narration, he grasped that the Holy Realm was a place of immense significance, with cultivation resources so abundant that they could attract divine-level powerhouses. "Where is this Holy Realm now?" Fergus inquired curiously. "Our ancestors' records don't specify where the Holy Realm is located, but they do mention the entrance," Dustin responded slowly. "Where is the entrance?" Fergus's eyes brightened, slightly excited despite his initial disappointment. "In the Kunlun domain, within the Sky Palace," Todu Sol answered. "The Sky Palace?" Fergus frowned, puzzled. "Is the Sky Palace a power block?" "Our ancestral records state that the Sky Palace isn't a power block, but rather a palace floating high in the sky. It contains numerous cultivation techniques, martial skills, and forbidden secret arts available only to those who are fated to find them," Cleveland explained. "Doesn't anyone try to seize the cultivation techniques, martial skills, and forbidden secret arts within the palace?" Fergus asked, confused. "Your Majesty," Russell interjected, "the Sky Palace has 13 guardians whose strength is unparalleled. They are a force that none in the Kunlun domain dare provoke, so no one dares to steal from inside." "Guardians?" Fergus asked curiously. "How powerful are these 13 guardians?" "No one knows their exact strength," Sol responded. "However, our ancestral records indicate that these 13 guardians have existed for a very long time. Not only do they protect the Sky Palace, but they also manage the entrance to the Holy Realm. The records regarding the Holy Realm left by their ancestors were sparse, offering only a general description. Seeing Fergus's half-believing expression, Dustin pulled out a heavy book from his robe and handed it over. Examining the non-human script, Fergus looked puzzled and asked, "This ancient book, was it really left behind by your ancestors?" Chapter 511. The Elder's Visit. Your Majesty is correct. This book is indeed an ancient text left by our ancestors, recording the Holy Realm. However, the script on it is from the ancient times, and we can only roughly translate some of it, Dustin said with a wry smile. Though this item was left by their ancestors, the content within is described using ancient characters, making it very difficult for them to fully translate. Even though the characters are created by their ancestors, changes over time have altered the writing style, creating differences between the ancient and modern versions. Upon hearing these words, Harold felt an unusual expression on his face, internally speechless, completely baffled by the situation. However, what is certain is that while the content in the ancient text is crucial, Dustin and his people find it challenging to translate. Shaking his head lightly, Harold opened the ancient text, revealing its contents before his eyes. Looking at the tadpole-like characters, Harold's face turned increasingly darker, feeling like he wanted to give up. It wasn't that he didn't want to understand the script, but rather that the content was not something human civilization had used, making it incomprehensible. System, can you translate these characters into the human language? Harold silently thought. Ding. Yes, but it requires consuming a certain amount of reincarnation power. Hearing this, Harold's eyes lit up, realizing the system could still be relied upon. But how much reincarnation power would it consume? Without hesitation or consideration for the cost, Harold mentally ordered, "System, immediately use reincarnation power to translate the text in this ancient book." Ding. Consuming 10 million units of reincarnation power. Translation starting now. The mechanical voice of the system echoed. Just as Harold was confused about the specifics of the translation, he heard the system announce the consumption of 10 million units of reincarnation power, which made him feel as if his heart was bleeding. 10 million units of reincarnation power were not trivial. Despite the pain in his heart, he could see with his naked eyes that the content of the ancient book before him transformed into readable human script. Seeing this, Harold was elated and carefully examined the translated content, ensuring he didn't miss anything. The 5 people observing Harold closely watched as he scrutinized the book, filled with doubt. Could it be that Harold really understood those characters? Even Andy, standing behind him, looked bewildered at the king who seemed engrossed in the book whose characters he couldn't understand at all. Seeing the king's actions, Andy was puzzled. Could it be that the king actually understood the text? After 2 incense sticks burned down, Harold finished reading half of the ancient text, feeling that he had gained a lot, especially regarding the Holy Realm. No one knew where the Holy Realm or the Sky Palace came from, nor why they appeared on this continent. But the Holy Realm was rich in resources, possessing treasures that could help even mighty figures break through to the Divine Realm and restore youthful appearances in a single night. Within it, there was nothing you could imagine that didn't exist, but alongside the treasures, there were deadly dangers lurking. Even Divine Realm powerhouses could perish within the Holy Realm with just a slight misstep. According to the ancient text, more than 1,000 Divine Realm powerhouses had vanished inside the Holy Realm, possibly many more. What perplexed Harold most was that the Holy Realm was not only open to humans, but also to demons. The ancient text did not explain why it was open to demons. Finally, unable to contain his curiosity, Dustin asked, "Your Majesty, can you read the entire content of this ancient book?" "More or less," Harold replied with a smile. Immediately after speaking, he closed the book. "Can I borrow this for a moment? Once I finish reading, I will have the content translated entirely and then show it to you." Harold glanced at the others and said calmly. Outside the capital city of the Great Anchor Dynasty, the Southern Gate, an elder dressed in gray cloth and carrying a gourd wine flask looked up at the immense and majestic city before him, feeling astonished. Long ago, he had heard of a vast empire established on this land. A dynasty not only powerful but also constantly expanding its borders through wars. In less than a decade, it had become the dominant force in Nanyang domain and harbored ambitions to swallow the entire domain. Swallowing another mouthful of bitter wine, the elder was a terrifying powerhouse. Gerald was slightly taken aback, but smiled and asked, "Minister Tadeo, why do you ask? Could it be that you think I am a terrifying powerhouse? I'm merely curious. If Elder doesn't wish to tell me, I won't press further," Hiroshi replied. Although Gerald didn't respond, Hiroshi was well aware that the Elder's strength far exceeded their own realms. As for what realm the Elder belonged to, that remained unknown to everyone except himself. Though Gerald seemed like an ordinary person, Hiroshi could clearly sense his terrifying power. Chapter 512. The Boy Who Loves Pulling Beards. Grandpa Tadu. Seeing the long-lost relative appear before her, Christie's whole body trembled. Without a second thought, she hugged him tightly, tears streaming down the corners of her eyes. She never imagined that Grandpa Tadu, whom she had silently mourned in her heart, would actually come here at this moment and even enter the imperial palace of the Great Anchor Dynasty. Looking at the girl in his arms, Gerald smiled slightly, nodding gently with his right hand, lightly touching her head. "Girl, it's been years since we last met. How have you been?" Years ago when they parted ways, he never saw her again. Even now, he still vividly remembered the battle he had with a mysterious powerhouse to ensure her safe departure. Despite successfully covering her escape, he hadn't seen her since. But he firmly believed that Christie would be blessed by heaven and nothing bad would happen to her. What he never dreamed of was that after years apart, Christie had become the fragrant consort of the Great Anchor Dynasty. "Yes, Christie has been doing very well, but I miss Grandpa Tadu ever since we parted." Pulling away from his embrace, Christie wiped away her tears, shaking her head softly. Since she lost contact with Gerald, she had not seen him again. Although she tried to find him, living in the imperial palace and everyone only obeying the emperor's orders left her no choice but to abandon such thoughts. If it weren't for Harold proposing, under Christie's introduction, Gerald looked at Camilla respectfully and greeted softly, Gerald pays respects to your highness. Senior, there's no need for formalities. If you don't mind, I will follow Sister Christie and call you Grandpa Tadu. Camilla smiled. Very well. Gerald responded softly. While everyone was chatting, Harold, Gregor also arrived with Evertingsnow and Everengshuin, accompanied by Gerald and Xylan. Upon arrival, Evertingsnow immediately reached out to her mother, as if asking for a hug. After a soft smile, Christie picked up her daughter into her arms, making Evertingsnow laugh even more happily once she was in her mother's embrace. Seeing this, Gerald's eyes widened in shock as he gazed at the girl who looked almost identical to Christie. His heart couldn't help but feel astonished. Girl, is this your daughter? Yes. Christie nodded gently, then continued, this is my daughter, Evertingsnow, and this is my son, Everengshuin. While introducing her daughter, she didn't forget to introduce her son Everengshuin, who was being held by Gregor. Everengshuin looked at the old man with curious eyes, staring intently at him. Twins? Gerald was inwardly surprised. Yes. Christie nodded, then turned her gaze to her daughter and asked, Ching Snow, do you want Grandpa to hold you? Upon hearing her mother's question, Evertingsnow looked curiously at her mother, then at Gerald, but finally back at her mother before shaking her head vigorously. Seeing her daughter's actions, Christie couldn't help but laugh inwardly, finding it amusing how timid her daughter could be around strangers. Gerald saw the little girl's reaction and felt like he was looking at a young Christie, as both were very shy when they were young. Grandpa, my brother wants you to hold him, Gregor suddenly said. His father Harold had mentioned earlier that Christie's grandfather was his own grandfather, just an ancestral one. Despite feeling puzzled, he followed his father's words. Turning his gaze, Gerald saw Everengshuin in Gregor's arms, stretching his hands as if inviting a hug. Seeing that the boy was unafraid, he felt a bit astonished. Could this kid really be extraordinary? Being scared, Everengshuin smiled, waving his hands towards Gerald as if saying he wanted to pull again. Seeing the mischievous boy who had pulled his beard, Gerald couldn't help but laugh awkwardly, feeling shocked by the child's strength. That he could pull out his beard with bare hands was proof of extraordinary potential and innate talent. Touching his chin, Gerald laughed nonchalantly. It's okay. But this boy sure has some strength, managing to pull out my beard instantly. Grandpa Tadu, this isn't something minor. If he keeps doing this, he'll surely pull out all your beard, Christie emphasized. Because they had inborn sovereign bodies, her two children possessed immense strength. Being in their infancy, they had yet to fully control their power. Plus, their current strength hadn't fully manifested, so they hadn't reached their peak yet. Still, even now, their inherent strength was formidable. If Grandpa Tadu allowed him to keep pulling, he'd definitely lose all his beard. Ha! Gerald smiled. Don't worry. Next time I'll be more careful and won't let him pull my beard. Hashtag chapter 513. Gerald shocked. Once again holding Everengshuin in his arms, Gerald extended his left hand to pinch the little boy's cheeks and smiled warmly, saying, Tadiato one. Are you happy? Why are you staring at them so intently? Christie asked with a smile. Girl, aren't they humans? Gerald remarked. Upon hearing this, Christie immediately trembled all over, looking amusingly at Gerald before her. She wanted very much to tell him that Gerald and Xylan were not human at all, but Harold had warned her never to reveal their true identities as dragons to anyone, not even her closest family members. Noticing her silence, Gerald became more convinced they were not human. It seemed Christie was deliberately withholding information from him. Although he did not know why she was hiding it, given her reluctance, it must be because their identity was particularly special, making it necessary for her to keep it hidden. They are dragonkind. Just as Christie was about to remain silent, Harold's voice slowly echoed, much to Gerald's disappointment. Everyone's hearts lifted as they saw Harold walking towards them, especially Christie and Camilla, whose faces revealed mysterious smiles. Approaching the group, Harold smiled. Elder, I originally planned to send someone to greet you, but I didn't expect you to arrive already. The Imperial Guards informed him upon his return from the heavenly secret realm that Gerald had arrived and come to the Yulan Palace. Without further ado, he rushed here swiftly. According to the Northern City's intelligence from the Imperial Guards, Gerald wasn't there, and no one knew his whereabouts. However, he belonged to the Dragon Clan. Is what you said true? Elder, you need to witness it yourself, Harold said with a smile, turning to look at Gerald and Xylan. Release your dragon auras, but do not go overboard, understood? Yes. They exchanged glances and responded in unison. As soon as they agreed, they took deep breaths and unleashed their auras. Feeling the auras emanating from them, Gerald was greatly startled, looking incredulously at the two figures before him. Dragonkind. Both were indeed dragonkind. The taller and seemingly older one was a divine-grade beast, a terrifying sight he witnessed firsthand. The younger one, although weaker, possessed a far greater threat than the divine-grade dragon member. He wondered how Harold managed to acquire these two dragonkind members, and most importantly, they appear to have only recently become adults. To possess such terrifying power even before reaching adulthood meant that once fully grown, they could destroy heavens and earth and become dominant forces on the continent. The Daxia Empire having two such formidable powers would almost certainly make it the next supreme dynasty. Thinking of his granddaughter marrying the emperor of such a mighty dynasty stirred great excitement within him, leaving him unsure if this was reality or just a dream. Watching Gerald's shocked expression, Harold smiled and said, You too. Withdraw your auras. Yes. Without delay, they quickly retracted their auras upon hearing Harold's command. After the two withdrew their auras, Harold continued, Christo, take your siblings to play somewhere else. I need to speak with grandfather. Oh. Though he wished to ask why, he followed his brother's instruction and took the children aside. Waiting for everyone to leave, Harold invited Gerald and the others to sit down at a nearby pavilion for discussion. Chapter 514. Spirit Shadow Stone. Senior. Before ever it could continue, Gerald interrupted. Don't call me senior all the time. It creates a distance between us. From now on, you can just address me as Grandpa to do like other kids do. Don't think I'm taking advantage of you. It's just how I like to be addressed. Everett looked embarrassed but eventually nodded helplessly and said, all right. Gerald nodded gently with a look of satisfaction. He seemed very pleased. If his guess was correct, the Great Anchor Dynasty, soon possessing 2 dragon clans, would certainly become an imperial power. Once the Great Anchor Dynasty rose as an imperial power, this continent's resources would be redistributed. Although he didn't know what would happen next for the Great Anchor Dynasty, one thing was certain. A formidable imperial power was rapidly rising. Gerald spoke calmly. Speak up. Why did you have Tadiato girl send an urgent rescue message to find me? When he received the emergency signal from his disciple and saw Christie's name in the letter, he had been quite alarmed and wished he could have rushed to her side immediately. Fortunately, the letter explained that Christie was unharmed and not under any lethal threat. This reassured him greatly. Especially when he learned Christie asked his disciple to send an emergency rescue because of Everett, he was extremely displeased. He almost wished to eliminate this troublemaker. Seeing Everett's questioning gaze, he sighed internally. Grandpa to do. I called you so urgently, actually for nothing significant. I just wanted to ask how to contact Alia who is in Kunlun domain. Everett smiled slightly. Yanan? Why do you need to find that girl? You're not planning to get her pregnant too, are you? Gerald squinted, fixing Everett with a piercing gaze. Everett's face tensed in shock, staring at Gerald in disbelief. What a rogue this old man really is. Christie and Camila felt awkward and speechless watching this elderly man. Grandpa to do, Christie pouted, clearly irritated. She never imagined he would be so improper. Normally, he only drank or wandered around enjoying himself, never expecting such crude remarks. Ha ha ha, Gerald waved his hand dismissively. Just joking, just joking. After smiling, he asked again. Why do you want to find that girl? To inquire about my sister's whereabouts. Everett answered directly. Looking for your sister? Why would she go to the Kunlun domain? Gerald looked puzzled, filled with confusion. He couldn't understand why Everett's sister would go to such a place. While the Kunlun domain teemed with talent and countless cultivation holy lands, with various miraculous resources envied by many, it was also perilous. Even the most talented could meet their demise there if they weren't careful. It's a long story, but for clarity, let me explain why my sister went to Kunlun U. Sitting on the stone bench, Gerald listened silently, understanding why Everett's sister went to the Kunlun domain. He knew not only that Everett's sister was in the Kunlun domain, but also that she was in grave danger, risking her life at any moment. The reason Everett desperately wanted to know his sister's location was to bring her back safely. Why don't you seek Fengshan auction houses help to contact Alia in Kunlun domain? Gerald questioned. Because of her. Everett glanced at Christie. Upon hearing this, Gerald instantly understood. If anyone else, it might be fine, but Christie's identity was too sensitive. If her appearance were revealed, it would surely draw those who sought to kill her. Staying within the palace was her best protection. You've done well, Gerald remarked approvingly. Although I can't contact Alia, I can reach out to my old friend Brecken. I believe he can handle this matter. He referred to the elder beside Alia, his old friend. They were best friends and companions in their youth, traveling and training together, improving their strength. Though years had passed, they still kept in touch. If either faced danger, the other would arrive as quickly as possible. Then please Grandpa to do, Everett said gratefully. If he could contact Brecken, then Alia, and finally learn his sister's whereabouts, he would make sure to exact heavy retribution on those responsible for erasing her existence. Gerald smiled and nodded lightly. Then, from his pocket, he took out an oval stone, completely milky white with mysterious runes etched on its surface. Staring at the strange stone, Everett felt utterly curious. He had seen stones used for transmitting messages before, but this one was entirely new to him. Gerald, is this not a transmission stone? Everett asked. No, this is a projection-dedicated stone. It's called Spirit Shadow Stone and can be used for projected conversation, Gerald replied. Upon hearing this, Everett's eyes lit up. He stared intently at the milky white stone, as if discovering new territory. A stone that enabled projected conversations. If widely distributed among his army, it would be incredibly advantageous. Grandpa to do, may I ask how these stones are made? Everett queried. If he could learn the method, he would mass-produce them for each officer, even for the Imperial Guards. These stones can't be made. They occur naturally, Gerald replied, glancing at the stone in his hand. Raising his head, he asked Everett, so, you want these Spirit Shadow Stones? Hashtag chapter 515. Old bachelor? Old madman? Pretty much. Fergus did not deny it, but replied straightforwardly. This kind of thing is not easy to find. If you really want it, you can only look for it in underground mountain springs, Gerald said indifferently. Spirit projection stones originate from underground mountain springs. They are formed when peculiar stones are smoothed by the flowing spring water over time. Under normal circumstances, these stones cannot be used for projection communication. However, if special inscriptions are carved onto them, they certainly can. Of course, not just anyone can randomly carve these special inscriptions, nor can all array masters do so. To carve this inscription, an array master must thoroughly understand its design and ensure that 2 or more spirit projection stones remain connected. Moreover, to make the spirit projection stones connect with each other, all the stones must be engraved by the same array master. Other array masters cannot establish this connection. Underground mountain springs? Fergus's eyebrows furrowed slightly, mumbling to himself, I remember ancient texts of the beast race mention several underground mountain springs within. Gerald channeled spiritual energy into the spirit projection stone, activating the engraved inscription. Accompanied by flashes of light, everyone watched intently, curious about what would happen next. Once the spiritual energy was fully transferred, Gerald placed the stone on the round table before them. Suddenly, a figure projected from the side. A person appeared in front of them. It was none other than Brecken. Upon appearing suddenly, Brecken looked around at the familiar faces and was visibly surprised. Focusing on his old friend Gerald, he asked in confusion, "Old bachelor, why have you summoned me?" Fergus, Vicky, Christy, Ainsworth's Yin, Gerald. While Gerald remained calm, everyone else was taken aback, their mouths agape and eyes wide in disbelief. An old bachelor? Are these two elders really this unorthodox? Gerald was unperturbed and responded lightly, "Underwear madman, after so long, you're still the same." Hearing this again, Fergus and the others' faces darkened. These two old fellows were too outrageous. One was called an old bachelor, the other an underwear madman. Without hesitation, Brecken retorted, "To hell with you. You're the underwear madman, and so is your entire family." Thinking about the bastard dredging up old matters, especially in front of so many people, he nearly kicked him. No good deed goes unpunished. The scoundrel even spread his bad deeds far and wide. Wasn't he deliberately ruining his reputation? Although he might have been like that in the past, he had changed. He had already abandoned such habits. Haha. Laughing loudly, Gerald continued, "Let's not dwell on useless past events. Let's talk business. Now, tell me why you've come and are with them," Brecken asked, looking at Fergus and company, feeling surprised. Though he knew Gerald would come to the great Anchor dynasty for Christie, he didn't expect. Feeling the gaze, Fergus merely laughed awkwardly, unable to respond. If he told this elder he had married Christie, unimaginable consequences would follow. This matter is complicated. "Let's first talk business, and then I'll explain," Gerald said calmly. "So, what is it you're here for?" Brecken asked. Gerald remained silent and gestured towards Fergus with a nod, indicating he should continue. Understanding the gesture, Fergus looked at the projected Brecken and said, "Senior to-do, I apologize for summoning you abruptly. I have some matters to ask of you. Please forgive any offense caused. You don't need to be so polite. What brings you to seek me, and through this old man?" Brecken asked curiously. Fergus had not gone through the Fengshan auction house to find him, but instead reached out through Christie via Gerald, which filled him with curiosity. Seeing Brecken's direct approach, Fergus didn't mince words and replied, "I am hoping Senior can help inquire with Miss Arnie if she has found any clues about my sister's whereabouts. And why are the people from the Hanshua Holy Land erasing all traces of her, even the smallest hint of news?" Hearing this, Brecken's eyes narrowed sharply, fixing on Fergus. He couldn't believe Fergus had extended his reach into the powerful cultivation Holy Land, the Hanshua Holy Land, without hesitation. Noticing Brecken's silence, Fergus felt uneasy. It seemed Brecken knew something but was unwilling to reveal it. "Senior to-do, please tell me what's going on," Fergus asked expressionlessly. Chapter 516, Primal Chaos Bone. "Well, anyway, you will find out sooner or later. It's better to let you know in advance and prepare yourself mentally," Brecken sighed inwardly. He had intended to keep this secret a little longer before telling Harold, but he hadn't expected the other party to have already reached into the Kunlun domain. Not only that, from the other party's tone, it seemed they had already infiltrated the Hanshua sacred land. Though he didn't know where Harold's courage and resolve came from, his actions genuinely made him marvel. Seeing that Brecken seemed to know the answer, Harold's face did not show any joy. Instead, it was dark and grim. It turned out that Brecken and even Alia knew what had happened to his sister, but hadn't told him, as if deliberately hiding it from him. Looking at the extremely grim-faced Harold with the glint of killing intent between his brows, Brecken felt a bitter smile within his heart. The silent beast had been provoked, its anger about to destroy everything. Your sister possesses an extremely rare primal chaos bone. Any possessor of a primal chaos bone, as long as they don't perish, has the chance to ascend to divinity within 100 years. Hearing Brecken's words, Harold's face darkened further, and a murderous aura rolled off him. At this moment, Harold resembled an awakened prehistoric beast, ready to tear apart anyone standing before him. Feeling the rage emanating from him, Christie and the others instantly understood how furious and vengeful Harold was on behalf of his sister. Through Brecken's account, everyone present learned of what had happened to Anna in the Kunlun Jade, and why her identity had been erased, and she was now being pursued. People within the Hanshua sacred land coveted her primal chaos bone and seized it when she was 10 years old. However, they never expected that Anna's master was not someone to be trifled with. Upon discovering what happened, was alarmed. Brecken even tried to dissuade him, saying, "Young friend, please don't act rashly. Based on your kingdom's current strength, it is inadequate to challenge a vast power like Hanshua sacred land. Rashness will lead to grave consequences and may endanger your kingdom. Your Majesty, old Ghost to do is right. You indeed shouldn't act rashly. Your kingdom is still developing and can't afford to provoke such a large force. Otherwise, there will be dire consequences," Gerald echoed. Harold's dynasty might become a formidable imperial power in the future, but currently, it was too weak to contend with the vast sacred lands. Given enough time, it would surely grow stronger and possibly become the most powerful among all empires. His advice stemmed not only from seeing Harold's potential, but also for Christie's sake. "My intentions are firm. Please do not dissuade me. If I've decided on this course, I believe I have sufficient power to deal with Hanshua sacred land," Harold said expressionlessly. As time passed, dusk fell, casting a bloody red sunset over the earth. In the pavilion, Harold and his company continued discussing matters, no longer about his sister, but trivial affairs. Mid-conversation, an imperial guard rushed in and knelt on one knee. "Your Majesty, after deliberation, Emperor Brantley of Star Moon Dynasty has decided to surrender to our great Anchor Dynasty. This is passing it to Andy," Harold whispered. "Lord Hyder, take this letter of surrender to Hiroshi and inform them to dispatch governors to take over the regions of the Star Moon Dynasty immediately." Chapter 517, Tadeo Onewin's arrival. 3 days later, Clayton rushed to the palace and headed straight toward the Magnolia Palace. Since his wedding was imminent, Harold had specially permitted him access to the palace on 2 conditions. He must not bring anyone with him and must not wander around recklessly. If caught, the consequences would be severe. However, Clayton took Harold's words to heart. Upon arriving at the Magnolia Palace, Clayton greeted the two consorts and then approached Addie, who was playing with his younger siblings nearby. Seeing Clayton appear, Addie remarked coolly, "Louis Jia, why are you here? Shouldn't you be preparing for your wedding?" "I came to see you because I have some good news," Clayton replied with a mysterious smile. "Louis Jia, if you have something to say, just say it directly. Don't beat around the bush. And don't tell me you forgot how to prepare for a wedding," Addie responded, feeling quite frustrated. Inwardly, he thought Clayton, like his great-grandfather, always liked to be indirect, which made him very speechless. Yet, he was genuinely curious about what Clayton could be up to, as he should be preparing for his wedding. Harold, standing nearby, looked equally puzzled at Clayton and asked, "Cousin, why aren't you at the Marquis of Free and Easy Manor preparing for your wedding? Why did you come here?" "Of course, I'm here to find Callahan for something important," Clayton said with a slight smile. "Well, then tell us, why did you come looking for Callahan? Or do you have good news for him?" Harold urged. Looking at everyone's curious eyes, Clayton focused on Addie and said, "Callahan, remember One, whom you've missed so much? She is now at your uncle's mansion." "Ah." Shocked for a moment, Addie's eyes lit up in excitement. "Louis Jia, are you serious? Is cousin One really here?" "Of course. Do you think I'd lie to you? If One hadn't arrived, why would I suddenly come to the palace to tell you?" Clayton nodded lightly. Tadeo One, the daughter of his cousin, was adored by their grandfather. Additionally, Addie seemed to be fond of Tadeo One, but no one knew if she felt the same about him. The urgency of Clayton's visit was simply to inform Addie that Tadeo One had arrived. Of course, attending his wedding were not only Tadeo One, but also many elders from his clan. They had just arrived. As for his parents, they had come early to help him prepare for the wedding. "Louis Jia, wait for me." Before Clayton could understand what Addie was doing, he saw him walking towards his mother nearby. Ignoring Addie for the moment, Clayton turned his gaze to the two children in front of him. Spotting Ever Tinksnow, he picked her up and kissed her cheek hard. "Chinksnow, are you happy to see Louis Jia?" Seeing Clayton kissing her, Ever Tinksnow's face showed disgust, wiping her face vigorously with her small hands. "Ha." Everyone burst into laughter at Ever Tinksnow's reaction, watching this scene in disbelief. None of them expected Ever Tinksnow to be repulsed by Clayton's kiss. "But, little girl, does Louis Jia's kiss disgust you so much?" Clayton pinched Ever Tinksnow's cheek, feeling a bit speechless. Today, the girl's actions were unusually strange, and no one understood what she was up to. Ever Tinksnow didn't care much, her clear eyes looking at him with innocence that was almost mesmerizing. Soon after, Addie left the palace with Clayton and headed to the Marquis of Free and Easy Manor. Upon arriving at the manor, Addie did not rush to meet Tadeo One. Instead, he first met Clayton's parents, Tadeo Jiangyang and Todd Yuling. Greeting the elegant middle-aged couple with respect, Addie softly called, "Grandpa, Doris. Callahan, my good grandson, you've grown even more over this period. In a few years, you'll be an adult." Todd Yuling smiled warmly, pinching his cheek. Although they had been there for some time preparing for Tessa's wedding, they hadn't seen Addie until then, except for his mother. Hee. Addie chuckled, saying, "Doris, I'm still far from being an adult. But Doris, you look even younger." "Ha." Todd Yuling laughed gently, feeling extremely pleased. "You little rascal has such a sweet mouth. When you grow up, you'll definitely charm countless girls." Despite the passing of time, though she no longer possessed her youthful beauty, hearing such compliments still made her heart feel light. It was undeniable that this little rascal had a sweet mouth, although he wasn't as domineering as his father. After chatting for a while with Tadeo Jiangyang and his wife, Addie went to a beautifully designed courtyard. There, he spotted a slender young girl practicing swordsmanship. He was immediately captivated by her elegance. The girl appeared to be around 14 or 15 years old, petite yet graceful, with willow-like eyebrows, bright starry eyes, and skin as white as jade. Holding a sword that emitted a faint stardust glow, her swordsmanship was breathtakingly exquisite, the sword chi swirling around her, dancing like a fairy. Watching her practice, Addie found himself thoroughly entranced by every move she made. Despite the girl not being Tadeo One, he was still deeply attracted to her grace and beauty. Suddenly, the girl sensed someone watching her and stopped mid-practice. Looking over, she saw Addie standing right in front of her, standing straight and still. Upon seeing him, she dropped her sword, her expression transforming into one of utter infatuation, as if bewitched by a potent love potion. "Tadiodal cousin." Bang. Before Addie could react, she sprinted toward him and tackled him to the ground, clinging onto him tightly like an octopus, showering him with kisses on the air mattress. Ming, stop." Feeling the girl fervently kissing him, Addie quickly tried to push her away, struggling against her relentless embrace, but she clung to him tenaciously, like an adhesive patch. Chapter 518. This cousin has issues. Despite Addie's frenzied attempts to push her away, the woman in his arms clung tightly, wrapping herself around him with a crazed expression. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake her off. Especially when she started kissing him like a madwoman, it filled him with disdain. He wished he could kick her far away early in the morning. The woman in his arms was Tadeo One's older sister, Vicky. Despite her alluring figure and mature beauty, for some unknown reason, every time she saw him, she would rush over to kiss him, clinging onto him stubbornly. Addie still remembered clearly that she had once spied on him while he was bathing and even, "Cousin, I missed you so much." Speaking these words, Vicky kissed him fiercely without a moment's hesitation or any sense of shame. Seeing her kiss without a second thought, Addie didn't hesitate to stretch out his right hand to press against her face, stopping her actions as quickly as possible. Although he didn't know why Vicky had come here, he now regretted coming and just wanted to leave as fast as possible. Besides, he was frustrated that Clayton hadn't told him Vicky would be here. Didn't he know that Addie was extremely afraid of her? "Sister, how can you treat your cousin this way? If Father and Rena find out you acted this way towards him, they will surely scold you." A clear voice rang out. Hearing this, Addy lifted his head abruptly. He saw a beautifully refined girl with delicate, pale hands, jet black hair slightly coiled, an exquisite and flawless figure walking toward them step by step. The moment he saw this girl, Addy's eyes lit up, gazing at her as if enchanted. This girl, who resembled Vicky, was none other than her younger sister, Tadeo Onwin. Although they looked somewhat alike, they weren't twins, just 1 year apart, making them look similar. Seeing the girl he liked before him, Addy became intensely nervous, wanting to speak but unsure what to say. Vicky, noticing her sister's arrival, paid no heed and struggled to break free from Addy's grip, preparing to kiss him again. Seeing her still acting crazily, Addy hurriedly said, "Cousin Ming Ming, please get off me. Your behavior makes me very uncomfortable." Such antics in front of the girl he liked would only drive a wedge between them. He did not want her to see him like this. "Don't." Vicky shook her head firmly, clutching tighter, refusing to let go. Seeing this, Addy felt utterly hopeless, wishing he had never come here and allowed himself to be ensnared by her. Now, having been caught and clinging to him so closely in front of the girl he liked, he felt incredibly awkward and desperately wanted to escape her embrace. Unable to bear seeing her sister entangle Addy, Tadeo Onwin, with a straight face, warned, "Sister, if you don't get off your cousin, I'll tell Father and Rena right now." Hearing this, Vicky instantly turned pale and hurriedly got off him, standing to the side with a reluctant expression. Even from afar, her gaze remained locked on him like a famished she-wolf, ready to pounce at any moment. Feeling her gaze, Addy only wanted to turn and run, but driven by inner turmoil, he stayed silent in place. As soon as he stood up, he smiled at Tadeo Onwin, saying, "Cousin Onwin. Christo, why haven't I seen Callahan?" At sunset, as Harold emerged from the Imperial study, he noticed Harold, Gerald, and Xylan, yet strangely, his close confidant Addy was nowhere to be seen, which puzzled him. Normally, his comrade Addy should have been with these three rascals, but today he wasn't there. Callahan heard that Onwin had arrived from his aunt's place, and then insisted on leaving the palace with her uncle to go to Prince Free's residence, Harold said with a wry smile. "Come out of the Imperial study. Dinner?" Harold furrowed his brow slightly but then smiled. "Since you're all having dinner, I'll join you. I'm a bit hungry too." "Ah." The three were startled, looking at Harold with mouths agape and swallowing hard. With him around, even the finest dishes would taste bland. "What? Ah." Harold narrowed his eyes, his face turning cold. "Do you dislike eating with me? Or am I disrupting your meal?" "No, absolutely not." They hastily shook their heads. Even if they admitted to disliking it, Harold would ignore them. Hendrik or Thermore, such remarks would anger him. Then proceed to the Imperial kitchen for dinner. With that, Harold turned around, adding, "Don't worry, I won't restrict your meals." Chapter 519. Accepting the surrender. Eunuch Hyder, you go personally to inform the Imperial kitchen and have them prepare dinner immediately. I shall dine there with Lord Free and Easy, Harold said calmly. Since they were going to eat, naturally, they needed to have the meal prepared beforehand. Moreover, it took time to reach the Imperial kitchen from here. It was best for the kitchen staff to prepare the dishes in advance. Being able to eat as soon as they arrived at the Imperial kitchen would be the most ideal situation for both him and the chefs. Besides, those few around him were real foodies. Preparing the meals ahead of time was purely for their benefit. Honestly, he was quite frustrated and couldn't understand why these guys could eat like bottomless pits. Gerald and Xylan were understandable, being dragons who not only loved collecting treasures, but also enjoyed eating. Dragons had an insatiable appetite, but his niece Tessa and younger brother didn't make sense to him. These two little guys were humans, even sturdy humans, yet their appetites rivaled Gerald and Xylan's. "Your Majesty, actually you need not dine at the Imperial kitchen. We can have the food brought here to the study," Andy responded directly without acknowledging Harold's order first. "No, it's better to go to the Imperial kitchen. Eating while waiting for the next dish ensures we get the best taste." Harold shook his head lightly in reply. Truthfully, he planned to have someone bring food here too, but upon reflection, he decided to dine at the Imperial kitchen personally. His reason for wanting to go there was simple. He wanted to enjoy piping hot, freshly cooked meals right away. Understood. Andy, who wore a wry smile, could only obey the king's command and quickly turned to leave, taking fast steps toward the Imperial kitchen. Now he had to instruct the kitchen to prepare the meals and set up the place for the king's dining. After Andy left, Harold looked over at the others beside him and said, "Follow me to the Imperial kitchen." "Yes. This is the capital of the Star and Moon dynasty. Truly a top-tier dynasty. This capital indeed exudes grandeur. Who says otherwise? Our capital is just as large, but since it's newly established, it lacks that certain flair. Sigh. Surrendering without a fight really feels unpleasant." As the sun set in the evening, Riker led his 10,000 elite troops to the southern gate of the Star and Moon dynasty's capital. Among them were Aiden, Darien, and Del. Seeing the grand and magnificent city, which looked dazzling enough to make one's eyes sparkle, Riker felt a continuous wave of sighs. Though the capital of a top-tier dynasty was impressive, it now belonged to the Great Anchor dynasty. The city walls of the Star and Moon dynasty were devoid of any guards, all flags having been lowered, and the southern gate stood open, making the atmosphere feel oppressively heavy. Silently observing the capital, Riker's expression remained calm. He had already prepared plans for how to attack this dynasty, but never expected the monarch to choose to lay down arms under pressure. Although it was displeasing for the opponent to surrender, thinking of the many soldiers saved, he felt somewhat relieved, despite lingering frustration. "We will accept King Brantley's letter of surrender for the Star and Moon dynasty." With a faint remark, Riker on his dragon's steed waved his right hand lightly, ordering the army to move forward slowly. Through the teleportation array, without food, they seemed to suffer. Reaching 50 meters outside the southern gate of the Star and Moon dynasty's capital, Riker and his troops halted, silently watching the open gate. Shortly after, a ceremonial guard emerged from the city, standing in formation on both sides. Then, King Brantley of the Star and Moon dynasty, accompanied by his civil and military officials, stepped out. King Brantley was not dressed in his imperial robes, nor were the officials in their official attire. Instead, they wore casual clothing, though lavish, lacking the usual pomp and dignity of a dynasty's ruler and officials. Their faces revealed dejection. Despite wondering why the Great Anchor Dynasty's army arrived so quickly and immediately sent troops to accept the surrender after their announcement, they no longer held their former status as rulers and ministers. King Brantley carried a jade tray holding the dynasty's seal and a scroll. The scroll looked simple but contained intricate secrets and detailed the territories of the Star and Moon Dynasty. Leading the civil and military officials, Brantley knelt before Riker and presented the jade tray with both hands. King Brantley of the Star and Moon Dynasty, along with the civil and military officials, hereby surrenders to the Great Anchor Dynasty. This tray holds the seal of the Star and Moon Dynasty in the territory map. We hope General Meng accepts the surrender. Involuntarily streamed down their faces. The fortune dragon of a dynasty had an inseparable secret connection to the land and people of that dynasty. With the declaration of surrender now, having accepted their surrender, Riker asked emotionlessly, "Where are your capital's 80,000 defenders?" According to intelligence from the Brocade Guards, the Star Moon Dynasty's capital had 80,000 defenders, excluding the 200,000 Imperial Guards stationed in the capital. If these 200,000 Imperial Guards were included, then the total number would reach 1,000,000. He questioned the other party simply because he needed to take immediate control over these troops to prevent them from suddenly revolting. They might not revolt, but if someone gave out orders casually and told them it was the king's command, things could get complicated. In response, Brantley softly replied, "They are all in the military camp within the city." His capital city housed a massive, fixed military camp, where all the defending troops were gathered. Even though he had already ordered them to lay down their weapons and surrender, for precautionary measures, he had gathered them all inside the military camp and forbidden them from moving around. To ensure absolute safety, he also issued a direct order. Anyone else's commands except his own and those of the Great Anchor Dynasty's generals should be ignored. Though the 1,000,000 troops might seem few in number, they were still more than enough to handle 10,000 elite soldiers from the Great Anchor Dynasty. Upon hearing what the other party had done, Riker felt extremely satisfied. It appeared that this dynasty's monarch was rather honest, and was twinkled in the sky, and within the purple star palace of the Star Moon Dynasty's imperial palace, Riker did not sit on the dragon throne but stood below, gazing at the current monarch of the Star Moon Dynasty, Brantley, and the civil and military officials. Facing Riker's gaze, everyone present remained silent, staring intently at him, awaiting his transmission of the Emperor's command from the Great Anchor Dynasty. Sigh. Taking a deep breath, Riker, expressionless, said, "Now I will relay our king's message to you." Upon hearing this, everyone braced themselves, their faces solemn as they awaited his next words. "Our king instructs me to tell you that from this day forward, the Star Moon Dynasty no longer exists. You will no longer be monarchs and ministers of a dynasty. Instead, you will hold the identity of common citizens of the Great Anchor Dynasty. Our king also instructed me to tell you that if your descendants ever dare to resist the Great Anchor Dynasty, we will ruthlessly exterminate them, leaving no remnants." Despite the unpleasantness of Riker's words, they chose to accept it numbly. Deep down, they knew that if they didn't follow the Emperor's orders, death would await them, and it would implicate their entire clans. Everyone except for the monarch of the Star Moon Dynasty was escorted out, despite the top 10 generals of the Star Moon Dynasty wanting to stay behind. However, due to Riker's words, they stayed outside, waiting. Faced with their actions, Riker neither objected nor obstructed them. They were loyal to their dynasty, loyal to their monarch, just like all the Great Anchor Dynasty's generals. Looking at the monarch of the Star Moon Dynasty, Riker slowly sat down on the floor and said calmly, "Sit down as well. Our king has some private messages for you through me." Hearing this, Brantley nodded, although he was puzzled why Harold wanted to deliver a private message specifically to him through Riker. Waiting for Brantley to sit down on the smooth floor, Riker continued, "Our king instructed me to tell you that to consider your clan's well-being and allow you to develop properly, he has decided to leave you with 1/10 of the dynasty's resources." "Is this?" Brantley was taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief, "Are you really not afraid of the consequences by doing this tonight?" Although it was only 1/10 of the resources, Brantley knew very well how much resources the royal family held. What he hadn't expected in his wildest dreams was that Harold would leave him so many resources. Did he not know what kind of consequences giving him so many resources would bring? Upon hearing this, Riker showed no concern and continued, "However, our king warned that if your descendants dare to act against us, the Great Anchor Dynasty will not only reclaim all the resources given to you, but also eliminate every single one of you. By granting them resources, certain restrictions must naturally be imposed. Should his descendants or his clan make any unexpected moves, the Great Anchor Dynasty wouldn't hesitate to act. Of course, to prevent such incidents, the Brocade Guards would send spies among them to monitor them constantly. Once any unusual activities were detected, they would face complete annihilation." Chapter 521. The Flustered Four. Brantley will remember his words and even pledge my life to assure him that from now on, there will no longer be the Star and Moon Dynasty's royal family. Instead, there will only be the He clan. Brantley spoke. Harold had made the greatest concession possible, one that Brantley could never have imagined or dared to imagine a monarch would make. Since the other party had made this concession, he naturally had to abide by their words, and even pledged with his life that his successors would never do anything to betray the Great Anchor Dynasty. As long as he lived for one more day, none of his descendants or clan members could ever betray the Great Anchor Dynasty. Even if he died, he would ensure that the people of the He family would never rise up against the Great Anchor Dynasty, nor engage in endless conflict with them. "You can rest assured, General, I will convey your words to our king." Riker responded calmly. Of course, he would convey these words to the monarch for him to make the decision. As for what would happen next to the Star and Moon Dynasty's royal family, it was entirely up to them. If they did not oppose the Great Anchor Dynasty in the future, they would live forever. If they chose to oppose them, they could not blame them for being heartless. 7 days passed in a blink. On this bright morning, Harold, who had just returned from the imperial study, came directly to the palace where Jamil, Addy, and his younger brother resided. Seeing these rascals still lazily sleeping in bed, Harold's face twitched in frustration, almost wishing to kick each one of them awake. After gently shaking his head, Harold approached Jamil's and Addy's beds, then sat down beside his younger brother Harold. He slowly reached out and lightly patted Jamil's cheek. Callahan, Callahan. While patting his face, Harold called his name. Hearing the familiar voice, Addy groggily opened his eyes. Father, why are you here? Tonight is your maternal uncle's wedding banquet. Are you going to keep sleeping here? Harold said with a look of exasperation. Louis Tadeo's wedding banquet? Mumbling those words, Addy suddenly jerked awake, staring blankly at his father. How could he forget such an important event? After all, they had promised Louis Tadeo yesterday that they would definitely help prepare for his wedding today. Second Louis, wake up quickly. Don't sleep anymore. Suddenly snapping back to reality, Addy lightly, Harold said indifferently, since you're attending someone else's wedding, put on clean clothes instead of your usual wear. Upon hearing this, everyone paused and looked at Harold with awkward expressions. Despite living in the palace, their clothing was specially tailored and rarely changed because they seldom left the palace or engaged in significant events. Noticing their bewildered looks, Harold instructed Andy beside him, Hider Gong. Have them bring the clothes prepared for them by this emperor. Yes. Andy immediately left the pavilion. As the four felt extremely puzzled, for graceful maidservants, looking perfectly poised, entered through the door, each holding a set of clothes in their hands. Each set of clothes had a card with their names written on it. Once the maidservants entered, Harold said to Addy and the others, These are the clothes I had prepared for you earlier. Take them and change into them. Rather than letting them prepare themselves, it was better to have everything ready beforehand. The clothes in the maidservants' hands were ones he had prepared half a month ago, tailored specifically for each of them. Hearing that Harold had already prepared clothes for them, everyone rejoiced and hurried over. Approaching the maidservants, they silently checked the names on the cards until they found their own clothes. Harold's was a black suit, Addy's was white, Gerald's was a light blue and white combination, while Zyland's was also a black suit. Seeing that they had each grabbed their respective clothes, Harold told them, Now that you've taken your clothes, quickly change. Leaving those words behind, Harold turned to leave, as did Andy and the newly arrived maidservants. Once everyone was gone, the door closed slowly. Harold and the others exchanged glances and hurriedly turned to change their clothes. Seeing their new outfits, they felt incredibly pleased since these were colors they liked. If they weren't mistaken, the maidservants who measured them half a month ago must have been preparing these clothes for today. Chapter 522, Warrior, Ascari. Not long after, Harold and the others had changed into their respective clothes and finished freshening up. They then came to meet Harold under the pavilion. Looking at the group of people with clear features and gentle manners, Harold felt very gratified inside. It seemed that the clothes he had prepared for them half a month ago still fit well. Harold whispered gently, Since you're all ready, let's head to Lord Ankaroyo's mansion. As for what to do next, you know it in your hearts. Clayton's wedding banquet was held that evening. Despite being hosted at his younger brother's mansion, this was a significant event. Attending the banquet tonight were not only Clayton's relatives but also Kendra's family, along with numerous officials from court. Even his own family would be attending the wedding banquet tonight. And these few little rascals were going to assist in preparing everything. Even if it was just a small help, it would be completely fine. You must remember this. You cannot cause trouble while helping. Otherwise, don't blame me for not being lenient. Do you understand? Harold instructed sternly, his face expressionless. If they were anyone else, it would have been all right. But these four little scoundrels made him somewhat skeptical. He could only hope they wouldn't cause trouble. Yes, the four responded with smiles. Since there's nothing more to say, hurry up and leave the palace to help. As soon as he finished speaking, Harold looked at his younger brother and said, When you go to welcome your cousin, remember not to act like a child, okay? Though his brother still had 2 years before adulthood, he hoped the other wouldn't exhibit such playful childishness now. Of course, he didn't discourage playfulness, but not at this moment. Once this day passed, how his brother played was none of his concern. But today was different. Brother, rest assured, I promise I won't act like a child, Harold replied with a smile, understanding fully what his brother wanted. He would definitely follow the instructions his brother gave. He wasn't young anymore. In a few years, he would reach adulthood. Go on then, Harold said softly. Yes. Smiling, the four turned and left. Once the kids were gone, a voice suddenly echoed in Harold's mind. Ding! Monthly summoning time has arrived. Harold's heart leapt with joy. Such powerful cultivation was precisely what he needed. Although there were several figures with such cultivation in the current Great Anchor dynasty, he still wished for more such mighty warriors. Only with sufficient strength could one avoid being bullied and gain the right to bring others to their knees. But thinking about his own cultivation being slightly lacking, Harold shook his head bitterly. He'd have to find a time to improve, otherwise it might lead to trouble. Once his own cultivation became strong enough, the cultivations of the generals and ministers around him could become even more formidable, surpassing all others. System, immediately summon Ascari. While walking, Harold silently chanted. Since he had summoned this renowned general, he naturally wanted to bring him out. Idiocally, Ascari's timing was perfect, coming just in time for Clayton's banquet. Before that, he needed to introduce Ascari to the ministers so they could build rapport. Ding! Summon successful. The system's mechanical voice sounded. Hearing the system's voice, Harold did not stay put, but gestured to Andy to head towards Tinching Pavilion. Since the mighty General Ascari had arrived, he couldn't afford to neglect him. Your Majesty, this humble General Ascari greets you. The waiting Ascari saw Harold arrive and respectfully knelt on one knee, greeting him. Zilong, there's no need for formalities. Looking at this tall, imposing youth clad in silver armor, Harold smiled and nodded, then helped him up. He sighed inwardly. Indeed, Ascari was worthy of being a hero of Huaxia. This formidable aura could crush any martial artist of the same realm and make them unable to resist. Although he knew Ascari's cultivation, he still looked forward to seeing his combat prowess. After all, cultivation alone doesn't decide everything, but without cultivation, one is nothing. What impressed Harold most was that Ascari was actually a scholarly general, a second such figure he had seen. "Thank you, your majesty." Slowly standing up, Ascari clasped his hands in salute, full of emotion. To serve the monarch was an honor. After Ascari stood up, Harold didn't waste words, but led him nearby to chat. Though they had some knowledge of the great Anchor dynasty, it was limited. As their ruler, Harold felt the need to supplement this knowledge. He wondered why the system provided some knowledge about this world but didn't tell them everything, forcing him to do so himself. Though puzzled, he believed this method strengthened the bond between him and these heroes of Huaxia, creating mutual support. Ascari didn't linger but quickly followed Harold and headed to the designated place. After a while, nearing noon, Harold asked Andy to take Ascari outside the palace to chat with Chancellor Hiroshi and others, building deeper connections for smoother cooperation in the future. People are naturally wary, but once they get acquainted, they can relax and converse freely. Chapter 523, Picking Up the Bride. Cousin, it's just picking up a bride. Why do you look so nervous? Under the scorching midday sun, Harold and Clayton's wedding procession were rapidly heading toward Kendra's village. Seeing Clayton beside him unusually tense, as if worried or scared about something, Harold couldn't help but grimace internally, feeling utterly speechless. It was just going to pick up a bride, right? Why was Clayton making it seem like he was going to war, looking so nervous as if he was about to lose his life on the battlefield? I don't want to be like this either. But somehow, every time I think of reaching Christianxi village, I feel extremely nervous, Clayton replied with a bitter smile. He did not wish to be this way and didn't want to be this nervous, but for some reason, he just felt exceptionally anxious. Even when facing dangerous beasts or various life or death trials, he never felt anything. Yet today he felt abnormally nervous. If not for the thought of his beloved soon becoming his wife, he would have long turned and fled from this place. Cousin, don't be so nervous. Remember, you are here to marry your wife, not go to war. You should be excited, not exhibiting such an overly anxious demeanor, Harold said. Clayton, dressed in his red wedding attire, immediately laughed bitterly and responded, Tadiato cousin, you are saying this while having no idea how stressful it can be. It's not your wedding day after all. How can you understand my current anguish? He was 100% sure that if one day Harold experienced the same situation, he would definitely be more nervous than himself. Previously, when his two older brothers got married, he had never felt so nervous. Instead, he wore an expression full of excitement. Now, he finally understood why his two brothers looked so tense at their weddings, appearing as if they were going off to certain death on the battlefield. Today, they were both away on military service, unable to come for his wedding, which caused him some disappointment. If only, my two brothers could be here at my wedding. However, they are now in the army, completely unable to leave. Tadiato cousin, I know you don't understand me now, but when you reach my stage, you'll understand exactly what I'm trying to say, Clayton continued speaking. That Harold couldn't relate was understandable. Currently, Harold was much like Clayton's youthful self back then who didn't comprehend the emotions of his elder brother at all. For Harold to truly empathize with him, he must experience the exact moment, being on the road to pick up the bride. Harold, hearing this, became even more perplexed. Second cousin, there's no need to be this tense. Look at me. When I brought home your second auntie, I wasn't nervous at all. The 30-something youth beside Clayton slowly opened his mouth and spoke. Upon hearing his second cousin Tadeo Ziyuan speak, Clayton slowly said, Cousin, if second auntie knew you'd said such things, she might laugh out loud. Does she dare? Tadeo Ziyuan said disdainfully. Cousin, if I pass along what you said to her, how will she treat you? Clayton slowly replied. Tadeo Ziyuan. Hearing this, Tadeo Ziyuan suddenly found himself tongue-tied, obediently closing his mouth. If it were anyone else, perhaps he could talk his way out of it. But if this little guy conveyed what he just said to his wife, he would definitely end up kneeling on the washing board at home until it breaks. Thinking of the fierce tigress back home, he instantly felt chills down his spine, unwilling to face her even for a moment. He couldn't help but be depressed, wondering how he ended up marrying such a fierce woman who could not only hit him but also verbally abuse him and even beat him into submission. Seeing his second cousin silent, Clayton silently laughed, knowing that invoking the name of his second auntie still frightened his second cousin. His second cousin feared nothing under heaven except, of course, their grandparents, but the person he feared most was still his second auntie. His second auntie was indeed a formidable woman, possessing strong strength, and enjoyed using physical force to discipline others. Even against his second cousin, she hesitated not to take action. Just imagine. As they stepped down, they walked towards the open gate ahead. However, just as they reached the gate, Kendra's two brothers blocked the entrance. Looking at the two towering, muscular youths who stood 9 feet tall and appeared to be in their 20s, Clayton's expression immediately froze. Why were these two blocking the path? They were Kendra's blood brothers and the closest people to her. Clayton didn't expect that these two men would leave their posts and return home. Kendra's two brothers were part of the capital defense forces. The eldest brother, Tadian Bo, was a commander of 1,000 troops, while the younger brother, Tadian Un, was a leader of 10. Big brother, second brother, Clayton spoke with a bitter smile. Zijian, we don't oppose you marrying our sister, but if you dare to mistreat her, I'll break your third leg, the elder brother Tadian Bo declared. Boy, you know I'm not fond of you and don't want to see my sister marrying you, but since she has chosen you, I will not stop you, the younger brother Tadian added. Having expressed their thoughts, they exchanged glances. Then Tadian Bo continued, Zijian, if you want to marry our sister, you must defeat us. Otherwise, you won't enter this door. Don't worry, we won't fight with fists, but through drinking contests. We have prepared the alcohol. If you can hold your liquor better than us, we will immediately let you take your sister away, Tadian concluded. Chapter 524. Arena's reluctance to let go. Before Clayton could respond, he was ushered inside by the two brothers and led directly into the courtyard, where dozens of wine jars had already been arranged. Seeing the rows of wine jars on the ground, Clayton's face twitched sharply. Black lines appeared on his forehead, as if he wanted nothing more than to turn around and flee. But remembering that his wife was waiting in her chamber, he had no choice but to stiffen his resolve and sit down to drink with the two older brothers. Even though he knew he couldn't hold his liquor, for the sake of his wife, he had to drink with them. Einar and Tadeo Ziyuan stood nearby, silently watching the three men drinking. They felt speechless. Even the crowd surrounding them was similarly dumbfounded. However, as they saw Clayton swaying precariously, his face flushed red, and looking like he might collapse at any moment, both felt some worry creeping into their hearts. For most tasks, Clayton would manage well, but when it came to drinking, he was as flimsy as paper. He hadn't passed out yet only because he was forcing himself to stay awake, but it looked like he wouldn't last much longer. Exchanging glances, Tadeo Ziyuan finally stepped forward and immediately stopped the trio, saying, "Both brothers, my cousin is already quite drunk. He can't continue drinking. If this delays him from marrying your sister at the proper time, it will be very problematic. You wouldn't want your sister to miss the wedding ceremony, right? If you're still not satisfied with the drinking, I can stay behind to drink with you, even until dawn. I have no objections." Upon hearing this, the two brothers fell silent and exchanged a glance. All their earlier words were trivial. They weren't going to let anyone disturb their sister's wedding or make her miss it. Bang, bang. At that moment, the father of the two men, also a tall and robust Keith, hurried over and gave each of them a stern smack on the head, exclaiming, "Damn, I was wondering why the bridegroom hasn't come. Turns out you two scoundrels are here." He had been waiting with his wife and daughter for Clayton to arrive for the bride procession, instructing these two rascals to wait outside. Once Clayton arrived, they were supposed to lead him to properly escort his daughter away. But what he never expected was that they waited in vain inside, even preparing to bid farewell to their daughter, yet saw no sign of Clayton. Driven by urgency and curiosity, he chose to step outside and encountered this scene. Thinking about how those two idiots kept Clayton there drinking, he felt an urge to beat them mercilessly. "Father." Seeing their father, the two trembled, hurriedly greeted him, and then awkwardly lowered their heads upon seeing his stern expression. Their father had instructed them to receive the groom and guide him to fetch their sister, but instead, they had detained him for drinking. "Father-in-law, let's have another cup." The drunken Clayton, in a daze, wrapped his arm around Tadion Feiyang's shoulder while lifting the wine jar in front of him. Looking at the intoxicated Clayton, Tadion Feiyang's face twisted in annoyance. Clearly, the two troublemakers had gotten him so drunk. He knew perfectly well how easily Clayton got drunk. Now, after being egged on by those two, he was like this instantly. Seizing the wine jar from his hand, Tadion Feiyang dragged him away while telling the others, "Come along quickly." Soon, under Tadion Feiyang's guidance, everyone reached the entrance of Kendra's boudoir. He left the others waiting outside and carried Clayton toward the room. Inside the beautifully traditional boudoir, Tadion Feiyang sat Clayton down on a chair nearby and said, "Those two scoundrels got this kid completely drunk." In front of him stood a plain-dressed, beautiful woman, his wife, and beside her, dressed in red bridal attire, was her daughter. Unlike him, his daughter had a delicate figure and a sweet appearance. Even under the red veil, her perfect figure revealed that she was undoubtedly a great beauty. Zijian, dressed in red and wearing a red veil, Kendra rushed to his side, carefully examining him. Seeing he was just drunk and nothing more serious, she heaved a sigh of relief. Turning to her father, Kendra pouted and scolded in life, but she would never stop her from being with the one she loved. If anyone dared to block her daughter, this mother would fight to the death. Soon, Tadion Feiyang returned with a strange herb. Snatching it from his hands, Ouyang Tadion quickly found a bowl, filled it with water, crushed the herb, and placed it inside. Having done everything, she approached Clayton, making him drink the concoction, then said, "Ankaro AI, I've made him take the hangover herb. Once you return to the capital, he should regain sobriety." Chapter 525. Do you wear women's clothes? What's going on? Why hasn't he returned after such a long time? Who would say otherwise? If we wait any longer, the auspicious hour will pass. Who knows what that rascal is up to? Why hasn't he returned at this crucial moment? Clayton's mother, Todd Yuling, anxiously said, "Wife, don't worry. Since Zijian and the others haven't returned, they must have encountered some difficulties." His father, Tadeo Jiangyang, comforted her. Despite the festive decorations in the leisurely marquee residence, Clayton's parents and some clansmen were anxiously awaiting his return with the bride. As no one saw them come back for a long while, everyone couldn't help but get anxious. Could it be that they ran into trouble? Thinking about the possibility of Clayton and the rest missing the best timing for the wedding, those present felt extremely worried, silently praying that they would hurry. Looking at Vicky, Xylan asked, puzzled, "Ruoda, why does your cousin act like this whenever she sees you? As if you're a yummy meat bun she can't wait to devour?" He was baffled why Vicky behaved this way. Each time she saw Gregor, she pounced recklessly, regardless of the number of people around. Although he didn't understand her reasons, her madness was beyond comprehension and made people uncomfortable. "I have no idea. Ever since I met her, she's been glued to me, never letting go," Gregor responded, shaking his head. Seeing the dreamy-eyed girl, he felt like kicking her far away. How could she be enchanted by him? This only put him in an awkward position. Moreover, he didn't like her. He only liked her younger sister. There was no need for her to keep pestering him. If she continued like this, it wouldn't benefit her at all and might even harm his relationship with Tadeo Wanwan. Suddenly, a voice called out, "They're back." Everyone turned to look. A wedding procession came forward with musical accompaniment. Seeing their son return, Tadeo Jiangyang and his wife felt greatly relieved, smiling happily. They had been worried earlier about his timely return, but now it seemed their concerns were unfounded. Night soon fell. After waiting for Clayton's wedding ceremony to complete and drinking a toast, Harold led Christy, Camila, and his 2 children to leave. As a king, he couldn't stay outside the palace for too long. Even if he wished to linger, the ministers wouldn't allow him to stay much longer. After all, he was the king of the great Anchor dynasty. If he faced any harm, the ministers would be held accountable. Originally wanting to stay longer, Harold reluctantly chose to leave upon seeing the ministers' anxious gazes. Just as Gerald and the others were indulging in the feast, Vicky raised her wine glass and approached Gregor again. "Cousin, come on, let's drink another glass." Gregor was speechless and kept resisting the wine glass she offered, saying, "Cousin Ming Ming, don't do this. I don't like drinking, so please stop offering me the wine glass. Besides, I'm still a kid." He had told her many times that he was still a child and couldn't drink, yet Vicky always came to him with a wine glass. Despite his constant resistance, she seemed determined not to give up until he drank. "Don't worry, after you finish this cup of wine, you will be an adult," Vicky said indifferently. To her, as long as she could get him drunk, she would have a chance to take advantage of the situation. At that point, even if he resisted strongly, it wouldn't matter. Harold, who was enjoying the meal nearby, could only look at the 2 of them speechlessly, feeling extremely depressed and puzzled by Vicky's infatuation with Gregor. At this moment, Gerald suddenly asked, "Harold, do you really enjoy wearing women's clothes?" Harold froze, his face turning dark as ink, and black lines formed the character Chuan on his forehead as he heard Gerald's words while gnawing on a chicken leg. He liked wearing women's clothes? How could he possibly have such a habit? As an upright man, how could he possibly like to wear women's clothes? Even if he had nothing better to do, he wouldn't just wear women's clothes for no reason. "Gerald, why would you ask such a strange question?" Harold asked, trying to suppress his irritation. "Then you don't wear them?" Gerald asked again. You're the one who wears them. Why would I wear women's clothes when I have nothing better to do?" Feeling his face twitching, Harold was extremely speechless and wondered aloud. "Look, Gerald, why would you think I would wear women's clothes? Are you so fond of seeing me in women's clothes?" Seeing him deny her thoughts, Gerald became even more confused, wondering if the person in front of her really was Harold, or someone else. Frustrated by Gerald's persistence, Harold wished he could kick her. Although he didn't know why she had such a strange idea, having so many people spread rumors about him liking to wear women's clothes was a great humiliation. If Gerald wasn't his brother, he would have fought with her to prevent her from defaming him like this. Gregor, feeling exasperated, resisted the proffered glass repeatedly. "Ming Ming, please stop. I don't like alcohol. Don't keep putting the cup in front of me. And besides, I'm still a child." He had told her many times that he was still young and couldn't drink, yet Vicky kept coming to him with the wine glass. No matter how much he resisted, she seemed intent on getting him drunk, refusing to give up. "Don't worry, after you drink this glass, you'll be considered an adult," Vicky said nonchalantly. She believed that once he was intoxicated, she would seize the opportunity. By then, even if he resisted inwardly, it would be futile. Watching the 2, Harold, who was eating nearby, felt utterly perplexed and wondered why Vicky persistently pursued Gregor. Suddenly, Gerald asked, "Harold, do you particularly like wearing women's clothes?" Harold froze. His face turned dark as thunder, and black lines formed on his forehead in the shape of the character Chan River. He liked wearing women's clothes. How could he possibly have such a fetish? A righteous man like him wouldn't have such a preference. Even if he had nothing better to do, he wouldn't wear women's clothes without reason. "Why are you asking such a weird question?" Harold asked, suppressing his annoyance. "Then, you don't wear them?" Gerald persisted. "Huh? You wear them? What kind of logic is that for me to wear women's clothes after eating?" Feeling intensely speechless, Harold's face twitched. "Gerald, why would you think I wear women's clothes? Are you obsessed with seeing me in them?" Seeing him deny it, Gerald grew more confused. Could it be that person isn't Harold? Who exactly was this person? Feeling irritated by her insistent questioning, Harold wanted to kick her. Though he didn't know why she had such a strange notion, being publicly accused of wearing women's clothes was a huge humiliation. If she weren't his brother, he would have confronted her fiercely to prevent further defamation. ####Chapter 526. You dared to do those things in a dream. Brother Gerald, why did you think that my Lewis Darrell likes to wear women's clothing? On the way back to the palace, Izar asked on a quiet street, puzzled. They had just finished the wedding banquet and played in the bridal chamber. Now they were heading back to the royal palace. His father, Emperor Harold, had specifically instructed them before leaving to return to the palace immediately after the banquet. Having just finished eating, they bid farewell to Clayton and others and headed toward the palace. He asked this question because he was genuinely curious. Why would Brother Gerald think his uncle enjoyed wearing women's clothing? Did his uncle have some fetish for being a woman? Izar's question didn't matter much at first, but it instantly darkened Harold's expression. He looked at the 2 of them with cold eyes, especially Gerald, who seemed filled with murderous intent. If Gerald wasn't one of their own, he would have already gone to finish him off with a sword. Gerald didn't rush to answer, but fell silent as if lost in thought. He finally spoke. "Lately, I've been dreaming about someone who looks like Harold but is dressed in women's clothes." After hearing Gerald's explanation, although Izar and Xylan were baffled, Harold trembled all over and immediately ran over to grab Gerald. "Gerald, is what you said true? Do you often dream about someone who looks somewhat like me?" "It's not just somewhat. The resemblance is almost perfect except that she has the parts of a woman," Gerald explained. "Damn it, Gerald, you bastard. You dared to peek at my sister while she was bathing in your dreams," Harold said, grabbing his sleeve and looking extremely coldly at him. Izar. Xylan. What was going on? How did this happen? How could Gerald have spied on Anna while she was bathing? Upon hearing Gerald might have seen his aunt in the bath, Izar immediately shot him a contemptuous look. Although he didn't know the full situation, such actions certainly felt revolting, making him want to kick him. "Bullshit, I didn't see her bathing, and you seem to misunderstand me. I was only saying that she has the chest of a woman while you have none," Gerald replied grimly. Was he really that depraved in the other's mind? Although dragons are inherently lecherous, that doesn't mean all members of the dragon clan are lustful. Gerald happened to be one who was not particularly lascivious. If Harold knew what Gerald was thinking, he would laugh heartily, mocking how shameless he was. After hearing Gerald's words, Harold breathed a sigh of relief, realizing he had misunderstood. He relaxed and let go of Gerald. As soon as he was released, Gerald asked a series of questions in rapid succession. Harold, why does your sister look exactly like you? He knew Harold had a sister, but he hadn't expected her to look so similar to Harold. Without careful recollection, he wouldn't have noticed the woman in his dreams bore such a striking resemblance. Me and my sister are twins, hence our similar appearance. Everyone knew he had a sister, but since no one had ever seen her, it remained a mystery. Although Gerald hadn't seen her either, he had dreamed of her and noticed their similarities. Pausing for a moment, Harold replied and then added, but come to think of it, how did you dream about my sister? As he spoke, Harold's eyes narrowed and fixed intently on Gerald. As twins, there was an unspoken connection between them. Especially when one was in danger or suffering, the other could feel it deeply. Years ago, when his sister was in peril, he often had nightmares about saving her. Gerald smiled but didn't reply. He wanted to explain, but deep down, he knew that answering would lead to Harold chasing him. Seeing him not respond, Harold felt disgruntled. Though he didn't understand why, since Gerald chose silence, he decided not to pry further. Watching the two converse, Izar couldn't help but interject, Brother Gerald, why would you dream about my aunt? Could it be you like her? If you like her, should I call you Brother Gerald or Louis-in-law? Harold. Gerald. Xylan. Hearing this, all three looked stunned, incredulously at Izar. None of them expected Izar to say something like this, but in a way, his words made sense. If Gerald truly liked Anna, whether to call him brother or uncle-in-law would indeed be perplexing. In the Jade Orchid Palace, inside an ancient-style pavilion, Harold watched the two children sleeping peacefully in their cradle, his smile warming hearts. Due to his duties, he rarely visited them, though he occasionally took time to see them. Watching them grow brought immense joy to him. Reflecting on their growth, Harold felt grateful for his strength and the vast empire that allowed him to protect them. Later, he accompanied Camilla to her pavilion. Upon arriving, he pulled her into his arms, eyeing her greedily. My beloved, I am thirsty. Can you quench my thirst tonight? Hearing this, Camilla stiffened, blushing. Although Harold was being playful, she understood his intention clearly. This bastard plans to ravish me tonight. Resting her head on his chest, she wrapped her arms around his broad waist and gazed lovingly at him. Your Majesty, tonight, I am yours. What do you wish to do? Then I won't be polite, he whispered. My beloved, it might get loud later. Please try to keep it down. With that, he scooped her up, smiling, eager to claim her again right there. Without another word, Harold carried her to a nearby room. He hadn't tasted her in a long time, and tonight, he would fully enjoy her. Blushing deeply and feeling a surge of desire, Camilla nodded tenderly, signaling that tonight, he could take his fill. Chapter 527, Departure to Kunlun Domain. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the bright morning, within the Imperial Palace's study room, Harold and his companions sat on cushions. Though their attire appeared splendid yet not overly extravagant, Harold's guests were dressed simply. Despite appearing composed, they were actually extremely nervous inside, trying their best to remain calm. If they hadn't suppressed their anxiety, they would have been sweating profusely and trembling long ago. Harold looked at the four young figures before him and said, Since you have attended Clayton's wedding, it's time for me to transport you to Kunlun Domain using a teleportation array. Before you leave for Kunlun Domain, I hope you remember my advice. Try not to cause trouble unnecessarily and focus on improving your cultivation. Understand? Harold warned them sternly. He wasn't worried about anything else. Indeed said goodbye to his mother. Despite her initial reluctance to let him leave the great Anchor dynasty, Harold managed to convince her to agree. He felt somewhat depressed, wondering why Vicky was so unwilling to let her son go to Kunlun Domain. Did she wish for him to stay by her side forever? Keeping him close might be good, but in this world where only the strong survive, he couldn't protect Addie forever. Soon, Addie would grow up and start his own family. I bid them farewell this morning, Addie replied with a faint smile. Early that morning, he hurriedly met his mother to say goodbye, along with his sisters and brothers. Though parting was hard, he eventually chose to leave. He was growing up and couldn't remain by his parents' side forever. How did your mother react? Harold gently inquired. She still doesn't want me to leave, Addie replied, smiling wryly. Though he had a few years before reaching adulthood, his mother found it difficult to let him go and leave the palace. Compared to staying inside the palace every day, he preferred exploring the outside world, experiencing its complexities and the flavors of life. Fortunately, his wit and eloquence convinced his mother to finally allow him to leave. Harold paused, placed his hand on his son's head, and smiled. Your mother is concerned about you, which is why she didn't want you to leave. Try to understand her. Soon, led by Harold, everyone arrived at the military teleportation array. As soon as they reached, Harold beckoned them onto the array. Once all four were on the array, Harold said with a smile, Kunlun Domain is fraught with danger. You must be cautious. Not everything people say is true, nor are their words necessarily false. Do not be deceived by what you hear. Yes. The four answered in unison after glancing at each other. Seeing their agreement, Harold nodded and instructed Andy to order the soldiers nearby to activate the array. 5 soldiers standing around the 5 pillars received Andy's order and immediately took out top-grade spirit stones from their pockets. They inserted the stones into the recesses and channeled spiritual energy to activate the array. A flash of light enveloped them, and in an instant, the 5 figures on the teleportation array vanished, transported to Kunlun Domain. Watching the empty space where the array once stood, Harold turned away. After a few steps, he turned back to Andy and asked, Sir Hyder, how is the situation at Honshua's Sacred Land? Your Majesty, due to our Secret Service assassinating Honshua's Sacred Land disciples continuously, the powerful figures at Honshua's Sacred Land are now very vigilant. They've dispatched many powerful protectors for the younger generation. Now, it's difficult for our agents to get close to or attack them, Andy reported. Snow in other regions. But this didn't mean they couldn't do it internally. It was just a bit more challenging. Andy firmly believed that with the power of the Jinui, they could successfully complete this mission. Tate lifting his head slightly to gaze at the sky, Harold's expression remained cold as he murmured softly, "Even if you hide in your caves, I still have the ability to wipe each of you out." The people of the sacred land of cold snow thought their dispatched protectors rendered him powerless. If that was what they truly believed, they were greatly mistaken. His Jinui were already deep inside the enemy's ranks. With one command, they would tear into them like hounds. However, he wasn't planning to let them do that. He wanted to slowly torture every person of the sacred land of cold snow, especially allowing those strong ones to witness their disciples disappearing one by one. He imagined delivering a fatal blow to the enemy, but he preferred watching others being slowly tormented to death, especially seeing such a vast sect be ruthlessly wiped out. After his inner monologue, Harold left without hesitation. Since the youngsters had already departed, there was no need for him to stay any longer. Kunlun Domain, Tianwu City. A flash of light appeared before their eyes, and Harold and his group gradually opened their eyes. Before them stood rows of black armored soldiers moving back and forth, clearly indicating that the massive city nestled deep within the mountains. "Save us?" Karina asked, bewildered. "Before you arrived, Zack sent a message through the Jinui instructing us to welcome you. General ordered me to wait here until your arrival," Parker explained. Emperor Harold had already sent word and instructed Harold's party to be received, then escorted away from there to proceed to their designated destination. Just moments ago, their commander Korik had directed him to come here to meet Harold and guide them to his location. "Your Highnesses, please follow me. I'll take you to see the commander," Parker added. "Yes." Nodding lightly, everyone followed Parker. Though they didn't know who this commander was, since he wanted to meet them, staying here made no sense. To be honest, they were quite curious about this commander, whether he was someone they recognized from the Great Anchor military. Soon, under Parker's guidance, Harold and his companions arrived at the main headquarters, a special tower within the military base, where they met the commander. The Great Anchor general, who had been observing a sand table since their presence, turned around with a smile and greeted them warmly. "Everyone, it's been a while." "Lewis Hyder?" Recognizing the familiar figure, Harold and the others stared in disbelief. They never expected that the commander Parker referred to was none other than Korik, whom they knew well. Korik not only imparted knowledge to them but also taught them how to fight. He was almost like a mentor to them. Yet, seeing him unexpectedly appear here was surprising indeed. Seeing their excited faces, Korik approached, stopping before Karina. He gently patted his head and smiled. "Youngsters, facing trials outside is far harsher than at home. A single mistake can cost your life. Are you ready to face these challenges?" Among them, Karina was his favorite despite being the smallest in stature but the most diligent. Though small, Karina worked incredibly hard during their combat training sessions. Now, they were set to undergo trials and endure all kinds of hardships and dangers. While he supported their decision, he still hoped they would be cautious and not risk losing their lives. Lewis Hyder, rest assured. We're fully prepared to face whatever comes next," Harold replied. "Lewis Hyder, don't worry. We'll be careful and watch our backs," Karina promised. Actually, he wanted to call Korik Grandpa, but Korik preferred Uncle. Honestly, he didn't mind either, as Korik wasn't much older than his father. "You rascal, always boasting. You won't understand the real dangers out there until you hit a wall," Korik said, shaking his head lightly. Looking at Karina, he added with a smile, "Your second uncle has a peculiar temper. Watch yourself so you don't stumble due to his odd ways." Chapter 529, Leaving the Mountains. After a long conversation, Korik called over 3 soldiers dressed in plain clothes and had them lead Harold and the others out of Tianwu City. Standing at the city gate, he watched silently as they left, a faint smile on his face. Back then, they were just little kids. Now, in the blink of an eye, they've grown into young adults. In a few more years, they will officially be adults. Although he didn't agree with them embarking on this training journey now, given their young age, they could encounter life-threatening dangers at any moment. If the Emperor decided this, there was no need for him to obstruct it. Besides, their cultivation levels were quite formidable. He believed they could overcome any difficulties with their abilities. "Hope you don't run into 2 powerful enemies," Korik murmured to himself, filled with worry. While their strength was indeed impressive, in the Kunlun domain, where many strong individuals resided, their power was still insufficient. Especially those terrifyingly powerful cultivators. If provoked inadvertently, it would certainly bring disaster. His only hope now was that they wouldn't provoke any formidable foes. Otherwise, even if they didn't lose their lives, they'd surely suffer greatly. This wasn't just idle talk. It was the reality he had witnessed. Despite being in the Kunlun domain for so long, he hadn't seen those extremely powerful martial artists personally, but the embroidered uniform guard sent daily reports informing him of their existence. The next morning, after delivering Harold and the others to their destination, the 3 Great Anchor Dynasty soldiers bid them farewell and returned to Tianwu City. Their mission was complete. They had only been responsible for guiding them to the edge of the clear river. The remaining journey was up to Harold and the others. Although there was still some distance from the mountains to the outside world, based on their speed, they should be able to leave the mountains before sunset. Standing by the clear riverbank, Harold and the others watched the departing soldiers with a helpless expression. Was this how guides were supposed to work? Second Lewis, without their guidance, how are we supposed to continue? Izar asked, puzzled. What else can we do? Follow the direction they indicated, of course. Harold replied casually but muttered inwardly. Why didn't Lewis Hyder have them guide us out of the mountains instead of leaving us here? Isn't he deliberately making things difficult for us? Though his voice was low, everyone around Harold heard him clearly, all nodding helplessly in agreement. Indeed, why did Korik not arrange for someone to guide them out of the mountains and leave them right here? But when are we supposed to leave the mountains? Izar asked again. They said that if we don't stop frequently, We should be able to leave the mountains before dusk, Harold responded calmly. He felt very frustrated. Why didn't his brother establish the teleportation array outside the mountains instead of inside? However, they knew the meat wasn't fully cooked yet and needed more time. Gerald suddenly interrupted. Harold, stop humming and tell us when this meat will be ready. My stomach can't wait. Although he had a big appetite, the amount of grilled meat was far from enough. Just smelling the delicious aroma made him uncontrollably swallow saliva. However, he was unsure about Harold's cooking skills. Could he replicate the same flavor? Even if it wasn't exactly the same, Gerald hoped Harold could make it close to perfection. Don't rush. It's not ready yet. In about 15 minutes, we can enjoy this succulent grilled meat, Harold smiled. Just as he finished speaking, Harold turned to Xylan. Janice, brother, is the meat washed yet? Bring it over quickly if it's done. Almost. Seeing the nearly 10 pounds of fresh meat in his hands, Xylan hastened to clean it up. It was freshly caught red-haired spiny wild boar, whose meat was incredibly flavorful and superb in texture, a rare delicacy. Encountering such a feast in a tavern would be a great blessing, and naturally, it was killed in one blow when it wandered past them. Removing the useless organs, they stored the rest in an ice-packed space within their spatial rings. Cleaning the blood off the meat quickly, Xylan hurried over and handed the meat to Harold. Brother, I'm busy grilling. Don't give me the meat. Give it to Hudson to cut into smaller pieces for easier grilling, Harold instructed. Xylan awkwardly scratched his head and passed the 10-pound piece of pork to Izar beside him. Without delay, Izar took the meat, pulled out a dagger from his spatial ring, and also grabbed a cutting board, slicing the meat as fast as possible. Despite his young age, Izar's knife skills were remarkably quick, moving like a gust of wind, slicing the meat at lightning speed. Chapter 530. An encounter with a mysterious girl. How delicious the roasted meat smells. Suddenly, a clear and youthful voice whispered. Everyone present paused, their gazes shifting to the source of the voice. Before them stood a girl in her mid-teens, wearing a light blue dress. Her skin was fair and smooth as jade, her features delicate like a painting. She was tall and slender, exuding an air of elegance. Though she was strikingly beautiful, if she were older, her beauty might be devastating. However, the four people barely spared her a glance, their minds filled with confusion at her presence. Though this mountain range was rich in cultivation resources, how could this girl come here alone without fear of danger? The newly arrived girl's eyes sparkled with excitement, fixated on the roasted meat before her. Occasionally, she would swallow her saliva, longing to take a bite. Seeing the girl approach step by step, Harold and the others were filled with doubt. Did they know her? Harold, do you know this girl? Gerald suddenly asked. Bullshit. I think she's someone you know. You well know that I have never left home. How could I know you? How did you end up here? Tadiatle brother, your words are so sweet. Unlike the person beside you who talks nonsense and has no idea how to talk to a girl, the girl replied. Her heart instantly delighted as she gazed straight at Izar. She hadn't expected this little guy to be so charming. Despite his young age, he knew how to win over a girl's favor. Hee, winning a lady's heart is my honor. Let me introduce myself. My name is Izar. With a slight smile, Izar introduced everyone one by one. This is Gerald. This is Xylan. This is Harold, my uncle. Louis? He's your uncle? Hearing Izar's explanation, the girl stared at him in astonishment, finding it hard to believe. Louis? Carefully examining Harold, the girl was bewildered. His age seemed much younger than hers, yet he was an uncle. As she pondered, disbelief filled her heart. How is this possible? He looks much younger than me. How can he be your uncle? He is my uncle. When my father was an adult, my uncle hadn't even been born yet. When I was born, my uncle was only 2 years old, Izar explained. Before the girl could respond, Harold grumbled unhappily. So what? Have you never seen a minor being an uncle before? Not that, but I didn't expect your seniority to be so. Senior, the girl retorted, shaking her head without joy. Armiel. You. Seeing Harold shoo her away, the girl felt offended. She never imagined this guy could be so unkind. She was standing before him, and he not only showed no mercy but also drove her away. Was she not attractive enough? The three companions heard Harold's words, and their faces twitched. They looked at him speechlessly, wondering how he could be so tactless. Miss, please don't mind him. My second Louis is like that. If you don't mind, please join us for some roasted meat and taste my second Louis's cooking, Izar invited warmly. Since they encountered each other and she showed no hostility, inviting her to share the meal was only polite. However, whether his second Louis's roast tasted good or not would only be known after they tried it. Hashtag chapter 531. You could even tell that? Miss, what's your name? Where are you from? Why are you here alone? Don't you know this place is very dangerous? Addie asked curiously while savoring the skewers. Hearing this, the rest of the group also looked at the girl with great curiosity about her identity and why she was there. But they figured that she probably wasn't alone. She likely had companions but got separated from them. Taking a bite of roasted meat, the girl smiled sweetly. My name is Alana. As for where I'm from, it's not convenient to tell you. I originally came here with my seniors for training, but we encountered a powerful creature, the Umbral Moon Demon Wolf, and accidentally got separated. Thinking of their encounter with the Umbral Moon Demon Wolf, she silently sighed, fear flashing in her eyes. A royal beast like the Umbral Moon Demon Wolf was not something they could handle. Even if they were extremely strong, they couldn't match such a powerful creature. Though she had been separated from her seniors, luckily none of them were in mortal danger and had managed to escape the Umbral Moon Demon Wolf as quickly as possible. Alana? Miss, you have such a beautiful name, and you're very pretty too, Addie said with sweet words. Hearing Addie's words, Alana felt delighted, enjoying another piece of the roasted meat before replying, Tadiatle brother, you're not tall, but you sure know how to talk sweetly. If you grew up like my sisters, you'd charm countless girls. Miss, no matter how sweet I am, I can never be sweeter than you all, Addie replied with a light shake of his head. Harold. Gerald. Xylan. Upon hearing Addy's words, the three of them twitched in amusement, silently giving him a thumbs up for his audacity. However, they couldn't deny that Addy had quite a way with words, especially with women. His sweet talk was like a plague. If he were an adult, they were 100% certain he would be a womanizer. Despite not knowing how to respond, Alana still felt very happy, listening to his sweet words. At his young age, he could already speak like that. In a few years, this kid would surely make countless girls fall for him and even willingly get into bed with him. Taking another bite of the roasted meat, Alana asked hesitantly, Tadiottle brother, where are you guys from? And how did you end up here? Where we're from is a secret, but I can tell you we came here for training just like you. Looking for opportunities to enhance our cultivation, Addy replied. You came here for training too? Observing them carefully, Alana furrowed her brows. Tadiottle brother, only one of you is an adult, and the other three aren't. How did your parents agree to let you come out? Don't you know it's dangerous outside? Miss, it's a long story. We were kicked out. Our parents hope we'd gain strength through training and find friends along the way, Addy sighed, looking helpless. Damn, even when young, he talks like that. Upon hearing Addy's words, Harold and the others were stunned, looking at him in disbelief. They couldn't believe Addy actually said that. If they were back in the Great Anchor Dynasty, he'd definitely get his butt whipped for it. If he were older, he could absolutely use sweet talk to charm the girl. Tadiottle brother, how could your parents do that? They don't realize it's dangerous outside? Allowing you to go out like this, isn't that harming you? Alana exclaimed in shock. Our parents know, but they believe that at our current age, we can venture out. So, they kicked us out, Addy asked curiously. I only know they are three women. As for why they're coming here, I'm not sure. Xylan shook his head slightly. But Janice, you haven't seen them yet. How do you know they're women? Harold asked, bewildered. After taking another bite of the roasted meat, Xylan raised a finger pointing ahead. Can't you see for yourself? Turning their gaze in the direction he pointed, they saw three elegant, fair-skinned, beautiful women dressed in light blue dresses walking toward them. Seeing these three unexpected women appear, Harold's face twitched. He thought Xylan had sensed their genders, but he hadn't. He had actually seen them coming. Senior sister Arnie. Seeing the familiar three women, Alana trembled, dropping her skewer to the ground, tears welling up in her eyes as she rushed forward and hugged them tightly. Chapter 532. Encirclement of the Powerful. Second Lewis, from the looks of it, they seem to know each other, Karina said as he tried a skewer in his hand. Nonsense. If they didn't know each other, how could they be hugging? Too bad your uncle is still so young. Otherwise, I would have wanted to enjoy their company night after night. Disappointed that he couldn't taste the beauty before him, Harold couldn't help but feel somewhat dejected. But thinking that he was not yet an adult made him even more disgruntled. Not being an adult really irritated him. Thinking about the 2 years left before he became an adult, Harold silently sighed, realizing he had to wait another 2 years to indulge himself. Of course, if he went after these beauties, he couldn't tell his brother, or else he would imprison him. He glanced at Xylan beside him and asked with a puzzled look, Janice, you are from the Dragon Clan. Don't you want to go up to them? Logically speaking, seeing beauties, the Dragon Clan should display their nature and deeply engage with these beauties to procreate their descendants. Although these descendants might not be true Dragon Clan members, they would inherit the blood and talents of the Dragon Clan. But now, this guy saw these beauties and showed no signs of engaging them or finding a place to interact, filling Harold with confusion. Could his habits have changed? Xylan's face twitched, inwardly speechless as he replied, Harold, although we are naturally inclined to seek love, remember that we only reveal our true nature after we lose our one true love. One true love? Who is yours? Where is she now? Will you have a chance to meet her? Harold asked with a perplexed look. My one true love has already appeared, though when we can meet is unclear. However, I believe fate will bring us together, Xylan smiled. Harold's expression was stunned. He looked at Xylan in disbelief, but then remembered something the latter said years ago, which set him at ease. It seemed Xylan had mentioned before that their emotion scales would find their first true love and connect them through some force to bring them together. Shaking his head lightly, Harold turned to Gerald beside him and said coolly, Gerald, since Janice doesn't want to approach them, do you not wish to do so? You are already an adult despite your small stature. Gerald's face darkened like coal, and he retorted, you fool, I may be an adult, but look at me. I'm almost the same size as you. How am I supposed to approach them? Besides, I only love my true love, and won't accept anyone else. Don't casually misjudge us as simply driven by lustful instincts. He wondered where this kid got such ideas from ancient Dragon Clan records, always assuming they just acted on instinct. Before meeting their true love, they would never show their nature to other females. Harold, who are you people? Meanwhile, in the Xingqi city of the Daxia dynasty, inside a luxurious courtyard, over 100 Jinui guards dressed in casual clothes tightly surrounded 3 middle-aged men. One of the men asked. Though they didn't know who these guys were, they felt incredibly strong, nothing like ordinary martial artists. Especially those 3 young men standing nearby gave off a very strong, extremely threatening presence. A single move from them would surely mean death. Daxia Jinui guards rushed toward the enemies with weapons drawn. Those in the center changed expressions, pulling out their own weapons to defend against the onslaught. Though they didn't know how the Jinui found them, it clearly meant their assassination plan failed. At that moment, they realized this dynasty rising in the northwest possessed terrifying power, and if given enough time, it would become a mighty empire. Though they didn't understand why it grew so quickly or had such power, its existence disrupted the entire continent's balance and threatened to dominate a region, blocking their advancement. Now they must break through the encirclement, leave Nanyang territory as fast as possible, report the situation to their forces, prepare in advance, or strike early to crush the dynasty before it grows further. If allowed to develop, the consequences would be clear, so they must destroy it while it was still budding. Chapter 533. An unusual stronger. A massive battle was about to erupt, with deafening combat sounds and powerful destructive forces that instantly leveled the surrounding area. Although the courtyard had protective formations, it still suffered collateral damage from the fierce clash between the two formidable warriors, risking imminent collapse. The commoners in nearby houses, witnessing this spectacle, were frightened and hastily evacuated their homes, not wishing to stay another moment for fear of getting caught in the crossfire. Even though they had fled to a safe distance, their curiosity drove them to cast furtive glances back. They wondered aloud, do these people not fear the consequences of fighting within the city? After all, since the Great Anchor Dynasty decreed laws prohibiting any battles within city limits, anyone who disobeyed faced capital punishment. Yet, before their eyes, an intense battle raged on in this tower. Had it not been for the protective formation, the entire building and its surroundings would have been obliterated long ago by the intense clashes. K. These guys are really risking their lives, battling within the city. Don't they know that once the dynasty's wrath descends, 9 clans will be wiped out? One person muttered. Who knows? But these people are utterly insane, disregarding everything to fight here as if their lives are trivial, another added. But who is actually fighting inside that tower? Why does the protection seem so fragile under such intense assault? I think we should move further away. If we get caught up, we might lose our lives. Brother, you're right. We should watch from a safer distance. Getting involved means death. Why hasn't the city guard arrived yet? Do they not know there's a battle here? Or are they afraid? The civilians and martial artists gathered around murmured among themselves, filled with doubt and curiosity. They questioned who was battling and why it was so fierce, while also wondering why the city guards hadn't intervened. However, everyone knew that the city guards were trained soldiers of the dynasty, disciplined to respond to such situations. Failure to act could cost them their heads. Perhaps they just haven't reached here yet. Hurry, everyone follow quickly. Clear the way, clear the way. Unnecessary people must leave immediately or risk being caught in the battle. You, prohibit anyone from approaching. You, come with me to investigate. The commander of Star Dawn City's defense forces promptly directed his troops to take control of the area, urging civilians and martial artists to retreat. Seeing the protective formation near collapse, the middle-aged officer's expression hardened, his eyes flashing with deadly intent. Although he didn't know who was battling within, their actions threatened Star Dawn City's safety. He had to intervene immediately. Given the intensity of the conflict, he needed to lead his men to subdue them, leaving no survivors. As the commander approached with over 1,000 soldiers, a figure in brocade emerged, halting them 50 meters from the courtyard. Raising his specialized token, the man in flying fish robes declared, "We are investigating here. You needn't intervene. We'll report after matters are resolved." The middle-aged commander, recognizing the embroidered sword and attire, fell silent, immediately ordering his men to stand down. Even though he didn't know what the brocade guards were doing inside, the soldier pointed towards the northeast. A dignified, slightly pale, elaborately dressed Keith approached. Elon hurried to greet him, bowing respectfully. "Flynn, greetings." The elegant man nodded and gazed towards the nearly collapsed courtyard, asking, "General Arnie, what is happening here? Why are the brocade guards present, and who are they battling?" Translation notes. 1. Names are transliterated using pinyin for consistency. Chapter 533, An Unusual Powerhouse. A battle was imminent, with deafening sounds of combat and overwhelming destructive power that instantly leveled the surroundings. Despite the courtyard being protected by an array formation, it still suffered collateral damage from the confrontation between the two powerful individuals. The protective layer could break at any moment. The civilians living nearby were terrified by this scene and hurriedly evacuated their homes, not wanting to stay for even a second to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Although they fled to a certain distance, their curiosity drove them to cast glances back, wondering how these people dared to fight in the city without fearing any consequences. After all, the Great Anchor Dynasty had long forbidden any fighting within city limits under its law. Anyone who defied this order would face capital punishment. However, this towering pavilion before them erupted into a shocking battle, causing the surrounding area to tremble. If not for the courtyard's protective array, the intense battle might have already leveled the entire. Everyone follow. Move aside. Uninvolved people please clear out. Stay away, or you'll be caught in the battle. You, block anyone from approaching. You, come with me to see what's happening. The commander of the Starchy City Guard swiftly took control, directing his troops to keep bystanders at bay. Seeing the protective barrier on the verge of collapse, the middle-aged commander's face darkened, his eyes flashing with lethal intent. Though he didn't know who was fighting inside the courtyard, their actions threatened Starchy City's safety, requiring immediate intervention. Especially given the intensity of the fight, he and his troops needed to eliminate all involved without leaving any survivors. As the commander and his 1,000 soldiers approached the courtyard, a man dressed in resplendent attire, identified as part of the Imperial Guards, appeared and halted them 50 meters from the entrance. Holding up his special token, he said, "The Imperial Guards are handling matters here. There's no need for your interference. Once things are resolved, we will report to higher authorities." Noticing the fly-fish attire and the ceremonial saber, the middle-aged commander fell silent, immediately ordering his men to retreat. Though unsure of the Imperial Guard's targets, he saw no reason to interfere. Dealing with threats to the dynasty was the Imperial Guard's domain. Endangering the dynasty warranted no mercy. Although he wasn't on the front lines, he wouldn't allow anyone to threaten the dynasty. Once everyone retreated, the Imperial Guard stood erect, gripping his saber, observing the scene intently. The sudden appearance of the Imperial Guard made everyone suck in a breath, realizing that whatever was happening was likely initiated by them. Outside, a Desi watched silently and asked the middle-aged commander beside him, "Brother, is the Imperial Guard here because there are people endangering the dynasty?" He was Finn, and the Keith was his brother, Elon. Despite the age gap, they were siblings. Elon joined the military when Finn was just born, leading to their noticeable age difference. Their resolve to serve remained strong. Elon had been in the army for over a decade, now commanding a city's defense forces. Finn had only served for 3 years, but he hoped to become a true warrior soon, ready for battle on various fronts. Regardless of who's inside, we must prevent anyone from escaping. If they step out of the courtyard, we must stop them, Elon stated expressionlessly. Immediately inform all troops to prepare for battle. Yes. Finn quickly turned and left. Elon stood stoically, prepared for any threat. Just as he instructed his brother to leave, one of his subordinates rushed over, whispering something urgent. Elon's expression shifted, and he asked coolly, "Where is the city lord?" "There." The soldier pointed toward a gentlemanly figure, slightly pale, clad in splendid attire, approaching them. Recognizing him, Elon greeted him respectfully. "Your Excellency, Flynn." The elegant Keith nodded, glancing at the nearly collapsed courtyard with concern. "General Arnie, what's going on here? Why are the Imperial Guards present, and who are they fighting?" Note: for context, the Imperial Guards, or Brocade Guards, Jingyuwei, were a specialized force serving the Chinese Imperial Court during the Ming Dynasty. They handled intelligence, internal security, and direct protection of the emperor, often operating beyond normal legal constraints. 3. Tone and style maintained throughout, ensuring narrative coherence. 4. Paragraph structure and line breaks remain consistent with the original text. Chapter 534. Tension rises, retreat. Sir Flynn, I'm not quite sure of the situation either. But since the embroidered uniform guard is here, it's certain that the people inside are a danger to the dynasty, Elon said expressionlessly. The embroidered uniform guard has their reasons for being here. Though unaware of whom they are targeting, by the intense battle, it's evident these foes must be formidable. Despite his curiosity about the identities of the enemy, he knew well that the embroidered uniform guard never reveals their operations. Hearing this, Gil Wenyan, the city lord of Xingqi City, instantly fell silent, gazing straight ahead, praying that the battle would not escalate further. He stabbed towards the opponent's throat. Damn! The unguarded guard was instantly impaled, collapsing amidst blood spew. The youth's attack continued unabated, growing swifter by the second. Just then, while focused on combat, a tiny dart flew toward him. Sensing the anomaly around his neck, he abruptly reached out, plucking a fine needle from his skin. Staring at it, his complexion turned pale. Oh no! Before he could finish speaking, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed limply. Upon seeing the fallen man, the embroidered uniform guards ceased attacking, one turning to smile and remark, "Great job, Hicks." "No problem." Nearby, Hicks smiled and nodded lightly. Just moments before, he had shot a tranquilizing needle, quickly incapacitating the target. He then ordered sternly, "Carry him away immediately. Do not let anyone near him." Yes. The other guards exchanged glances, fetching a sack, stuffing him inside, and promptly exiting the battlefield. Despite losing 2 men, they had captured 1, leaving only 3 more to subdue. Whether they could capture the rest depended on replicating this successful tactic, using tranquilizers when the enemy focused. These needles, loaded with anesthesia crafted personally by Caden, instantly paralyzed upon contact. Without 7 to 8 days recovery, to leave, they needed to break free and flee in different directions for survival. "If you won't flee, then I'll go first." Speaking, one Keith gathered strength into his blade, slicing violently at a nearby guard. Swish! A chilling flash of blade light surged forth. A fearsome wave of energy lunged at the guard commander. Facing multiple waves of blade light, Commander Zhao Anchoring of the embroidered uniform guard channeled his spiritual power into his blade, retaliating forcefully. Blade clashed against foe. Merging waves of light surged forward. Boom! An earth-shaking roar echoed as shockwaves rippled outward, reducing surrounding buildings to rubble, cracking even engraved formations. Under this immense force, both warriors were forced backward, mouths bleeding. Astonished yet defiant gazes locked onto each other. Chapter 535. No way to escape. Kill. The 1,000-man captain of the Brocade Guard roared silently in his heart, instantly wielding his saber and charging at the opponent. However, before he could get close to the Keith, the man had already turned around and started to flee. "Wanna run?" "Not a chance." Seeing the man turn to escape, the captain's expression changed slightly. He then chased after him with his saber. Though he did not understand why this guy was fleeing, it was evident that he realized things were turning for the worse and was attempting to escape. But escaping from under his nose was like daydreaming. Even if he let this person go, others would never allow it. Upon seeing the Brocade Guard captain chasing after him, the fleeing Keith Anakin's face also drastically changed. But instead of stopping, he accelerated his flight. In an attempt to escape as quickly as possible, he drew out poison darts from his spatial ring and shot them towards the pursuer before increasing his speed. The Brocade Guard captain showed no fear as he saw the incoming darts. Gripping the blade tightly in his right hand, he moved his wrist and wielded the knife furiously, deflecting all the darts with remarkable speed. By the time he had deflected the darts, the Keith Anakin had already fled the courtyard. But the captain did not give up. Instead, he sped up in pursuit. Leaving here now was almost impossible. Although the distant formation had been destroyed, they had set up a new one outside specifically to prevent their escape. Bang! While soaring through the air, the Keith Anakin, who was trying to escape, suddenly slammed into an invisible wall in front of him and was thrown back several meters. As soon as he steadied himself, he looked forward in disbelief, eyes wide. In front of him stood an intangible protective formation. At this moment, he instantly understood that the Brocade Guards had been prepared for this and made arrangements to ensure they wouldn't escape, dead or alive. Just as his mind was struggling with these thoughts, the Brocade Guard captain had already approached him. Captain ordered coldly, "Everyone, leave the courtyard immediately." Yes. Following orders, the Brocade Guards left the courtyard swiftly and exited via the array. This array was specially designed to ignore the presence of the Brocade Guards, thanks to their special tokens, which allowed them to pass freely. Without these tokens, they would still be trapped within the array, with no hope of leaving. The 3 middle-aged men standing still watched as the Brocade Guards escaped without obstruction. They instantly realized that the guards must possess something allowing them to leave the formation. Although confused, they continued searching the brocade guard corpses for anything that might help them escape. When they found a brocade guard corpse, they eagerly approached it. But the next moment, the corpse burst into flames right before their eyes and turned to ashes. With the walls of the courtyard crumbling, the fierce battle within became visible to everyone. Witnessing the terrifying power of the combatants and the destruction caused, everyone recoiled in fright, instinctively distancing themselves. Though they were already far away, they felt it best to retreat even further to avoid any danger. Staring at the horrific battle, Flynn Levi of Xingqi City looked particularly grim. Such powerful beings fighting here would surely cause immense destruction. However, when he noticed the protective formation surrounding the battleground, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the brocade guards had prepared for this. Otherwise, the entire city would have been reduced to ruins. Still, he wondered who these people battling the brocade guards were, and why they seemed so terrifying. These people are here, and their strength is formidable. It appears they are planning to confront someone powerful. Wait, suddenly, a thought struck Levi, causing his face to darken. Their target is the king. Levi thought to himself. Xingqi City was only 3 days' distance from the capital, and was one of the 8 major cities surrounding it. These people appeared here, each possessing extraordinary strength, indicating they were after someone powerful. If his guess was correct, their target was their king. Realizing this, Levi hurriedly instructed Elon, and then quickly left to report the situation to higher authorities, ensuring the safety of the king and preventing any more powerful figures from approaching. Watching Levi leave in a rush, Elon frowned. Seeing his city lord so anxious, he sensed that something was seriously wrong. Chapter 536, Seeking Help from Gerald. In the imperial palace of the Daxia dynasty, as Harold stepped out of his study, he saw a member of the brocade uniform guard approaching him to report on recent events. Upon hearing the news about the current situation in Northern City, Harold's expression changed slightly. His eyebrows furrowed and his eyes flashed with intense hostility. The message from the brocade uniform guard indicated that more and more non-human strongmen were gathering in Northern City, and the city's defenses had already been breached in some places. Although Northern City managed to repel enemy attacks at great cost, this was only temporary. The non-humans would continue their offensive, and the next attack might be even more intense. Rubbing his chin, Harold fell silent, deeply pondering how to deal with the non-humans next. While he wished for the Daxia dynasty's army to take over Northern City's defense, he did not want any reason to cause conflict between his forces and the local army. After an uncertain period of silence, Harold suddenly turned to Andy, who stood behind him and said, "Eunuch Hyder, you personally go to bring Gerald into the palace. Zack has matters to discuss with him, and once you bring him here, take him directly to the Magnolia Palace." If he wanted to break through Northern City and take control of its defenses, he could only start with the generals there. To make them feel that he bore no ill will, he could only entrust Gerald with this task. Gerald's disciple was one of the Northern City defense commanders. If he could explain the situation clearly, the commander would surely persuade his disciple. This way, Harold's troops wouldn't have to clash with the Northern City soldiers, and the Daxia dynasty could potentially gain these troops. His arms for a hug, Harold smiled, bent down slowly, and lifted South Sun into his arms. Carrying both children, Harold walked toward the nearby pavilion. At dusk, under Andy's guidance, Gerald returned to the palace and was directly brought to the Magnolia Palace. Seeing the familiar Gerald, Everengshuin instantly looked delighted, reaching out his hands as if seeking a hug. "You naughty boy, wanting to pull on my beard again?" Gerald shook his head gently with a smile at Everengshuin's outstretched hands, but still lifted him into his arms. Seeing the boy attempt to tug at his beard, he hurriedly stopped him to prevent being pulled again. Despite not knowing why this child had such strength, he did not wish to experience that discomfort again. Sitting on a stone bench, Gerald entertained Everengshuin while quietly asking, "Tell me, why have you summoned me to the palace?" He did not believe Harold called him just to see these two children. There must be another reason, one he hoped to understand soon. Facing the straightforward elder, Harold's expression twitched. Were powerful people always so direct? However, he did not mind and continued, "Actually, I didn't summon Grandpa Tadu for anything specific. I just need your help with something. Don't beat around the bush. If you have something to say, just say it. Otherwise, don't disturb me when I'm spending time with these kids," Gerald responded impatiently. Harold felt speechless for a moment, lightly shaking his head before smiling and saying, "I want my army to take over the defense of Northern City, but since your disciple is the commander there, under the jurisdiction of the 3 major sects, I hope you can convince him." Upon hearing Harold's words, Gerald fell silent, considering the implications. Despite his disciple's command in Northern City, this request caused internal conflict. After a long pause, Gerald stared straight at Harold and asked seriously, "Can your army guarantee that the non-humans won't breach Northern City's defenses, and that not a single non-human enters the Nanyang domain?" "Grandpa Tadu, since I'm having the army take over the defense, it naturally means ensuring the safety of Northern City from non-human attacks. Moreover, don't you remember that Abyss City's defense is handled by my troops?" Harold said with a smile. He knew Gerald doubted him, and he would do the same if he were in his shoes. But he was confident in persuading the elder, though convincing the disciple required Gerald's aid. Recalling his visit to Abyss City 4 years ago, Gerald remembered the elite troops of the Daxia dynasty, defending it fiercely against the non-humans. Since the Daxia army took over, numerous reinforcements ensured constant defense, successfully repelling every enemy advance. Staring at Harold, Gerald narrowed his eyes and asked, "You want to rule the entire Nanyang domain and become its sovereign, right?" Chapter 537, Ambitions. How can the petty overlord of a small Nanyang domain satisfy my ambitions? Harold chuckled softly, a trace of disdain flickering in his eyes. His goal was the entire continent and the vast regions beyond. The tiny Nanyang domain was merely the starting point for his empire. Upon hearing this, Gerald's expression changed slightly, his eyes narrowing as he stared intently at Harold. Shocked waves reverberated within him. Though Harold's words were simple and clear, they revealed boundless ambition. an ambition that could engulf mountains and rivers. It seemed the emperor of the Daxia dynasty had incredibly lofty ambitions. Although Gerald wished to dissuade him, witnessing such determination, he decided against voicing any objections. His only hope now was that this Desi wouldn't stir up too much trouble. Of course, he hoped the other party would not develop too rapidly, thus attracting the attention of powerful forces. No strong power would tolerate another growing more powerful than themselves, especially with a terrifying growth rate. After a long silence, Gerald said calmly, "I'll make the trip myself in a few days. Only then can I convincingly persuade that stubborn boy." His disciple had a similarly obstinate temperament. Although obedient to him, this matter was crucial, necessitating caution in decision-making. As the general defending access to the teleportation arrays. "However, I ask that you swear not to reveal the existence of these arrays to anyone," Harold said without emotion. Although he trusted the old man somewhat, accidents could happen. If word got out, someone might attempt to destroy the arrays. While he wasn't worried about potential destruction, as it required immense power, the constant harassment would make him uneasy. "In that case, I will head to Northern City tomorrow to persuade the boy." Gerald responded, "That is most appreciated, Grandpa, to do." With a warm smile, Harold thanked him and continued, "If possible, I hope you can persuade your disciple to serve me and help expand my empire." The commander of Northern City was a capable person. Securing him as a general would greatly benefit the Daxia dynasty. Not only did Harold need outstanding talents from Huaxia, but also formidable generals from this world to ensure the longevity of his dynasty. Gerald's eyes narrowed as he stared directly at Harold, completely oblivious to Tadiatel Qingxian tugging at his beard. He hadn't expected Harold's ambition to be so great, not only demanding his disciple's surrender and Northern City's defenses, but also seeking to turn his disciple into a general for the Daxia dynasty. Whether his disciple chose to become a general for the Daxia dynasty would depend entirely on his own willingness. Seeing Gerald agree, Harold smiled, inwardly pleased. With this elderly figure intervening, persuading the Northern City's commander, or convincing him to become a Daxia general seemed well within reach. "Come, Qingxian, let Grandpa give you a kiss." Holding little Engsub, Gerald lifted him and gave him a hearty kiss on the cheek. The little boy didn't refuse, but kept pulling the old man's beard. Compared to before, Engsub no longer habitually pulled beards, but was still curious due to his young age. Engsub, in Harold's arms, watched Gerald curiously. While no longer afraid of him, she still felt a bit unfamiliar. Sensing her gaze, Harold lifted her and smiled. "Qingxian, do you want Grandpa to hold you?" After a moment's pause, the little Engsub nodded slightly as if understanding her father's words. Hearing their conversation, Gerald handed Engsub to his mother and extended his hands with a smile. In her father's arms, Engsub looked between the elder and her father, eventually deciding to extend her arms towards the old man. Seeing the little girl no longer afraid, Gerald smiled and embraced her warmly. Daxia Dynasty, 18th level of the Imperial Prison. The dark and damp dungeon sent chills through one's body, an eerie sense of danger creeping into the soul. This place, responsible for imprisoning convicts and managed by the Jinui, was a death sentence for almost all who entered. A soul-rending scream, his face contorted in agony. White foam spewed from his mouth as bone-deep pain tormented his mind, making him wish for death. The gathered Jinui guards paid no heed to the screams, but silently observed the spectacle. In a dark chamber nearby, two Selen powerhouses were shackled with special iron chains, their bodies bruised and beaten, and their limbs restrained. Upon hearing their comrades' cries, they felt a chill run down their spines, breaking out into cold sweats. Despite not knowing what torture their comrade was enduring, his agonized cries indicated unbearable suffering. Even though they longed for death to escape this torment, their cultivation was sealed, and their meridians locked, making suicide impossible. Initially, they thought this mission would be simple. Complete the task set by the elders and return for rewards. But this mission had cost them their lives. It was a terrible trade indeed. Seeing the Selen powerhouse foaming at the mouth, pale as paper, barely alive, all the Jinui guards frowned. Why is this guy so stubborn? Even with every form of torture used, he remained silent. One of them muttered. The guard who stopped smearing the chili looked at the unconscious man and scowled. Damn it, how can he still have such a hard mouth even under intolerable pain? He refuses to reveal the force behind him. Indeed, he is ours isn't. We should summon a Baihu commander. Surely, he can copy this man's memories. Upon hearing this, everyone lit up, turning their attention towards him, subtly giving thumbs up. One of the guards praised, "Samson, you're impressive. You're usually quiet, yet you solve problems brilliantly. Samson, you're our wise star. I'll treat you to a feast when we get out. And me too. It'd be shameful not to reward this kid properly." Samson was just a nickname due to his stoic nature. His real name was Kirk, also a Jinui from Huaxia. Upon hearing offers of treats, Kirk smiled inwardly, vowing to feast well the next time. With Kirk's guidance, the guards quickly summoned a Baihu commander. Inside this dungeon, there were many Jinui guards, 3 Fintans, and a Baihu commander per level. Given the difficulty, they sought help from the Baihu. At the entrance of the 18th level, a burly Keith sat at a table, eyeing 2 roast chickens and a jar of fine wine. Confined to managing this floor, unable to undertake missions, he enjoyed daily feasts of roasted meats and wine. Swallowing saliva, he grinned. Finally, some delicious food. Reaching out, he tore a piece of chicken and bit into it, savoring the meal. Chapter 539, Copying Memories. Commander, we've encountered a thorny issue and need your assistance. Just as the robust Keith was about to bite into the chicken leg in his hand, an urgent messenger rushed up to him. The sturdy man under his nose was the greatest provocation, and today he was determined to teach the youth a lesson. Seeing Ewan catching up quickly behind him, Chris felt helpless but knew he had no choice. To bring Ewan to the interrogation room, he had to seize his food. Otherwise, given Ewan's explosive temper, he would never set foot inside the room. Soon, Ewan, in full fury, caught up with Chris at the interrogation room, whereupon he saw everyone looking embarrassed. Marching straight up to Chris, Ewan snatched back the roasted chicken and duck, glaring irritably. "You little brat, are you asking for death?" Ewan began devouring the poultry again, eyes sweeping over the room, finally settling on the restrained and barely conscious Xavier powerhouse. Noticing that the man was nearly dead, Ewan frowned. Just a bit more torment, and the man would succumb to pain. Taking a bite from the chicken tail, Ewan asked indifferently, "Is this the Xavier you caught before?" "Yes." Chris nodded and continued, "We've used all kinds of torture devices on him, but his mouth remains tightly shut like an unbreakable iron door. Now that we brought you here, Commander, we hope you can copy his memories so we can know about his faction and everything else. Can't you do the memory copying yourselves?" Ewan asked, puzzled, and kept munching on the roasted chicken, his eyes still on the man. "Commander, this man is a Xavier. We're all just Wu Tods, nearly reaching Xavier but still somewhat inadequate." Attempting to threaten his life. Facing the now awake Xavier, Ewan took another vicious bite of chicken, then handed the remaining roasted chicken and duck to Chris. "Hold this. Missing even a piece of meat will mean your end." "Hee hee," Chris awkwardly laughed. Seeming vengeful, Ewan made Chris take the food, then went to wash his hands with a bucket of water and dried them with an old rag. Prepared, Ewan approached the Xavier and said, "Before I apply the final method of torture, I'll give you one last chance. Cooperate, and you may live. Resist, and don't blame us for our actions." The Xavier spat blood at Ewan's face without uttering a word. Ewan seemed unfazed, but the Jinui guards beside him were enraged. "The hell? Are you looking for death? How dare you disrespect Commander? You want endless suffering, huh? It seems you're asking for endless torment." Chapter 540, Divine Martial Sect, Blue Sea Sect, Heavenly Cloud Sect. Don't make such a fuss. After all, he'll become an idiot in no time, and even if he's inwardly enraged, it will be of no use. Ewan said indifferently. Everyone present fell silent at his words, their lips slightly curling into satisfied smiles. Their chief was absolutely right. It was better to wait for this fellow to turn into an idiot than argue with him. Ewan approached the nearby bucket of water, cleaned the blood off his face, and then looked at the bound martial emperor. Originally, if you had cooperated, you might have had a chance to live. But given your uncooperative attitude, it seems you don't want to cooperate. If that's the case, we can only use extraordinary means to get what we want. 9 Curvature Soul Hunting Technique. As soon as these words left his mouth, Ewan abruptly reached out his right hand, pressed it on the other person's forehead, and chanted silently. "Aya!" The martial emperor, now under mental attack, screamed loudly. His piercing cries made people feel a chilling fear. While shrieking incessantly, the man's expression twisted grotesquely, and his body convulsed as though receiving a high-voltage shock. The 2 other imprisoned martial emperors were frightened by the sound of their companions' screams, shaking violently. They never expected that the torture techniques of the great Anchor Dynasty's Imperial Guards would be so terrifying. Just having been tortured mercilessly once was unbearable. Now they faced it again. It was truly inhuman. Hearing the continuous cries of agony from his comrade, the martial emperor in cell 003 could no longer hold his resolve. Suddenly standing up, he began banging frantically on the iron door. "Let me out. I'm willing to cooperate. Just don't kill me, and I'll tell you everything I know." Early snatched the wine jug and left, reminding them to dispose of the useless prisoner. "Sure." As dusk fell, Harold, busy in his imperial study, welcomed an imperial guard holding 3 thick scrolls. Kneeling, the guard reported respectfully, "Your Majesty, the 3 have confessed." The guard presented the scrolls, which Andy immediately passed to the king. Without speaking, Harold opened one of the scrolls and began reading. Shock and satisfaction filled his mind as he read vital information. The scroll spoke simply but described important events about Divine Martial Sect, an apex force on the continent with vast ambitions. However, Harold knew that one sect alone couldn't dominate or oppose the 3 major empires. Hence, alliances were needed, specifically Blue Sea Sect and Heavenly Cloud Sect. If he guessed correctly, the other 2 scrolls contained similar content on Blue Sea Sect and Heavenly Cloud Sect. Harold felt pleased having uncovered the true backers behind Nanyang region's 3 major sects, making future actions much easier. For annihilation, deep infiltration was essential. Harold looked at Andy and ordered, "Notify our guards in Kunlun to infiltrate these 3 major sects," waiting for the right moment to strike. Now aware of the true forces backing the 3 major sects, the next step was to send Imperial guards for covert infiltration, ready to strike when the time came. These sects were well hidden, nearly impenetrable to non-core disciples. Yet, the captured martial emperors were mere outer disciples, while even those killed were outer elders. Such added, "Old man, leave quickly. It's very dangerous for you here. You could lose your life if you're not careful." Yet another red-armored soldier chimed in. Hearing the words from these young brats, Gerald smiled faintly and shook his head. Even if he ventured into the heart of the alien territory alone, he could easily escape or even wreak havoc. Nonetheless, he sincerely appreciated their goodwill. Shaking his head lightly, Gerald smiled and said, "This old man is Gerald, and I have specifically come to seek your general. Please inform your general that this old man has come personally." Upon hearing this, the 6 red-armored soldiers atop the city wall murmured among themselves, filled with doubt as they exchanged puzzled glances. Even the straight-standing, spear-wielding red-armored warriors stationed every 5 meters wore looks of confusion. Who was this old man? Why did he come straight to see their general? Could he be an acquaintance of their general? Although puzzled, they didn't dwell on it. Instead, they instructed one soldier to quickly report the matter to the general. They might not know who this old man was, but given that he had crossed the mountains to reach this place, he must be quite formidable. His reason for seeking their general must be important. "The old man, please wait a moment. We've already sent someone to inform the general. Whether or not the general will see you depends on your luck," the central red-armored soldier said. "Don't worry. When your general hears my name, he will naturally come out to see me," Gerald said coolly. "If that brat doesn't come upon hearing his name, he can't blame him for being less friendly. But that boy won't dare not to come. As Gerald looked around the city, he marveled at its grandeur while feeling a deep sense of sorrow for the existence of humanity. In ancient times, the Nanyang region was also home to many powerful figures, various ancient sects standing tall across this land. However, the sudden attack by the alien races led to Nanyang's gradual decline. Had it not been for the reinforcements from the Kunlun region, the Nanyang region would have fallen entirely into the hands of the aliens. Yet, that fierce battle resulted in heavy casualties for the Kunlun region's forces. While he hadn't witnessed that great battle firsthand, ancient records indicated that human and alien strongmen both suffered severe losses. The battle was undoubtedly brutal. Despite all this, over the years, the alien races have gradually regained strength. Although not fully recovered, this power was enough to destroy the Nanyang region. If it weren't for the northern city and the abyssal city, the alien army would have long overrun the Nanyang region, turning it into a living hell. With the current strength of the Great Anchor Dynasty, dealing with these aliens shouldn't be much of a problem. But if the aliens continue to develop, things might become difficult, Gerald muttered to himself. The strength displayed by the Great Anchor Dynasty was indeed awe-inspiring and almost unbelievable considering how rapidly it had grown. Yet, he knew better than anyone that the power of the alien races was also recovering quickly, faster than the humans. In 1,000 years, their strength might be fully restored. At that time, even with the northern city and the abyssal city as barriers, the Nanyang region wouldn't stand a chance against the fierce attacks of the aliens. Then, the humans here would become food for the aliens, turning this land into a living hell. Now, the only hope was for the Great Anchor Dynasty to grow rapidly, gaining enough strength to counter the soon-to-be-restored aliens. Even if it couldn't match the aliens' resurgence, it could at least protect the Nanyang region. Then, Kunlun would send reinforcements to safeguard this land. Master! As time passed, the tightly shut gates of the northern city opened, followed by a robust voice. Turning towards the sound, Gerald saw a man approaching, nearly 9 feet tall, dressed in crimson armor, full of excitement. He appeared about 30 years old and exuded a commanding presence. Seeing this familiar youth, Gerald revealed a rare smile. Before he could speak, the Desi hurried to him and knelt on the ground. Your disciple pays respect to master. The imposing man looked at his master with palpable excitement, wishing to embrace him tightly. Orphaned as a child, this old man had rescued him from a pile of corpses when he was just a baby. It was his master who gave him hope and taught him everything he knew. Beyond being his master, this elder had been both his guardian and provider. Once he came of age, his master kicked him out, urging him to venture forth and make his mark in the world. Consequently, he saw his master less and less often, sometimes every 5 to 6 years, sometimes every 10, and even once every 20 years, but always initiated by him. Now, seeing his master again, his heart surged with emotion. Looking at his kneeling disciple, Gerald smiled and shook his head, then gently helped him up. You rascal, you still like to kneel whenever you see me. A man's knees are worth their weight in gold. Don't kneel so casually. Get up. Standing up, Cain smiled and shook his head. Master's kindness to me is mountainous. You treated me like your own child. This bow is deserved. But you shouldn't kneel so often, Gerald replied with a shake of his head. Chapter 542, Cain's Choice. Master, it's been 10 years since we last met, right? As night fell, the stars in the sky were clear and bright. On the wall of Kaohsiung City, facing the direction of the alien territory of it, he knew of the Daxia dynasty. Though he hadn't truly clashed with them, he understood that this dynasty was extremely powerful, currently expanding aggressively across Nanyang territory like wolves. Facing the intense attacks of the Daxia dynasty, the 3 major sects had suffered continuous setbacks and could be annihilated at any moment. Previously, the 3 major sects had demanded he withdraw from here and lead the troops to confront the Daxia dynasty, but he refused, leading to strained relations between him and the sects. To leave here would mean allowing the aliens to enter human territory, wreaking havoc on humanity, which he refused outright. Because of his direct refusal, the 3 major sects gradually reduced their supplies, especially recently, cutting off food entirely. They had to send people out to buy supplies. What he couldn't believe was that his master represented the Daxia dynasty to persuade him to surrender and transfer the defense authority here to them. After a long silence, Cain said solemnly, Master, can you tell me what kind of dynasty the Daxia dynasty is? Do they have the strength to defend this place and ensure its safety? If a dynasty lacked the absolute strength to defend this area, he absolutely wouldn't hand over the defense authority, nor would he leave even a step away. Now, Abyss City is defended by the Daxia dynasty's army, Gerald replied calmly. The Daxia dynasty's army is defending Abyss City? Cain's master wasn't providing the answers he sought and instead encouraging him to find out for himself. Cain shook his head lightly. His master still liked being mysterious, but he trusted his judgment. If he said so, there must be a reason. After another long silence, Cain said solemnly, Master, the Daxia dynasty is far from here. Can they dispatch their army here quickly? Due to relentless alien attacks over the past few years and the lack of reinforcements, Northern City's defenses would crumble within a couple of years. He hoped the Daxia dynasty's army could arrive soon to help defend the city. Looking at the desert before them, Gerald said calmly, the Daxia dynasty's army has always been here. Precisely speaking, they have been watching you while waiting for an opportunity to take over the defense of Northern City. They've been here all along? Master, don't joke. If the Daxia dynasty's army were here, my men would know. Things aren't always as they seem. Gerald looked ahead and said, the Daxia dynasty's army has been stationed in the Wuxiao Mountains near Northern City for several years, waiting for an opportunity. But because I appeared, they decided to have me persuade you instead of waiting. Convinced his master wasn't lying or joking, Cain asked, Master, how many troops does the Daxia dynasty with plenty of soldiers? I know you do not believe me, but every word I speak is true. The Great Anchor Dynasty has built a huge fortress right beneath your nose. They stand in full readiness, waiting to take over the defense of Northern City anytime. The reason you cannot see the city is because powerful arrays are set up around it. From the outside, you can't tell there's a city there. But looking from the inside, you will see a massive military camp, Gerald explained. If not for seeing it himself, he never would have believed that the Great Anchor Dynasty would set up a concealment array on a city so that it blends into its surroundings, deceiving visual senses. To prevent the city from being exposed and also avoid Northern City's troops realizing its existence, the Great Anchor Dynasty intentionally kept fierce beasts there. Because of these beasts and the occasional terrifying aura they exuded, the area around the city became a forbidden zone, impossible for humans to approach. If you intend to hand over control of Northern City to the Great Anchor Dynasty, their army will come here tomorrow to accept everything, Gerald said. Dane and his men were fully prepared and ready to come at any time to take over everything, including the stationing rights of the city. The only obstacle now was his disciple. If his disciple chose to pledge allegiance to the Great Anchor Dynasty, they would immediately come here to defend. Kane remained silent, staring ahead, seemingly lost in thought or struggling internally. While he was puzzled by how the Great Anchor Dynasty managed to place their army right under his nose, it was more astonishing that they had built a massive camp unbeknownst to him. However, he was thankful that those hidden beneath his nose were human and not other races, which could have been catastrophic. After a long silence, Kane finally spoke. Master, can you help me contact the general of the Great Anchor Dynasty? I need to meet him now. Having decided, since the three major sects disregarded the survival of the human race in Nanyang Domain, he would choose to join the Great Anchor Dynasty and gain their support against the alien races. To combat the alien races, whatever he had to do, he would agree. Though the three major sects trained these troops and made them guard this place for the safety of the human race, they acted contrary to their initial intentions. This, he absolutely couldn't allow. Now he needed to meet the general of the Great Anchor Dynasty to see whether they had the capability to defend the area. Of course, no problem, Gerald smiled, nodding slightly. Then, expressionless, he continued, Boy, come out. Now I need you to do something. Hearing his master's words, Kane felt thoroughly confused, completely unsure what his master meant. Swish. Suddenly, a figure dressed in a flying fish robe with a brocade spring dao emerged like a shadow from behind Gerald. Seeing this sudden appearance, not only Kane but also the surrounding red-armored warriors were shocked, pointing weapons towards the stranger. Immediately, Kane stopped their advance, or no one could guarantee that they wouldn't attack this Secret Service agent. Relieved by the halt, the arriving Secret Service agent named Adonis sighed, muttering inwardly that these people were indeed savage. Regaining his composure, Adonis looked respectfully at Gerald and asked, Elder, may I ask why you summoned me? Don't get sidetracked. Quickly inform Dane to come here at dawn tomorrow, Gerald ordered blandly. Curious about the method used by the Secret Service agents to hide within shadows, Gerald was intrigued to study it, yet realized it belonged to the Great Anchor Dynasty and thus refrained. If nothing happened, fine. But if this action angered Harold and company, it wouldn't benefit him and might directly harm Christie. Frankly speaking, this method of hiding in shadows was powerful, but without permission, they could not infiltrate someone's shadow. Adonis managed to hide in his shadow only with his consent. No problem, Adonis nodded, contacting Dane without hesitation. Looking at the mysterious man who suddenly appeared, Kane frowned, questioning his master. Master, who is this guy? How did he lurk silently in your shadow? Despite the apparent ordinary cultivation level of this Desi, his infiltration skill was truly remarkable. Even with Kane's strength, he failed to detect him. If this person attacked suddenly, Kane might kill him, but not before he inflicted significant damage. He is called Adonis, a Secret Service agent of the Great Anchor Dynasty. He accompanied me this time to serve as a liaison with General Dane, Gerald replied. Chapter 544, Choosing to join the Great Anchor Dynasty. By the way, my disciple, the ruler of the Great Anchor Dynasty hopes you will serve the Great Anchor Dynasty. Your decision entirely depends on what you think in your heart. I will not interfere, Gerald said. Although his disciple listens to him very much, he did not want to command him to serve the Great Anchor Dynasty in his own tone. He only hoped that the other party would act according to their thoughts. If one blindly followed others' orders, it wouldn't benefit either party, especially himself. Tedious-steaming to his master's words, Kane fell silent again. It was unclear what he was thinking, or what he was preparing to do next. Surrendering to the Great Anchor Dynasty and becoming a general under them was something he had never considered. This idea had never crossed his mind. If he hadn't heard it now, he might still be baffled. After an indeterminate amount of time, Kane spoke. Master, what do you think of the Great Anchor Dynasty? Can this dynasty meet your discerning standards? His master's eyes were incredibly sharp, able to see through matters beyond others' comprehension. Things mysterious would be stained with blood and sacrifices. Despite this, he was curious how far this dynasty would go, and whether it had the capacity to become the fourth imperial power. Upon hearing these words from his master, Kane's face showed shock and disbelief as he looked at his master with awe, unable to recover for a long time. Perhaps to others, these words sounded like deceit, but he did not believe they were. His master had no reason to lie to him. If so, he must join the Great Anchor Dynasty, becoming one of the pioneers of this imperial power. Even if it meant dying in battle, he would have no regrets. Clasping his fists firmly, Kane declared resolutely, Master, I've decided. I'm joining the Great Anchor Dynasty, becoming one of the pioneers of this imperial power. At this moment, a grand ambition surged within him, excitement flickering in his cold eyes, his entire being pulsating with vitality. Hearing his disciple's decision, Gerald's face twitched. He had intended to cultivate his disciple into a lone wanderer, traveling the world, befriending others, leading a carefree life like himself. Contrarily, his disciple preferred handling weapons and studying military tactics, longing to lead armies into battle. Abandoned among the dead on the battlefield, bathed in blood, it seemed his disciple was destined to become a general leading charges. Regardless of his choice, he supported him wholeheartedly, letting him pursue his desires. As for his future achievements, that depended on his efforts. Yes. Nodding gently, Gerald smiled. Since you've made your decision, I'll inform the Great Anchor Dynasty's ruler. Turning to Adonis, Gerald continued, tell your ruler that Cain will join the Great Anchor Dynasty anytime and become one of its generals. Yes. Smiling, fixing his gaze on Cain, Adonis immediately contacted his colleagues in the capital, instructing them to relay the news to the ruler. What the ruler did next was his decision. They were only responsible for eliminating threats against the ruler and the dynasty. Should Cain betray them one day, they would eliminate him without hesitation, including anyone associated with him, even this elder. Without hiding any longer, his mission completed, Adonis now needed to arrange contact between this elder and Dane. Gazing at the endless Gobi Desert, Gerald commented lightly, "You're no spring chicken. Isn't it time you sought a partner?" His disciple was already 300 years old. Due to his strength, he maintained youthful looks, yet he had never sought a partner, causing Gerald some concern. He had lived a solitary life and didn't wish the same for his disciple, wandering endlessly with no place to call home. Master, don't joke. Just as Dane and his men walked in, Arn approached, locking eyes on Dane and clasping his hands respectfully, saying, "I suppose you are General Dane?" Looking at this seemingly ordinary Keith before him, the arriving Arn was filled with astonishment. Despite his appearance lacking any sign of cultivation, Dane exuded an aura similar to that of a ferocious ancient beast. Hendrik or Thermore, the presence and power radiating from him were far greater than even their Grand General Cain. Behind him were 10 formidable warriors, whose imposing auras and pervasive killing intent surpassed those under their command. "Yes, I am Dane. Where is your Grand General Cain?" Dane nodded lightly and then spoke. "Please follow me," the Arn replied after confirming Dane's identity. Dane didn't waste time, leading his troops toward the main camp of Northern City. They soon arrived without hindrance and met Cain and Gerald there. The main camp was a pavilion-like structure, similar to a residential building, but distinct in its function, more akin to a military camp. Dane left his 10 soldiers outside and instructed them to wait. Now that they had reached their destination, there was no need for them to come in. Upon entering, the Arn immediately reported, "Grand General, General Dane has arrived." Cain nodded, stood up, and glanced at Dane, a general who deeply impressed and astonished him against subsequent assaults. Their task now was to swiftly take over the defense and prepare for the fierce attacks from the aliens. Upon hearing this, noticing the grave expression on Dane's face, Cain's expression darkened slightly before he said flatly, "General Dane, do you know that the aliens are amassing forces for another massive assault?" "That's correct," Dane nodded seriously. "Recently, alien armies have been attacking Abyssal City frequently, each time with just tens of thousands of troops. According to intelligence we've gathered, these frequent attacks on Abyssal City serve as a cover for a larger offensive on Northern City. The aliens are currently gathering a force of 1,000,000 troops along with many powerful fighters, intending to launch a massive attack within 3 days. Our intelligence analysts believe this time the aliens are determined to break through Northern City's defenses. Hence, we must take over all defenses here as quickly as possible." The only thing they could do now was to accept the defensive lines, fortify this place, and prepare for the impending alien assault. In the Great Anchor Dynasty, the Imperial Palace. After finishing his official documents, Harold slowly left the study, stretching lazily. Though ministers helped him process some documents daily, those requiring imperial approval piled up on his desk for him to handle. Seeing piles of documents every day made Harold feel somewhat speechless. Why were there always so many documents to process? Did everyone enjoy creating so much paperwork? As Harold stepped out of the study, Andy greeted him with a jade tray holding a delicate jade bowl covered with a lid. "Your Majesty, why are you out so early?" Andy asked hastily. "Having finished the documents, I naturally wanted to breathe fresh air and visit my 2 little ones," Harold replied softly. Understanding why Harold came out so early, Andy continued, "Your Majesty, this is the Uedi Baijian soup prepared by the royal physician Caden. Please drink it as soon as possible." Though puzzled, Harold didn't question further, took the bowl, lifted the lid, and was greeted by a unique medicinal fragrance that was both inviting and distinctive. "Why does this soup smell like cream?" Harold asked Andy with evident confusion. Chapter 546, Caden's arrival. "Your Majesty, this time Master Caden's decoction is quite bitter, so he added some milk to it to mask the bitterness," Andy explained. Though he didn't understand why Caden did this, there must have been a reason and intention behind it. While good medicine may taste bitter, as loyal ministers, they must improve the ruler's experience, ensuring the king does not endure unnecessary discomfort. Though puzzled, Harold did not comment further, but gulped down the decoction in one go. At first, it tasted slightly sweet, but suddenly an intense bitterness overwhelmed him, almost making it hard to swallow. Yet, he didn't spit it out but drank it without hesitation. The medicinal concoctions prepared by Caden were tailored specifically for him, aiding in his cultivation improvement and nourishing his body, always keeping him at peak energy levels. Hendrik or Thermore, these decoctions had no side effects and were beneficial to the body, though it was recommended to drink only 1 cup every 3 days. Having just finished drinking the decoction, Harold placed the bowl on a jade tray and noticed a lump of brown sugar on it. Curious, he asked, "What is this brown sugar for?" The lump of brown sugar on the jade tray was rectangular, entirely red in color. Though it resembled a cake, Harold knew it wasn't. It was indeed brown sugar. He couldn't figure out why a piece of brown sugar was placed there. Was it meant to complement the decoction he had just consumed? "Master said that if your Majesty finds the decoction too bitter, you can suck on this brown sugar," Andy replied. Hearing this, Harold felt relieved and immediately took the brown sugar from the jade tray into his mouth. Initially, the bitterness still lingered, but as he kept sucking on the sugar, the sweetness gradually dulled the bitterness, making it more palatable. He continued to hold the sugar in his mouth, feeling its taste. While not overly sweet, it was pleasant enough to help alleviate the bitterness. Turning his gaze towards Andy, Harold asked, "What is this sugar made of?" "It's sweet." Mitigating some of the taste, much of the bitterness remained. After drinking the decoction, the king would likely feel a bitter aftertaste, potentially leading to nausea. Therefore, eating the sugar afterward would be helpful. Disappointed at not getting the answer he wanted, Harold had hoped to get more sugar for his children. It seemed he would need to ask Caden directly. Dismissing Andy, Harold left and headed towards the Jade Orchid Palace. Arriving at the Jade Orchid Palace, Harold walked toward the pavilion where Camila and Christy were. Nearby, he saw Caden playing with his two children. The kids were clearly fond of Caden, playfully tugging at his beard while laughing joyfully. After chatting briefly with his concubines, Harold approached the grassy area and asked, "Master Caden, what brings you here unexpectedly?" "Minister Caden pays respects to your majesty." Realizing Harold was speaking to him, Caden quickly knelt and responded, "Your majesty, my purpose is to examine the health of the young prince and princess, checking for any adverse reactions to the medicines they've been taking." To lay a solid foundation for the two children, he had specially prepared various potent medicines aimed at strengthening their constitution. A robust base would allow for rapid cultivation and quick growth. However, he was somewhat concerned, as these medicines were artificially refined, unlike natural fruits. Although he had purified them to reduce toxicity, the children were still very young, and potential adverse reactions needed thorough investigation. Fortunately, their unique constitutions allowed them to absorb the medicinal benefits while automatically expelling toxins. "How did your examination go?" Harold asked softly, deeply concerned about his children. Even though they possessed innate supreme physiques that naturally repelled toxins, he couldn't be certain they were entirely immune. "The young princes are both in excellent condition," Caden said solemnly. "However, starting now, we should stop giving them the medicines to ensure they don't absorb any toxic components." "That's fine," Harold agreed. Chapter 547. The Battlefield of Kunlun Domain. The Kunlun Domain, the Tiamu Plain. Kill. Under the setting sun's twilight, on the vast plain, the Heavenly Vault Empire and the Northern Sea Empire engaged in fierce battle. The warriors from both sides fought to the death, locked in an intense struggle. With the power of martial artists, the earth was torn apart into fragments. Yet if one looked closely, it could be seen that the land began to slowly heal itself. Although the repair process was slow, it was still visible to the naked eye. The earth, shattered by the warriors' strength, was gradually mending. At this moment, the soldiers from both sides were utterly blinded by bloodlust. Blood flowed like rivers across the land, and corpses littered the ground everywhere. A terrifying blood-stained aura filled the air, making the scene truly horrifying. Despite this, neither side would put down their weapons. Instead, they clutched their sharp blades tighter and slashed at their enemies with all their might. The army of the Heavenly Vault Empire wore blue and yellow armor, while the Northern Sea Empire's army wore black and red armor. The soldiers on both sides recognized each other by armor color, not faces. Anyone wearing different armor would be immediately attacked without hesitation. On the battlefield, one did not know the faces of their comrades. With so many of them, they only knew the people in their own tent, relying on uniforms to distinguish friend from foe. On the battlefield, anyone wearing the same armor as oneself was undoubtedly a comrade. If not, they were absolutely the enemy, to be killed without hesitation. However, when warriors lost themselves in bloodlust, they sometimes would even attack their comrades, though this was rare, as true madness left no room for recognition of kin. Coulter, positioned behind the main forces, silently observed the intense battle before him, his lips curling slightly into a satisfied smile. They had already clashed on special battlefields 7 or 8 times, each engagement manner, splitting into 2 flanks within 100 meters, and surrounding the enemy from both sides. The Northern Sea Empire responded similarly, sending out their red blood tiger riders who also split into 2 groups to form a surrounding assault. Rumble. Suddenly, under the setting sun's twilight, dark clouds covered the sky, and deafening thunder rumbled overhead. Tail-offing their heads, the soldiers saw drizzling rain that quickly turned into a torrential downpour enveloping the earth. Despite the heavy rain, the warriors continued their fierce battle. The rain seemed to clear their minds, preventing them from losing control and attacking their own allies. On the war chariot, Coulter frowned deeply as he watched the heavy rain pour from the sky. While this rain was somewhat beneficial, it was not entirely so. According to intelligence, this grassland often experienced heavy rainfall, causing the grass to grow abundantly. However, if the rain was too heavy, it would turn the grassland into a muddy swamp. Judging by the intensity of the rain, this sudden downpour would transform the grassland into a quagmire, disadvantageous for both sides. "Commander, now that the heavy rain is coming, what should we do? Should we withdraw immediately?" asked a middle-aged general solemnly. His name was Gil Chun, a border general of the Heavenly Vault Empire, specifically tasked with defending against attacks from the Northern Sea Empire. He understood the situation here better than anyone. Looking at the dark clouds covering the sky and the rain falling like a waterfall, he was certain this rain would last a long time. Heavy rain inevitably turned the grassland into a swamp, making movement difficult. With both sides heavily engaged in battle on this grassland and the heavy rain pouring down, it would certainly become a muddy quagmire underfoot. The surrounding generals also looked towards Coulter, waiting for his order to retreat. "Do not rush to retreat. Wait until the ground turns into mud before we pull back." Coulter kept his eyes focused ahead, his lips curling slightly. Moreover, the enemy will also wait for the ground to turn into mud before retreating, which will benefit them. Fighting in a muddy swamp was extremely disadvantageous, even for powerful warriors like them. Once the soil turned into sticky mud, it would hinder their movements, preventing them from fighting effectively. Moreover, the stronger one was, the more the mud would impede them. If his guess was correct, the enemy would also wait for the ground to become a quagmire before retreating. This way, they wouldn't have to worry about being pursued and swiftly defeated. Yes. Upon receiving the order, the generals prepared to retreat immediately once their commander issued the command. Regardless of whether the commander ordered a retreat, they would have no objections. After all, they were generals of the Heavenly Vault Empire, ready to give their lives for the empire at any moment. Silently observing the front, Coulter harbored different thoughts. He wondered when the Great Anchor Dynasty would launch its attack on the Kunlun domain. The battle in Nanyang domain was nearing its end. The armies of the Great Anchor Dynasty had almost completely occupied the entire region. Though there were still some resistance forces, he believed they would soon bring it under complete control. Though it would take a few more years before the Great Anchor Dynasty could launch an attack here, he could hardly contain his eagerness to conquer the entire Heavenly Vault Empire. Chapter 548. Ambush under the cover of night. Sound the retreat. Watching the mud steadily forming on the ground, both armies were engaged in fierce combat. Even if they were exhausted, the soldiers would unhesitatingly swing their weapons to slash at the enemy. Butler directly issued an order to pull back. He was not worried that the enemy would suddenly counterattack and launch a vigorous assault against them, because even if they attacked, his army had the opportunity to retaliate or even push back. Thus, he was very confident that even if they retreated now, the enemy would also cease fighting at this moment and wouldn't tangle with them for too long. Yes. Receiving the order, one of the generals beside him raised his right hand and immediately passed on the command to the nearby soldiers. Clang, clang, clang. As the sounds echoed, the soldiers of the Sky Empire who were battling fiercely on the battlefield immediately stopped, stepping back amusingly. The strength of the Imperial forces could not be denied. Even in retreat, they remained orderly and did not descend into chaos. It appeared as though they were not fleeing in defeat. Seeing the retreating troops of the Sky Empire before him, the Northern Sea Empire prepared without hesitation to give chase. But just as they were about to move forward, a retreat order came from their own rear. Although confused by the situation, as soldiers, they had to follow the orders conveyed from behind. Otherwise, defying military commands would offer them no benefit and might even lead to death. Facing the sudden order to retreat, the Northern Sea Empire soldiers did not show any reluctance and likewise quickly withdrew from the battlefield in an orderly manner. Surprisingly, both sides took away their fallen comrades' bodies while retreating, not leaving a single fragment behind on the ground. Seated in the war chariot, Butler looked forward expressionlessly. The current momentum was rolling, ready to burst out any time. Silently watching the retreating enemy before him, his eyes fixed on the Northern Sea Empire's commander-in-chief. A smile crept up the corner of his mouth as a strong plot began to form in his heart. These past days of engagement had been about waiting for the perfect moment. Now, the time had come. It was time for him to make the Northern Sea Empire's commander-in-chief suffer. Glancing at the generals beside him, he nodded slightly to them, then swiftly got off the war chariot, entered the army, changed into regular soldier's armor, and then quickly put on ordinary warrior armor. Just as he rapidly left, a general in his war armor wearing a black mask walked out from the ranks of the Sky Empire to take his place on the war chariot. No one noticed these actions, not even the soldiers of the Sky Empire, who did not realize their commander had been replaced. To them, the person in black armor, always wearing a black mask, was their commander and the one they obeyed. Nighttime saw stars shining brightly in the night sky, while rain poured down relentlessly. In the dark canyon below, soldiers carrying torches moved forward. Upon closer inspection, these were soldiers of the Northern Sea Empire. Their burning torches were made of special materials that continued to burn even when submerged in water. This advancing army in the canyon was an elite unit of the Northern Sea Empire, numbering 100,000. They were responsible for covering the rear, led by one of the 12 gods of the Northern Sea Empire, Fallon. Standing on the cliff above the canyon, Butler watched quietly under the rainforest, a satisfied smile on his face. Surrounding him on both sides of the canyon were his 10,000 elite subordinates. Now that he had brought his elite here, his aim was to eliminate this elite force. No, his true target was one of the Northern Sea Empire's 12 gods, Fallon. He had been watching her for a long time, but only waited for the right moment. This sudden heavy rain was his opportunity to capture her. Through intelligence from the embroidered uniform guard, the Northern Sea Empire's commander was very cautious. Every time he engaged them in battle, he sent an elite unit to cover the rear to prevent surprise attacks. Despite no surprise attacks happening in this canyon previously, the opponent remained cautious. Now, Butler needed to take care of these people. Gazing silently at the scene below, he turned to the soldiers beside him expressionless. Order the vanguard to immediately block the enemy's path ahead and cut off their retreat. Yes. The black-armored soldier received the order and immediately relayed it. Meanwhile, Butler drew his weapon. A large long sword filled with murderous intent, looking intensely at the valley, awaiting the cutoff of the paths ahead and behind. Everyone prepare. Once the paths were blocked, he would lead his men down to slay the enemy. Hearing the command from their general, everyone became serious, gripping their weapons tightly, ready to jump down with their general. A signalman waved a flag continuously, relaying the general's orders to the comrades on the opposite side of the canyon. Unaware of the impending danger, the soldiers walking below did not sense the peril that lay ahead. Rumble, rumble. Thunderous sounds came, making the marching army abruptly stop. Faces #### Chapter 549. The Shadow of Death. Attack. After waiting for 3 rounds of arrows to be fired, Butler gripped his long saber tightly and rushed forward at the fastest speed, then leaped down from the high altitude. As soon as he launched his attack, the elite troops under his direct command, who were gathered around, each clutched their weapons and jumped down into the valley below at breakneck speed. Thanks to their formidable cultivation and strength, they controlled their falling speed. Not too fast, not too slow, ensuring they wouldn't crash violently upon landing. Soon, under Butler's leadership, the 10,000 elite troops under his command landed swiftly on the ground and slashed at the enemies before them. The elite soldiers of the Beihai Imperial Dynasty, still reeling from the arrow barrage, were stunned by this sudden assault, allowing themselves to be relentlessly cut down. Butler quickly dispatched several enemies before his eyes scanned for new targets. His purpose was not to kill these insignificant foes, but to eliminate the 12 divine generals of the Beihai Imperial Dynasty, Fallon. If he could personally slay one of their divine generals on the battlefield, it would not only solidify his position, but also win him favor with the sovereign of the Tianqiong Imperial Dynasty. With that, they could effectively control this empire. They are men of the Tianqiong Imperial Dynasty. Kill them all. Fallon. Upon recognizing his attacker, Fallon's face paled in shock, disbelief evident in his eyes. Butler. A provisional commander of the Tianqiong Imperial Dynasty. Though he held only a provisional title, his leadership skills rivaled those of their main commanders. With proper nurturing, he could easily become a full-fledged commander. Never in his wildest dreams did Fallon imagine that Butler would appear here personally, leading a formidable elite force to ambush him. If he wasn't mistaken, this ambush army was likely a product of Butler's own training. Looking at Fallon, Butler's lips curled into a smile, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Eliminating this man would consolidate his position and possibly elevate him to true commander status. The army under his command belonged to one of the three main commanders of the Tianqiong Imperial Dynasty. However, after a mysterious battle, that commander had been severely injured and was currently recuperating. Impressed by Butler's extraordinary strength and military prowess, the previous sovereign of the Tianqiong Imperial Dynasty recommended him and showed him great favor, thus granting him his provisional command. As a general of the Donghua dynasty, Butler was unsatisfied with merely holding a provisional position. He wanted to become a true commander, to have real control over an army and eventually dominate the dynasty. Otherwise, his secret plan with Bowie would be impossible to achieve. Attack. With a fierce cry in his heart, Butler swung his long saber out, the icy blade striking rapidly towards his enemy. Facing Butler's swift attack, Fallon's expression turned grim. He could sense a fatal danger emanating from Butler, whose strength far exceeded his own. Although he couldn't understand where the Tianqiong Imperial Dynasty found such a formidable talent, it was clear that he and Butler were not on the same level of strength. Even if he could put up a fight, it would only last a few rounds. His immediate goal was to find a way to escape and report Butler's formidable power to their commander, so he could prepare accordingly. Gripping his saber tightly, Fallon lunged forward. In an instant, their blades clashed midair, sparks flying and waves of force rippling out. Damn it, why is this guy so strong? Fallon's expression darkened. Initially, they had underestimated the strength of the opposing forces, but now it was apparent that Butler was on par with their own commanders. If Butler continued to grow, the Tianqiong Imperial Dynasty would soon have 4 commanders, doubling its power and closing the gap between them. Should the Tianqiong sovereign have ambitions, they might one day invade the Beihai Imperial Dynasty. Quickly repelling his foe, Butler advanced with his long saber, its deadly edge flashing with light, each strike aimed directly at Fallon. Today, despite being riddled with injuries, he continued to fight against Butler intensely, taking steps back but resisting the enemy's attack to the death. But seeing so many soldiers fall under the overwhelming might of the Sky Vault Imperial Dynasty's elite troops, they didn't even get a chance to resist, only getting massacred ruthlessly. Swish. Noticing an opening in the opponent's defense, Butler tightly gripped his long saber and slashed. The cold blade cut through the air, emitting a fierce light before slicing into Fallon's chest. Although trying his best to block the attack, Fallon was still hurled away with a large gash across his chest, deep to the bone, blood spurting out, making it a horrific sight. Fallon looked at Butler with cold eyes, his gaze slightly drooping as he focused on the grievous wound on his chest. However, his expression remained composed, not letting it bother him too much. Compared to these wounds, he should focus more on the current battle. Even though he knew there was little hope of winning, he did not fear the opponent at all. He was a divine general of an empire. If he were to be afraid now, how could he continue walking this path? Kill. Roaring inside his heart, he channeled his spiritual energy to stem the bleeding, gripping his saber firmly and charging forward, gathering his energy into his blade. Though the opponent was strong, it did not mean that he was weak. If Butler wanted to kill him, then he must take a layer of skin from the opponent, as well to show his might. Swish. 3 sharp and terrifying saber lights flashed towards Butler. Anyone caught in its range was slain by his saber light. Fallon had completely lost it. Whether it was his own men or surrounding Donghua dynasty warriors, he hesitated not to slash them mercilessly. Seeing the rolling saber energy emitted by the other party, Butler's eyes showed no mercy. Gathering immense power into his weapon, he fiercely chopped towards his foe. Instantly, a wave of saber energy unleashed from him, covering up the opposing saber light with an overpowering force. Boom. A violent sound echoed as the entire valley trembled. The powerful energy spread around, forcing both fighters, standing 10 meters apart, to retreat from the impact. Spit. Butler took 1 step back while Fallon retreated 5 to 6 steps. Feeling his internal organs shaken, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. But despite the injury, he persisted, suppressing the pain as he charged again. Under the cleansing rain, blood dripped from his body onto the ground, spreading a fearsome killing aura around him. Seeing the enemy attacking, Butler gripped his weapon, taking a step forward and charging rapidly. Admitting that Fallon was indeed an indomitable fighter, having suffered lethal injuries yet continuing to fight. Moreover, Butler felt his strength increasing. If not mistaken, the guy was burning his life force to boost his strength. Saber in hand, he attacked rapidly, the sharp edge glowing chillingly, causing Fallon to keep retreating while defending against his powerful strikes. While the intense combat continued between them, their soldiers fought fiercely in the valley. Although the Beihai Empire's soldiers fought bravely, facing one-sided slaughter made them struggle to hold their ground. The enemy's strength was overwhelming. They were simply not their match, always pressed down by the opposition. Even when desperately fighting back, the end result was still death. In a blink, a quarter hour had passed. The vast valley was strewn with corpses and flowing rivers of blood, a horrifying scene filled with gruesome remains. Under the brutal massacre by Butler's elite forces, the 100,000 enemy troops were wiped out without a single survivor. At that moment, they resembled reapers from hell, calmly looking at the carnage. Drenched in the rain, their eyes were cold and ruthless, emanating a frightening aura that chilled one to the core. Shockingly, some fallen black-armored elite soldiers revived, as if they never died. Of course, these Donghua dynasty soldiers were brought back to life by Harold using reincarnation powers, though their original bodies had already turned to ashes. Cough, cough. Kneeling on the ground, coughing up blood, Fallon stared at Butler with a mix of emotions, blood trickling down his chest. You didn't use your full strength in our battle? Butler acknowledged it with a nod. Ha ha ha, the Skyvault Empire is truly enviable to have you as a rising commander, Fallon laughed bitterly. Initially, he thought Butler had been using his full strength, but now it seemed otherwise. He guessed that only half of Butler's strength had been used throughout the fight while also giving way to him, testing his limits. However, Fallon had been clueless about Butler's intentions, being led step by step until this tragic end. Without words, Butler slashed his throat without hesitation, sending a burst of blood spouting out. Bang! With the severed throat, Fallon fell dead to the ground, dying with wide-open eyes, apparently full of resentment. Butler ordered some soldiers to carry away Fallon's body. Ideally, he should give him a proper burial, but currently, it wasn't possible. Without Fallon's corpse, he couldn't claim credit for the operation, which they desperately needed. General, what should we do with these corpses? A soldier came up to ask. In private, they addressed Butler as General. In public, they called him Commander to avoid exposing their identity and compromising their mission. Though they had many comrades infiltrated within the army, ready to collaborate at any moment to eliminate this dynasty's forces, timing was crucial. Now wasn't the It's rumored that our Sky Empire's Commander Butler stands 9 feet tall, has broad shoulders like a tiger, and an imposing demeanor. Just one glance at him would leave anyone speechless due to his overwhelming presence. In the early morning, within the elegant inn, people gathered, laughing and chatting about Commander Butler. Especially noteworthy was the fact that he had become a commander only a few years ago and already managed to kill a divine general. Although a divine general is weaker than the elites of imperial forces, they still rank high in military leadership within those empires. Despite never having met Butler, the crowd felt immense pride knowing that one of their Sky Empire's commanders, especially one so newly promoted, could achieve such a feat. Killing a divine general signified not just extraordinary strength but also superior military strategy. Even though he ambushed the divine general, carrying out such an ambush successfully and slaying him marked Butler as the first in the Sky Empire, and likely the first among neighboring empires, to achieve this. Butler's actions sent shockwaves through the empire, leaving everyone awestruck. The Andon, who opposed Butler, upon hearing the news, turned unusually grim-faced, devoid of any joy. He knew better than anyone else that with this achievement, Butler had solidified his position as acting commander. He originally believed there was a chance to undermine Butler, preventing him from fully claiming the role. But now, it seemed almost impossible, even if the original commander recognized closer to that of a chief commander. Hearing their commander's words, the others ceased discussing, understanding the potential risks involved. Suddenly, a middle-aged general spoke up. Commander, since Fallon's demise, the Sky Empire's chief commander has been extremely cautious. Do you think he's planning something against us? Since the battle ended 3 days ago, heavy rain had persisted without let-up. Although it had slightly eased, it still poured relentlessly. Due to the rain, the Sky Empire's chief commander hadn't launched further attacks, which puzzled everyone. The men fell silent, turning their gazes to Butler, awaiting his analysis. Rising from his cushion, Butler walked toward the sand table. The dozen officers followed suit, gathering around the map. Standing beside the sand table, Butler addressed them. The North Sea Empire's commander remains inactive not because he's plotting, but because this weather prevents bold moves, or even troop movements. Moreover, my men have destroyed the canyon passages. If they attempt an attack, they'll have to detour, which will take at least 4 days. The loss of a divine general must have dealt a severe blow to their morale. An attack by their commander now would be futile. This wasn't boasting, it was reality. Losing a divine general would cause significant unrest in any army, regardless of its size or allegiance. Even in an imperial force, such losses could lead to instability. Should the North Sea Empire's commander decide to launch an attack, he'd have to consider his soldiers manually, through relentless hunts by the imperial guards and relentless assaults by the Great Anchor Dynasty soldiers. The 3 great sects ceased overt resistance and instead engaged in covert disruptions. Inside the imperial palace of the Great Anchor Dynasty, in the study, Harold was reviewing petitions when Andy brought his 2 children into the room. The 2 little ones, now 1-year-old, could walk normally on the ground and occasionally spoke a few words. Father. Upon entering the warm study, the 2 little ones were extremely excited and ran quickly towards their father, causing Andy to worry that they might bump into something. But everything seemed fine as the 2 little ones rushed to their father's side and threw themselves into his arms. Looking down at the 2 warmly dressed children in his arms, Harold put down the petition he was reading, gently stroked their heads, and smiled, saying, Qingxue, Qingxian, shouldn't you 2 be with your mother? Why have you suddenly come to see father? Tadiatel Everingshu, tiny and delicate, gave a sweet smile and said in her baby voice, Father, we came to play with you. It took great effort for her to say this. Despite being taught to speak daily by Christy and Camila, the 2 little ones still struggled somewhat with language, especially Qingxue, who always stumbled over her words when speaking. This wasn't because she was truly stuttering but rather because it took some effort for her to express herself, which led to her occasional stammering. However, sometimes she spoke smoothly, though she remained mischievous, constantly fiddling with things. At that moment, she was already playing with the petition. Gently caressing the heads of the 2 little ones, Harold nodded with a smile, then picked them up and walked towards a nearby spot. He couldn't leave them there to play with the petitions. Otherwise, they would surely mess everything up. As he stood up, Harold turned to Andy and said, Eunuch Hyder, please tidy up these scattered petitions. Of course. Andy hurriedly responded and began cleaning up. Harold, meanwhile, walked away while holding the 2 little ones, smiling and gently teasing them as he moved towards a nearby resting area. Sitting down on a cushion, Harold placed the 2 little ones on either side of his legs and smiled. Qingxue, why aren't you staying with your mother? What brings you here to see father? Do you miss father? In her baby voice, Everingshu replied, Father, Rena and the others are preparing for the new year and don't have time to play with us. so they told us to find you to play. Usually, this time of day, their mother would be with them. However, due to the preparations for the new year, she didn't have the time to attend to them. She had instructed them to find their father for company, so they set out to look for him. Shortly after leaving, they encountered Andy and were brought to Harold. Father, why haven't we seen Louis Heir, Crown Prince, Edsel brother, and Janice brother? Everingshuan asked with confusion. They hadn't seen their uncle, Crown Prince, Gerald. Really? Everingshu's eyes lit up. Father, are you sure you're not lying to us? Everingshuan asked with some doubt. They were both incredibly curious and eager to see the outside world. Looking into their eager eyes, Harold smiled and assured them, of course, when have I ever lied to you? But remember, when we go out for New Year, you must stay close to me and not run around. Understand? Since they longed to see the outside world, he decided to fulfill their wish, allowing them to experience the city and bring some joy into their lives. Hashtag chapter 553. Innocent curiosity. Father, can you tell us where second Louis and eldest brother are? Why didn't they say goodbye to us when they left? Half an incense stick later, Everingshuan asked in a childlike voice while lying on the cushion. The little one's eyes were wide open, filled with curiosity. Initially intending to refuse to answer out of annoyance, Harold saw Jamil's large, hopeful eyes gazing at him and sighed inwardly. Note: it appears there was a character recognition error in the original query where ye was split incorrectly. I corrected it to Harold for consistency and accuracy. Not only was Jamil looking at him this way, even his daughter was staring at him curiously. Both of them seemed eager to know where their uncle and brother were. Additionally, Harold was puzzled. When he had sent those rascals away, hadn't he specifically told them to bid farewell to these two little time? His court's power would develop rapidly, and its size would be comparable to that of Nanyang domain. However, wiping out the alien races was an extremely long-term goal. Expanding human territories into the heart of alien lands wouldn't pose any significant problems for him. Then, he would have the capability to participate in such assemblies, discuss resource distribution, and prepare for an assault on the Kunlun realm. Father, you haven't been to the Kunlun realm either? Everingshuan asked, her eyes wide and curious. Of course not. However, your mother has been there. If you want to know what the Kunlun realm looks like, ask your mother sometime, Harold replied with a smile. If he knew, he would have told them already. There was no point in beating around the bush now. Even if he knew, it would only be surface-level information. He hadn't personally visited the Kunlun realm yet, although he wished to, but now wasn't the right time, and he still had many matters to attend to. Rena has been to the Kunlun realm? Father, how come we didn't know she went there? Evertingsno asked, puzzled. Since your mother didn't tell you, naturally you wouldn't know. Also, your mother's hometown is in the Kunlun realm. If there's a chance, Father will take you to visit your maternal grandparents. How does that sound? Harold said with a smile. Really? Everingshuan's eyes sparkled. Maternal grandparents? Father, what are maternal grandparents? Are they edible? Evertingsno asked. Harold. Edible? How could this little girl think of maternal grandparents as food? Though unaware of why this guard was so urgent, it appeared to be significant. What could it be that made a black guard captain rush? Has something crucial happened at the front lines? Captain Esmond reported. In response to Lord, our spies scattered across the Kunlun realm have discovered a couple during their assassination attempt on a Cold Snow Sanctuary disciple. A couple? Andy frowned deeply, his face darkening. Is this really important? Our people found a couple who resemble Zach's parents, Captain Esmond replied gravely. Andy was startled. His originally grim expression instantly tightened. After a long silence, he said expressionlessly, follow me. With that, Andy instructed the guards at the door to open it, and walked inside with the tray in hand. This matter was too significant for him to handle alone. He must report it to the Emperor immediately for his decision. Yes, my lord. Responding respectfully, Captain Esmond stood up quickly and followed him in. Taking a deep breath to calm his nerves, he stepped into the Imperial study, which was gradually closed behind him. Chapter 554. The Parents' Trail? Your Majesty, here are the pastries you requested, and 2 cups of warm milk. Andy placed the exquisite jade tray before Harold and spoke gently. Harold nodded lightly, then looked at the 2 children in front of him with a smile. Come on, after all that talking, I'm sure you two must be thirsty. Come over and have some warm milk to warm your bodies. Yes. The children responded in their babyish voices and hurriedly crawled over. Watching them rush like this made Harold almost laugh out loud. However, he didn't say much, but instead divided the 2 cups of warm milk, allowing them to pick up their own drinks. Seeing the 2 little ones about to reach out, Harold hastily said, don't touch it directly. It might be hot. Hearing their father's warning, the children quickly withdrew their hands and began blowing on the milk incessantly. Their actions were both amusing and endearing. Just as the 2 kids kept blowing on their warm milk, Andy whispered something into Harold's ear. Upon hearing what was said, Harold's expression turned slightly serious. However, he didn't elaborate, only directing his gaze towards the 2 children. Drink your warm milk slowly here, but don't eat these pastries, understand? The 2 small beings vigorously nodded their heads. Rising from the cushion slowly, Harold addressed Andy. Eunuch Hyder, take care of them for me. Also, make sure they don't try to eat the pastries, or they might choke. Of course. Andy promptly replied. Without lingering, Harold turned and left, returning to his office. Seeing her, this caused a deep resentment to well up within him. While Harold managed to contain his feelings, his younger brother Harold held a profound hatred for their parents, though he never showed it. Every time the subject of their parents came up, his brother would change the topic, revealing just how much resentment he harbored. After recounting everything he knew to the monarch, Captain Esmond fell silent, awaiting further instructions from the king. After a long pause, Harold turned around, his hands clasped behind his back, his face devoid of expression. Convey my message to all Jinui operatives in the Kunlun region. If anyone encounters my parents again, tell them this. Do they remember the sibling pair under a year old wrapped in that bundle? So long without seeing each other, Harold was unsure how to speak to his parents or express his emotions. By having the Jinuri deliver this message, he hoped to remind them of the responsibility they bore as parents. Yes. Though not understanding the king's motive, upon receiving the order, Esmond did not linger further but immediately left the study. As soon as the Jinui captain left, a palace guard entered the study. Report to Zack, there is another Jinui operative outside requesting an audience. Harold furrowed his brows. Another Jinui operative? Could something important have happened? Though he was puzzled, he said, send him in? Yes. Up the map. He placed it on the spacious floor and quickly untied the 3 ropes holding it together. Chapter 555. A simplified map of Kunlun Domain. As the map slowly unfurled, the magnificent landscapes of Kunlun Domain unfolded before Harold's eyes, revealing every inch of its territory. Watching this, Harold's eyes sparkled with excitement, and his heart raced with anticipation. On this massive map, spanning 10 meters by 10 meters, were clearly marked the locations of all the major powers in Kunlun Domain, regardless of their strength or influence. They were all meticulously described on this map. The largest territories belong to the 3 imperial dynasties, the Dezhou dynasty, the Daimon dynasty, and the Dayu dynasty. Located in the southeastern part of Kunlun Domain, they controlled the most advantageous and resource-rich regions. The 3 transcendent forces and the 9 great sects were scattered either near the edges or within these dynastic territories. As for the 9 imperial powers, they resided in the northeastern part of the domain. Though their regions were not as rich in resources, they utilized their geographical advantages to maintain their strength. Harold's gaze locked onto the border area of the Dezhou dynasty where the Cold Snow Sanctuary was located. His expression darkened, his eyes flashing with intense murderous intent. This was the force that had taken his younger sister and relentlessly pursued her, leading to her uncertain whereabouts and continuous persecution. One day, I will not only kill all of you but uproot your entire power base, ensuring your complete disappearance from this world, Harold said through clenched fists, his face devoid of emotion. Though the time had not yet come, he had already dispatched someone to assassinate key figures of this force, making them live in constant fear, just like his sister. He would see how this force could continue its legacy when all who associated with it faced destruction without hesitation. Prince, slow down. At that moment, Engsub and Engshuan came running over, while Andy hurriedly followed behind them, worried they might fall. Seeing the 2 children with milk still on their mouths, Harold couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. He knelt down, letting them approach him. Why are you both in such a hurry? Harold wiped the milk from their mouths, feeling both helpless and unsure how to scold them gently. Father, Qingxian and I noticed you hadn't returned, so we came to find you after finishing our milk, Engshu said in her childlike voice. But you can't rush around like this after eating. Don't you know it's unhealthy to exercise right after a meal? Harold said, rubbing his daughter's head affectionately. Hearing this, the 2 children pouted, looking even cuter, leaving Harold at a loss for words. Whenever he tried to scold them, they would pout and look teary-eyed, making him feel quite helpless. Did Father say anything wrong? There's no need to be so sad. Also, Father has something to show you. I think you'll love it. After comforting them, Harold showed them the map spread out on the ground and smiled. See? This is Kunlun Domain, where your Lewis heir and your brother are right now. The 2 children, who had been sulking, suddenly looked curious as they stared at the map. Father, what does this map show? Engshu asked. Father, I don't understand it either, Engshuan added, sounding disappointed. Without a word, Harold lifted both children into his arms and stood up slowly. Do you see clearly now? Harold asked with a smile. Wow. The 2 children's eyes lit up with innocence as they gazed at the map, filled with awe and excitement. Though they didn't understand the map, they were captivated by the depicted landscape, which left them marveling in disbelief. Seeing their curious expressions, Harold's smile widened. Do you find the map interesting? Yes, the 2 children nodded in unison, wide-eyed. The sun set, and night fell. In the imperial study room, Harold watched the 2 little ones doze off in his arms, a mix of amusement and fondness on his face. They had been extremely energetic all day, constantly playing with things in the room and never stopping for a moment. But as evening approached, they began to grow drowsy, wanting to sleep yet clinging to him. Harold instructed Andy to fetch 2 blankets and place them on the floor near the fireplace. He then laid the 2 children down to let them continue sleeping. After playing all day, they must have been very tired. Letting them sleep soundly would ensure they had enough energy. However, seeing them go to bed so early made Harold worry about them waking up late at night and disturbing their mother. Smiling, Harold turned to Andy. Bring their mother and the Empress here. These 2 little ones cannot stay here to sleep. It would do more harm than good. Despite the warmth in his study, it wasn't suitable for long-term sleep on the floor, as they would absorb cold air, detrimental to their health, even with their special constitutions. Of course, Andy responded respectfully and left. Remaining in the room, Harold watched the 2 sleeping children with a tender smile, reaching out to touch their cheeks. You 2 aren't any less spirited than your elder brothers, Harold said warmly. Recalling his son Gregor, who used to sneak into his chambers during winter, Harold couldn't help but chuckle. If not for the palace guards keeping watch everywhere, he could hardly imagine what mischief his son might get into. Every time his son sneaked out, Vicky would be filled with worry, fearing he might get hurt or injured. Chapter 556, Paul's Message. Not long after, under Andy's lead, Christy and Camilla arrived in the imperial study room and subsequently carried away Tingsno and Engshuan. The 2 girls did not leave immediately upon arrival but engaged in a brief conversation with Harold before taking the 2 little ones away, for they could not let them sleep on the floor. Though they had been holding them since arriving, it wasn't practical, as continuously carrying them would make it uncomfortable for the children to fall asleep. As these 2 just left, Harold, who was seeing them off at the door, suddenly saw a guard from the embroidered uniform guard rush towards him. Your Majesty. The guard immediately kneeled down, his expression highly respectful. What is it? Harold asked expressionlessly. Reporting to your Majesty, Master Paul has sent a message, the guard reported. Harold's eyebrows furrowed slightly, yet he seemed to recall something. He beckoned the kneeling guard to rise and follow him into the study. Andy also swiftly followed suit. Once inside the study, Harold sat down at his desk where he usually reviewed documents and then asked, "Tell me, what news has Paul relayed to you?" Paul had been inactive for a long time, making Harold puzzled and unsure about what tricks he was up to. His sudden communication must involve something crucial. Only by listening to the guard would he understand what it was. The message conveyed by Master Paul is that he has successfully become a senior member of the Assassin Temple, the guard replied. Has offered a high reward for the princess's head. However, he has no authority to know which faction this might be, the guard reported solemnly. Tell him that I demand he investigate this thoroughly. Also, I will dispatch 100 embroidered uniform guards to assist him in gaining control over the Assassin Temple, Harold stated coldly. Despite not knowing which faction dared to harm his sister, even paying for her head, Harold vowed not to let this go unpunished. No matter how deep he had to dig, he would find and eliminate them once he discovered their whereabouts. Yes. Do Paul and my guards know where my sister is now? Harold asked expressionlessly. Though he had already ordered the embroidered uniform guards to search for her everywhere, the girl's frequent movements made it challenging to locate her. Now, he wanted to leverage the Assassin Temple's capabilities to find her, utilizing their unique ability to track targets, albeit over a broad area. Now, if they dare come close to my sister, I will order the embroidered uniform guards to eliminate them without hesitation, Harold continued. Master Paul said that the princess is somewhere in the southwestern part of the Kunlun domain. Though he doesn't know her exact location, he has already informed the local guards to monitor Assassin Temple operatives, the guard reported. You may leave, Harold said, maintaining his composure. Yes. After receiving orders, the guard prompted excessive ceremony. Rise? Harold smiled and helped him up. Thank you, Your Majesty. Eric bowed respectfully once more. As he looked at Eric, Harold conceived a grand scheme. This man might not be as formidable as a general on the battlefield or as refined as a scholar in court, but he was indeed a corrupt unit capable of wreaking havoc on the nation. If used properly, Eric could undoubtedly bring down an entire regime. After all, this person excelled at manipulating the emperor to do his bidding. Without hesitation, Harold led him to the Heavenly Star Pavilion and began to chat casually. After some time, Harold smiled and said, Eunuch Supervisor Zhao, I have a very challenging mission for you. Do you think you can accomplish it? Your Majesty, what task do you wish me to complete? Eric replied calmly. No matter what task the king assigned him, he would not hesitate to complete it, even if it meant risking his life. It was a tremendous honor to serve the king. However, he was genuinely curious about what task the king had for him. In 6 months, the Great Qin dynasty will hold a half-year-long selection process for a new emperor. I want you to infiltrate the Great Qin dynasty and assist one of their princes in the competition for the throne. If possible, I hope you can help him secure the throne so that the Great Qin dynasty falls into chaos, making it easy for our Great Anchor dynasty to conquer it without much effort, Harold said expressionlessly. This was his objective, to send Eric to the Great Qin dynasty to cause turmoil. With the Great Qin dynasty holding its new emperor election, Harold felt an inner excitement. He could send someone to infiltrate and disrupt the administration. Unfortunately, he hadn't found the right person until now, which left him quite frustrated. But when Eric appeared, his heart filled with joy. As a eunuch skilled in manipulating others, Eric was the perfect choice for this mission. Understanding the king's intentions, Eric responded resolutely, Please rest assured, Your Majesty. Your humble servant will complete the task and ensure the Great Qin dynasty is torn apart. Being able to dismantle an entire dynasty for the king delighted him immensely. He was ready to serve the king at any moment. Receiving such an important assignment made Eric incredibly excited. He could hardly wait to start. Even though he was just a eunuch, he was prepared to lay down his life for the king and remain loyal to him. Harold nodded in satisfaction and continued. The Great Qin dynasty has many powerful individuals, and they are taking this new emperor election very seriously. They refuse to let anyone participate and verify everyone's identity thoroughly. So after you enter the Great Qin dynasty, once you find a suitable prince, immediately forge your own identity. Thank you, Your Majesty. Eric smiled gratefully. With the embroidered uniform guard's assistance, the mission would become significantly easier, allowing him to operate freely within the Great Qin dynasty. Harold nodded again, then turned to Andy beside him. Supervisor Hyder, take Supervisor Zhao to meet the other colleagues. In 2 days, send him to the Great Qin dynasty. Now that Eric had arrived, it was crucial to introduce him to the others before sending him on his mission. Although Eric was not well liked, they needed to foster better relations among them to ensure they worked wholeheartedly for the Great Anchor dynasty. Yes, Your Majesty. Andy acknowledged and promptly led Eric away. Leaving Harold alone, he raised his gaze toward the sky, lost in thought. While the entire Nanyang domain was under his control, there were still some who resisted his rule, even plotting subversive activities in secret. Despite the relentless efforts of the embroidered uniform guard to eliminate them, a few persistently challenged his authority, even attempting to assassinate city governors to undermine the Great Anchor dynasty's control over various cities. If not for the timely intervention of the embroidered uniform guard, some governors would have met tragic ends. Chapter 558, Dispatching Cornelius to Kunlun Domain. 3 days later, on a snowy morning, while Harold was reviewing petitions in the imperial study, he was greeted by someone. This person was none other than Cornelius, who rose from his cushion and gestured for him to follow toward the nearby lounge area. Soon, they entered the private rest room adjacent to the study, sitting on separate cushions. Cornelius remained silent, awaiting instructions. Though puzzled about why the monarch summoned him back, Cornelius was resolved. If the king called him back, it must be for something important. Looking at Cornelius, Harold began. You must be curious why I urgently summoned you back? Whatever task your majesty assigns me, I will undertake it without hesitation, Cornelius replied firmly. Harold continued. The embroidered uniform guard has been facing difficulties operating in Kunlun domain lately and lacks a competent leader. Therefore, I have decided to send you there. In reality, it wasn't just this reason. The true cause was that the guard had faced targeted attacks from certain individuals, making operations extremely difficult. Now, he needed a strong and trustworthy leader like Cornelius to lead the guard. He sent Cornelius not only to command the embroidered uniform guard, but also to take a group of secret guards into Kunlun domain, allowing them to infiltrate various factions. With the chessboard now set, he aimed to place hidden pawns within enemy ranks, gaining a strategic advantage for ultimate victory. I will not disappoint your majesty's trust, Cornelius affirmed. When should I depart for Kunlun domain? You will also accompany one person. Who, your majesty? Cornelius asked, puzzled. Eric. Eric? Cornelius furrowed his brows again. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and stared intently at Harold. Your majesty, could this Eric be the same from the Qin dynasty? Hashtag chapter 559, summoning Tai to the palace. Harold didn't speak, but nodded lightly. By all accounts, Andy should have been on his way to Kunlun realm by yesterday morning. However, considering certain matters, Harold had halted his journey and kept him waiting for Cornelius's arrival. Now that Cornelius had returned, Harold naturally intended to send both of them to Kunlun realm together to complete the mission entrusted to them. Seeing the monarch nod, Cornelius instantly understood his speculations. He also vaguely guessed that the monarch was planning to take action against a certain court faction. Otherwise, the monarch would never dispatch Eric. Although he didn't know which court faction they were going to target tonight, it wasn't his concern. His responsibility was merely to command the secret police and let them handle things. Moreover, Eric, being a eunuch, was adept at causing chaos within a court. It would be child's play for him. If necessary, they could assist him covertly, thoroughly disrupting the court and ultimately breaking it apart. Go. When we launch our attack on Kunlun realm, I will notify you immediately so that you can prepare. Gustav had no complaints, though these little ones were quite mischievous, often pinching their faces. Carefully reading the report, Harold felt satisfied. In recent months of ruthless purging, any force opposing the rule of the great Anchor dynasty had almost been completely eradicated. Even the strong men sent by the forces behind the three major sects hadn't even gotten close to his capital city. They were all killed without leaving a single survivor. However, he had to admit that these three major sects were like cockroaches that wouldn't die easily. Not only did they put up a final resistance, but they even led reinforcements out of Nanyang realm, fleeing directly to Kunlun realm. As for what they were doing there, he wasn't sure. Upon arriving in Kunlun realm, the survivors from the three sects vanished without a trace, as if disappearing into thin air. Though he didn't know where they went, he continued to have the secret police search for their trail. With no more enemies in Nanyang realm, it was rapidly developing, and its economy was gradually stabilizing, although it was slow. Still, he believed that within a year, Nanyang realm's economy would fully recover. Handing the report to Andy beside him, Harold smiled at the two women nearby and said, I need to attend to some matters and won't be able to accompany you for now. The two women exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. With their consent, Harold slowly stood up, turned around and left, going to say goodbye to his children. Standing nearby, Jamar and Gustav also left the two little ones upon receiving the signal from their lord. Leaving Yulan Palace, Harold told Hyder Zungshin beside him, go outside and bring Tai into the palace. There is a matter I want him to handle. Yes. Receiving the order, Andy immediately sped off, and Harold and the others didn't linger but left straight away. Just as they started moving, Harold asked the two, having not fought strong opponents for several years, do you feel any discomfort? They hadn't battled powerful opponents for a long time, sparking his curiosity about whether they felt lonely or restless without such fights. Even though they were bodyguard-type generals, prolonged absence of intense battles with formidable opponents might make them uncomfortable. Hearing the monarch's words, the two men exchanged glances, and Gustav spoke first. Your Majesty, without battling strong opponents these few years, my hands are indeed itching for a good fight. Your Majesty, you may not know, but due to the lack of combat with strong opponents lately, both of us have been itching. We sometimes spar, but since we're colleagues, we don't use full strength, Jamar admitted with a hint of frustration. If their hands weren't itching? Actually, they were very much itching, wishing for a strong opponent to battle for 100 rounds. Ideally, an unknown enemy. Fighting colleagues always made them cautious, preventing them from unleashing their full potential. But with enemies, they wouldn't hold back and would use their fists to crush them. Looking at their eager eyes, Harold smiled faintly, recognizing their thirst for battle. Since you two crave battles, then I'll give you a chance to vent, Harold said with a smile. Your Majesty, really? Jamar's eyes gleamed with excitement. Even Gustav, standing beside him, seemed excited. To be honest, they truly wished to battle strong opponents, but they didn't know where such fighters were. Moreover, the Great Anchor Dynasty hadn't yet launched an attack on Kunlun realm, so they hadn't had the chance to engage those strong opponents. Your Majesty, where exactly are the enemies? Gustav inquired. Amused by their eager expressions, Harold still replied, in 2 months, I will dispatch Tai to attack the alien races from Abyss City. Are you two willing to join him on the battlefield and slay the aliens? All internal opposition forces in Nanyang realm had been crushed. Now, he needed Tai to attack the aliens. He had initially planned to send Korik, but Korik was already in Kunlun realm and couldn't spare a hand. He chose Tai because of his experience fighting the aliens and his formidable strength. Chapter 560, Preparing for an Offensive Against the Alien Tribes. Your Majesty, are you saying that our Great Anchor Dynasty will be attacking the alien tribes? Jamar's eyes lit up with excitement as he asked, his heart pounding with anticipation. Gustav, whose soul craved combat, quietly looked at King Harold. Their only adversaries now were the alien tribes. As for the barbarians, they were already coexisting peacefully with their Great Anchor Dynasty. Though they enjoyed battling the alien tribes, the scarcity of powerful warriors sent by the aliens was somewhat disappointing. But now that the offensive was targeted at alien territories, they could not help but feel slightly excited. After all, Once they invaded alien territory, they would have a free rein to kill and engage with alien experts. Indeed. Now that we have subdued all major forces in Nanyang domain, it's time to go after those damned alien tribes, Harold nodded lightly, stating. He had thought about this for a long time but never acted upon it because he had been dealing with the major powers in Nanyang domain. Now that these forces had been destroyed, it was finally time to turn his attention to them. Moreover, they intended to advance the Abyss City defense line to the second defensive line previously established by humanity, then repair the cities there to fend off alien attacks once again. Nanyang domain had 3 lines of defense. Abyss City was the third and last one. In ancient times, human clans in Nanyang domain were beaten back repeatedly until some forces vanished overnight. If it weren't for reinforcements from Kunlun domain, this third line would also have been breached. And now, they must pull back their defense line to the second one, repair the cities that were long ruined to defend against alien attacks, and expand Nanyang domain's territory. As for the first line, he wasn't thinking about it for now. After all, the strength of a whole race couldn't be underestimated. Too aggressive an attack might just backfire. After confirming from their king, the two men instantly felt invigorated, warlike intent surging within them as they wished nothing more than to slaughter on the battlefield. Your Majesty, when will the great Anchor dynasty start its attack on the aliens? Gustav asked with excitement in his voice. 2 months from today. If you're interested, you can lead your elite troops and join forces with Tai in the assault, Harold said with a smile. Hee Your Majesty, staying here has become too boring. Now that there's an opportunity for a grand battle, how could we possibly retreat? Jamar grinned foolishly. How could they possibly retreat when there was a chance to vent their intense desire for battle? More importantly, killing aliens would be a great honor for humans. Also, there were many formidable warriors among the aliens which would loosen up their lazy bones. If you have this wish, then so be it. Gather your armies in a few days, proceed to Abyss City together with Tai, and follow his orders to attack the aliens, Harold spoke. Yes, guys. Putting down his brush, Harold smiled warmly. Thank you, Your Majesty. Harold didn't stay in place, but motioned Tai, Jamar, Gustav towards a nearby lounge. Seating himself on a cushion in the rest area, Harold opened the conversation. General Xue, surely you have guessed why I summoned you here? Yes, Your Majesty, I indeed have my suspicions. Tai did not hide his thoughts and responded directly. Since you've guessed it, I won't beat around the bush. In a few days, you will head to Abyss City, taking Generals Jamar and Gustav along to campaign against the aliens, Harold spoke calmly. Take them both? Tai glanced at Jamar and Gustav beside him, hesitantly asking, Your Majesty, Generals Gustav and Jamar are responsible for your safety. Won't you be in danger if I take them away? Don't worry about that. With peace in Nanyang domain and most generals returning, anyone attempting to harm me would have to have the power to do so, Harold reassured, smiling. Predictably, Tai expressed concerns. Yet, Harold had considered these matters beforehand. With most generals back, some training soldiers, or leading the charge elsewhere, Tai needn't be worried. Tai fell silent momentarily before agreeing. Given all generals' return, there was indeed little concern for the king's safety. Attacking the king here, amidst numerous elite soldiers and commanders, was nearly impossible. However, before leaving, he should inform all generals and scholars of protecting the king. Hendrik Thermore, this mission is highly perilous. Nobody knows what lies ahead, so everything depends on you, Harold solemnly stated. Yes, Your Majesty. Chapter 561, Scarlet Essence Stone and Iron Essence Stone. It's time to make a move. After waiting for everyone to leave, Harold lay down on the ground, his eyes gazing up at the high ceiling of the study. A faint smile played on his lips as he muttered to himself. A grand chessboard was now laid out. As the one holding the pieces, it was time for him to engage in a massive game against the powerful figures in the Kunlun realm. This game determined the survival or destruction of both sides. There could only be victory, not defeat. If he lost, not only would the entire dynasty fall into ruin, but so too would his wife and children. As the emperor of the Your subject, Ewing. Your subject, Hiroshi. Greetings, Your Majesty. You may rise. Harold waved gently, nodding to Andy, who immediately brought 2 cushions for them to sit. Sit down. Yes, Your Majesty. The two exchanged glances, sitting respectfully on the cushions. Upon sitting, Hiroshi asked first, Your Majesty, why have you summoned us? Is there some difficulty you need us to handle? Ewing added. See, currently lack. Pleased with their loyalty, Harold agreed. Building such an extensive defensive line indeed required immense resources. Without sufficient materials, they couldn't proceed and might even risk partial completion followed by alien destruction. You're correct. But since I've asked you here to discuss rebuilding the second defensive line, I've made thorough preparations. Otherwise, why would I call you? Their eyes lit up. Yes, their emperor wouldn't casually decide something without understanding its gravity. Harold continued, Ebenezer Injun has discovered 7 massive deposits of Scarlet Essence Stone in the heavenly extreme secret realm. These materials are sufficient for reconstructing the second defensive line in Nanyang. Scarlet Essence Stone? At those words, both men's eyes sparkled, looking directly at the emperor with excitement. 1/5 of the material required for the third defensive line was Scarlet Essence Stone, while the other 4/5 were Iron Essence Stone. Though similar, they varied greatly in hardness. Scarlet Essence Stone was harder, more durable, and more resistant, whereas Iron Essence Stone, though similar, couldn't compare in terms of hardness, being only 1/5 as tough. Finding Scarlet Essence Stone indicated nearby deposits of Iron Essence Stone. With Amos discovering 7 major veins of Scarlet Essence Stone, this implied abundant Iron Essence Stone nearby. Both materials were crucial for them, potentially enough to rebuild the second defensive line and even the first. Witnessing their excitement, Harold recalled his own reaction 3 days ago when Amos reported this news. Now with so much Scarlet Essence Stone, we can establish the first defensive line, restoring part of Nanyang to its former glory. Hiroshi then asked seriously, Your Majesty, while we have the materials for the defensive lines, who should we use for extraction? What about the manpower? The heavenly extreme secret realm, was their treasure trove and couldn't be revealed or accessed casually. Thus, those tasked with extracting materials must be loyal to the dynasty and steadfast in their duty. Ewing looked intently at Harold as well. Chapter 562. Hiroshi has a plan. The troops under the command of various generals are idle anyway, so let's send them to mine the crimson essence stones. Only they are worthy of our trust. Harold reflected for a moment before speaking. The generals from all departments had returned, and their elite subordinates were among them. Instead of letting them idle, it would be better to send them to mine the crimson essence stones. Although it might seem like a bit of an injustice to them, only they could be trusted to enter the heaven-grade secret realm to carry out the task. Moreover, even if they stayed in the capital, they would only be training, which didn't require that many people. Therefore, Harold thought it would blame him, which would do him no good at all. Having said that, Harold then continued. If Tai's army wants to reach the second line of defense, it will probably take 5 or 6 years. During this period, there may be 1 or 2 stray alien members within the territories occupied by our troops. Do either of you have any good strategies to deal with these strays? Upon hearing this, both men fell silent. The king was right. If they launched a large-scale offensive against the alien territories and extended the human front to the second line of defense, some stray aliens would inevitably appear. These damn aliens couldn't be allowed to roam free. Even if they wanted to spare them, those aliens wouldn't spare them either. After a long silence, Hiroshi spoke first. Your Majesty, although the secret police can handle these stray aliens, I have an excellent plan that doesn't require the secret police or our troops to intervene directly, but is beneficial for our kingdom's development. Oh? Then tell me, what exactly is your brilliant idea? Harold asked curiously. Although he didn't know what Hiroshi's plan was, seeing his confidence made Harold quite curious. If it could benefit the kingdom, he would use it as long as it didn't harm the people. Your Majesty, we have many martial artists within our great Anchor dynasty. We can issue a decree for them to slay aliens, offering cultivation resources in exchange for the heads of slain aliens. This way, we won't need the secret police to act. Nor do we need to deploy our army to clear out the aliens. He steadied them and held them in his arms with a smile. Why did you two come here? We missed father, the two little ones chimed in unison, occasionally cuddling affectionately. Even at such a young age, you're already lying. Are you itching for a beating? Harold said sternly. Upon being caught lying, they stuck out their tongues and made silly faces. Harold chuckled softly, then walked away with the two children. Sitting on the cushion again, he pinched their cheeks with a fierce expression. You two brats learned to talk so early. Do you want me to spank you till you cry? Seeing their father's angry face, the two children went silent, looking pitiful with tears welling up in their eyes. Seeing this, Harold felt helpless. These two troublemakers knew they were lying but refused to admit it, instead shedding crocodile tears. Tell me, why did you come looking for me, and who taught you to lie? Seeing Harold's harshness, the two couldn't hold back their tears. Tadiatal droplets trickled down their cheeks, especially Everetting Snow, who cried the hardest. Seeing his children cry, Harold felt somewhat at a loss. Why were these two so prone to tears, filling him with helplessness? Don't cry, don't cry. Father won't blame you, okay? After comforting them, Harold finally calmed the two children. However, he was still quite upset inside because his children had lied to him. At such a young age, they had already learned to lie, which made him very displeased, wondering who had taught them to lie. Chapter 563, Two Tadiatal Tadiors. After a good round of consolation, Everengshu and Everengshuan finally stopped crying, and then honestly explained why they had lied. These two little ones accidentally broke Empress Christie's beloved Jade Rui while playing, and as a result, they secretly slipped out of the Magnolia Palace to seek refuge here. Understanding why these two little ones lied, Harold felt somewhat between laughter and tears, but he did not scold them severely. One must have the courage to admit mistakes and not try to cover up wrongdoings by running away, especially for them who are still young. After a stern reprimand, Harold started to play with them, making the two previously crying kids start to smile again. Although he managed to make these two little ones happy, Harold was a bit unhappy inside. These two little rascals were learning to lie at such a young age. What would happen when they grow up? Looking at the obedient duo in front of him, Harold said seriously, Tell father who taught you to lie? Seeing their father's stern expression, Everengshu slightly lowered her head, her index fingers touching each other nervously as she softly replied, We learned it by watching Rena and the others lie. You mean your mother and the others lie? Harold instantly frowned, puzzled. How can your mother and the others lie? He had never seen Christy or Camila lie. Could these two little rascals be deceiving him again? Yet looking at the two, it seemed they weren't lying. Could it be true? Why would your mother lie to you? Harold asked expressionlessly. They always say we were found, Everengshuan weakly said. Hearing this, Harold's face twitched, feeling speechless. He didn't expect these two little rascals to be so smart as to figure out that they weren't adopted. Thinking about it, his own parents once told him he was found too. Despite later learning he wasn't, he still found it rather amusing to recall how he believed that lie back then. Regardless of whether you were found or not, you are the children father and Rena love the most, Harold smiled as he hugged his daughter and son. Hearing this from their father, both of them gleefully kissed their father's face. Without lingering any further, Harold stood up holding them. Since these two little ones made a mistake, it was time to take them to apologize. Just as they walked out of the royal kitchen, Everengshu asked, Father, we haven't seen Louis and Crown Prince brother in a long time. We miss them so much. Can we see them? Similarly, Everengshuan gazed longingly at their father, hoping to see their uncle and brothers. They hadn't seen Louis and their brothers in a long time and missed them dearly. Their memory of them was also fading. Now, they wanted to see them to refresh their memories so they wouldn't feel strange when they met next. Seeing the eager looks on the two kids' faces, Harold smiled and said, All right, Father will let you see Louis and your brothers tomorrow. Does that sound good? Since these two little ones so wished to see their uncle and brothers, he would fulfill their desire tomorrow. However, he hoped the Imperial Guards could find them. Otherwise, there was no way he could let them meet. Hearing this, the two kids became very excited, their smiles brightening their faces. Soon, Harold brought the two little ones back to the Magnolia Palace and recounted everything to Christie. Upon learning that her two children had lied, Christie's face turned dark, and she sternly scolded them, causing the two kids to tear up. Seeing their fierce-looking mother, the two were frightened, hiding behind their father and refusing to look at their mother. Looking at her children hiding behind Harold, Christie said coldly, "If Rena ever catches you lying again, I will show you just how serious I can be, understood?" "Yes, yes." The two swallowed hard and nodded vigorously, seemingly promising not to lie again. One must bravely admit one's mistakes and not hide them or deceive others with lies. Understand? Christie continued sternly. Yes, yes. No matter how strictly Christie lectured them, they nodded vigorously, silently deciding never to lie again, not even if they wanted to, without first asking their mother. Seeing the fierce Christie, who looked both intimidating and alluring, Harold felt a surge of desire but suppressed it. With the kids still present, he couldn't do anything inappropriate. If the two kids picked up bad habits, it would only harm them. As night fell, stars dotted the sky, and Harold walking beneath them sighed quietly. Another day passed, and tomorrow would bring another set of challenges. Just as Harold moved forward quickly, an Imperial Guard rapidly approached him, kneeling on one knee and reported, "Your Majesty, the Imperial Guards in Kunlun Realm have found Lyndon and the others." Hearing this, Harold smiled faintly. The Imperial Guards were quite efficient, finding them so quickly. Although he hadn't assigned guards to follow them, allowing them to go different directions for training, he had worried it might take longer to locate them. But now, the speed of the Imperial Guards exceeded his expectations. This saved him the trouble of searching everywhere for them. Additionally, he instructed the Imperial Guards to give them a spirit mirror stone. "Did they convey my message to Tadiadal E and the others?" Harold asked expressionlessly. "The Imperial Guards in Kunlun Realm have delivered your Majesty's words exactly to Lyndon and the others," the kneeling guard replied. "Also, Lyndon and the others requested us to tell your Majesty that they will contact you through the spirit mirror stone at noon tomorrow." "I understand. You may leave," Harold said calmly. He had instructed the Imperial Guards to contact Harold, congratulations, host, for summoning the famous Shu Kingdom general of the late Han Dynasty, Danilo. Danilo? Harold was momentarily stunned before breaking into a delighted grin. His heart pounded with uncontainable joy. One of the 5 tiger generals. However, thinking about how this tiger-like general met his end by betrayal from his fellow soldiers made him inwardly sigh. Even the strongest could not withstand being stabbed in the back by their comrades. But this time, things would be different. He vowed not to let such a tragedy repeat itself. The warriors of his Anchor dynasty would stand proudly in this world. Moreover, Harold never imagined he would summon such a formidable warrior. By now, 4 out of the 5 tiger generals had already joined him, leaving only Josh, the god of war, remaining. Although unsure when he could summon Josh, he wasn't concerned. Time was on his side. "System, do you have Danilo's data?" Harold inquired silently. Chime. Name, Danilo. Dynasty, Shu Kingdom, late Han. Rank, Supreme Hero. Martial Art, Divine Hendrikry Combat Technique. Cultivation level, 4th stage of Martial Saint. Troops, Elite, 100,000 troops. Harold examined the pale blue holographic screen projected before him, stroking his chin with satisfaction. As expected of one of China's finest heroes, coming through so powerful. 4th stage of Martial Saint, a top-tier existence among all generals. Harold himself was at the 4th stage of Martial Emperor, and naturally, his general's cultivation levels mirrored his own. It was peculiar. Previous heroes could surpass him by 2 stages, but recently, it seemed they could only exceed by 1 stage. And for lower-ranked generals, their strength was nearly at par with his. For his generals to advance in cultivation, he needed to ensure his own cultivation improved first. Though he wished to focus on cultivating, his current busy schedule left little room for extensive practice. Thermore, each new stage demanded vast amounts of resources. "Seems I'll need to seclude myself for some time to elevate my cultivation," Harold mused silently as he stood up from the ground and left the imperial study. With Danilo now here, he intended to personally greet him. Despite being king, Harold felt obligated to welcome these distinguished Chinese heroes as they were essential for his empire. Even if he later became the highest ruler, he would still greet them without hesitation. Leaving the study, Harold saw Andy preparing to enter the palace quarters, but instead stopped to watch the king leave under the night sky. Feeling curious, Andy kept silent and closely followed the king. Shortly, Harold and Andy arrived at the Tianqing Pavilion, where they saw a slightly dark-skinned, bearded, and imposing figure, Danilo. Upon seeing the king, Danilo immediately knelt on one knee, bowed his head, and greeted respectfully. "Your Majesty, General Danilo pays his respects." "General Gil, please rise," Harold said with a smile, helping Danilo to his feet. "Thank you, Your Majesty." With evident emotion, Danilo bowed again deeply. Serving the king in this strange new world felt like a great honor. Moreover, he remembered meeting Chandler, Felix, and Ascari, stirring emotions within him. Leading Danilo into conversation, Harold directed Andy to introduce him to Hiroshi and Ascari afterward. Under the moonlight, Harold glanced up at the night sky filled with stars and the luminous silver moon, its light piercingly bright. What a brilliant moon tonight. Harold smiled to himself, noticing its unprecedented fullness and brilliance. Suddenly, he observed a reddish hue around the moon, causing his brow to furrow. Why is the moon surrounded by red? Is something amiss tonight? Harold wondered. Something unusual must be happening. The faint red glow indicated an impending event. He decided to consult Guido, halting mid-step to find Tadeo approaching him urgently. Seeing the worried expression on Guido's face, Harold waited for him to speak. "Your Majesty, I come bearing important news," Guido stated. "Yes, what brings you here so urgently? What is this matter?" "Do you notice the slight red glow around the moon?" Guido asked. "I did. What does it mean?" "It signifies a significant occurrence." "There's more," Guido replied, preparing to divulge crucial information. Chapter 565. Blood Moon Aloft, the Human King Falls. Your Majesty, take another look. What's different about the moon now compared to before? Guido said. Upon hearing this, Harold couldn't help but frown deeply, his expression slightly changing. Although he was reluctant to look up, after some thought, Harold eventually raised his head to gaze at the night sky. It wasn't a problem until he looked. Once he did, he got quite a shock. He saw the moon gradually turning red, its silvery light slowly transforming into a bloody red hue, which immediately altered his expression. Before, he only noticed a hint of red light, but now it was unmistakably prominent, spreading towards the center, making him internally alarmed. Turning his gaze to Guido, Harold asked with doubt, Tadeo, can you explain what's happening? Why is the full moon in the night sky gradually turning blood red? Blood Moon Aloft, the Human King Falls. Guido said gravely. Tadeo, could you be more specific? Harold asked. Your Majesty, one of the human kings has fallen, Guido replied sorrowfully, his expression heavy. Hearing these words, Harold's face changed drastically, and he finally understood the brief sentence Tadeo had just spoken. Blood Moon Aloft, the Human King Falls. The full moon turning red symbolized that one of the human kings had indeed perished. There was only one emperor, but multiple human kings. Even so, for countless members of the human race, the number of human kings remained extremely small, and each one was revered. Their loss inevitably brought a touch of sorrow. Do you know how this particular human king fell? Harold asked softly. His cultivation could no longer advance, and his lifespan was exhausted, Guido replied. Tadeo Fespin exhausted? Harold's expression turned serious. No matter how powerful a human king might be, if their cultivation could not progress, they couldn't escape the ravages of time. It seemed he could not stop cultivating either, or he might face a similar fate someday, despite his current youth. Time passed swiftly, and 2 months flew by. While the world was relatively peaceful, and the economy of the entire dynasty began to recover, allowing the common people to live carefree lives, hidden currents stirred in the Abyss City. In the bright morning mist of Abyss City, 4 million troops rapidly assembled, awaiting orders from their generals. Ty and Denny led the charge as commanders, while Jamar, Gustav, Giovanni, Ellis, Warren, Pablo, Flint, Carnell led their allocated forces forward. The already assigned armies followed closely. Ty led Jamar, Ellis, Pablo, Angelo, Bobby, and Bradford, while Denny commanded Gustav, Giovanni, Warren, Pablo, Flint, and Carnell. Ty's forces moved to the right, while Denny's marched left, aiming to overwhelm the territories previously occupied by the alien races with an overwhelming force. Emerging from the wide gates, sandstorms raged overhead, yet the great Anchor Dynasty's army continued undeterred, marching forward without pause. The storms weren't strong enough to hinder them. When they parted ways, Jamar looked over at Gustav nearby, excitement gleaming in his eyes. General Gustav, dare you compete with me on who kills more aliens? Why not? But how do you propose we compete, General Jamar? Gustav responded, equally excited. Slaying aliens appealed to him, and he wanted to see who could claim more enemy lives on the battlefield. Simple. Let's count every alien kill as one head, regardless of rank or strength, Jamar suggested. I have no issues with that. How about you? Gustav agreed readily. I have no issues either. But remember, no cheating. Whoever misreports their kills loses, Jamar warned. Ha ha ha, don't worry, I won't cheat. Who knows about you, old boy? Gustav laughed heartily. The others around them grew curious, eager to see who among the two would slay more enemies. They were both elite guards of the king, possessing terrifying combat prowess. Now, they would see who could eliminate the most foes in battle. While that sounds fair, we should have witnesses to avoid disputes later, Gustav proposed, which Jamar agreed with. At this moment, as if reading each other's thoughts, Ty and Denny chimed in simultaneously. I will witness for General Jamar, Ty declared. And I will witness for General Gustav, Denny added. Hearing this, Jamar and Gustav exchanged delighted glances, accepting their offers without hesitation. In that case, thank you both generals, they said in unison, bowing respectfully. They had wanted witnesses but hadn't expected the generals to intervene directly. This made the contest even more exciting and fair. Hashtag Chapter 566, Advance into the Alien Territories. A vast and imposing army, moving with an overwhelming momentum, was now slowly passing through Abyss City, step by step advancing into the alien territories. No, to be more precise, at this moment, Ty and Denny were leading the human armies to reclaim the territories once lost to the aliens, driving them away entirely. General Unkor, standing on the city wall, watched the advancing troops with a stony expression, his thoughts unknown. But one thing was certain, he was praying for their victory. This offensive against the alien territories was perilous beyond imagination. Any misstep could result in total annihilation, with not a single soldier returning. However, he firmly believed that Ty and Denny would bring everyone back unharmed, and ensure they did not fall into the aliens' ambushes. It was also a favorable day. The aliens had not launched any attacks nor posted sentries on the front lines. To them, the humans had been cowed into submission, merely hunkering down in Abyss City to defend against their assaults, with no reason to launch a counterattack. But what the aliens didn't know was that the army of the Great Anchor Dynasty was steadily marching into their former territory, ready to reclaim it at any moment. Having barely left Abyss City, Ty and Denny's forces split up, with groups of young soldiers advancing left and right while the main force remained in the center, striking wherever the aliens appeared. As time passed, by dusk, the 4 million strong army had vanished from Abyss City's view. On the city wall, Unkor shouted loudly, "Beat the drums!" His voice spread far and wide, and the drummers below frantically beat the war drums, creating a thunderous noise that echoed endlessly around them. Unkor, after closing the entrance below, returned to the city wall. His expression remained unchanged as he gazed forward with cold eyes. The war between humans and aliens had already erupted, and as part of the rearguard, his task was to protect the city and fend off any sudden alien ambushes. Additionally, they were preparing to welcome the incoming human warriors who would pass through here into the reclaimed territories to hunt down scattered alien stragglers. 3 days later, at noon. Kill. Kill. On this desolate desert plain, Jamar led 10,000 elite soldiers in a brutal massacre of an 8,000-strong alien patrol. In the thick of battle, Jamar's face was flushed with excitement, his hands tightly gripping his long saber as he slashed wildly at the aliens before him. Each swing was like a grim reaper's scythe, cutting through their lives mercilessly. Seeing wave after wave of charging aliens, Jamar's excitement only grew. But these were not his primary targets. He needed to kill their leader first to end the fight as quickly as possible. Nearby, Dylan, the Scorpion clan general, watched in terror as Jamar's men slaughtered his troops. His mind raced. How can this be? How did the human army reach here? And why are they so strong? A counterattack by the human army from Nanyang Domain? This was something they never thought possible, considering it absurd and unfathomable. Yet the human army now ruthlessly devoured them, seeking to annihilate them completely. Worse, the black armored soldiers felt abnormally powerful. For every enemy he killed, he received several cuts himself. Not only were they extremely formidable in combat, but they also cooperated closely, combining their strength to counter even the strongest foes. What was once a manageable fight became a coordinated assault that left him powerless to strike effectively. Suddenly, a chilling wave of blade energy surged toward him, filled with bloodlust. Before Dylan could react, it engulfed him instantly. No. Feeling the impending doom, Dylan let out a final, despairing scream just before his body exploded into a spray of green blood. The surrounding Scorpion clan soldiers, witnessing their general's instant death, trembled in fear, their faces pale with disbelief. Their mighty general had been killed in mere moments. Spitting onto the pile of corpses, Jamar's eyes showed nothing but disdain. Finishing off the rookie commander, he raised his weapon high and shouted without emotion, "Kill!" The surrounding soldiers, following his command, tightened their grips on their weapons, eagerly hacking into the enemy. Any grotesque-looking creatures were assumed to be aliens, and thus deserved no mercy. Alien warriors, while powerful, had lower bodies resembling scorpions, granting them incredible agility. Yet the human soldiers of the Great Anchor Dynasty knew their weakness. Chopping off their legs immobilized them. Despite their strength, the aliens still had vulnerabilities. Taedoke the Scorpion clan, their agile movements were useless once their legs were severed. These weaknesses had been learned through countless battles in Abyss City, allowing Jamar and his men to act swiftly and decisively. Amidst the battlefield, Jamar continued to swing his weapon, slicing through the alien soldiers with relentless efficiency. The wind blew sand around him, yet he remained steadfast. Such a foul smell, Jamar muttered to himself, feeling a bit disheartened. Though he had grown accustomed to the stench of alien blood, the smell still bothered him after being away from it for some time. Still, he swung his blade again and again, cutting down every last enemy. In his heart, he was competing with Gustav, seeing who could slay more enemies. Stopping now would mean conceding defeat, and Jamar was determined to win. With each swing, alien soldiers fell dead, but Jamar did not cease his slaughter, driven by his fierce determination to emerge victorious. Chapter 567. Annihilation of the Scorpion people. General, we have almost completely wiped out these alien races, but their smell is truly unbearable, said Arn as he approached Jamar after the battle. He looked at the corpses on the ground with disdain. The overwhelming stench was indeed nauseating, making everyone present feel disgusted. The Arn had never encountered such an offensive odor before. It was even worse than feces and urine, penetrating the senses intensely. Jamar glanced coldly at the corpses and softly replied, "You will gradually get used to this smell over time." This acrid stench required adaptation. His subordinates hadn't fully engaged in battles with these creatures yet, so naturally, they felt unaccustomed to it. However, no one was close to vomiting. Moreover, while the stench was indeed unpleasant, it was not the time for them to dwell on it. They needed to decide what to do with the bodies. Yes. The Arn bowed respectfully in acknowledgement. Jamar continued, scrutinizing the corpses closely. Have the men gather all these corpses together quickly, pour flammable oil on them, and set them alight to burn them thoroughly. Leaving enemy corpses lying around for too long would inevitably lead to epidemics, and even without that, the overpowering stench would be unbearable and make people vomit. If they didn't dispose of the bodies, the enemy tribe would likely take them away and use them as food to cultivate strength for the next generation. To the alien races, whether it was the body of a kin or another species, once dead, it served as sustenance for sharing. By consuming these bodies, they could absorb the spiritual energy from the flesh, enabling rapid growth and acquiring formidable power. However, only these alien races could extract spiritual energy from the dead. Pa. Another general approached and removed his mask, occasionally spitting. General, the blood of these aliens is disgustingly foul, worse than pig, cow, or sheep excrement. Just get used to it, Jamar responded coolly, gazing at the corpses. Tell the men that although the smell is revolting, they will adapt over time. General, did you often encounter this smell before? The Arn asked curiously. In the past, when I fought against the aliens in the Abyssal City, I frequently smelled it. Initially, it was hard to get used to, but gradually, it became less repulsive. Jamar nodded lightly, confirming the query. General, do you think the barrenness of this land might be due to the blood of these aliens? The Arn wondered aloud. Originally, this land belonged to the human race. Yet now, it was devoid of life, causing discomfort. Compared to these endless deserts, he preferred lush lands filled with greenery and vitality. This arid wasteland stretching endlessly was quite disconcerting. The windswept sands made it almost impossible to keep their eyes open, and if not for the face veils, they would already be blinded by sand. While the veils temporarily protected their eyes from the sand, it wasn't a long-term solution. Moreover, being exposed to the sand was uncomfortable. I'm not entirely sure, but based on the situation, it's possible. The blood of these aliens seems to possess unique qualities, capable of contaminating the earth and rendering it barren, Jamar replied gravely. Though the human race lost this territory long ago, turning it into a desert devoid of life was still shocking. It was unclear if, upon reclaiming the land, they could rejuvenate it, restoring its verdant beauty and vitality. However, bringing life back to this dead land was an extremely difficult task, impossible to achieve in a short time. Now that our army has arrived, we must eliminate every last alien here, the Arn beside Jamar said sternly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Eliminating the aliens is a long-term endeavor. For now, we need to push the battlefront to the second line of defense established by the humans, Jamar replied expressionlessly. As they conversed, the fallen soldiers began to come back to life before everyone's eyes. Fortunately, there were no outsiders or members of other races around. Only the warriors from Huaxia were present. Otherwise, witnessing this would have caused immense shock. They couldn't allow outsiders to see this, lest their secret be exposed, drawing relentless pursuit from various forces seeking to understand the phenomenon of resurrection. Such a method was unimaginable, yet here it was, deserving thorough investigation. After ensuring everyone had fully revived, and 8,000 dead soldiers came back to life, Jamar addressed the Arn. Gather the men. We must leave to meet up with the others.
Yes.
Upon receiving the order, the Arn immediately left to assemble the troops. The general commands all warriors to assemble and depart. With the command spread far and wide, those resting on the ground stood up quickly, forming groups of hundreds, then thousands, and finally tens of thousands. Not far from them, a massive pit filled with alien corpses burned fiercely as the flammable oil incinerated them rapidly. There was no time to linger. The corpses had been doused with oil, making it impossible for the aliens to retrieve them. This wasn't ordinary oil. Water could extinguish it, but sand would only intensify the flames, becoming scorching hot under combustion. Once the troops were fully assembled, the Arn returned to Jamar and reported, "General, the men are ready. We can depart now." "Let's go," Jamar nodded and said. Their mission was to eliminate the aliens and rendezvous with Tai and the others. Anything else was beyond their concern.
Yes.
Chapter 568. Ambush on the Snake Clan. Stop advancing. Just as Jamar and his men had left, they encountered a contingent of the Snake Clan. Though their numbers were not overwhelming, there were at least 10,000 of them. The moment Jamar saw the sudden arrival of the Snake Clan forces, he immediately ordered his officers to find cover and prepare to annihilate the approaching Snake Clan soldiers. Crouching slowly on the ground, Jamar's eyes were cold and filled with suspicion. They had just wiped out the Scorpion Clan troops. Now they were facing the Snake Clan soldiers. Though Jamar did not know why the Snake Clan was heading this way, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. As the Snake Clan soldiers drew closer, Jamar's expression remained unchanged. "Ulysses, tell the men that these Snake Clansmen are taller than the Scorpions. Be vigilant in battle. Don't let their tridents skewer you." The Snake Clansmen were massive, standing 2 meters tall, wielding extremely sharp tridents. Though they resembled humans, their faces were covered in snake scales. Their extended necks and forked tongues, along with their reptilian eyes, made them distinctly alien.
Yes.
The young commander relayed the general's orders, passing the message down the line through the ranks. Upon receiving the command, the soldiers held their breath, each one gripping their weapons tightly, waiting for the enemy. As their general had warned, the approaching Snake Clan warriors were formidable, their bodies like living armor. Especially their green scales acted as a natural shield, effectively blocking attacks. The nearly 10,000 Snake Clan soldiers approached the canyon, completely unaware of the danger that lay ahead. They didn't know they were about to be ambushed or dismembered into 8 pieces. To defend.
Attack.
After enduring several rounds of arrows, Jamar gripped his weapon tightly and issued the order to charge. Jumping down from the canyon heights, he cut off the retreat of the Snake Clan, and his men followed suit. Facing black-armored human warriors, the wounded Snake Clan leader finally realized something was wrong. He tried to issue a retreat in their language, but before his order could spread, Jamar's forces had already surrounded them and engaged in fierce combat. Using numerical superiority, the warriors of the Great Anchor Dynasty wielded their 3-meter-long spears, aiming to slay their enemies. Swish! Just after landing, Jamar, face stern, tightened his grip on his long blade and slashed at a nearby Snake Clan soldier. The sharp blade swept across, instantly engulfing the Snake Clan warrior. Quickly eliminating one enemy, Jamar turned and swung at others, his series of strikes creating an intimidating aura. Within a few exchanges, countless Snake Clan soldiers fell beneath his blade, their numbers increasing rapidly. However, Jamar's true target wasn't these soldiers. He needed to take out the Snake Clan leader to disrupt their morale and end the fight. Seeing Jamar, who killed their men effortlessly, the Snake Clan soldiers were shocked, hesitant to engage. "Since you dare not come forward, I will deliver you to hell myself." With a cold expression, Jamar stepped forward, sweeping his blade in wide arcs, shredding the Snake Clan scales like brittle tofu. Quickly dispatching 5 or 6 Snake Clan soldiers, he charged toward their leader. Suddenly sensing the looming threat, the Snake Clan leader turned around to face an armored figure moving swiftly toward him, obscured by a veil that hid his identity. A human warrior? He thought, feeling intimidated yet determined not to back down. Gathering his spiritual energy, he tightened his grip on his weapon and lunged at Jamar. Seeing the Snake Clan leader bravely charge, Jamar was slightly surprised. What courage had given this man the audacity to face him head-on? But if he dared to challenge, Jamar would gladly oblige, showing him the extent of their disparity. Suppressing his strength to the 9th level of Martial King, Jamar sneered inwardly and struck hard with his blade. Oh no! The Snake Clan leader's face turned pale as he saw the terrifying power of the descending blade. Clutching his trident, he steeled himself to block the incoming blow. Chapter 569. Bloodbath in the Desert. Thud. With a bang, the Snake Clan general was thrown back, his internal organs churning, blood spurting from his mouth. He looked at his opponent with shock. This guy was clearly of the same realm as him, Yet why could he unleash such overwhelming power? It was as if they were not even in the same realm. Retreating several meters, the Snake Clan warrior planted his trident into the ground to stabilize himself. Since we don't understand, then kill him, Jamar said coldly. Ulysses looked astonished. General, isn't this your job? Why are you giving it to me? This guy is too weak. A light slap would finish him. You go practice with him and learn about their combat strength, Jamar responded indifferently. Yes. Ulysses, slightly delighted, gripped his saber tightly, eyes filled with anticipation. He had been longing for a real fight. Ignoring the enemy before him, Jamar turned away to slay others. He was currently competing with Gustav on who could kill more enemies and didn't want to waste time here. Besides, the current opponent's fighting skills were pitifully weak. He didn't want to kill him. Giving him to his subordinate for practice was a better choice. Although Ulysses was far stronger than the enemy, he hadn't fought many of these creatures before and needed to understand their capabilities. After watching his general leave, Ulysses cast a cold gaze at his foe, stepped forward, and slashed his blade. Though confused by the change in human generals, the snake felt insulted and vowed to show his prowess. Die! Roaring inwardly, the Snake Clan general clutched his trident tightly, anger blazing in his eyes as he charged at his human adversary. But Ulysses gave him no chance, spinning and slashing with a gathered surge of spirit energy. He held back, though. If he used full force, and their combat strength was notably superior. I've learned your fighting techniques. Time to send you to hell. With those words, he slashed again, his saber glowing fiercely with a lethal edge that seemed capable of splitting heaven and earth. Facing such immense power, the Snake Clan general's face twisted in despair. He realized that his opponent's strength far exceeded his own. From the start, the human had held back while he fought desperately, unaware of the true might of his opponent. No. Just as the Snake Clan general struggled to fend off the attack, a storm of blinding sword light engulfed him, slicing him into pieces that scattered. When the Snake Clan general died, green blood splattered onto Ulysses, the acrid smell instantly filling his nostrils, making him feel nauseous. This blood smells awful, Ulysses muttered, urgently removing his face veil and spitting profusely to the side. He couldn't help but wonder what was wrong with these creatures' blood. Each type smelled worse than the last, as if standing beside an open sewer. Chapter 570, Gathering at the Destination. General, all the snake people have been eliminated. Not a single one survived. After completely resolving the battle, Ulysses, veiled in black, hurriedly approached Jamar to report. Hearing this, Jamar carefully surveyed the surroundings, confirming no survivors were left, before he spoke. You go and lead the brothers to clean up the battlefield, then douse the bodies with oil and burn them. Yes. Ulysses immediately turned and left upon receiving the order. Jamar remained alone at the site, looking at the dead bodies strewn across the ground, lightly shaking his head. But he did not stay. Instead, he walked toward a general nearby. As he left, the fallen soldiers miraculously revived. Ew. Approaching General Finian, who was under his command, Jamar frowned deeply as he watched Finian retching. Finian, are you okay? General, the stench of these snake people is unbearable. No sooner had he spoken than Finian began vomiting uncontrollably. Jamar lightly shook his head. If you can't stand the smell, why didn't you watch from above instead of joining the battle? Finian was different from others. He was highly sensitive to smells, especially such a pungent odor. If it was too intense, he would vomit uncontrollably, just as he was now. Even during the fight with the scorpion people earlier, he had struggled with severe nausea but managed to hold on until the battle ended. Slap. Slap. Jamar gently patted Finian's chest, calmly saying, if you really can't handle the smell, don't join the next battle. General, how could I do that? I need to fight alongside you all. I can't back down, Finian replied, shaking his head. No matter how bad it smells, I mustn't quit or skip any battles. But you won't be able to fight properly like this, Jamar said with a heavy expression. Despite Finian's efforts to suppress his nausea, it wasn't sustainable in the long term. If he couldn't endure the smell during a fight and showed a weakness, he would be killed by the enemy. Jamar didn't want to see him die, especially because of an inability to tolerate the smell. I'll manage. I'll find a way to get used to it, Finian replied, shaking his head again. Jamar lightly shook his head and then said, use your water pouch to rinse your mouth. It might help ease the nausea. Yes. Following the order, Finian quickly took out his water pouch, drank a large mouthful, rinsed vigorously, and spat it out. Feeling some relief in his mouth after washing it out, Finian felt more comfortable, but still found the smell making him feel nauseous. Seeing Finian about to vomit again, Jamar ordered him to leave the canyon immediately as the odor was too overwhelming for someone so sensitive to smells. After everything was handled and the battlefield cleaned up, Jamar led his troops away. They had been tasked with eliminating the Scorpion People forces and then meeting up with Tai. Having destroyed the Snake People forces added delays to their schedule. Any further delay might mean Tai and his group wouldn't wait for them. As the sun set, Jamar finally led his men to a vast camp in the Gobi Desert. The camp was extensive, surrounded by fences, with soldiers patrolling to guard against the arrival of alien races. This area was occupied by aliens. Their mass entry here could easily attract attention, even if not immediately, it would eventually. Their main task was to conceal their presence as much as possible, but even if exposed, they had nothing to fear. They were reclaiming lost territory, not plundering others. Looking at the massive force gathered there, Jamar breathed a sigh of relief. Due to engaging the snake people, they were delayed, and Tai had waited for them initially, but later sent a messenger to urge them to catch up quickly and join the main force. Leading his troops into the camp, Jamar headed straight to the main tent. Inside, Tai, Ellis, Pablo, Angelo, Bobby, Bradford, and others were already gathered, apparently waiting for him. Heh. Laughing awkwardly, Jamar gave a simple smile. Looks like I'm a bit late. That's not true. You've arrived right on time, General Jamar, Tai smiled. Commander-in-Chief, don't joke with me. I know I was late, Jamar replied with a bitter smile. Seeing he didn't believe it, Tai was half laughing, half crying inside but was serious. Just then, Ellis chimed in, General Jamar, you really did arrive just in time. Yes, Soldier Jamar. We had just sat down when you arrived, Pablo nodded. Indeed, Jamar had arrived precisely on cue. Ha! Everyone laughed heartily. Stopping the laughter, Tai looked at Jamar. Since you're here, let's sit down and discuss our offensive against the alien races. Yes. Responding with a salute, Jamar joined the others on the cushions around a large map. After Jamar sat down, Tai took a deep breath, his demeanor becoming serious. He pointed to the red on the map with a stick. This is our current position. Then, he pointed to a black line. This is Abyss City, our rear base. Our army has killed hundreds of thousands of alien soldiers since yesterday. While this seems significant, it's just a small part of what we face. In our upcoming offensive, we will encounter formidable and powerful alien warriors. They had been in alien territory for 3 days. No encounters occurred on the first 2 days, but since yesterday afternoon, they frequently clashed with various alien tribes, systematically exterminating every encounter group. Chapter 571. Allocation of Attack. Starting tomorrow, we will set off from here and launch a synchronized attack alongside General Denny, spreading out like a net to reclaim the territories lost by our human race. No sooner had he spoken when Tai stood up from his cushion and stepped onto the map. He retrieved an ink pen from somewhere and placed a cross at a blue line on the map. After marking the map, he looked towards Ellis and said, General, estimating a certain distance to the left of Pablo's cross, Tai marked another cross and said, General Bobby, after the meeting, you will lead 100,000 of your elite troops along with 200,000 soldiers to gather at Yellow Earth Slope, awaiting the combined offensive against the alien races at dawn tomorrow. Yes, sir. Bobby promptly stood up, bowing in response. Measuring a certain distance to the right of Bobby's position, Tai marked yet another cross and said to Angelo, General Angelo, after the meeting, you will lead 100,000 of your elite troops to assemble at Changbai Plateau, waiting to join us in attacking the alien races at dawn tomorrow. Yes, sir. Angelo quickly stood up, bowing in response. Placing a small stick on the small red dot, Tai turned to Bradford and said, General Bradford, you will lead the remaining 500,000 troops from this location to assist the other generals in attacking the alien races. Yes, sir. Bradford swiftly stood up, bowing in response. Despite not understanding why Tai did not assign him to lead an independent force, but kept him here to attack together with the rest, he felt no resentment. Fighting alongside such a powerful general was an honor, and he could learn various combat skills from him. At this moment, Angelo suddenly spoke up, General, leading troops to this location would take at least 3 years. It's impossible to reach within a day. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room looked expectantly at Tai for an answer. The distances were indeed vast, with even the shortest route, nearest to the red dot, taking at least 3 months. Seemingly having anticipated this, Tai continued to rest from the aliens, which was incredibly challenging. Yes. Having received their orders, the generals stood up one by one. After further instructions, they left the main tent to begin gathering their troops and preparing for departure. Time was of the essence. They had to reach their destinations soon to prepare before the next day's attack. Waiting until everyone had left, Tai turned to Bradford and asked, Are you confused as to why I kept you here instead of assigning you to lead a separate force against the aliens? As a soldier, obeying orders is my duty. No matter what you ask me to do, I will have no complaints, Bradford replied solemnly. Tai shook his head gently and continued, I know you're unhappy. Why should they all lead armies against the aliens while you remain here with me? Bradford fell silent immediately, feeling very dissatisfied. Why could others lead armies against the aliens, yet he couldn't? Seeing his silence, Tai smiled gently and said, While you have extensive combat experience, having participated in numerous battles since the dynasty's founding, dealing with the aliens requires some additional expertise that you lack. I kept you with me to hone your combat experience and teach you more advanced military knowledge. This way, you'll be prepared to stand on your own in the future, confronting these filthy aliens. Chapter 572. Gustav encounters the enemy. Our main general cannot easily join the battlefield. The 10,000 elite troops under my command will temporarily be placed under your control. Tomorrow in battle, no one can predict what kind of alien races we will encounter. You are responsible for leading them into combat, Tai said calmly. As the main general in the army, he would not frequently participate in every battle and must not easily enter the fray. However, his 10,000 elite soldiers could not be left without supervision. Although Bradford's cultivation had only recently broken through to the first level of 5th Martial Emperor, Tai firmly believed that Bradford could certainly lead his elite troops well and make them a formidable force feared by any enemy on the battlefield. Thank you, great general. Upon hearing Tai's words, Bradford's eyes lit up, and he respectfully saluted with clasped hands. Although he hadn't witnessed firsthand how strong Tai's 10,000 elite troops were, he was more aware than anyone else that each general of their Anchor dynasty commanded an incredibly powerful elite unit, totaling 10,000 men. Having personally led Stephen's elite unit of 10,000 before, he vividly remembered how terrifying they were. A fearsome meat grinder on the battlefield. Placing them in action meant unleashing a frenzy of slaughter upon the enemies. Now that he had the opportunity to lead Tai's elite unit, he resolved to bring them into battle fully prepared. At the same time, Denny was assigning tasks for his subordinates for the upcoming battles. They would attack from 5 directions marked by red to open one's eyes. Fortunately, all the soldiers of the Anchor dynasty wore special veils. The black veils covering their faces not only protected them from the blowing sand, but also allowed them clear vision of the path ahead. These specially crafted veils ensured that they could fight effectively in the sandy areas. Red Canyon got its name because its surroundings were entirely red, as if drenched in blood. Every inch of the mountainside rocks appeared blood red, creating an eerie atmosphere. Gustav was quietly observing the sky from within the 1,000-meter canyon, waiting for the moment to come, or rather, waiting for the order from the Imperial Guards. Their general had emphasized that only when the Imperial Guards delivered orders would they launch the attack simultaneously. Behind him, a large mass of troops gathered in orderly formation, awaiting Gustav's command. They stood solemnly, radiating intense battle aura, their heads brimming with blood energy, ready to follow their general into battle at any moment. Just then, an Imperial guard appeared beside Gustav like a shadow and respectfully said, "General Gustav, General Denny has sent me to inform you that your troops may now commence the attack." Simultaneously, this order was relayed by the Imperial guards to other generals. Upon hearing this, Gustav's lips curled into a slight smile. His face turned to issue his next order. "Transmit my command. All troops prepare for battle." The soldiers did not respond verbally, but gripped their weapons tightly, ready for the assault. Their eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to charge into battle. Though they knew the enemies they faced would be terrifying, they felt no fear. They understood the harshness of this place and knew their foes were not humans but ugly, terrifying aliens. Now, they were here to reclaim lost territories from these creatures. Chapter 573, Facing the Serpent Tribe. Not long after concealing the 200,000 troops, Gustav had the 100,000 elite soldiers circle around to the rear, completely cutting off the enemy's retreat. He looked forward with cold eyes. Clearly visible were the serpentine warriors ahead, holding tridents and exuding an overwhelming aura, rapidly advancing as if heading towards a specific destination. However, Gustav did not care where they were going or what their objective was. At this moment, his mind was only focused on annihilating these alien tribes and eradicating them from existence. His eyes were bloodshot red, scrutinizing the enemy in front of him like a delicious meal, waiting for them to fall into his trap. Seeing the astonishing speed of the serpent warriors, Gustav inwardly marveled. These serpent tribes are indeed fast. He had witnessed their speed during the time in Abyss City, but that was only for soldiers. Before deployment, their general repeatedly instructed them. Upon encountering any still-breathing aliens, strike directly. Regardless of whether the aliens were dead, constant vigilance was required, never letting weapons leave the targets, and if any movement was detected, kill them immediately. Attack. Whoosh. Roaring loudly in his heart, Gustav swung his twin halberds, ferociously slaughtering the enemies one after another. Their sharp blades slicing through armor as if it were mud, decapitating serpent warriors instantly. Seeing the vast number of human soldiers appear despite wearing veils, the serpent commander recognized the unmistakable scent of humans and urgently ordered an attack. Though unsure why these humans appeared here, their presence confirmed the clan's intelligence. Humans had a mysterious army invading their territory. Though baffled by how the humans scaled the wide wall, it meant trouble was coming. Gustav swiftly slew more enemies, shifting his focus to another serpent warrior. With his twin halberds, he slashed wildly, tearing through scales and causing blood to spill as bodies crumpled to the ground. Ha ha ha, this is too exhilarating. Tadok, a demon or deity, Gustav's frenzied slaughter filled him with extreme satisfaction. While Gustav savagely battled, the Anchor Dynasty soldiers formed an impenetrable shield wall, fully enclosing the alien race. Other units. Seeing the spears thrust toward them, the trident-wielding serpent warriors tried stopping mid-charge. Though the front ones halted, the rear pushed them into the spears. Caught off guard, the serpent warriors were impaled instantly, followed by agonizing screams. Indeed, it wasn't a fear of godlike opponents, but of pig-like allies. Hashtag Chapter 574, The Terrifying Gustav. Kill. Gustav stepped forward again, a cold smile on his face as he faced the charging snake tribe warriors. A murderous intent surged into the sky. He leaped abruptly, raising his twin halberds high before chopping down with force. Tadiot flashed, and an overwhelming killing aura descended from above. Under the terrified gazes of dozens of snake tribe warriors, the twin halberds glowed brightly, like a blood-red sunset, suddenly appearing in the sky, brilliant and dazzling, splitting all of them in two. Kill. The battle continued, with Gustav stepping out with lightning speed after a deafening shout. Looking at the rapidly converging snake tribe warriors from all sides, he sneered and flicked his wrists. Instantly, dozens of red beams shot out, razor-sharp, instantly engulfing, liberated, and the 5 or 6 snake tribe warriors who rushed forward were instantly reduced to minced flesh, blood flying everywhere. They were dead beyond death, leaving not even a trace behind. Spit. Gustav spat on the ground, showing no sign of stopping. Without a glance at the 3 remaining, he knew that even a martial emperor would not dare to withstand his attack, let alone these mere martial sovereigns. Witnessing 3 powerful comrades being instantly killed, leaving not even remains, all the snake tribesmen were startled, stopping their attacks, looking at Gustav with fear. On ordinary days, when they slaughtered humans, it was like cutting watermelons, ruthless and ferocious. But now, facing such a terrifying opponent, they were struck speechless, unable to even hold their weapons firmly. More frightening still, these were extremely formidable human troops. Looking at the hesitant snake tribe warriors, Gustav sneered lightly, disdain visible in his eyes. Kill. He roared, the twin halberds emitting boundless red killing light, fierce and terrifying, like a blazing sun, blinding and magnificent. A gentle breeze picked up, and immediately, countless small red halberd beams swelled in the wind, transforming in midair into an ancient war god standing tall against the sky, roaring aloud. Gustav's halberds moved faster than lightning, sweeping through hundreds of snake tribe warriors, causing waves of blood-red shockwaves that spread in all directions. Bang, bang. Large rocks exploded violently, powder scattering everywhere, dust filling the air. Piercing screams echoed as over 100 snake tribe warriors were instantly reduced to minced flesh, blood flying into the sky, the overpowering stench of blood filling the air. Seeing this scene, the snake tribe commander was stunned, looking at this terrifying human warrior with disbelief. Despite not seeing his true face, he could sense the immense power of this man, which far exceeded their ability to resist. The snake tribe commander felt frustrated. How could these humans be so powerful, especially this warrior wielding twin halberds, who seemed like a divine war general? As he stared at Gustav, Gustav's gaze locked onto him and immediately charged toward him with incredible speed. Facing this demonic and godlike figure, the snake tribe commander swallowed hard, watching him in awe but still gripping his trident tightly, ready to meet the attack head-on. Not bad, daring to engage me head-on, Gustav thought in mild surprise, but his expression quickly turned cold as he gripped his weapon tighter and attacked. Engaging him head-on was suicide. Though he wanted to play with this guy, he had no mood for games right now. All he wanted was to eliminate him, turning him into minced flesh. Boom. Gustav's right foot stomped the ground, instantly shattering it, and then he soared through the air, attacking with a tremendous force. His twin halberds swung down like the shocking axe of Pangu. Seeing Gustav, shining brilliantly under the light, the snake tribe warriors approaching him had pale faces, their eyes dim and full of despair. How could this human be so terrifying? All he could think was that sentence. In their tribe's records, such terrifying warriors should not exist. Yet this human general was incredibly powerful. Moreover, he clearly sensed that the army they were fighting was fearsome, making it impossible to approach without deep fear. A deafening boom sounded as the snake tribe commander was instantly crushed into minced meat by Gustav's twin halberds, dead beyond death. Without pausing, Gustav turned to charge at the other snake tribe warriors. Although their key combatant was eliminated, it did not mean the battle was over. He was competing with Jamar to see who could kill more enemies, not just stronger ones. Moreover, the enemies here had not been entirely eliminated yet. He couldn't stop now. Pierce. Seeing the snake tribe warriors rushing towards them again, the commanders of the Great Anchor Dynasty immediately ordered the soldiers to use their spears to wound the enemy. Charge. All soldiers shouted in anger, each tied an unacceptable loss. If it weren't for the elite strength of his direct command, the casualties might have been much worse, even exponentially more. The snake people would be furious if they knew that several thousand of their own had perished in exchange for just a few thousand human soldiers. But Gustav's dissatisfaction now might actually cause them to spit blood in anger. After a brief silence, Gustav spoke with a blank face. Prepare the bodies of our fallen brothers, then transfer them to the genie hider. They will ensure their remains are returned to their hometowns. Also, order the men to clean up the battlefield, gather all snake people corpses, and burn them. He didn't worry about his dead soldiers. They would soon combust on their own and return to life. The memory of these warriors would completely vanish from everyone except him. They would no longer remember these comrades, as if they never fought together. Even those revived soldiers would lack any memory. Everyone would be strangers to each other. That was the price of resurrection. Yes. Brian immediately turned away upon receiving the orders. Surveying the gruesome scene before him, Gustav felt an icy chill run through his veins, his eyes remaining eerily calm while looking forward. This battle was only the beginning. Moreover, he believed that the foreign races were starting to sense their arrival but were uncertain, which was why they sent armies to investigate. If they were in the same situation, they wouldn't believe it either. Historically, only foreign races invaded human territories, not vice versa, especially trapping the enemy. Flint stood on the battlefield, his right hand gripping a long saber like the Grim Reaper from hell. The blade flickered fiercely, its sharpness spreading around him. Any snake person who dared to stand before him was cleaved in half or decapitated, utterly dead. Yet his resolve did not waver. Watching as 100 snake people charged at him, Flint smirked coldly. His black hair danced behind him, and his eyes flared with chilling intent, emitting a red killing light powerful enough to split the heavens and pierce the sky. Clang. In an instant, his energy surged, channeling spiritual power into his blade. With one horizontal slash, a torrent of light descended like a blood-red river from the heavens. Boom. A chorus of agonizing screams erupted as the charging snake people were instantly reduced to mush, dead beyond revival. Kill them. Flint roared, leading the charge with his saber flashing blood-red light, sweeping towards the continuous wave of snake people rushing in. His martial prowess as a great martial emperor was unmistakable. Of course, his cultivation appeared lower because he suppressed it himself. The surrounding soldiers looked at Flint, who was cutting down snake people warriors without restraint, with reverence. Their faces hardened, their eyes filled with murderous intent, swords shaking as they followed their general's lead, rushing towards the snake people. Charge. Surrounded, their only way out was through a brutal fight, or else death awaited. Hashtag chapter 576, bloodstained in all directions. Witnessing this scene before his eyes, the snake people General Aiken's face instantly changed. Immediately, a surging anger blazed like it could incinerate everything in the world. All that was visible were corpses and rivers of blood. These people were all members of their own race. Originally, they had only been ordered to conduct an investigation, but now they had been mercilessly slaughtered, and by humans no less. Moreover, the proud snake people found themselves helplessly fleeing from such terrifying hunters, losing all sense of direction. Had they been fighting for less than half an hour? Previously, when he saw these human warriors, he did not move a muscle, indifferent and unbothered, because he had absolute confidence in his army. Even if the elite forces of the human race outnumbered them, it would be impossible to defeat them. After all, every one of them was not only fierce in battle, but also extremely powerful. But now, as he scanned the surroundings, all he saw were bodies, with his fellow snake people being butchered like pigs and dogs, to seek death, with a cold expression and blaze ultimately meeting a grim end, reduced to nothing more than meat paste. As the dust cleared and the blood mist dissipated, the snake people General Aiken was now just a pile of unrecognizable remains. Kill. Having quickly slain the snake people general, Flint's gaze swept the area, focusing on the hundreds of snake people clustered together. He smirked and charged forward. In an instant, the blade in his hand gleamed with fiery light, as if forged from rubies, surrounded by sharp rays of light, resembling a blooming flower of blades. Slash. Without any hesitation, he raised his right hand, bringing down the blade onto the enemy. The icy blade fell like a towering mountain, causing the heavens to overturn and the earth to tremble. Seeing such terrifying power descending from above, All the snake people warriors froze in place, staring dumbfoundedly at the scene before them, their eyes filled with despair. This formidable foe was far beyond their reach. Even their leader, a mighty Selen cultivator, had been cleaved in two by this unseen human general, leaving only a pile of debris. As for the weaker ones, there was no hope left for them. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed, like a colossal meteorite striking the ground, creating fissures instantly. The powerful shockwave radiated outward. Aya, 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 as them to land. Each frantic charge resulted in immediate slaughter. The outcome was always the same. Any snake person charging recklessly was killed on the spot. Time passed slowly. The number of snake people warriors dropped sharply, while the donghua dynasty soldiers suffered casualties too, including Flint's elite direct subordinates. Despite possessing formidable strength, they struggled against enemies with powerful physical prowess. Fortunately, their casualties weren't too numerous. Otherwise, it would have been significantly worse. Swish. Flint cut down the enemy before him and looked ahead calmly, observing the carnage with indifference. As he slew this snake people warrior, the rest ended their battles as well, with all snake people lying dead on the ground. The acrid smell of blood filled the air immediately. Taking a deep breath, Flint summoned Morris and issued orders. Organize the men to clean up the battlefield. Those who don't need to participate should gather to one side. Since the battle had concluded, they needed to clean up quickly and continue deeper inside. The enemies they faced so far were merely appetizers. Ahead, far stronger foes awaited. If his guess was correct, the enemy was trying to figure out why the frontline units had lost contact suddenly. Yes. Receiving the order, Morris saluted with both hands and turned to leave. Surveying the surroundings with a cool gaze, Flint scowled slightly at the pungent smell of blood. Despite having encountered eagle people earlier, he still hadn't adapted to this odor, finding it unpleasant even now. Chapter 577. Encounter with the Eagle Clan. At dusk. Report. Reporting to General, 20 miles ahead of our troops, there are over 20,000 Eagle Clan warriors advancing in our direction. On the rolling dunes of the desert, Ellis stood motionless, his gaze indifferent, holding a large broadsword pointed straight at the sky, its edge gleaming coldly. A scout rode up on a black moonwolf from afar, saluting with both hands and reporting loudly. Taking off his helmet smeared with blood, Ellis remained silent, his cold eyes scanning the desolate desert swept by blowing sand. Everything around him was lifeless, shrouded in a heavy silence. Compared to the morning, the sandstorm had weakened significantly. It no longer blew uncomfortably into their faces, or even into their eyes. He chose to stay here to confirm they were on the right path. After all, amidst such a fierce sandstorm, it was easy to lose one's way inadvertently. He would rather encounter a formidable enemy than go astray, as any wrong turn would change their offensive direction and prevent them from joining the other armies and retake. The Eagle Clan's innate ability made them superior in this aspect. Therefore, he needed to be cautious about the Eagle Clan fleeing. Foreigners were not as advanced as humans. In their minds, only overwhelming power and ruthless aggression mattered. They believed that with enough strength, they could conquer everything and seize what they desired. Yes. The three responded promptly with a salute upon receiving orders. Having briefed the three officers and having them lead the 10,000 soldiers to set up an ambush, Ellis instructed the remaining 200,000 troops to find a place to hide, preferably near a slope that could shield them from projectiles. With everyone prepared, Ellis looked back at the heavily armed soldiers of the Anchorn army, who held round shields in their left hands and short knives in their right. He then said, "You do not need to directly participate in this battle. Your task is to deal with any Eagle Clan warriors attempting to escape. If any foreigner tries to flee, kill them immediately. Understand?" He assigned this crucial task to the most formidable soldiers of the Anchorn army to ensure no Eagle Clan warrior escaped this battle. The foreigners hadn't detected their presence yet. Even if they suspected something, they wouldn't know the exact number and strength of the troops facing them. If the Eagle Clan managed to escape and report their location to other foreign tribes, it would harm their plans and potentially disrupt their offensive. Yes. Though puzzled, none of the Anchorn army soldiers harbored any resentment and silently followed their general's orders. Their general trusted them with this task, believing they were capable of ensuring no one escaped. The Anchorn army soldiers, fully armed and wearing black veils to shield against the sandstorm, gripped their weapons tightly, waiting for the order to attack. While their main task was to intercept escaping Eagle Clan warriors, it did not mean they would remain entirely detached from the battle. As the Eagle Clan approached, Ellis tightened his grip on his broadsword, awaiting the moment all enemies entered the trap. Finally, with all Eagle Clan warriors within range, Ellis glanced at Tadeo Bing nearby and nodded, signaling the start of the attack. Upon receiving the order, Tadeo Bing turned and faced the archers who were ready. With a wave of his hand, he signaled them to rise. Swish. Responding to their general's gesture, the archers stood up, their eyes cold as they drew arrows from their quivers, pulled back their bows, and fired en masse. Chapter 578. Flight prohibited. Due to insufficient defense, the Eagle warriors immediately emitted agonizing screams that shook the heavens and earth. Countless individuals were instantly turned into pincushions. Kill. As the arrows rained down crazily on the Eagle warriors, Ellis also led his troops to retaliate from all directions, engaging in intense combat with the enemy. At this moment, as both sides clashed, the arrows ceased firing. Looking at these suddenly arrived human soldiers, the Eagle warriors' faces were filled with shock and disbelief. The human army had actually entered their territory, an utterly unexpected development that seemed unbelievable. Ellis, leading the charge, quickly approached the Eagle warriors. Clutching his weapon tightly, he slashed fiercely at the enemy before him. The blade was sharp, its light flashing, instantly engulfing hundreds of Eagle warriors and reducing them to fragments, without a single intact chip left. After swiftly eliminating the Eagle warriors before him, Ellis turned to attack others. The 100,000 soldiers who rushed forward similarly clutched their weapons and swung their blades at the enemies. The Eagle warriors weren't as tall as other alien races. They resembled humans closely, except for their eagle heads, eagle claws for feet, and wings on their backs. Seeing such powerful human soldiers, Eagle Clan Commander Hobart was visibly startled. He immediately ordered his soldiers to fly up. On the ground, their combat power wasn't fully utilized. If they flew into the sky to attack their prey below, they would become the most formidable hunters. Observing the eagle warriors flying higher, Ellis remained unperturbed and said emotionlessly, "All of you, follow them into the air and engage in battle." Much like cutting through iron. Fortunately, Ellis's blade was sharp and his strength immense, allowing him to finally sever the wing by focusing his spiritual energy into the blade. Ellis's voice spread throughout, and upon hearing their general's command, every soldier focused their spiritual energy into their weapons, looking for opportunities to chop off the wings. Seeing the relentless attacks on their wings, the eagle warriors panicked, trying desperately to avoid losing their wings. Losing the ability to fly meant a severe drop in combat effectiveness, leaving them vulnerable to slaughter. Initially thinking they were the hunters, it became clear that the human soldiers were the true hunters, and ruthless ones at that. Swish. Just after giving the order, Ellis wielded his weapon relentlessly, striking the eagle warriors. Facing such overwhelming force, the eagle warriors felt a chill in their hearts, their eyes filled with fear. This opponent's strength was on an entirely different level. Moreover, he was exceptionally cruel. A single strike split their kin into two, killing them instantly. Although Ellis was formidable, the eagle warriors were not backing down. Each held their weapons firmly and charged at him. "You've got some courage. Since you're willing, I'll send you off," Ellis said coldly, clutching his long saber with both hands, gathering spiritual energy into the blade, and unleashing a powerful strike that engulfed everything in sight. The sight of the descending blade, enveloped in surging blade light like a blood-red sunset, left the eagle warriors paralyzed with dread. A thunderous explosion echoed as the ground cracked and dust billowed, spreading through the air. Green evil substances spread across the void, accompanied by the acrid smell of blood. Ellis's expression remained unchanged. He shifted his gaze to other advancing eagle warriors and swung his weapon again, charging toward them. He couldn't let them escape. Even if they managed to flee, they wouldn't survive this place. Hundreds of eagle warriors, preparing to take flight, tightened their grips on their weapons, uniting to charge Ellis despite the odds. Though their strength differed significantly, they refused to back down. Such cowardice would bring ridicule from other alien races. These aliens indeed aren't simple, Ellis thought, slightly shocked but showing no mercy. These enemies had once ruthlessly ravaged his people. Now it was time to return the favor, no compassion required. Kill. Roaring internally, Ellis clenched his weapon, veins bulging, unleashing a torrent of strength. With a powerful step, he vanished, reappearing mid-air to mercilessly cut down his enemies with his blade. Chapter 579. Annihilating the Eagle People Tribe. Kill. The soldiers of the sunken camp, who had been silently observing the battle from the periphery, swiftly flew into action when they saw someone attempting to escape. They leapt forth without hesitation and attacked the enemy. Any eagle person soldier that crossed their path was instantly split in two by their sharp blades, sending blood and flesh flying as corpses plummeted from the sky. But the battle raged on. The soldiers of the sunken camp, soaring through the air, would immediately attack any eagle person trying to flee the battlefield. They appeared as an armed force whose faces were obscured but exuded an aura of death. Their combat prowess extremely formidable. Facing them head-on, not even one move could be parried, let alone a single blow resisted. General Dexter of the Eagle People, upon seeing the fully armed human soldiers appear in the sky, his face turned unusually grim, fear evident in his eyes as he looked at them. These human soldiers were incredibly powerful, and he could clearly sense that any one of them could easily kill him. At this moment, he finally realized that these humans meant no good. Otherwise, how could their strength be so terrifying? After swiftly repelling the 4 human soldiers before him, General Dexter of the Eagle People immediately ordered his troops to leave the area. They must convey this message back home, especially about the arrival of the mysterious human army. They must inform the leaders within the tribe so strategies could be devised to counter them. Although he didn't know why the humans had come uninvited and in such numbers, he could clearly sense that their presence was far from ordinary. "Not one shall escape," Ellis ordered coldly, noticing the movements of the Eagle People. These were strong. If it continued directing, even if they wiped out most of the Eagle People, a few might still escape. Suddenly, sensing imminent danger, General Dexter tensed, cold sweat streaming down his back as he abruptly turned around. He saw a fearsome human general wielding a large, sharp blade coming right at him. Sensing the threat, Dexter quickly ordered his nearby soldiers to attack Ellis. This opponent was too powerful, and the target was him. He couldn't afford to engage further, knowing he wasn't a match for him. Additionally, he needed to continue directing or risk being unable to escape. Upon receiving the order, the Eagle People soldiers didn't hesitate. Gripping their weapons tightly, they attacked with determination. Seeing the fierce onslaught, Ellis was slightly surprised at their resolve. But they thought a handful of them could stop him from eliminating Dexter. This general is doomed. With a flash, spiritual energy concentrated on his blade, Ellis swung forward decisively. In an instant, a wave of overwhelming sword light engulfed the 100 Eagle People soldiers rushing at him. In just one strike, every Eagle person soldier fell, none left alive. From a distance, General Dexter, now desperately fighting and disobeying commands, saw Ellis's terrifying strength and drew a sharp breath, cold sweat pouring down his back. Terrifying. Powerful. At this moment, he deeply felt how fearsome this opponent was. Just one swing had instantly killed 100 of his soldiers. Without hesitation, Dexter turned and fled, wide open until death, filled with despair and unwillingness. Just with your paltry strength, you thought you could escape from this general? Foolish dreams. Ellis looked down disdainfully at the falling corpse, as if regarding it like a mere fish. Hashtag chapter 580. Jamar's frustration. Kill them all without mercy. Any that are still breathing, strike them down with your weapons. Ellis ordered emotionlessly as he watched the fierce battle before him. The Eagleman general, Amiri, had already been slain by him. The remaining Eaglemen now fought like a disorganized mob, chaotic and leaderless. They could not afford to be lenient with these enemies. After all, those who were not of their race would always have ulterior motives and could not be allowed to develop in their territory. Moreover, they aimed to reclaim the lands once lost to other races, driving out any foreign entities. If any dared remain, they would face execution. Upon receiving the command, the Anchor Dynasty soldiers from all directions immediately swung their weapons, ruthlessly hunting down the enemies before them. At this moment, they resembled ferocious hunters tearing into their prey. Whoosh! Ellis himself was not idle either. Gripping his weapon firmly in both hands, he focused on the nearby Eagleman soldiers and charged forward. His blade slashed through the air, releasing a torrent of light that swept across the battlefield. Every enemy in front of him was split in two, dead beyond any hope of revival. As dusk turned to night, several hours of battle finally ended, confirming that all Eagleman soldiers had been eliminated. In this engagement, they lost over 900 men. Despite the formidable strength of the Anchor Dynasty soldiers, who had faced 3 foes for each one of theirs, many terrifying enemy generals, and the natural advantage the Eaglemen had in aerial combat, made it a costly victory. General, all foreigners have been dealt with. Not a single survivor has escaped our grasp, Haskell reported, bowing deeply to Ellis. Burn all the bodies of the Eaglemen soldiers. Not one must remain, Ellis replied expressionlessly. They could not leave the corpses behind for the enemy or risk leaving the area unattended. Decomposing bodies would inevitably cause plagues. Although there were no humans here now, it did not mean humans wouldn't enter this place later. If they advanced their front line, many human warriors would soon come here to hunt down stray foreigners. If they contracted fatal diseases and brought them back, it would spell disaster for humanity. Yes. Haskell saluted and immediately departed. Just as Haskell left, Xenon rushed up to Ellis, reporting, General, we found a suitable location for the camp. Can it block the sandstorms? Ellis asked coolly. Before the battle concluded, he had already instructed Xenon to locate a suitable site for camp construction. Though the battle was over, it was only the beginning. More intense battles awaited them. They needed to rest and regroup before advancing further to confront other races. The location is shielded by mountains on 3 sides, though there's a significant gap on the 4th side, but it's located behind the mountains, Xenon explained. After receiving the order, he quickly led a team to search. Despite some initial disappointment at not finding an ideal spot, one scout reported a promising location 5 miles northeast that was perfect for camp construction. After verifying, it indeed suited their needs perfectly. Excellent. Lead the 20,000 troops who did not participate in the battle to build the camp. We'll rest tonight and depart at dawn tomorrow, Ellis nodded. Yes. As Xenon left, Ellis gazed into the distance, his expression unchanged, seemingly anticipating the battles yet to come. Damn it, what's wrong? Every unit is engaged in battle except ours. Have all the foreigners chosen to avoid us? Jamar sighed heavily, feeling utterly frustrated. In a mountain valley surrounded by peaks, 300 kilometers south of Songyun Ridge, stood numerous military camps. Unlike typical tents, these were built entirely from waterproof and fire-resistant wood. Rain or shine, they remained intact. Hendrik or Thermore, they required no nails and could be assembled and dismantled easily. Any damage could be swiftly replaced. These camps were chosen because the region was prone to strong sandstorms. Tents would be useless. If this bunch of foreigners hasn't encountered us, why haven't we met a single one? Jamar asked. General, you've stumped me. If I knew why we haven't encountered any foreigners, I wouldn't be here complaining to you, Ulysses said ruefully. Hashtag chapter 581. Hendrikal scale offensive. Everyone needs to stay vigilant. Just because we haven't encountered any alien races today, doesn't mean they aren't heading in our direction, Jamar said with a serious expression. Although they hadn't encountered any aliens that day, it didn't mean the aliens wouldn't be coming their way. For some reason, they had simply not met them. Now, they must be on high alert and not give the aliens any chance to take advantage. Most importantly, they could not let the aliens suddenly ambush them. Yes. Ulysses responded solemnly. He naturally understood what Jamar was concerned about, and why he was so worried. They were currently in territory occupied by the alien races, so they had to be extremely cautious with everything they did. Otherwise, they would suffer the consequences. Despite not encountering the aliens, this did not make them feel at ease. On the contrary, it made them more cautious. After nodding in response, Ulysses asked suspiciously, General, logically speaking, the aliens should be gathering to prepare for an attack on Abyss City. Why have we only encountered fewer than 1 million of them? They had been here for 4 days. According to the timeline, the aliens should have gathered their forces to attack Abyss City. Yet now, there seemed to be no gathering, which left them puzzled. If the aliens they had encountered were part of the force preparing to attack Abyss City, their numbers were far too few, making it all the more baffling. This general is also unsure. The aliens not assembling to attack Abyss City may mean they have changed the time of their attack, Jamar replied casually. To be honest, the fact that the aliens had not assembled to attack Abyss City confused him greatly, and he even wanted to find out exactly what was going on. However, even if he wanted to ask, the aliens would never speak, preferring to die rather than reveal any information. Additionally, the aliens usually launched fierce attacks on Abyss City every 3 to 4 days. Their lack of assembly now only increased suspicion. Go tell the men to rest quickly. We set out at dawn tomorrow, Jamar continued. Yes. Time passed swiftly. 2 months later, just 3 days ago, the aliens finally learned that the human race had dispatched a large number of troops into their occupied territories. Though they didn't know why humans had sent so many troops into their occupied lands, the thought of so much food entering their mouths filled them with excitement. Without hesitation, the aliens immediately gathered a large army and attacked the dynasty of Great Anchor from different directions. However, all the aliens had never dreamed that these Great Anchor soldiers, whom they considered as food, would act like newly released ferocious tigers, tearing into them savagely. The current aliens were being pushed back continuously by the generals of the Great Anchor, with countless aliens being slaughtered one after another until they eventually had to retreat. It took this long for the aliens to realize their attack was entirely thanks to the efforts of the Imperial Guard. Without their tireless help, the aliens would have known about the attack much sooner. They had originally hoped to prolong the operation further, but unfortunately, during the battle between Tai and the aliens 3 days ago, the powerful alien investigating the matter suddenly realized something was amiss. He then arranged a contingent of Eagle warriors to observe from the sky. While Bradford led his army to annihilate this elite group of Scorpion warriors, the Eagle warriors observing from above, under the command of the alien officer, fled the battlefield and relayed the news back. Even though they had dispatched troops to chase them down, some Eagle warriors managed to use the clouds and their flight advantage to evade capture. Chiefing planes. Attack. A roar sounded as Jamar gripped the long saber tightly in both hands, slicing through several dozen pig warriors before him with a swift motion of spiritual energy. These pig warriors possessed pig heads, human bodies, and pig hooves, dressed in simple armor and wielding knives in their right hands. Suddenly, Jamar's gaze shifted to the rapidly gathering pig warriors nearby, his eyes turning cold and sharp. Just as he prepared to charge, he noticed a towering, muscular pig warrior, over 9 feet tall, dashing towards him with incredible speed. Seeing the advancing Jamar, it sneered disdainfully, moving gracefully and ethereally, like a phantom. Its face was grotesque, eyes flashing with faint bloodlight, its saber gleaming with a concealed, deadly edge. A first-rank, Emperor-level strongman? Jamar felt slightly surprised and murmured to himself. It seems the aliens are sending increasingly powerful reinforcements. Despite his internal contempt, Jamar sneered inwardly. Although this person was somewhat strong, to him, they were still mere ants, too insignificant even to fill his teeth. Himph! With a cold snort, Jamar paid no mind to the newcomer's identity. His saber raised, his face twisted into a grimace, and he slashed forward. Tadoke, a gust of wind, West's figure surged across dozens of feet, appearing in front of the dark-robed figure, his saber gleaming brilliantly red and splitting the air with a dazzling light. In an instant, the blade roared like a hungry tiger, crimson lion. They faced a massive horde of 10,000 pig warriors, and he couldn't afford to stop fighting. Attack! Watching the intense battle unfold, Jamar raised his weapon, roaring loudly as he advanced, his blade flashing brightly against the enemies. Chapter 582. Long Spear Formation. Long Spear Formation. Attack? Oliver looked at the nearly 1,000 porcine warriors charging toward him. His face was grim as he gripped his long spear tightly, its tip pointed forward. At his command, nearly 100 soldiers of the Daxia dynasty quickly gathered around, forming a spear formation with him and then attacked the enemy. Cold, gleaming spears extended straight ahead, guided by the Daxia dynasty soldiers who thrust them forward in unison. Seeing the incoming spears, the porcine warriors were immediately startled, swiftly dispersing on orders. They wielded short knives, while their opponents had long spears, which completely outclassed their weapons, especially in city warfare where the long spears became their nemesis. To engage them directly would be courting death. Initially thinking they could overwhelm the human soldiers with numbers, it now seemed that the long spears gave the humans a significant advantage. Thrust. As they rapidly approached the enemy, Oliver roared, leading the soldiers to thrust their spears forward. Charge. Following the order, the soldiers shouted in unison, gripping their weapons tightly and thrusting them forward in perfect harmony. The porcine warriors who couldn't react in time were instantly impaled by the spears, their bodies collapsing dead. Again, the battle continued, and Oliver, together with the soldiers in the spear formation, issued another order to thrust forward. Charge. The Daxia dynasty soldiers naturally followed their general's command, gripping their weapons and stabbing the enemies once more. A series of agonizing screams erupted as one after another porcine warrior fell under their spears. Ensuring the complete annihilation of the porcine warriors, any soldier who saw movement from the fallen would stab again without hesitation. Only by ensuring the enemy was dead could they guarantee safety from surprise attacks. The resilience of the alien race far exceeded that of humans. Even decapitated, some could still speak. However, this didn't mean they could survive indefinitely after severe injury. To the left, turn the spear points. Seeing 100 porcine warriors approaching from the left, Oliver remained unfazed, swiftly issuing new commands to adjust their formation to counter the threat. The nearly 1,000 enemies were already routed. Now, those on the left flank responded fastest, rushing forward with incomprehensible shouts. Thrust. Waiting for his soldiers to reorient, Oliver roared and thrust his spear forward. Charge. The soldiers followed suit without delay, thrusting their spears into the advancing porcine warriors. Seeing the piercing spearheads, the lead porcine warriors quickly ordered their comrades to halt, stopping themselves just in time. But the momentum of those behind couldn't be checked, crashing into their front lines and impaling themselves on the spears. A series of horrific screams filled the air as the porcine warriors, bewildered by their misfortune, tried to understand how they ended up impaled despite stopping their advance. Retrieve the spears. Witnessing the carnage, Oliver's expression remained cold as he ordered the soldiers to retrieve their spears for another round of attacks. Meanwhile, across the battlefield, other Daxia dynasty soldiers held their weapons and struck the enemies with precision. Some used shields in their left hands and blades in their right, hacking relentlessly to ensure no porcine warrior survived. As the battle intensified, deaths mounted, but the disparity in strength meant more porcine warriors fell. Confronted by the formidable Daxia dynasty soldiers, the porcine warriors found their strength inadequate, forced to endure a relentless onslaught. Kill. Jamar watched dozens of porcine warriors and let out a fierce roar, his two hands gripping a long blade as he sliced through the enemy. With a swift motion, the cold blade, accompanied by an endless wave of sword light, engulfed the porcine warriors. Seeing the blood-red sword light like a sunset, the charging porcine warriors froze in terror, eyes filled with despair. A loud explosion echoed, the ground cracking and thick smoke enveloping the area. Nearly 100 porcine warriors were obliterated by the torrent of sword light, leaving a bloody mess of corpses. Unmoved by this carnage, Jamar advanced, his gaze turning to other porcine warriors. He swung his long blade, striking down the foes. The overwhelming might terrified the surrounding porcine warriors, causing them to flee instinctively. They also know fear, Jamar thought coldly, slicing a porcine warrior in half with a single swing. The severed halves flew out, smashing into two others and sending them flying into nearby Donghua dynasty soldiers, who wasted no time in hacking them down mercilessly. Before arriving, these soldiers were resolute. Anyone or anything not human or a comrade must be killed. Wish. Chasing after fleeing enemies, Jamar's large blade sliced crazily. He was driven into a killing frenzy, slaughtering any alien he encountered. Due to physical differences, identifying porcine warriors was easy. Seeing pig heads meant they were targets. Yet he controlled his strength to avoid collateral damage to his own troops. Chapter 583. A water source? General, all the alien races have been taken care of. Not a single one was left alive. To ensure they all met their end, I ordered every soldier to stab each pigman warrior once. Finian reported immediately to Jamar after the battle concluded. Hearing Finian's ruthless report, Jamar's face twitched, and he was momentarily speechless. Previously, he had instructed them to check for survivors before delivering the final blow. Who could have imagined that this guy would order every soldier to deliver a unified strike to guarantee the pigmen's complete demise? Well done. Go get the men to clean up the battlefield and tally our casualties. Place all fallen soldiers together and hand them over to the genie hider to return them to their hometowns, Jamar said. Yes. Finian bowed his acknowledgement and turned to leave. Just as Finian departed, Ulysses approached from a distance. As soon as he reached Jamar, Ulysses expressed his confusion. General, why do these aliens look so strange? They have the head of a red forest boar, a human body with hands, and pig hooves. Even if a human mated with a pig, it's impossible for them to look so hideous or have blue blood. Ulysses muttered in deep distress, thoroughly puzzled. These aliens are indeed bizarre, Jamar replied with a slight smirk. You ask me? Who should I ask then? If I knew the answer, I wouldn't be just as baffled here. He also wanted to know how this happened. Why did these aliens look like this, and how were their offspring born? It remained a mystery he couldn't fathom, even when Cornelius personally ventured into their territories and couldn't find out anything concrete either. But their blood sure smells awful. It's been 10 days since I last bathed, and the stench has clung to me constantly, Jamar complained, clearly irritated. Due to the lack of water sources and frequent sandstorms, bathing opportunities were extremely rare. Even when they did bathe, it was only occasionally because the water they carried was precious. If they used the water for bathing, there wouldn't be enough left for drinking or cooking. General, you haven't bathed for 10 days. I haven't had a bath in a month, Ulysses said with a bitter smile. A month? Jamar was momentarily stunned, staring at Ulysses in shock. He thought he hadn't bathed for a long time, but he never imagined this guy had gone a whole month without a bath. How did you endure the smell for a whole month? Jamar asked in disbelief as he regained his composure. Hee. After a while, you get used to it. Ulysses grinned sheepishly. Initially, the smell was unbearable, but eventually, it became unnoticeable as he grew accustomed to it. Jamar shook his head speechlessly, then added, when you have the time, clean yourself and change into fresh armor. Maybe later, Ulysses chuckled, scratching his head. I feel fine. Plus, water is so scarce. Using it to bathe would be wasteful. You might be used to the smell, but your fellow soldiers can hardly tolerate it, Jamar responded exasperatedly. It didn't matter if Ulysses minded or not. The smell was too intense. Even from a few meters away, Jamar could still catch whiffs of the strong odor. If Ulysses didn't wash himself soon and change into fresh armor, the smell would become overwhelming, making it hard for anyone to approach him. In a few days, Ulysses laughed off. Don't put it off any longer, you'll bathe tonight. If you don't, the smell will only worsen, Jamar said firmly. If this guy kept delaying, Jamar feared how much longer he'd postpone it. General. At that moment, Oliver rushed over from a distance, excitement radiating from his face, as if he had made an incredible discovery. Jamar and Ulysses stopped their conversation, looking at him in confusion, unsure what had caused such excitement. General. Panting heavily upon arrival, Oliver's excitement was palpable, preventing him from forming coherent sentences. Calm down first, Jamar advised with a light shake of his head. Understanding his general's words, Oliver took a moment to regain his composure. Then, with boundless excitement, he announced, General, we found underground water. We found underground water. What? You found underground water? Where exactly? Jamar exclaimed, instantly sharing Oliver's excitement. Old Sue, where did you find it? Ulysses chimed in eagerly. Follow me. I'll show you, Oliver said, pulling them along toward the location of the water source. After walking about a kilometer northeast, they arrived at a massive pit, roughly 100 meters wide and unfathomably deep. Surrounding the pit stood numerous anchored dynasty soldiers, holding their spears skyward. Upon reaching, Oliver pointed excitedly at the pit. General, the water source is right below. Below? The initially enthusiastic Jamar now appeared bewildered as he peered into the abyss. The darkness concealed everything, and the idea of water existing down there seemed improbable. Old Sue, are you sure the water is down there? Ulysses frowned, clearly skeptical. General, you doubt me. Whoever wants to come down with me will see for themselves, Oliver said, jumping down without hesitation. Without a second thought, the two followed him, trusting his excitement and assurances. Despite the uncertainty of finding water below, they believed in Broke. They soon realized this underground realm was hollow and untouched. Upon discovering this place, everyone was extraordinarily excited. They never imagined there would be another space here with living plants. It was almost unbelievable. Scanning the surroundings, Ulysses asked dubiously, General, The region outside has turned into a desert for so long. How can this place still be like a fairyland? Compared to the desert outside, this place felt like a sanctuary where people could live. The desolation outside seemed unreal in contrast. You don't have to look at me like that. I don't know why either. If I did, I would have answered your questions already, Jamar replied inwardly. He couldn't understand why these two kept asking him about such things. Was he supposed to know everything? Turning his gaze towards the distant lake, Jamar looked at Oliver and asked, Arnidong, how is the water in that lake? Is it safe to drink? Reporting to the general, I have tasted the water from the lake. It is undoubtedly groundwater and contains no poison, making it safe for consumption, Oliver replied. Jamar. Ulysses. Drink it? The two were thoroughly confused, looking at Oliver in astonishment. This guy dared to drink the lake's water without fully understanding the situation. Wasn't he afraid it might be poisonous? Old Sue, you're not afraid of dying. Ulysses shook his head lightly. Haha, old to-do, what are you talking about? Should I let my men drink it if I didn't test it myself? Oliver laughed gently. When he drank the water, his comrades tried to stop him vigorously since he was a general and shouldn't risk his life testing things. If something went wrong, it could severely impact the troops. But how could he let his men risk their lives just for a simple task, especially when they were all his brothers in arms? But wasn't that too risky? Ulysses commented. I'm fine now, aren't I? Oliver laughed. Seeing his nature, Ulysses could only shake his head helplessly. He understood that Oliver cared deeply for his men, thus risking his own life. Turning to Jamar, Ulysses asked, General, what should we do next after finding this place? Should we report it upwards? Of course we need to report. Have the Jinuri inform the top immediately and set up measures to protect this area. As for the rest, it's not our concern, Jamar replied. Yes. With orders received, Ulysses immediately flew off into the sky. Looking at the clear lake, Jamar felt inexplicable excitement welling up inside him. Turning to Oliver, he said, Arnidong, tell the men to clean themselves up tonight. Yes. In the Great Anchor Dynasty, Imperial Palace, a Jinui rushed to the study room and briefly conversed with the two guards outside. One of the guards then entered to inform the emperor. Shortly afterward, the armored guard reappeared and gestured for the Jinui to enter. Once inside, the Jinui quickly knelt before Harold and reported, Your Majesty, General Jamar has sent an important message. Speak. Pausing his work, Harold remained expressionless. Your Majesty, while fighting the pigment soldiers, General Jamar accidentally discovered an underground world. An underground world? Harold frowned, curious. What kind of underground world? What's in it? Your Majesty, the underground world they found is filled with vitality, with faint sunlight. It's like a terrestrial paradise. After listening to the Jinui's report, Harold understood the implications. His eyes brightened. He never expected to find such a beautiful place in a region long occupied by aliens. The presence of life indicated that this land hadn't died yet. It could be revived. Turning to Andy, Harold instructed, Eunuch Hyder, call Ewing to the palace immediately. Understood. Andy bowed respectfully and left. Looking at the Jinui again, Harold ordered, gather the Jinui around the newly discovered underground world and set up a maze-like defense to prevent alien destruction. This discovery must be utilized properly. Perhaps the plants here could revitalize the desert. However, precautions against alien sabotage were necessary, given the precious water supply has arrived. Host, would you like to proceed with the summon? Suddenly, the system's voice rang in Fergus's ears. Hearing this, his originally dispirited face lit up with excitement. He was eagerly anticipating the arrival of a distinguished Chinese historical figure. Sitting up quickly, Fergus silently said, System, use the free summon chance now. He fervently prayed that it would be a powerful Chinese historical figure, whether civil servant or military general made no difference. As long as it was someone strong and knowledgeable. Even if he didn't get a powerful figure, just summoning any notable Chinese hero would be fine. Anything else wouldn't matter. However, he certainly didn't want to summon nothing at all. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have summoned the Warring States hero, Callan. The mechanical voice of the system sounded slowly. Callan? Why does that name sound so familiar? Fergus pondered in confusion. Suddenly, it clicked. He recalled Callan, who created the elite Hyder soldiers and wrote Wuzi Bingfa, the military methods of Wu. Hyder soldiers. Once upon a time, Callan defeated 50,000 Qin soldiers with just 50,000 Hyder soldiers. Fergus couldn't believe he had summoned such an individual. What did he need most right now? He needed exactly someone like Callan, a person capable of training a formidable army. I wonder if Callan can train a new generation of Hyder soldiers for me, Fergus thought, growing increasingly excited. At this moment, he couldn't wait to see what kind of troops Callan could train. Taking a deep breath to suppress his joy, Fergus asked the system, Do you have Callan's information? Ding. Name, Callan. Dynasty, Warring States. Rank, Supreme General, Scholar General. Martial Art, Green Profound Holy Martial Art. Cultivation, 8th Stage Martial Saint. Soldiers, Supreme Hyder Soldiers 50,000 inch. A light blue panel appeared before Fergus, displaying Callan's details. Seeing the formidable cultivation, Fergus felt satisfied, but puzzled by how Callan was categorized both as a famous general and scholar general. Without dwelling on it too much, Fergus focused on Callan's abilities. 8th Stage Martial Saint, equivalent to some generals' prowess, yet due to Callan, their overall strength hadn't increased significantly. Putting away the panel, Fergus stood up from his cushion and left the room immediately. With Callan now present, he couldn't linger here. Leaving the study, Fergus saw Andy leading Everett Tinksnow and Everengshuan towards him. Upon seeing their father, the two children immediately let go of Andy and ran over quickly. Seeing the little ones run, Andy became anxious. Jeffries, please slow down, slow down. Quickly scooping the two children into his arms, Fergus gently scolded them. You two little rascals always running around like that. If you fall and hurt yourselves, your mother will be very upset with me. Hee hee. The two children laughed, then started kissing their father. After showering him with kisses, Evertingsnow pleaded, "Father, Qingxian and I are bored. Can we play with you?" "Father, we're so bored. Can you play with us?" Evertingshuan chimed in. Initially reluctant, Fergus found himself unable to resist their earnest gazes. "All right. First, you'll come with father to meet someone, then I'll play with you. How about that?" Fergus suggested softly. "Okay." They nodded without objection, smiling. Holding the two children, Fergus headed towards Tianqing Pavilion. Although he wanted to play with them, it wasn't the right time yet. He needed to see Callan first. Reaching the pavilion where the Keith Callan was already waiting, Fergus bowed respectfully. "Your Majesty." Without hesitation, Fergus placed the two children down and gestured for Andy to take them aside. "Wu Minister, please rise." Fergus promptly helped Callan to his feet. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Callan thanked him and stood up respectfully. Looking at Callan, Fergus felt immensely satisfied. Truly a remarkable historical figure, exuding an aura of sheer power and fearlessness. He briefly instructed Andy to look after Evertingsnow and Everengshuan while accompanying them to play. Meanwhile, he led Callan towards the inner chambers of Tianqing Pavilion to discuss matters and hope for his assistance in training an army. Right now, he desperately needed a formidable army, one led by a skilled general like Callan. Such a person was the perfect candidate to train powerful troops, making him invaluable. At this moment, Fergus could hardly wait to witness a large contingent of elite Hyder soldiers. Chapter 586, Heavily Armored Soldiers. A few hours passed, and Harold had been chatting leisurely with Callan for a long time. The two of them, laughing and talking, seemed to have forgotten the passage of time. Despite this, they continued their cheerful conversation. Harold recounted matters of this world, and the current situation of their great Anchor dynasty to Callan. In return, Callan imparted his military knowledge to Harold, enriching him, especially with wisdom from these ancient Chinese figures. After half an incense stick's time, Harold then spoke to him. "Your Excellency Wu, our dynasty now needs a powerful army. Could you train an invincible, formidable force for our great Anchor dynasty?" "Does Zack wish me to train heavily armored infantry?" Callan asked. The Hyder Wu soldiers were heavily armored infantry. Now that the king wanted him to train troops, he was filled with doubts about what kind of forces he should focus on. He excelled at training heavy cavalry and infantry, but did the king want heavy infantry or another type of army? Certainly, he could also train heavily armored cavalry. "That's right. This is exactly what I hope you can do. Train a heavily armored force for me." Harold nodded gently. His dynasty was in dire need of more troops. Despite enlisting all citizens and transferring garrison soldiers to the barracks, it was far from enough. While recruiting soldiers was easy, transforming them into a true fighting force was no simple task. Even though generals were already training, he needed multiple types of units to ensure his dynasty's dominance over any opposition. Anyone who dared oppose his dynasty would be crushed by its armies. "Please rest assured, Your Majesty. I will strive to train a strong army for you as quickly as possible," Callan declared confidently with clasped fists. It was his honor to serve the king. Given the king's request to train an army, Callan felt it his duty not to disappoint. "Yes. Then I'll entrust this to you, Your Excellency Wu," Harold smiled, nodding lightly. "To ease Your Majesty's burdens is my honor," Callan responded with clasped fists before continuing. "May I begin training the heavily armored army now, Your Majesty?" Callan was eager to start training an army for the king. He regretted arriving late and not having contributed to the dynasty earlier. Now that the king wanted him to train troops, he naturally hoped to act swiftly, selecting the best soldiers and molding them into an elite force. Seeing his urgency, Harold smiled wryly and shook his head. "Callan, there's no need to rush. First, get acquainted with your colleagues, and then you can proceed to train the army for me." The dynasty was currently focused on rebuilding, so there was no need to worry about the lack of a trained army. Moreover, the 3 military camps could accelerate training, ensuring the formation of an army in a short time. "Yes, Your Majesty." Callan responded with a rueful smile. After a brief chat, Harold instructed Andy to take Callan away. Just as Harold let out a breath of relief, his children, Everengshu and Everengshuan, ran up to him, circling around and pleading for him to take them out to play. Agreeing without hesitation, Harold stood up and led them out, holding one hand of each child and leaving the Tianqing Pavilion together. The kids grabbed his hands tightly, hopping around with excitement. Harold watched them with a mixture of amusement and concern. Their energetic behavior made him worry they might bump into something and hurt themselves. Looking down at the steps, he smiled gently. "We're going down the stairs now. Don't jump around carelessly, or you might fall." "Yes, father," the children replied, becoming more cautious under their father's guidance and walking slowly down the steps. Noticing they struggled with the high steps, Harold paused and lifted them into his arms to carry them away. Immediately upon being carried, Everengshu pouted. "Father, we can walk. Why are you carrying us? With your little legs, how far can you go? Besides, these steps are quite high. You'd trip if you tried," Harold chuckled. "Father, we don't have little legs. Our legs are already long, and we can walk." Everengshu argued. "Father, we aren't small-legged. We're just little people," Everengshuan added. "Tadiato legs, no. They were adorable little ones. They were only short because they were still small. Give them a few years, and they'd be as tall as their father, with long, strong legs." Hearing their arguments, Harold couldn't help but laugh inwardly but didn't argue further. Instead, he carried the two children away. "Father is such a big fool." Everengshu pinched her father's cheeks in protest. "Yes, father is a big fool," Everengshuan agreed, nodding slightly. "If father is a big fool, then you two must be little fools," Harold teased with a smile. Speechless, the two children looked at their father indignantly, continuing to pinch his cheeks. Facing their playful antics, Harold merely laughed, allowing them to vent their frustration by kneading his face. Soon, Harold brought the two children to Yulon Palace. Seeing them return, Chelsea breathed a sigh of relief. They had run off earlier, but fortunately, Andy found them and brought them back. At their insistence, Andy took them to their father. Rising from the stone bench in the pavilion, Chelsea and the other woman greeted Harold. Your servant greets your majesty. Both of you don't need to be so formal, Harold smiled warmly. Chapter 587. Bradford leads the troops to annihilate the enemy. Time flew by swiftly, and half a year had passed in the blink of an eye. It was now late autumn, with winter less than half a season away. Under the fierce attacks from both flanks and front, the alien race's assembled armies were shattered instantly. Once valiant and relentless in their pursuit of humans, they now faced a sudden reversal. The current state of the alien races resembled ants on a hot griddle, being mercilessly pursued by the empire of elephants. On the battlefield, the alien races were being hunted down, while human soldiers relentlessly chased them. They were like pigs, dogs, cattle, and sheep, left to be slaughtered at will. On Crimson Blood Peak Range, charge! Bradford led his troops into a fierce battle against the Snake People and Boar People soldiers. The combat was earth-shattering, leaving corpses scattered everywhere, a scene that left one awestruck. Despite the carnage, the intense battle continued unabated, extending for miles, with the ground cracking apart and bloodshed filling the air. General Taedyoang of the Great Anchor Dynasty led Bradford early. Turning his attention to the approaching Boar People soldiers, he advanced coldly, his spear gleaming menacingly. After over half a year of battling, they understood the strengths and weaknesses of the aliens. Under their fierce assaults, the alien forces were completely routed, barely able to regroup before being dispersed once more. Not only that, the scattered alien forces struggled to adapt, unable to find any coherent strategy against them. Traditionally, the alien races attacked in concentrated formations towards a single objective, unlike now, where they found themselves divided and directionless. The divided tactics used by the human forces severely impacted the alien strategies, leaving them helpless and struggling to respond. Facing this new form of attack, the aliens were caught off guard and uncertain how to defend themselves. Charge! Roaring inwardly, Bradford charged into battle with his spear. However, his target wasn't the weaker alien soldiers, but the stronger officers leading them. Once these leaders were eliminated, the alien troops would lose their guidance, becoming aimless and easy prey for slaughter. Scholar's Tai stood atop a hill, calmly observing the intense battle below. Behind him, a formation of black armored soldiers stood straight and alert, ready to heed their general's commands. However, Tai would not deploy them unless more alien reinforcements arrived. Otherwise, he wouldn't risk his men unnecessarily. With victory already tilting in their favor, the battlefront commanded by Bradford resembled a deadly meat grinder, decimating every foe. Tai watched stoically. In the past 6 months, they had lost nearly 400,000 soldiers, but the alien losses were even heavier. Though the ratio of casualties was 1 to 9, each of their elite soldiers represented a pillar of the Great Anchor Dynasty, making the loss all the more painful. Even with reinforcements, the fallen couldn't return, and their remains had been sent home for proper burial. Report. Suddenly, a scout rode in swiftly on a black moon wolf, kneeling before Tai and reporting, General, 50 miles ahead, there are 10,000 Spider People soldiers advancing towards us. Tai frowned deeply. He hadn't expected the aliens' reinforcements to arrive so quickly, especially the Spider People soldiers. Unlike the Snake People and Boar People, the Spider People had spider-like lower bodies with 8 legs, granting them the speediest movements among the aliens. Armed with long axes, they were exceptionally formidable in combat, making them the most difficult adversaries. Their individual combat prowess was unmatched among the alien races. To face them, only his elite troops could hope to stand a chance. Sending others would be a suicide mission. Even if they won, it would come at a heavy cost. Turning to General Tadeo Yuanbai beside him, Tai softly ordered, Yuanbai, immediately lead 5,000 elites to relieve my direct command of 5,000 elites. Yes, sir. Tadeo Yuanbai promptly moved to execute the order, calling over the flag signaler. Flag signaler. How may I assist you, General? The flag signaler responded respectfully. Have 5,000 elite soldiers step forward, Tadeo Yuanbai stated emotionlessly. Yes, sir. Upon receiving the command, the flag signaler faced the ranks of soldiers, waving his flags. 5,000 elite warriors quickly emerged from the mass, ready for orders. Chapter 588. Replacing the troops. Seeing the army marching out, Tadeo Yuanbai didn't dawdle. He quickly led them away from here to join the battlefront. Tadeo Yuanbai's group moved swiftly. There was no sound of charging through sand, nor any deafening war cries. Instead, they seamlessly joined the ongoing battle. Just as they joined the fray, an eerie horn blared across the battlefield. Tai's elite general Muhammad, who was leading a division of elite soldiers, immediately slew his current enemy and then retreated from the battle as fast as he could. As he left, the rest of the elite soldiers also rapidly withdrew from the battle. Since the battlefield covered a vast area, the enemy did not notice anything unusual. Since the number of withdrawing troops was relatively small, only about 50,000, and most were stationed at the outskirts, almost no one noticed their departure. The 10,000-strong elite forces were positioned on the periphery with a simple purpose, to prevent more enemies from escaping. However, not all elites were stationed on the outside. Some were also in the middle of the battlefield, assisting other troops in battling the enemy. Bradford, having just eliminated several Snake People warriors, heard the unexpected horn and frowned. This was the signal for withdrawal. Although it wasn't for their division, it was definitely an order for some troops to pull back. He looked sharply around, observing the troops rapidly slaying the enemy and withdrawing. Inwardly, he wondered, strange, why would the general order these elites to retreat? Could something troublesome be coming? Despite his confusion, he continued leading his men into fierce combat, cutting down the enemy mercilessly like butchers in a slaughterhouse. Meanwhile, as these soldiers withdrew, others from the periphery entered the battlefield. The numbers seemed to balance out. In less than half an hour, Muhammad and Arsene returned with the 50,000 withdrawn troops and approached Tai. Muhammad asked with puzzlement, General, may I ask why you ordered us to withdraw? Arsene also looked at Tai with a puzzled expression. They had been enjoying the battle thoroughly, so this sudden call to withdraw irked them slightly. 100,000 spider people warriors are advancing toward us. I've called you back to lead your men against them, Tai said calmly. Upon hearing this, Muhammad and Arsene, initially dismayed, suddenly lit up with excitement. They said in unison, "Rest assured, General, we will crush these spider people completely." Muhammad and Arsene's faces were cold, their brows brimming with killing intent. Their tang knives longed for blood. Although the arriving foes were spider people, they harbored no fear. No matter how many came, they would make sure none returned. You should gather your 50,000 men and work with the remaining troops to counter the spider people, Tai instructed expressionlessly. Yes. Upon receiving orders, Muhammad moved past Tai and went to the back where the dense crowd of troops awaited. Summoning a standard bearer, he ordered, "Immediately call forth 50,000 men." Yes. The flag bearer saluted and climbed a small hill, waving his flag vigorously, signaling specific formations to come forward. 5 columns of soldiers obeyed, stepping out of formation and approaching Muhammad in neat ranks, their expressions stern and ready. After seeing the selected troops approach, Muhammad bid farewell to Tai and led the men away, ready to deal with the spider people. Their mission was to either destroy or severely damage the spider people force, ensuring heavy losses even if total annihilation was not possible. These reinforcements thought they were clever, but their hasty attack without preparation was tantamount to seeking death. Watching Bradford's ongoing battle, Tai pondered silently, undoubtedly focused on dealing with the alien tribes. Kill. Suddenly spotting the advancing aliens behind him, Bradford turned, thrusting his spear through an enemy's throat and instantly felling it. Quickly retracting his spear, Bradford faced the remaining enemies and charged at them. In the midst of swiftly dispatching several aliens, he saw a pig people general attacking the soldiers of the Great Anchor Dynasty. His face turned cold, and he charged toward the general with his spear. Kill. Great Anchor Dynasty soldiers showed no fear against the formidable pig people general, gripping their weapons tightly and lunging together at the enemy. The pig people general, seeing the human soldiers charge, tightened his grip on his weapon and swung at them. The human soldier's strength was impressive, especially when fighting in unison. The pig people general couldn't afford any slack. Even with its considerable power, it had to remain vigilant to avoid being killed by coordinated attacks. Previously, the overconfident snake people warriors were killed and torn apart due to underestimating the human soldiers. Having quickly dealt with the Great Anchor soldiers, the pig people general exhaled, relieved. Seeing the sudden attack from the spear, General Axton of the Boerfolk's face drastically changed. His greedy eyes turned to terror. The power behind this spear strike was absolutely terrifying, far beyond what he could handle. This single blow from the enemy was enough to reduce him to pulp. Axton couldn't believe that this human general was so strong, almost like they were from completely different realms of existence. Wishful thinking. Upon seeing Axton attempting to flee, Bradford's expression darkened. He clenched his weapon even tighter and delivered an even more powerful blow. No. Facing the incoming spear, Axton let out a deafening roar filled with both frustration and despair. In the next moment, Axton was instantly reduced to minced flesh by Bradford's overwhelming strike, dead without a trace. Bradford looked at the remains on the ground, slightly turning up his lips, and turned away from the corpse to kill more of the alien races. Their battle had not yet ended. He needed to eliminate all enemies, especially the remaining officers. Only by eliminating the leaders of these alien races could they quickly end the battle. If these leaders were allowed to live, it would only lead to further trouble. Meanwhile, 20 miles away, the troops of the Spiderfolk were rapidly advancing toward the battlefield where the Snakefolk and Boerfolk were engaging the humans. They received news from the Eaglefolk soldiers that 2 races, the Snakefolk and Boerfolk, were under heavy attack by the humans and struggling in battle, prompting them to rush for support. The archers to shoot. The prepared archers rose instantly, fully drawing their bows and loosing arrows without hesitation. Caught off guard, the Spiderfolk were swiftly riddled with arrows. Due to their large size, they were easy targets for the archers of the Daxia dynasty, falling one after another with defiant looks. Each arrow used by the Daxia soldiers was specifically designed to be deadly against these alien races, and each was coated with poison lethal to them. Developed by Caden, these poisons ensured that any hit would result in rapid death. Those hit by the arrows began showing signs of poisoning almost immediately, turning blue and dying on the spot. Charge. After a few volleys of arrows, Muhammad ceased the order and stood up, pointing his icy blade forward before charging toward the enemy. Under his command, the Daxia soldiers emerged, tightly gripping their weapons and charging toward the Spiderfolk soldiers. Charge. Charge. Realizing they had walked into an ambush, the Spiderfolk's faces turned pale as their commander recognized the humans' premeditated attack. No matter what, they had to escape. Otherwise, they would all be wiped out. From the intelligence they had, the human soldiers were incredibly ruthless. They would show no mercy upon seeing the alien races, leaving no survivors. Charge. Muhammad and his troops quickly reached the alien lines. Gripping his tang sword, he slashed at a Spiderfolk soldier's foot. With its sharpness, the blade effortlessly severed the foot and continued hacking. Within moments, the Spiderfolk soldier lost all its legs, unable to move before being decapitated. After swiftly dispatching the soldier, Muhammad focused on other foes, wielding his tang sword with a series of blinding strikes filled with murderous intent. Spotting over 100 Spiderfolk warriors not far away, Muhammad smiled, gripping his sword and advancing rapidly. Feeling impending doom, the Spiderfolk locked eyes on Muhammad. After exchanging glances, they tightened their grips on their axes and charged towards him. Though the enemy was fearsome, they were equally relentless, outnumbering Muhammad with larger bodies, believing their numerical advantage and size would prevail. The aliens truly possess fearless courage, matching the mightiest human warriors. With a swift flick of his wrist, Muhammad's blade flashed menacingly, emitting a surging aura of blade energy. At the same time, Arsene joined the fray amidst the towering enemy ranks, visibly excited as he cut down enemies with ruthless precision, much like a grim reaper plundering lives. Form a spear formation. Charge. Hashtag chapter 590. Join offensive. Attack. Seeing the human warriors charging at them, the spiderling soldiers' faces turned cold as they issued an immediate order to attack. They swung their long axes toward the enemy without hesitation. Though the enemy before them was terrifying, now was not the time for fear. If they did not eliminate the humans in front of them, it would be their own lives that would end. Trapped deep within an ambush, they could only attempt to break through one direction or scatter in different directions to escape the enemy's encirclement. A Daanker dynasty warrior who failed to defend himself was instantly cut down, but the slaughter continued. The spiderling commander, Etienne, directed his gaze towards other Daanker warriors and immediately launched an assault with his weapon. The Daanker dynasty warriors, already engaged in fierce battle, quickly gathered upon seeing this formidable warrior. They attacked en masse, leveraging their numerical advantage. The enemy was too powerful. Only by working together could they defeat him. Facing the joint offensive of over a dozen Daanker warriors, Etienne sneered inwardly, gripping his long axe tightly. He then swiftly charged forward. Even if 100 human warriors attacked him, he might still feel fear, but only a dozen? He held no fear. Slash. A swing of the axe missed the Daanker warriors, but when it struck the ground, the earth cracked, sending rocks flying through the air. These force-filled fragments hit the advancing Daanker warriors, causing cries of pain. In mere moments, 5 or 6 were dead. Etienne did not stop attacking. With every swing of his axe, more Daanker warriors were sent flying, meeting their end. Surveying the brutal fight around him, Etienne licked the blood from his axe blade with a long tongue, feeling thoroughly satisfied. His blood was pounding with excitement. Human warriors' blood was indeed delicious. With burning eyes, he shifted his focus to other Daanker dynasty warriors and lunged at them rapidly. This fight was far from over. He could not afford to idle or stand by passively. If he did, death was certain. They needed to escape quickly to survive. Waiting for more Daanker reinforcements would mean certain death. Etienne's burst of immense strength caught the attention of other Daanker warriors, elite troops under General Tai's command. Without hesitation, they dispatched the enemies before them and advanced swiftly towards Etienne. This spiderling commander's power was overwhelming. Ordinary Daanker warriors stood no chance. More reinforcements would just be slaughtered. Suddenly, as Etienne hacked through Daanker warriors, he suddenly sensed numerous eyes watching him. He killed another enemy quickly and glanced back. Dozens of Daanker warriors surged towards him, each one displaying extraordinary prowess. Recognizing these powerful Daanker warriors, Etienne's expression became grave as he gripped his weapon tightly. Unlike others, these felt more dangerous and threatening. A moment's lapse could result in his demise. He had no intention of dying at the hands of Daanker warriors. Such a fate would make a mockery of his reputation. Attack! Etienne roared inwardly, swinging his axe at a charging Daanker warrior. Just as he thought he'd killed him, the warrior retreated swiftly, while others thrust spears towards him. Unable to kill the initial target, Etienne's face darkened as he faced incoming attacks. Without a moment to spare, he hurriedly retreated, simultaneously deflecting attacks behind him. At this moment, Etienne was speechless and deeply fearful. Could these powerful human warriors be those constantly warned about by the eagling soldiers? The eaglings repeatedly cautioned them to avoid tangling with the fierce human warriors, for once ensnared, even the strongest among them would find no escape. Even if your cultivation is strong, being wrapped up by them means certain death, regardless of any advantages you might have. If his suspicions were correct, the swift and fearsome humans attacking him must be the ghostline warriors the eagles couldn't stop talking about. After some hesitation, Etienne fought off their attacks and retreated while commanding other troops to block them. He couldn't afford a prolonged engagement. Even if he killed some of them, eventually, he would fall to the rest. It's trying to run? The force inflicted by Etienne's attack was quickly shared by nearby comrades, sparing them from severe internal damage. Hashtag chapter 591. No matter how fast, it cannot escape that blade. The weakness of this creature lies in its 4 legs. We will all attack its legs. Once we sever them, dealing with it will be much simpler. The Barak leading these 100 soldiers against Etienne looked grim as he faced such a formidable enemy. Suddenly, an idea struck him regarding the enemy's vulnerability, and he hastily issued orders to attack. The spider-like general before them was powerful. Even if they combined their efforts and paid a heavy price, they could only severely wound the opponent. However, if they attacked its weak point, chopping off its 8 legs, they would win instantly and eliminate the enemy at minimal cost. Yes. Upon receiving orders, the soldiers, especially those wielding swords, immediately followed their Barak into battle, while the rest with spears attacked from behind. Leading the charge, the Barak tightly gripped his Tang Dao and attacked from the left side behind the enemy, aiming directly at its legs. Seeing the soldiers of the great Anchor dynasty chop at its legs, the spider-like General Etienne's face changed drastically. His nerves tightened instantly as he swung his long axe to cut them down. He never imagined that these human soldiers would be so ruthless, slashing at its legs in a clear attempt to incapacitate it. It couldn't allow this to happen. Otherwise, it was doomed. Although their race was powerful and agile, their legs were also their weakness. If all 8 legs were severed, they would lose mobility and be at the mercy of others. Rapidly pushing back the Barak, Etienne saw the other great Anchor soldiers rushing toward its legs with swords. Without hesitation, he immediately swung his axe again. Recognizing that the enemy was specifically targeting their weakness, the spider-like general understood this during the relentless attacks. While dodging, the great Anchor spear soldiers quickly utilized their spears, forcing it to retreat. Continue the attack. Seeing the enemy continuously retreating, the Barak quickly organized the soldiers to keep up the offensive. Despite having pushed back the enemy, they hadn't dealt a fatal blow yet, so they had to continue attacking and prevent the enemy from escaping. Following the order, the warriors once again joined the Barak in advancing. With the great Anchor soldiers pressing relentlessly, the face of the spider-like General Etienne turned colder, filled with icy resolve. It hadn't expected that these humans' reaction speed and coordinated attacks would be so swift. far exceeding the intelligence provided by the eagle people. But it wouldn't fear them. Although the humans were strong, it wasn't one to back down either. Meanwhile, Muhammad led the troops in attacking the spider-like soldiers. Time ticked on, with casualties on both sides. However, due to the prowess of the great anchor soldiers, the spider-like troops gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. Initially, the battle was more balanced, but as time passed, the tide of the fight turned against the spider-like troops, putting them on the defensive. Kill. In the midst of the battlefield, Muhammad firmly held his weapon, slashing wildly at the spider-like soldiers. With a single strike, he severed 4 of the spider-like soldiers' legs, then another stroke took off its head. Muhammad's combat style was brutal, each move lethal, merciless. There was no trace of mercy in his eyes, as though death itself had taken over, transforming him into a reaper of lives on the battlefield. Compared to the usually jovial Muhammad, he seemed like a completely different person now, his sword never stopping, continually slaying enemies. Suddenly, seeing hundreds of spider-like soldiers holding long axes charging towards him, his expression turned cold. Hemph, ants. He smirked coldly, and with a swift motion, his tang dao slashed out, as if a towering demonic mountain crashing down, terrifying and full of infernal flames. The brilliant demonic blade descended upon the charging spider-like soldiers, causing their faces to change in terror. In that moment, they realized just how formidable he was, beyond their capacity to resist. Biting their teeth, realizing the impending danger, they swiftly changed direction, fleeing at top speed. Facing such a formidable opponent, staying meant certain death. Boom. Seeing the enemies flee, Muhammad's face remained cold. He tightly gripped his tang dao and, without hesitation, slashed at them. The overwhelming force made the alien races feel despair and unwillingness, but alas, the powerful blade light engulfed them, sending them flying, their bodies shattered and bleeding. Escape? Muhammad scoffed as others attempted to flee. His eyes burned with unending killing intent, leaving afterimages on the ground as he moved through the crowd with his blade flashing. How fast? The spider-like soldiers fleeing in the front ranks trembled at the speed of the pursuing force. They knew that accelerating would only lead to certain death. What they thought would be an easy battle against weaker humans turned into a slaughter where they were the prey. From 5 meters above, Muhammad stood tall like a divine mountain, his eyes piercing, his long knife slicing through the sky, its brilliance lighting up the heavens, unstoppable. Bang! Locking onto the fleeing enemies to the left, he hesitated not a moment, swinging his tang dao down, the sound like thunderous rumbling, deafening. Instantly, the surging blade light engulfed everything around. The spider-like soldiers caught in the terrifying power, screams of agony echoing, making one's heart shudder. As the dust settled, the spider-like soldiers lay dead on the ground, dismembered and broken. Those who survived bore countless wounds, blood spurting, faces pale as paper, devoid of color. Their eyes filled with fear, their hearts filled with despair. They watched Muhammad approach step by step, utterly terrified. Even with so many attacking together, they were no match for his overwhelming strength. Such power exceeded their understanding. Facing him was simply a death sentence. Hashtag chapter 592, Invincible Advance. As time ticked by and dusk descended, the battle between the two sides gradually neared its end. The warriors of the boar and serpent tribes were almost entirely slaughtered, with not a single one left alive. The battlefield was now a scene of carnage, blood soaking into the earth and spreading through the air. The ground was littered with corpses from both sides, though the majority belonged to the alien warriors. Despite the lesser number of bodies from the great Anchor dynasty, they still appeared numerous. Bradford, holding his spear, gazed at the fallen soldiers before him. His eyes turned utterly cold, devoid of any pity as he silently observed the scene. Cleanse the battlefield. After scanning the area to ensure no survivors remained, he gave the order for the soldiers to begin the cleanup. He then moved swiftly towards General Ty's location. Reaching Ty, Bradford saluted and reported, "General, all alien warriors have been eliminated. Have you instructed the men to clean the battlefield?" Ty asked expressionlessly. "Yes, sir." "Good work." Ty nodded approvingly, his gaze fixed on the horizon. Although their battle here had ended, it did not mean that the war on this front was over. More powerful and numerous enemies would soon follow. After half a year of constant warfare, the battles against the alien tribes were far from concluded. They needed to push deeper into enemy territory. After a long silence, Tai spoke again. "Jianghe, it's nearly nightfall. Gather some men and find a suitable place to set up camp. We'll rest tonight and continue our advance at dawn." "Yes, sir." With a salute, Bradford turned away quickly to organize the campsite. Though they had defeated the aliens, they had also lost a day's march and needed rest after the intense fighting. Once Bradford left, Tai kept his gaze forward. Their battle might be over, but Muhammad's group was still engaged in fierce combat with the spider tribe. "Charge!" Muhammad, gripping his saber tightly, stood motionless amidst the advancing spider warriors. A cold expression spread across his face, dark aura enveloping him like a demonic deity descending from the netherworld. He raised his saber, which shimmered with a chilling glow as he brought it down with a swift slash. Boom! Mountain and river shadows appeared and shattered into pieces beneath his blade. Flames of blood soared into the sky, radiating an overwhelming power that could crush everything in its path. This move was known as Sundering Mountain and River. With each swing of his saber, Muhammad seemed to shatter entire worlds. Unmatched power surged from above, striking fear into the hearts of hundreds of spider warriors. They felt as if their heads might explode under the weight of such terrifying force, far beyond what they could withstand. In an instant, the relentless blade swept past them, a streak of crimson light cutting through the air. "No!" they screamed in despair, but it was already too late. Fierce, blazing death engulfed them, sending blood spurting out and bodies crumbling to the ground. Without sparing a glance at the carnage, Muhammad turned his cold gaze toward the other fleeing spider warriors. In a whirlwind of saber strokes, he cut down wave after wave of terrified enemies, leaving trails of devastation in his wake. Taedeok, an invincible general, he was unstoppable, a harbinger of death sweeping away life. Not far. With night approaching and the battle over, Muhammad issued orders emotionlessly, all troops, cleanse the battlefield. Yes, sir. The soldiers immediately began cleaning up, some patrolling to prevent surprise attacks while others collected the remains of the fallen. Arsene approached, smiling and asked, Old Su, how does it feel? Did you enjoy the fight? Ha ha ha, absolutely. The spider warriors were formidable opponents, perfect for us to cut down, Muhammad replied, grinning. Today's battle had been the most exhilarating for him. They say killing brings relief. How about you? Muhammad queried curiously. Same here, very satisfying, Arsene smiled. But then his expression turned serious. Though we've eliminated most of the spider warriors, some managed to escape the battlefield. Despite their efforts, the speed of the spider warriors made it impossible to prevent every escape. Let them run. Our presence is already exposed. There's no need to hide anymore, Muhammad remarked nonchalantly. Chapter 593. Muhammad and others go missing? That's true. But we need to quickly clean up the battlefield and then join General Tai to discuss which direction we should attack tomorrow, Arsene said softly after gently shaking his head. Although they had won the battle here, killing a large number of arachnid soldiers, their fight wasn't over yet. They now needed to return and regroup with Tai, and then deliberate on their next move. The frequent movements of the alien forces and the numerous battles encountered in recent days deeply reminded them that their coming enemies would not be easy. Due to limited knowledge about the enemy, they had to be cautious, vigilant, and alert, so as to prevent the enemy from setting a trap for them. Though their strength was formidable and fearless of small tricks played by the enemy, it didn't mean the same for their troops. Even if they were fearless, as generals, they could not stand idly by watching their brothers fall one by one due to their misjudgment. Yes, you're right. Since this battle is over, let's gather our men and leave here. Muhammad nodded in agreement. As soon as he agreed, Muhammad commanded the soldiers to clean up the battlefield, burning all corpses, leaving nothing behind. Of course, only the bodies of alien soldiers were burned. Their own dead comrades' remains had to be brought back for burial in their hometowns, returning to one's roots and being laid to rest in their homeland. This was the policy of their great Anchor dynasty, something they strictly adhered to. Every soldier who died in battle was to be returned home, with their ashes handed over to their parents. General, the wind and sand are too strong here. You should go back to the camp now, Bradford suggested as they met Tai. Tai was waiting for Muhammad's group to return, but after several hours, there was still no sign of them, making everyone anxious. Soldiers and Bradford away. There was no way they could wait for Muhammad any longer, as it seemed they had lost their way. He was not worried about them encountering trouble, but rather losing direction and getting further and further away from them. Lao Su, this won't do. We've completely lost our way. We can't keep going like this, or else the troops will be scattered by the wind and sand. Arsene shouted against the strong winds while shielding himself with his shield. The sandstorm was growing worse, pushing them backward. Continuing like this, the troops would be scattered long before they left. They needed to find shelter immediately and then set out again at dawn. While that's true, the scouts exploring ahead haven't returned yet, so we can't find a suitable place to take cover from the sandstorm, Muhammad explained. He wanted to leave, but the problem was the scouts hadn't returned, making it difficult to decide where to head. Sighing heavily, Arsene added, the storm is getting stronger, and if we can't find shelter, we'll be in serious trouble. Initially preparing to return, they had barely covered 2 miles when the sandstorm started blowing fiercely, obscuring their path forward. Even though a scout found them, the night wolves, usually used for direction, lost their sense due to the strong wind and sand. Just as they conversed, a soldier stumbled toward them from the left front of the formation. Quickly, Arsene instructed the soldiers to open a gap in their shields and let him in. What news? Arsene asked. Report to the general. We found a natural cave ordered some soldiers to block the entrance with shields, keeping out the storm, while others dispersed to rest. As soon as he allowed the troops to rest, Muhammad looked around curiously. This cave seemed entirely natural yet so massive. He couldn't quite understand how it got here. Kai, why does this cave seem so odd? It looks naturally formed, but seems to have been crafted, Muhammad said, puzzled. That's what I think too, but from the looks of it, the cave may have been originally formed by nature, then expanded by people, Arsene replied, deep in thought. This cave was strange indeed, appearing both natural and man-made, but exactly who and how remained unclear. Hearing Kai's thoughts, Muhammad lit up and examined the cave carefully before snatching a soldier's torch and walking over to a nearby wall. After a moment of careful observation, Muhammad exclaimed, Kai, just as you said, the cave is naturally formed but also shows signs of human modification. From afar, it appeared naturally formed, but on closer inspection, modifications were evident. Yet the identity of whoever did the work was unknown. Kai, who could have modified this cave? Why does it look so peculiar? Muhammad asked, puzzled. I'm not sure either, Kai answered with a gentle shake of his head. At that moment, a soldier ran up to them and knelt on one knee. Report to the generals, we found an extremely strange stone wall at the innermost part of the cave. Upon hearing this, both men paused their conversation, frowning. A strange stone wall? Without wasting time, Kai focused his spiritual energy into the spear and gently touched the wall. Suddenly, immense power surged, shattering the spear and throwing Kai backward. Muhammad rushed forward to catch him, but they were both blasted away by the sheer force. With a spurt of blood, Kai coughed, clearly injured. Muhammad didn't bleed but suffered severe internal injuries. Pushing Kai off, Muhammad massaged his chest, pale-faced. You were right, this wall is no simple thing. Thankfully I didn't touch it, or I'd likely be half dead now. Indeed, if he hadn't held back, that powerful blast would have ended everything. Cough. After a few coughs, Kai managed to stand, swaying unsteadily, gazing in awe at the stone wall. The 50-meter-tall, 100-meter-long wall, inscribed with artificial runes, clearly guarded something significant, though its origins remained a mystery. We need to be cautious. If anyone touches this wall, they'll risk their life, Muhammad said grimly. Agreed. It must be protecting something. Touching it would certainly harm us, Kai nodded. I'll alert our men to be extra careful, Muhammad responded and promptly left. Kai stayed behind, eyes fixed on the wall, wondering about its secrets. Regardless of when humans carved this wall, something existed behind the stone wall. Moreover, light emanated from the other side, as if someone was holding torches. Soon, the stone wall descended to their height level, revealing figures standing before them, faces obscured by eerie masks, their identities unknown. Who are you? Who are you? Drop your weapons. Drop your weapons. Drop your weapons. Instantly, both sides confronted each other, weapons pointed accusingly. The Anchor Dynasty soldiers' shouts were especially fierce. The presence of these enemies did not feel like a different race. Regardless of who they were, no one could point weapons at them without facing retribution. To them, anyone pointing weapons at them was an enemy, ready for immediate attack. Even Muhammad, at the front, drew his tang knife, eyes sharp, reflecting a cold glint. Archers pulled their bows taut, arrows aimed forward, prepared to shoot at any command. Behind them, more Anchor Dynasty soldiers rushed forward, joining their comrades despite the unknown danger ahead. They sensed their companions arming themselves, signaling the presence of enemies. On the other side of the stone wall, the masked individuals shouted loudly, demanding that the Anchor Dynasty soldiers drop their weapons. They too had archers, wearing ragged armor and wielding various weapons. Despite not resembling a disciplined army, it was clear they were hastily assembled forces. Shield bearers of the Anchor Dynasty quickly formed a defensive line, ready to charge upon command. Drop your weapons, or we will attack. Quick, drop your weapons, or you're our enemy. You should be dropping your weapons. Who are you? Why are you here? Both sides exchanged accusations and questions, but amid the tension, neither answered, only confronting each other with weapons drawn. Realizing something had happened at the front, Arsene ordered the troops to guard the cave entrance and quickly moved forward. Pushing through the crowded ranks, he reached the front and saw the stone wall had vanished, revealing a group of masked figures, indistinguishable in appearance. Though their faces were obscured, their voices spoke the human language clearly. Old Su, what's going on? Where did the stone wall go? Who are these people? Arsene asked in rapid succession. I wish I knew who they are, but the atmosphere is too tense. We might end up fighting without answers, Muhammad replied with a shake of his head. If he understood what was happening, they wouldn't be facing off like this, ready to draw swords at any moment. These masked figures felt very peculiar and were quite strong, but they would have no chance against the Anchor Dynasty forces. However, they Chapter 596, Various Confusions. Old Su, what's going on? Why are there humans here? Muhammad asked, perplexed. His gaze meticulously examined the ragged group before him. People with parched lips, red cheeks, unmistakably human faces, and felt quite distressed. Not just Muhammad, but the soldiers beside him were equally puzzled, failing to understand why any humans would still exist in a place supposedly under alien occupation. You ask me, and I should be asking you, Arsene said, pursing his lips slightly. He was even more confused and had no idea how there could be humans here. Logically, all humans should have evacuated to behind the third line of defense. Why did this desolate place still house humans? Could they be isolated humans who had been left behind, and had used the stone wall they just discovered as a line of defense against the aliens? Well, ask them quickly then. Why are they here? Muhammad urged. All right. After a brief nod, Arsene glanced forward and added, Su, tell the troops to lower their weapons, lest there's an accidental fire. Okay. Without delay, Muhammad instructed his troops around him to put away their weapons and not aim at the opposite side, particularly telling the archers to unstring their arrows, so nothing provoked mutual hostility. While they gathered their weapons, they kept shields facing forward, ready to protect themselves should the enemies make any sudden moves, then retaliate accordingly. Seeing these black-armored soldiers take such actions, the humans on the other side of the stone wall also followed orders from one among them to put away their weapons. With tensions easing between both sides, Arsene introduced himself. My name is Arsene. We're warriors of the Great Anchor Dynasty. Behind me are my fellow soldiers of the Great Anchor. Immediately following his introduction, he questioned, I wonder why you're still in the territories occupied by aliens. Aren't you afraid of being massacred by them? However, the humans ahead remained silent, observing them without expression or speech. Hendrickrowing his brows at this sight, Muhammad remarked, Kai, these guys don't seem to care about your questions. Shut up, if you can do better, then you talk to them, Arsene replied, his face darkening inexplicably. Just as these two were bickering, the Keith at the forefront suddenly spoke. Who we are isn't important. What's important is, as part of the human dynasty's army, why are you in territory occupied by humans? Upon hearing this reply, Arsene's eyes lit up. Now that someone was engaging in conversation, it meant dialogue was possible for understanding this group better. Clenching his fists in greeting towards the right front, he said, by our king's order, we attack lands reclaimed from aliens. All those aiding aliens shall be annihilated. The majestic momentum instantly filled the cave, sending chills down everyone's spine, blood coursing hotly within. Hearing these words, the humans across the stone wall trembled visibly, eyes devoid of emotion flickering momentarily with ripples of emotion. Even the leading Keith shivered involuntarily, appearing profoundly moved but unable to fully convey it. When the Keith continued speaking, he suddenly paused, whispering something into another Keith's ear beside him, then turned and walked away, presumably to meet someone else. Watching his swift departure, Arsene guessed he might be heading back to see someone. Gurgle. As Muhammad's troops waited, one soldier's stomach gurgled audibly, drawing everyone's attention. Glancing at the soldier beside him, Muhammad frowned and said, Aaron, normally you don't eat less. Why does your stomach rumble so easily? Hee hee. The young soldier awkwardly laughed. Gurgle. Suddenly, several stomachs grumbled again. Muhammad's face turned black, inwardly thinking, if only Aaron's stomach rumbled. But now everyone's joining in, saying you aren't hungry? No one spoke. Instead, they lowered their heads sheepishly. None of them wished for this, yet truly felt very hungry. The soldier named Aaron bitterly stated, General, you can't blame us. We never wanted to lose face at this moment. You know well that since morning till night, we fought against aliens, just finding a place to rest and eat some dry rations when we encountered this incident. General, indeed we're extremely hungry. Even as martial artists, we fight all day, expending tremendous energy. Yes, General, after battling all day, our stomachs really ache from hunger. After a day of battles, their energy was almost drained. Despite being martial artists, they, as soldiers, expended far more than ordinary martial artists. They were about to eat when this group appeared, cutting short their mealtime abruptly. I know you're hungry, but bear with it until we sort out what's happening. Then you can eat all you want, Muhammad said. Of course, he knew how famished everyone was. He too was starving. If not for the current events, they'd be resting and filling their stomachs. But things weren't resolved yet, preventing them from eating or loosening up. If these people were enemies, it'd be troublesome. At this moment, if we had a scallion pancake, topped with thick slices of beef and some chili sauce, the flavor, the taste? With a slap, Muhammad smacked Aaron's head to stop him, veins popping on his forehead, silently exasperated. You little brat, stop talking about food right now. Look, everyone's drooling listening to you. Looking around, Aaron saw his comrades gulping saliva or drooling, eyes fixed on him eagerly. Realizing this, Aaron turned red, feeling embarrassed for letting slip his hunger. Sorry, I'm just too hungry, accidentally blurting that out. Aaron scratched his head awkwardly, avoiding eye contact with others. Hashtag chapter 597, the left behind human race. Unsure of how much time had passed since they left, the Keith who had accompanied them now brought along an elderly man. He looked weathered with age, his hair completely white, holding a cane as if he were incredibly old. Even so, this did not stop people from showing him immense respect. When they saw this unexpected elder, Chevy and the others felt deeply puzzled. Who was this old man? Why did he receive such reverence from these people? Despite their many questions, they still watched him closely, curious about who he was and what he had to say to them. The elder, upon seeing so many humans, immediately became emotional, his body trembling with excitement. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, hardly believing what he was witnessing. Humans? How many years has it been? They have finally seen other humans. Seeing the elder's reactions, Arsene was equally perplexed, especially as he saw the old man walking towards him. This only added to his confusion. Soon, the elder stood less than a meter away from him, stretching out his trembling hands to touch Arsene. His actions immediately put the soldiers of the Great Anchor Dynasty on high alert, each one gripping their weapons tightly. Fortunately, Arsene quickly restrained them, preventing any conflict. He then looked at the old man with a questioning gaze, watching as the elder's trembling hands touched his face. This act filled him with even more doubts, but then he heard the elder's voice, filled with emotion. Really humans? How many years has it been? I never thought I'd see humans from other places. Feeling the elder's warm cheeks and the warmth of his body, the old man found himself momentarily speechless, unable to believe what he was experiencing. It had been so long since he had seen other humans, especially those dressed in clean and finely crafted armor like these warriors. Child, what is your name? How did you all appear here? Don't you know that this place has been occupied by the alien races? Under the guidance of the elder, Arsene and all the soldiers entered the underground world through the stone wall. As soon as they entered, Arsene, Muhammad, and the others beheld the scene below. The space beneath was vast, with numerous caves dotting the walls like individual rooms. A large number of humans lived there, though they appeared emaciated, wearing tattered clothes that seemed to have been worn for a very long time. The air was thin, devoid of any plant life, making the underground world seem desolate and lifeless. However, embedded into the ceiling, about 300 meters above, were bright moonlight stones, illuminating the entire area. Even the walls were lined with these glowing stones, casting light throughout, though not as strong as sunlight. Still, they illuminated the dark underworld. When the crowd of black-armored humans appeared, the residents of the underground world cast curious glances, unsure why these strangers had come. They were also excited. Indeed, there were other humans beyond their own kind. As the army marched forward in formation, a little girl approached, her face dirty but her eyes wide with curiosity as she gazed at Muhammad. Muhammad paused, then slowly knelt down, reaching out to touch the girl's head. Just as he was about to speak, her stomach growled loudly with hunger. Without hesitation, Muhammad pulled out a large pancake from his supplies and offered it to her. Here, little one, eat this pancake. Smelling the aroma of the pancake, the little girl swallowed hard, her eyes welling up with tears of longing. She didn't reach out for it right away but instead turned to look at her mother, who was standing nearby. The woman hesitated for a moment before nodding slightly, giving her daughter permission to accept the food. With her mother's approval, the little girl took the pancake from Muhammad's hand and began to eat enthusiastically. The soft texture was something she had never tasted before. Seeing the girl enjoying the meal, the surrounding people licked their lips enviously, especially the children who yearned for such a treat. Though they received food daily, it was scarce, often only one meal a day, leaving them hungry until the next day. Many could not endure the constant hunger and eventually perished. Seeing this, Muhammad's expression darkened. He then turned to the soldiers beside him and ordered, "All soldiers, take out your rations and water supplies, and distribute them among these humans." "Yes, sir." Upon receiving the order, the Decurions stepped out of line, retrieving bags and collecting all the dry rations and water from the soldiers. Despite their reluctance to part with their supplies, the soldiers complied, knowing they couldn't let these people go hungry. These people, already gaunt and weak, were barely surviving one meal at a time. Hearing Muhammad's words, Clark, the old man leading them, looked at Arsene with gratitude but also concern. Ankaro Chung, how can you give us your rations? If you give everything to us, what will you do? Clark, don't worry. Although we are somewhat hungry, we are not as starved as these people. Tomorrow, once we find our general, we can replenish our supplies, Arsene replied with a reassuring smile. Compared to the starving people here, their minor hunger was insignificant. Once they reunited with the main force, they would be able to restock. Led by Clark, Arsene and Muhammad reached the deepest part of the underground world, where they sat under a pavilion near an ancient palace. Strange runes adorned its walls, emitting an old-world aura. Ankaro Chung, Ankaro Ming, may I ask what forces currently control the Nanyang region? Where does your great Anchor dynasty stand? Have the major forces formed an alliance to reclaim the lost territories of our Nanyang region? Clark inquired. Clark, the Nanyang region is now controlled by only one force, our great Anchor dynasty. We have come by the command of our emperor to reclaim the territories once occupied by the alien races, Muhammad answered after exchanging a glance with Arsene. What? Your great Anchor dynasty has taken full control of the Nanyang region? How is that possible? Didn't the other forces resist? Clark's shock was evident, disbelief etched on his face. Even though the remaining territory of the Nanyang region was small, it was unlikely that one dynasty could fully occupy it without resistance from other forces unless they had been completely wiped out. Clark, the other forces did resist, but any force opposing our great Anchor dynasty's unification of the Nanyang region has been eliminated, Arsene explained. Translation provided aims to maintain the original tone and style, ensuring fluency and accuracy while adhering to the given instructions. Hashtag Chapter 598. Beware of the Dogman clan? After listening to the two men's recount, Corey fully understood what was happening outside and realized that only one remaining power now stood in Nanyang domain. Corey sighed at the formidable strength of this power, while also feeling relieved that the human race had such a robust force defending this territory. Additionally, he was very curious about what kind of force it could be, given its capability to train such formidable warriors. Glancing at Arsene beside him, Corey asked, Ankaro Chung, how many troops did your great Anchor dynasty send to reclaim the territories lost to the alien races? Several million, Arsene replied, exchanging a glance with Muhammad. The precise numbers and our offensive strategies are confidential and cannot be disclosed to you. It wasn't that he didn't want to tell Corey. Rather, it was a military secret, and no one should know it. He could only vaguely inform him that several million troops were involved. As for the exact numbers or how they would attack the occupied lands, those were certainly not things he could reveal. After all, this was an absolute military secret, and apart from the soldiers, no one else was allowed to know. Upon hearing this, Corey's expression grew grave. With a worried tone, he said, Ankaro Chung, these forces you have dispatched might be far too insufficient. You need to have your emperor dispatch him to beware of the Dogman clan. Beware of the Dogman clan? Arsene furrowed his brow in confusion. Why do we need to be cautious of the Dogman clan? Are they particularly strong? The information obtained from people who had been here long-term would be greatly beneficial to them. Through previous conversations, they learned that these humans were remnants left behind after fleeing underground. This underground world, originally meant for tombs, had become their refuge due to the invasion by alien races. Powerful array masters had set up barriers inside and out, allowing no outsiders to enter unless from within. Over the years, Corey had lost count of how long he'd been there, or how many years had passed outside. Initially, the underground world had ample food and rich spiritual energy. But as time went on, with insufficient sunlight, crop yields declined from 3 meals a day to 1 every 2 or 3 days, and the spiritual energy became exceedingly scarce. Had they not arrived, or rather, had Corey not touched that stone wall, the people of the underground world would likely have perished soon. Corey's warning intrigued them. Why should they be cautious of the Dogman clan? Could they be so powerful that Corey was wary? Not exactly. Corey shook his head and continued grimly, the Dogman clan is the weakest among all the alien races. If they are the weakest, then why must we be careful of them? Muhammad asked puzzledly. Glancing at each other, Muhammad said solemnly, Old Kai, we need to contact our generals and report this to the emperor immediately. We must get a strategist to counter the alien tacticians. The alien races have strategists, so they too must be prepared in advance, lest they find themselves caught off guard later. Chapter 599. Tadiadal Tadiong Iron Ox, are you hungry? At the same time, on the outskirts of the group, 2 soldiers of the Daxia dynasty were sitting back to back on the ground. They envied the humans around them who were eating their food. All their provisions had been handed over to these underground world inhabitants and were being devoured in large bites. It's strange if I weren't. Watching the people around him devouring their food, Tadu Tianuo felt envious and occasionally licked his lips. However, they could only sit there idly. Their general had ordered that all food must be surrendered, so Tadu Jean and his comrades could only watch in silence as the others ate. Despite their growling stomachs, they didn't complain and just sat silently, praying for dawn to come. Once they found the main forces, they would replenish their supplies and eat their fill. For now, they could only watch silently. I hope we're not too far from General tomorrow. Otherwise, it might take us a while to find him, Yarden, Tadu Tianuo's companion, remarked lightly. If the distance was too great, they wouldn't be able to join up or resupply with water and food. Glances and introduced themselves. Having finished introducing himself, Tadu Tianuo asked Yarden, Abelardo, hasn't it been a while since you've seen your daughter? She must be this girl's age by now. No, my daughter isn't as old as this one. She's 5 this year. Yarden shook his head lightly. He had 2 sons and a daughter. Before setting out, he went to see his daughter, then 4 years old. Now half a year had passed. She must be 5. Thinking of his own daughter's resemblance to this little girl, a smile spread across his face. He felt gratified and hoped to see his daughter again if he survived. Big brother, do you have a daughter? Tadiadal Tadionger stopped eating and looked at Yarden curiously. Yes, I have 2 sons and a daughter, and my daughter is 2 years younger than you, Yarden replied with a smile. His daughter may be young, but his 2 sons were teenagers. The older one was 15, and the younger one was 13. Every time he returned home, they would always talk about becoming soldiers when they grew up. Why are you alone here? Where are your parents? Your other family members? Yarden asked. My father, mother, and brother all starved to death. Taedyonger stopped eating. Sadness filled her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. Upon hearing this, the 2 men's faces darkened. Their smiles seeming to understand, the Black Moon Wolf gave a light nod and continued sprinting without stopping. After running continuously, the Black Moon Wolf finally collapsed, and the scout fell heavily to the ground beside it. Turning, he saw the wolf foaming at the mouth, breathing heavily. They had been running non-stop for 4 hours under the scorching sun, leaving the wolf barely alive. Quickly standing up, the scout rushed to the wolf's side, calling out anxiously, Blackie, Blackie, are you alright? Chapter 600, Ty's Shock. At this moment, 10 black armored soldiers quickly arrived beside them. The scout immediately drew his blade upon sensing the newcomers. Upon recognizing his comrades, he instantly relaxed, lowering the alertness that had risen to his throat. He had initially thought enemies were approaching, but hadn't expected to encounter his colleagues here. It seemed he wasn't far from the camp. The 10 soldiers quickly surrounded him, and their squad leader asked anxiously, Brother, are you alright? I'm fine. Quickly, lead me to the general. I have urgent matters to report, the scout replied. Without hesitation, the squad leader of this detachment immediately ordered a few soldiers to stay behind and guard the Black Moon Wolf. He and another soldier supported the scout as they hurried toward the camp. Before long, they arrived at the military camp within the canyon, seeing the army assembling and ready to depart at any time. However, they didn't stop but headed directly towards where Tai and his men were located. Soon, the squad leader and his soldiers brought the scout before Tai, kneeling on one knee and reporting, General, we encountered a scout while patrolling. Scout? Tai frowned deeply, then turned around. When he saw the scout brought by Zhao Haider, he couldn't help but shudder. His face remained expressionless as he asked, where are Muhammad and the others now? It turned out that this scout was the same one Tai had sent earlier to find Muhammad. He hadn't expected this scout to be gone for an entire day and return in such a pitiful state. Could it be that Muhammad and his team had run into trouble? But thinking about it, it didn't make sense. Muhammad's group was too strong to have faced powerful foes. The General Muhammad is in Longya Valley, the scout replied. Longya Valley? Tai furrowed his brows, perplexed. Why did you go ahead? Longya Valley lay ahead of them. How could Muhammad suddenly appear there? Report to the General. Yesterday we encountered a severe sandstorm on our way back and got lost. We couldn't find our way forward. Hearing this account, Tai immediately understood why Muhammad hadn't returned, and why he'd ended up in Longya Valley. Why didn't Muhammad and his team return? Tai asked suddenly. The scout, in the Great Anchor Dynasty, the Imperial Palace. A court guard swiftly approached the study room and relayed the message to the guards outside before waiting at the door. Soon, Andy emerged from the study and led the court guard inside. Stopping his work on the memorial, Harold looked at the court guard and asked, What is it? Your Majesty, General Tai has sent a message. As he spoke, the court guard handed over the scroll. Andy didn't waste time, quickly taking the scroll and passing it to Harold. Harold opened the scroll, reading its contents line by line, his expression changing rapidly. He quickly stood up. Putting away the scroll, Harold left the desk. Passing by the two, he suddenly said, Eunuch Haider, gather all the Huaxia officials staying in the capital into the palace and bring them to Tianqing Pavilion. There's important business to discuss. Yes, Your Majesty. Respectfully responding, Andy turned and left. Simultaneously, Harold dismissed the court guard who was still kneeling. Once everyone left, Harold didn't linger in the study either but stepped out immediately. Tai's message was straightforward. They had discovered 70 to 80,000 humans living in the territories occupied by alien races. With the surface being controlled by aliens, these humans had to thrive in the underground world. This discovery was unbelievable and overturned imagination. It was difficult to fathom humans living under alien occupation. Who knows if there are more humans elsewhere? Exiting the study, Harold glanced towards the direction of Abyss City, murmuring to himself. Despite uncertainty about the existence of other humans, he needed to quickly consult his officials on how to handle these people and plan for the potential emergence of more human groups. Additionally, he needed to learn more about the alien races, especially the Doghead clan, to uncover more information. Cornelius and others had indeed ventured deep into alien territory, but they never truly penetrated it, only reaching the second line of defense. Doghead clan. Who knows if these alien strategists can match the great advisors of the Great Anchor Dynasty? Harold wondered aloud. With that, Harold hurried towards Tianqing Pavilion, waiting for the minister's arrival to discuss the next steps, with a few eunuchs following closely behind. Hashtag Chapter 601. Midnight Discussion. Lord Haider, I wonder why Zack summoned us to the palace so late at night? Hiroshi, unable to contain his curiosity upon arriving at Tianqing Pavilion, finally asked Andy beside him. Yes. Lord Haider, do you know why Zack suddenly summoned us here? Is there perhaps something threatening our dynasty happening? Granville also voiced his concern. Hearing this, Ewing, Jeff, Americ, Eric, Amos, all turned their gazes toward Andy, hoping he could provide an answer and explain what was going on. For the king to urgently summon these ministers, especially those from Huaxia, naturally filled them with doubt. Could it be that someone or something harmful to the dynasty had appeared? Facing everyone's inquiries, Andy paused and said with a bitter smile, Your Excellencies, I don't know either why Zack summoned you so urgently. However, just now, General Xue Francis sent a secret report, and Zack instructed me to bring all of you into the palace. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces darkened. They seemed to sense that something significant was happening, likely related to the regions occupied by the alien races. A secret report from Xue Francis suggested that their offensive might have encountered enemies or possibly an ambush, which would explain the urgency of the summons. However, everyone guessed wrong. The real reason for Harold's urgency in calling them to the palace was to discuss how to settle the human survivors they had found and help them integrate into the rest of humanity. Excellencies, let's not delay here any longer. Please follow me to see Zack immediately. Andy turned to face the group and said, "All right." Agreed. With no objections, everyone followed Andy into the Tianqing Pavilion. Soon, under his guidance, they arrived in the expansive war room inside, measuring 100 meters in all directions. A holographic map ground for so long, they fear sunlight. I summoned you urgently to discuss how to resettle these people and help them leave the areas ravaged by the alien races, Harold said solemnly. Hearing this, all the officials present agreed with the king's decision. Although they hadn't met these people, as fellow humans, they couldn't neglect them. After a moment of silence, Ewing spoke first. "Your Majesty, it seems we must quickly construct a city to house them." "Caesar Ankara, what do you mean? Can't they be settled in areas where other humans already live?" Harold looked at Ewing in confusion. "Your Majesty, while it is ideal to have them live among other humans, it's not the right time yet. We need to examine their health to ensure their safety, and many of them are particularly sensitive to sunlight," Ewing explained. "Your Majesty, I agree with Caesar Ankara. We don't know if the humans in alien-occupied lands will experience any adverse effects after leaving the underground," Hiroshi added. Time passed slowly, and soon it was dawn. As the morning sun rose in the east, Harold and his ministers finally reached a conclusion. They would build a large city north of Abyss City and cultivate fertile land for farming. To ensure the safety of the newly resettled humans, specialized structures would be built within the city to accommodate them. Surveying the ministers before him, Harold asked, "Gentlemen, who should we appoint as the governor of Guicheng?" At this, everyone fell silent, contemplating who would be best suited for this role. Just as they remained quiet, Winston suddenly stood up. "Your Majesty, I am willing to serve as the governor of Guicheng, all the policies of their great Anchor dynasty." Although the task was undoubtedly arduous, he decided to take it up and wouldn't let his king be disappointed in any way. I entrust this to you then." Harold smiled and nodded gently. Having Winston handle this matter filled him with relief and anticipation over how he would manage it. Though uncertain of the results, he hoped that Winston would do his utmost to accomplish the task. Just as he finished speaking to Winston, Harold turned his gaze to Ewing beside him and said, "Ankaro Ai Ching, Your Excellency. The materials needed for constructing the city of Guicheng and the labor force will be your responsibility. I will order the Imperial Guards to set up a teleportation array to transport the collected materials directly to the construction site of Guicheng." Building a city was not an overnight affair, but had to be done gradually. Despite the lengthy process, he firmly believed that within a year, a large-scale city could stand proudly. The most pressing issue now was to gather as many craftsmen as possible to construct the city as quickly as they could. "Yes," Ewing responded respectfully. Turning his gaze to Hiroshi beside him, Harold continued, "Tadeo Ai Ching. The collection of food supplies will be organized by you along with other officials. Also, arrange for some clean cloth and gather tailors to prepare clothing for the people in Guicheng." According to information from Johnny, the humans found were all wearing tattered clothes, which needed to be replaced. Of course, it was best to keep their existence known only to a select few for now, until it was time to make it public knowledge. Yes. In Longya Valley, in the underground world, while Johnny was chatting idly with Corey, a member of the Imperial Guard swiftly approached and said, "General, this is a message from Zack." Without waiting for a reply, the Imperial Guard handed over the scroll he carried to Johnny. Stopping their conversation, Johnny took the scroll and opened it to read its contents carefully. After scanning through every word, he looked at Corey. "He Laosheng, Zack has sent us news. They are preparing to build a city for you all. We need to teleport you all to the rear to ensure no stray non-humans find you," Johnny explained softly. Through Zack's instructions, he now knew exactly what needed to be done. Establish a teleportation array and send all the humans away. As for their future after leaving here, it was beyond his concern. His role was to get them all out of this place and continue leading the army forward. Just as he finished speaking, he turned to Muhammad beside him and instructed, "Muhammad, immediately instruct the logistics officers to set up a teleportation array." "You got it." After giving Muhammad his instructions, Johnny turned back to Corey and said, "He Laosheng, please organize the humans here to gather. We're going to escort you all to the rear." "Sure." With a gentle nod, Corey turned and left. The thought of leaving this place filled him with excitement. They had stayed here for a very long time, living like ants underground. Now, with the light of day upon them again, it was hard not to feel overwhelmingly excited. It didn't take long for Corey to gather everyone. Under the escort of soldiers, they left the underground world. Some couldn't help but feel a bit reluctant to leave the place where they had struggled to survive, even if it felt like they had lived like ants. This place had sheltered and sustained them. Though life had been hard, it was their lifeline. Soon, everyone exited the cave. Because they hadn't seen daylight in a long time, many found the sunlight blinding, even causing some to close their eyes tightly. Despite the difficulty, everyone struggled to come out. Some, unable to bear the intensity, fainted. Standing under the sun, Corey was visibly moved, tears streaming down his face as he trembled, touching the ground, hardly believing he had finally emerged from the underground world. Under the soldiers' guidance, Corey and the others arrived at a nearby massive teleportation array. Although the array could only teleport 10,000 people at once, it was enough for them. Arriving at the teleportation array, Johnny said to Corey, "He Laosheng, this array will teleport you all to Abyss City, where someone will receive you and provide you with new housing." "Great General Xue, thank you. Really, without you all, we might have been doomed to live underground forever until our supplies ran out and we faded from history," Corey expressed his gratitude. "He Laosheng, there's no need for such formalities. Please instruct 10,000 people to step onto the teleportation platform. We'll activate the array to send you to Abyss City," Johnny gently replied, shaking his head. "Sure." Nodding vigorously, Corey walked toward the gathered crowd and instructed them to board the platform with their families. Soon, 10,000 people boarded the platform. Seeing this, Johnny signaled the 5 soldiers overseeing the array to activate it. Following orders, the soldiers activated the array. In a flash of light, the people on the platform vanished. At the same moment, inside Abyss City, the teleportation array lit up with a bright light, and the teleported humans appeared on the platform. Seeing the unfamiliar surroundings and the dense formation of soldiers, the newly arrived humans swallowed nervously, their bodies trembling slightly. Though the soldiers were also humans, seeing so many of them inevitably caused fear. Noticing this, Winston ordered the soldiers to stand further back while he stepped forward and greeted them. "Hello, my name is Winston. I'm an official of the Great Anchor Dynasty, and am here to welcome you. Now you're safe. You can come down from the platform." After hesitating for a moment, everyone silently chose to descend. Winston then instructed his aides to lead them to temporary accommodation nearby. Though the accommodation provided was military tents due to the urgency, they promised to relocate them to better places once new buildings were completed. As these people had just descended, another batch prepared to teleport over. Chapter 603, Gui City. Time flew, and 2 more months passed in the blink of an eye. In recent days, with rapid adjustments, the economy of the Great Anchor Dynasty quickly recovered, especially in regions affected by battles, where economic revival was particularly swift. Areas with lower human traffic had almost fully recovered economically, while only the bustling regions lagged behind, not because they were unwilling but due to their vast populations. Despite this, the Great Anchor Dynasty continued to provide substantial aid to help these areas recover their economies and rebuild their homes, allowing people to return to peaceful lives. As it rapidly restored its strength, the Great Anchor Dynasty also began recruiting troops extensively from all quarters, raising more armies and sending them to military camps for training. Faced with the Great Anchor Dynasty's activities, particularly the sudden recruitment drive, everyone felt perplexed yet did not inquire further. The Great Anchor Dynasty had become the most powerful force in this region, and as for the extent of its ambitions, that no longer concerned ordinary people. They only hoped to live within a peaceful realm. Meanwhile, Gui City, used to accommodate humans who fled from territories occupied by alien races, was being rapidly constructed. Various types of buildings were also being built at a quick pace. After constructing the 4 walls and buildings of Gui City, Winston moved the displaced humans into the city and allocated houses through a lottery system. Orphans who lost both parents were provided uniform support. If anyone wanted to adopt them, they could do so while receiving assistance from the court. On this bright morning, Winston was patrolling the streets of Gui City. Observing the early risers, he noticed how healthy and vibrant they appeared, a stark contrast to their former frail selves. "Louis Eddy." Suddenly, a little girl ran up to Winston, her innocent eyes gazing at him. Winston squatted down and gently embraced her. "Tadu Na, why are you up so early?" The little girl in his arms was named Tadu Na, whose parents had starved to death shortly after giving birth to her. She had been raised by her older brother since then. Though she looked obedient, she was quite mischievous, having no recollection of her parents except knowing they had gone far away. Winston didn't expect this small child to be up so early, running out onto the streets already. "Hee, Louis Eddy, Tadu Na couldn't sleep and woke up," she replied with a smile. "Where is your brother?" Winston asked softly. "Brother went to build houses with Louis Tadu," she said with a grin. Winston pinched her cheeks, smiling. "Did you have breakfast?" "Yes. Brother made breakfast for me when I woke up, and then he went to build houses with Louis Tadu." "Why did you come out so early?" "Before leaving, brother told Tadu Na that if I got bored alone at home, I should go play with Judah," she explained. Having initially stayed home, she eventually grew bored and left to find Judah. But just as she stepped out, she met Winston. Petting her head, Winston said, "All right, go play with them. Louis has to get back to work." With that, Winston set Tadu Na down and waved her off with his left hand, indicating she could go play. "Okay, goodbye, Louis Eddy." Tadu Na nodded and waved back. Watching the departing child, Winston smiled. Since last month, everyone had grown accustomed to living here. However, due to certain restrictions, they couldn't leave. For those feeling bored, they could till the fields in the eastern part of the city or help with construction. Continuing his patrol without lingering, Winston ensured everyone in the city was safe and in good health, checking on the progress of ongoing constructions. When people first arrived here, or more precisely, when they first emerged from the underground world into Abyssal City, many experienced discomforts like vomiting, fever, and other symptoms. Thankfully, Caden personally attended to them, resolving their issues, as it would have been dangerous to give them elixirs without knowing the effects. As twilight approached, Winston was chatting idly with Corey when a soldier rushed to kneel before him, reporting urgently. "Lord Eddy, there's urgent news." "What is it?" Winston frowned and spoke expressionlessly. "Urgent news? Could it be about ferocious beasts approaching the city?" However, he quickly dismissed this thought. Their soldiers had already cleared the surrounding area of any threats, with guards ensuring no one could approach. If not a beast, what else could cause such urgency? The General Uncor sent word that General Gustav found another group of humans who lived in the underground world. These humans have now been transported to Abyssal City and can be sent here anytime, the kneeling soldier reported. Hearing this, Winston's body tensed, and even Corey and others felt excited. They thought they were the only survivors, but it seemed some managed to escape the occupied territories after all. Winston quickly stood up and turned to Corey. "Elder He, please organize everyone to prepare porridge, and have some people set up tents." "Leave it to me, Lord Eddy. Though old, I can handle this task easily," Corey responded as he stood up too. "Thank you." After nodding briefly, Winston left, and Corey immediately started organizing the necessary preparations, especially the cooking of porridge, which was crucial for the newcomers who needed something light to eat first. Previous underestimated them. A while later, light flickered before them as a crowd of humans suddenly appeared within the transportation array. They were raggedly dressed, emaciated, eyes dull and listless, looking as if they could be knocked down by the wind. The newly arrived people, wary of the unfamiliar surroundings, relaxed once they saw so many other humans around. "Phew." Taking a deep breath, Winston said with a smile, Greetings, my name is Winston, the mayor of Gue City and an official of the Great Anchor Dynasty responsible for welcoming you and settling you into our city. Hearing Winston's words, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. They were informed by the old general that the person welcoming them would be named Winston before coming here. Moreover, living in Gue City were not only those from the areas occupied by the aliens, but also fellow humans from other regions. Without further ado, Winston immediately directed everyone off the platform, with Corey arriving shortly after. Sir Eddie, do you need help with anything? The newly arrived Corey asked. He's senior. Please take these people to the Southern District and arrange food for them. Once they've eaten, please inform them of the situation here, Winston instructed. More batches of humans were still being transported, and he would settle them accordingly before dealing with other matters. All right, I'll get on it right away. He is now at the Tianqing Pavilion. Hearing this mechanical sound, Harold's lips curled slightly. Do you have data on Burke? Harold thought silently. System notification. Name, Burke. Dynasty, Ming. Rank, world-renowned military commander. Skills, military power reversion decree. Cultivation level, Marshal Saint 9th stage. Army type, Elite Iron Sharp Army 10,000. Satisfied with the information displayed on the blue screen before him, Harold nodded approvingly. Marshal Saint 9th stage. This level of cultivation was quite impressive. The stronger the cultivation of warriors, the more advantageous it was for him. However, he hadn't expected Burke's cultivation to be so formidable. For the cultivation levels of these figures to increase, he himself needed to cultivate even harder. Otherwise, they would remain stagnant. Currently, his cultivation was at the 9th stage of Martial Emperor, still some distance from reaching Martial Saint. However, he firmly believed that through diligent practice, he would achieve higher realms. After inwardly satisfying his thoughts, Harold turned and left the study. Having completed today's review of the petitions, he needed to welcome Burke who had just arrived. Seeing the king leave, the nearby Andy didn't stay either but quickly followed alongside. Soon after, Harold and Andy arrived in the study. Why was he suddenly not here? Did he go somewhere else? In response to both young highnesses, I don't know where Zack went. I only know that Zack left a short while ago, the soldier answered. Chapter 605, Two Girls Sneaking Meat. Hearing this, the two were instantly disappointed. They had intended to find their father to play with, but it turned out he was not there. Seeing the sad expressions on the two children's faces, the guards outside felt helpless, unsure of how to speak to these two little ones. They had come enthusiastically looking for their father, only to receive the news that he was away, leaving them feeling quite helpless. Father is not here. What should we do now? Everengshuan looked at her elder sister Everengshuai and said disappointingly, since father is not here, let's go back. Seeing the closed door of the study, Everengshuai said with a disappointed face. They had originally wanted to find their father so he could take them out to play, but unexpectedly, their father had already left the palace study. Since father was not here, there was no reason for them to stay. It would be better to return home and ask Rena to play with them. Saying this, the two did not linger further and immediately asked the nearby eunuch to guide them back. Even as they walked away, they still glanced longingly at the study, hoping that their father would return soon. However, seeing that father did not appear, the two girls could only follow the eunuch dejectedly. Not long after the two left, Harold himself returned alone to the front of the study. But just as he came back, one of the soldiers guarding the entrance suddenly said, Your Majesty, earlier, two young princesses came to see you. When they found out you were not here, they left in disappointment. Hearing the soldier's words, Harold felt puzzled. Why would those two come looking for him? Did their mother punish them again? Shaking his head slightly, Harold did not enter the study right away. Instead, he decided to find out why the two kids had come looking for him. Under the starry night sky, Harold arrived at Yulan Palace. He did not see the two kids playing with their mother on the pavilion. Instead, he saw light shining from the pavilion not far away. With a smile, he walked towards it. The absence of the two kids and their mother, especially the lack of the kids playing on the lawn, indicated that they had been brought into the room. Without pausing, Harold headed towards the room. Creak. As he pushed open the door, the scent of roasted meat greeted him. Inside, Camila and Christy were enjoying the roasted meat, causing Harold's lips to twitch. He had never expected his two consorts to be eating roasted meat here, stealthily, and with such gusto. Due to certain reasons, Everengshu and Everengshuan could not eat roasted meat yet. Their tender teeth had only just grown in. Eating this could have serious repercussions. Hearing the door opening, everyone looked up to see Harold walk in. Seeing Harold instantly, Camila and Christy were taken aback. They quickly put down their food, heads slightly lowered, not daring to look directly at Harold. Although Harold did not forbid them from eating roasted meat, finding them eating secretly made things a bit awkward. Father. The two girls, who had been playing nearby, excitedly ran over when they saw their father. Seeing the two small figures rush towards him, Harold slowly squatted down, then scooped them into his arms. You two little rascals, don't run around like that or you'll fall and knock out your front teeth, he chuckled while stroking their heads. Father, don't worry, nothing will happen to us. Everengshu smiled gently. Easy for you to say. You naughty little devils run around all the time. If you lose your front teeth, you won't even get the chance to cry, Harold said helplessly. He was perplexed by their love for running around without worrying about tripping or knocking out their teeth, especially Everengshu, who seemed like a mischievous sprite always dashing about. After tossing the two kids into the air briefly, Harold joined Camila and Christy. Sitting on a cushion, he smiled at the pair. Eat. Don't mind my presence. Seeing the two still hesitant and looking down awkwardly, Harold continued. What's this? My two consorts were having so much fun eating and never expected Harold to compliment her roasting skills. Watching their father eating the roasted meat with large bites, Evertingsno and Everengshuan could only drool in his embrace or swallow their saliva while looking at each other, filled with longing. Yet they knew better than anyone that their father would never give them any, not even a lick. Just after finishing the roasted meat and swallowing it, Harold looked at the two children with a smile and said softly, Father knows you both want to eat roasted meat, but not now. When you grow a bit older, father will let you eat as much as you want. Oh. Ever Engshuan didn't react much, but Ever Tinksno responded indifferently, appearing quite upset. Seeing this, Harold couldn't help but feel amused. He spoke a few words to Camila before picking up the two little ones and standing up. He brought them to a clean floor nearby where they played earlier. Taking off his exquisite shoes, Harold carried the two children onto the floor. Sitting on the floor, Harold smiled at Haisong and the others and said, Ching Snow, Ching Xian, don't you want to see Crown Prince Everingfing, Louis Everengiang, Gerald, Janice, and the others? Hearing this, their eyes lit up immediately, gazing straight at their father. Harold. Really? Ever Tinksno exclaimed excitedly, Father, we can really meet Crown Prince Everingfing and Louis Everengiang? Father, are you joking? Can we really see Gerald and Janice? Ever Engshuan also asked eagerly. Of course. Rubbing the heads of the two kids, Harold smiled and said, Have you ever seen father lie to you? As he spoke, Harold took out a spirit shadow stone and injected spiritual power into it. As the continuous flow of energy entered the stone, it emitted a flickering light. Seeing that it was ready, Harold placed the stone in front of him, and soon an image of himself appeared in the pavilion. Second Louis? Recognizing this familiar figure, Ever Tinksno and Ever Engshuan felt extremely excited. They quickly stood up from their father's feet and rushed to their uncle. Second Louis, Second Louis. Seeing the two lively kids, Harold smiled and said, Ching Snow, Ching Xian, in just a few months, you've grown so tall. 2 days later, on a bright morning, on the boundless desert, Jamar led the elite troops along the 100 sections mountain range toward the front. In this distance, they encountered no alien races or saw any signs of alien presence. Even with the deployment of numerous scouts, they still couldn't detect any alien activity, leaving them puzzled as to why they hadn't encountered any aliens. At that moment, they were advancing through a wide canyon in the 100 sections mountain range. Just as the army moved forward, the leading force suddenly stopped. Jamar, standing in the center, felt extremely puzzled. Report. At this moment, planks to surround and crush them. Since they liked to ambush, he would give them what they wanted. He wanted to see just how powerful these aliens truly were to dare set an ambush against them. But he couldn't be rash. The enemy numbers were similar to theirs, plus they held the advantage of terrain. An ambush would be disadvantageous to them. So, he must divide the forces to surprise and encircle the enemy. Yes, sir. The two promptly obeyed, leading the troops along the 30-degree angle valleys on both sides to quickly circle around to the enemy's rear. Waiting for the two to leave, Jamar turned to Oliver beside him and instructed, Arnidong, hurry and lead the troops forward. Make sure the soldiers remain vigilant and watch for any boulders rolled down from above. Report immediately if anything unusual happens. Yes, sir. With a salute, Oliver left quickly. They couldn't linger too long, or the aliens would suspect something, making it harder to defeat them. Staring ahead, Jamar said expressionlessly, Since you dared to set an ambush, I will show you how your own cunning backfires. He was fortunate to have deployed 2 teams of scouts, one overt and one covert. The overt team always kept hidden and probed ahead, while the covert team prevented unexpected changes. However, he never imagined that the cursed aliens would indeed set up an ambush, preparing to wipe them out in one go. ##### Chapter 607. Counter-encirclement. The alien race hidden on the mountain peaks, upon seeing the scouts retreat, immediately organized an ambush on both sides of the canyon. They also rolled massive boulders to the top of the mountains, ready to push them down at any moment. Jamar, walking among the main force, remained silent with a cold gaze sweeping the surroundings, awaiting the enemy's attack. Of course, he had been observing how these aliens were preparing to attack, and whether they could overpower them. Boom, boom. Before taking a few more steps, Jamar saw boulders rolling down from above one after another. Seeing this, his lips curled slightly upward, and he immediately shouted loudly, Enemy attack! Defend! As soon as his words faded, the soldiers on the outer perimeter, who were already prepared, quickly took out their shields for defense. Meanwhile, the central soldiers gathered towards the middle, and some even held shields above their heads. In just a few breaths, a 3-sided shield formation was formed, while the falling boulders smashed towards them swiftly. Thanks to the shields providing defense, they managed to avoid being hit by the boulders, thus preventing large-scale casualties. The aliens hiding on both sides of the canyon were stunned by the swift reaction of the black armored soldiers below, hardly believing what they were witnessing. Meters, Jamar shouted loudly, Attack! On receiving the command, the shields were instantly lowered, and the soldiers underneath immediately charged towards the enemy with their weapons raised. Charge! Charge! In a moment, both sides clashed fiercely. The leading Scorpion soldiers, unable to stop, directly collided with the long spears of the great Anchor Dynasty warriors, resulting in immediate deaths. This several-mile-long battle quickly engulfed the wide canyon, with countless aliens surging down from both sides against the great Anchor Dynasty warriors below. Facing the attacking enemies, the great Anchor Dynasty warriors showed no fear, determined to slaughter them thoroughly. Dozens of Oxen warriors rushed at Jamar with short-handled, double-bladed axes. However, they faced an unstoppable slash of blade light. The red light was blindingly bright. Not even the dawn could dim this blood-red blade light. Jamar's blade speed far exceeded the reaction time of the Oxen warriors. In his vision, it was all blood-red. Splat. Instantly, dozens of headless bodies stood upright, blood spilling everywhere. Heads rolled in the air, flying through the void. Ignoring the fallen corpses, Jamar took a sudden step forward, his face cold and his gaze piercing. Holding a large red saber, he appeared heroic and majestic. Charge! He gave up by the pigman. A master. But there was no time to think on the battlefield. One failed slash, followed by another fierce and sky-piercing strike. Huh. Feeling the strength of the enemy, Mahendrik Tai, the pigman leader, wore a cold expression. His eyes flashed with bloody red light, resembling a demon god stepping out of hell. His entire body radiated boundless killing intent as he horizontally swung his large saber. Clang. The two blades, one long and one short, collided sharply, producing a sound like a grand bell. Instantly, overwhelming power flashed, with raging red light and blood flames soaring on one side and endless black light sweeping on the other, sinister and eerie. The earth trembled violently, cracks spreading, huge rocks flying through the air and exploding with loud bangs. Both sides retreated rapidly, terrified by the frightening power. If anyone came close to these two, certain death awaited. What a powerful pigman leader. Stepping back several paces, Ulysses was slightly shocked. Through their exchanges, he instantly sensed that the opponent was a martial emperor expert, and possibly even stronger than him. The saber hummed in his hand, but his face displayed intense excitement, war fervor burning. He looked at Mahendraktai, who had similarly retreated a few steps, his eyes flashing brightly. Mahendra him would not only be a great achievement, but also highly advantageous for the great Anchor dynasty. Upon receiving the order, the soldiers immediately adjusted their weapons and surrounded the nearby dogman. Pigman Commander Korix, witnessing this, his face turned ashen as he quickly commanded his troops to take Tucker away. He couldn't let Tucker stay. Otherwise, he would inevitably fall into enemy hands. If captured by these humans, it would mean certain death for him. Without lingering, Korix hurriedly moved toward Tucker. Their plans had been discovered by the enemy. They couldn't remain here any longer. Trying to run? Not a chance. Ulysses' expression turned icy cold, and his murderous aura erupted. A chilling blood mist spread across the sky, and with a mighty slash, he unleashed a deadly strike. Swish! A dazzling blade light flashed, merging with the crescent moon above, radiating a chilling brilliance, carrying immense killing intent straight towards Korix. Oh no! Sensing the terrifying blade light closing in, Korix's expression drastically changed. Without hesitation, he swiftly turned and swung his blade in defense. In an instant, blade lights surged like the Milky Way, rushing towards Ulysses' attack. Boom! A loud explosion echoed around, powerful shockwaves sending both sides flying. Soldiers close by, at a distance instantly. His sword spun, unleashing 9 devastating strikes, each spanning several dozen feet, bursting forth with blinding blade light. It was like a colossal, deadly flower blossoming in the sky, merciless and lethal, sweeping everything before it. Within moments, hundreds of bullmen and pigmen were annihilated, blood mist filling the air, and bodies littering the ground. Seeing the carnage, Korix's massive frame trembled, fear evident on his face. Terrifying. Extremely terrifying. Such overwhelming killing power, even if he fought to his fullest, he couldn't possibly match it. Suddenly, Ulysses charged at him, and without a moment's rest, they engaged in fierce combat. In less than a few breaths, they were locked in battle, but Korix was clearly being dominated, unable to fight back. Not far away, under intense attacks from the great Anchor dynasty soldiers, the dogman advisor Tucker and his troops were forced to retreat, unable to break through the encirclement. They tried to push forward, but the enemy blocked every attempt, forcing them further back. Protected in the center, Tucker looked around, seeking a way out, but seeing no opening in the great Anchor soldiers' formation, his face darkened. This mission was not going well. They encountered a tough opponent right from the start. Now, almost surrounded, if they didn't break free, they would be annihilated. Without any visible weaknesses, Tucker could find any means of escape, let alone kill their way out. Caleb knew better than anyone that if they didn't manage to break free, they would be annihilated there, with Justino falling into the hands of the humans. Suddenly, as Caleb's gaze fell on the front lines, Ulysses appeared from not far away, his expression turning cold. Stepping forward, he swung his long saber, eyes filled with fervor. 100 slashes coalesced into one mighty heavenly blade that crashed down. Boom! The saber sliced into the ground, sending rocks flying and dust swirling towards the sky. The surging saber light resembled an awakened lion roaring ferociously, its murderous aura covering the battlefield instantly. In an instant, the saber light was endless, sharpness dazzling. Above him, a menacing aura formed into the shape of a fierce beast roaring with an open mouth, emitting a faint red glow that chilled the heart. Whoosh! In an instant, every enemy blocking his path was utterly decimated by his saber light. However, Ulysses did not pause. Instead, he continued attacking. With each step, bodies littered the ground, and he panted slightly, his fighting spirit soaring to the heavens. Slash! Approaching the nearby Caleb, Ulysses raised his long saber like a divine mountain, his face flushed, hair disheveled, eyes wide open, and with unmatched power, he delivered a godly slash. Roll across the ravine. Old Joe, get that bastard down with your arrows. Though his own speed was very fast, Ulysses realized that even at this pace, he wouldn't be able to catch up with the winged eagleman soldier. Moreover, in the vast skies, once they disappeared into the clouds, it would be virtually impossible to track them down no matter how hard they searched. At this point, the only option was to shoot them down with a bow and arrow, but Ulysses wasn't skilled with archery. Only Finian opposite him possessed such ability. Hearing Ulysses' shout, Finian quickly disposed of the enemy in front of him, then drew his bow, placed an arrow on the string, fully drawing it back, aiming at the swiftly fleeing Justino in the sky. Whoosh! A gust of wind sounded. An arrow shone with lightning-like brilliance, accurately aimed at the eagleman's head. Due to its extreme speed, Finian's arrow hit only the left shoulder of the eagleman, almost causing it to fall from the sky. Seeing that the arrow hadn't killed it, Finian's expression fell, and Ulysses roared across the ravine. Old Joe, can't you aim better? Without a word, Finian rapidly drew 3 more arrows, placing them on the string simultaneously, and without hesitation fired them all. Whoosh! 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 The 3 lightning arrows flew out simultaneously, striking dog-headed strategist Justino and penetrating the hundreds of alien soldiers before him. After a fierce battle, time passed, and the alien soldiers were gradually cut down to near extinction. Originally planning to ambush Jamar and others, they found themselves being surrounded and completely obliterated. Looking at the ground strewn with corpses, blood flowing freely across the land, Jamar, holding his straight saber aloft, showed no sign of emotion in his eyes. Despite losses on both sides, the enemies outnumbered them significantly, ensuring their absolute victory. Had they not known of the enemy's whereabouts and been caught off guard, casualties would have skyrocketed. Observing Ulysses' approach from not far off, Jamar ordered, "Ulysses, have the brothers clean up the battlefield. Any survivors must be finished off immediately. Leave none alive."
"Yes."
Stopping, Ulysses turned to execute the order. Once he left, Jamar glanced at the twilight in the sky, frowning deeply. It seemed the battle would take longer, but it wouldn't hinder their next move. Pausing for a moment, he then instructed Jerson Dong beside him, "Arnie Dong, lead some soldiers to find a suitable location for camp. After this battle, everyone is exhausted. Once we regroup, we'll continue our journey tomorrow."
"Yes."
Saluting, Jerson Dong promptly departed. Chapter 610. The clashing blades on the battlefield. Kill. Kill. Just as Jamar had finished his battle, in the region where Pablo was located, the Red Canyon, fierce combat was also unfolding. The clash between the soldiers of both sides had thoroughly stained the 1,000-meter-wide valley with blood. Snow and mist filled the air, and corpses lay strewn about the ground. The alien race Pablo's forces encountered were the Oxen tribe. Individually, they were incredibly powerful and boasted extraordinary combat abilities. However, this was the once mighty Oxen tribe. Now, against the warriors of the great Anchor dynasty, they seemed to be struggling, forced to retreat while fighting. Pablo and his men would not allow these enemies any chance to escape. Especially with the great saber in his hands, he ruthlessly struck down one enemy after another, continuously splitting them to the ground. "Kill!" Pablo roared, his body seeming to expand by several inches. As he watched the Oxen tribe warriors before him, he stomped on the ground, his body shooting forward. His long saber gleamed like a blazing sun, emitting brilliant light that instantly engulfed over 100 Oxen tribe warriors. After swiftly killing the Oxen tribe warriors in front of him, terrifying all who beheld it, his steel saber stood upright, flames burning in his eyes, his body coiled like a ferocious red beast ready to pounce. Waves of thick, martial chi soared skyward, followed by a single decisive slash. This strike resembled a mountain of blades falling from the sky. The roar of the tiger reverberated through the world, countless blade lights filling the void as if it were the end of days. An endless sea of bloody light filled the air, swallowing everything whole. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as Pablo swiftly dispatched dozens of enemies. He strode forward, the blade light fading, his expression icy cold. His robust form dragged the saber across the ground, sparks flying, and drops of fresh red blood dripped silently from the surface of the long saber, as if proclaiming itself the harbinger of death. The Oxen tribe warriors preparing to charge were stunned, their eyes widening in disbelief. Despite the scorching sun, an unprecedented chill enveloped them, akin to snow in June or an avalanche descending from ice-covered mountains. The rolling waves of terror evoked a sense of fatal danger. Meanwhile, "Brothers kill!" On another side, 3 deputies under Pablo, led by Lars, shouted, leaping into the air. Behind him, a sinister blood aura swirled, and a terrifying entity emerged from a pool of blood, emanating a heavy, lifeless presence. Turning his gaze to the enemies, his face turned cold, eyes brimming with murderous intent. The chilling aura around him spread. Swish. Without hesitation, he swung his long saber. A hellish slash. Crimson energy surged around, mingled with deathly auras, akin to the descent of death himself, eerie and horrifying. Dozens of Oxen tribe warriors froze in place, faces filled with terror, trembling uncontrollably. How could this human commander be so strong? Was this terrifying opponent something they could handle? Before he even attacked, a mere glance was enough to make them retreat in fear. Now, what could they do against his slashing blade? No. Desperate cries rose from the Oxen tribe warriors, their faces contorted in despair, staring in horror at the incoming blade light. Boom. Blade out, lives lost. Clang. Lars sheathed his long saber, not sparing a glance at the fallen Oxen tribe warriors. His face returned to calm as he turned and charged towards other enemies. "To hell with you. Trying to kill my troops? Watch me slice you apart." Without waiting to identify the formidable Oxen tribe warrior, Lars's long saber shimmered with dazzling red light, cutting through the air towards the target. Whoosh. As if caught in a whirlwind, Lars traversed dozens of feet in an instant, appearing directly before the Oxen tribe warrior. The saber glowed intensely, striking downwards. The fearsome blade light, resembling a roaring tiger, sliced through the void with unparalleled fury. The air seemed unable to bear the force, emitting booming sounds. Feeling the sudden emergence of this powerful adversary, the Oxen tribe warrior, who should be called a general, stiffened, stepping back gracefully, floating away. Simultaneously, he yelled, "Kill!" Clang. His axe slashed lightly, unleashing a torrent of terrifying force towards Lars. Sinister auras and torrents of blood wrapped around the double-bladed axe. Unfazed, Lars remained cold-faced. With a swift motion, he swung his great saber, the fierce blade light cleaving directly towards the enemy. Instantly, the rising blade light shone blindingly, dark and ghostly, devouring all in its path. The fearsome demonic light made hearts freeze and souls tremble. Boom. Saber met axe, bloodlight and darkness dividing the skies, neither willing to yield. Warriors nearby fled in horror at this terrifying scene. Engaging such formidable beings would mean certain death. Bang. The collision clang. The sound of clashing weapons resonated, bright and stirring. After just a few breaths, they had already exchanged dozens of blows. As dusk fell and night descended, under the moonlight, the warriors continued their fierce battle without stopping. Under the moonlight, the soldiers of the great Anchor dynasty sensed something unusual. The fighting power of the bull race soldiers seemed to have decreased. Even though they didn't understand why, All the soldiers of the Great Anchor Dynasty were overjoyed when they saw the enemy's fighting power decline. They then fiercely attacked the 100,000 bull race soldiers before them. Initially, there were hundreds of thousands of troops, but after nightfall, the number and combat effectiveness rapidly declined, leaving everyone in awe. Bang! Lars sent the bull race general flying with one blow. In his heart, he was filled with questions. Why was this guy's fighting power clearly decreasing? Suddenly, he recalled the intelligence they had obtained previously. The aliens' combat ability rapidly decreases after nightfall. The deeper into the night, the more significant the decline in their strength, just like the current situation. This guy's fighting power had clearly dropped by 10%. Without hesitation, Lars took advantage of the situation and relentlessly pursued. The cold edge of his blade made the enemy retreat step by step. Facing the relentless attacks of this human general, the bull race general's face darkened, revealing intense killing intent. Night was extremely disadvantageous for them, forcing their strength to drop rapidly. Now, with darkness gradually enveloping the earth, their power was clearly diminishing quickly. However, Lars capitalized on this situation, each swing of his knife carrying terrifying killing intent. Though not lethal, each strike caused damage. If the defense failed even slightly, it would immediately result in a loss of combat capability. The outcome was clear and required no guesswork. Facing the relentless attacks of the enemy, the bull race General William's face became exceptionally grave as he struggled to hold back and search for a way to break through. He couldn't continue tangling with the opponent any longer. Otherwise, he would surely die, especially since night had now fully set in. If he didn't escape soon, death was certain. While fleeing, William did not forget to instruct his fellow tribesmen to escape as well. Their strength was indeed formidable, but the nighttime presented a deadly danger to all alien races. If they didn't leave here soon, they would be wiped out by the enemy, and not a single one would survive. Thinking you can run? Do you think that's possible? Roaring, Lars fiercely attacked William. Given the current situation, if he couldn't capture the escaping William, he wouldn't stop pursuing. Seeing the powerful human general relentlessly chasing, William's expression turned very ugly, but he didn't turn around to fight. Instead, he frantically tried to escape. At this moment, he knew better than anyone else that if he didn't escape, death was certain. Especially considering the information they had received about these humans attacking their territory. Each one was ruthless and incredibly strong. They used brutal tactics and would ensure none of the alien races survived. They treated the aliens as food, not leaving any alive, and even hunted them. Seeing this person had no intention of fighting and was only trying to flee, Lars's face turned icy, but he said nothing, continuing his relentless pursuit. To him, William was a big catch, and he must personally capture him and hand him over to the general for interrogation. However, right at that moment, Christopher, one of the three generals of equal strength to him, suddenly blocked William's path, swinging his blade toward him. Old Gil, don't kill him. Hearing his companion's cry, Christopher immediately retracted his move and kicked William hard in the abdomen, sending him flying away. Hit in the stomach, William flew backward, spitting out blood. His eyes bulged, bloodshot. Hearing this, Christopher grew particularly solemn, narrowing his eyes and staring coldly at William on the ground. Chapter 612, Ty's doubts? If it were anything else, it might be more manageable. But if the sentences are so fluent that they sound completely natural, it raises significant concerns and demands their attention. Christopher looked down at the unconscious William on the ground. His lips curled into a slight sneer, instantly revealing an evil smile. Since this guy had fallen into their hands, they would now let him face whatever treatment awaited him. They wanted to see just how tight-lipped he would be. Just as they were talking, the bull tribe warriors around them suddenly charged at them with ferocious intent, brimming with murderous energy. Seeing this, the two men exchanged glances. One stayed put while the other moved forward to confront the enemies. The one who went forward was none other than Christopher, while Lars remained in place. Lars stayed behind to protect the unconscious William on the ground, preventing any other bull tribe warriors from taking or killing him. Time passed, and darkness completely enveloped the land. The combat effectiveness of the bull tribe warriors dropped by half, followed by a brutal massacre by the Great Anchor Dynasty soldiers. Facing this merciless slaughter, bull tribe warriors Christopher saluted and quickly left. Once he was gone, Stephen turned to Lars and said, Hongguang, contact General Tai via the Imperial Guards, and have the logistics officers set up a teleportation array to send this guy to him. Although William spoke human language, they couldn't interrogate him themselves. They needed to hand him over to their commanding general Tai for further handling. What kind of interrogation this guy would undergo afterward wasn't their concern. Their duty was only to deliver him, not to worry about his fate. To be honest, Stephen was quite curious about how William learned human language. Was it taught to him, or did he learn it on his own? Yes, sir. Saluting, Lars immediately left. Stephen remained where he was, his eyes cold as he surveyed the carnage around him. Despite their victory, they had lost over 30,000 soldiers. Even though they had slain nearly 200,000 enemies, it could never compensate for the loss of those 30,000 brave souls from the Great Anchor Dynasty. Meanwhile, under the cover of night, in the lowlands of the Bugula Mountains, despite barriers to keep out sandstorms, much sand still blew into the camp. This was where General Tai's forces were stationed, also their resting place. They hadn't encountered any aliens for 3 days, yet they continued advancing forward. At the main camp, as Tai and Bradford were discussing matters, a guard suddenly appeared and entered. Entering the wooden tent, the guard immediately reported, General Stephen has sent important news. Go on, Tai said expressionlessly. General Stephen has captured a bull tribe general who speaks to him with immense fear. Tai, with cold eyes, nodded subtly to Bradford, signaling the next steps. Understanding the order, Bradford wasted no time and took several soldiers with him, leading William away. Soon, they brought William to the main camp, accompanied by 3 guards. Seated on a cushion, Tai watched William coldly as the guards removed the gag from his mouth. How do you know human language? Bradford asked expressionlessly. Chapter 613. Mysterious Stronger. Ianto did not respond, merely turning his head slightly with a disdainful look, as if speaking would be the folly of a fool. Even if they crippled him, reducing him to nothing, he felt no fear. He wasn't even worried about being killed. What puzzled him was why these humanoids had brought him here and handed him over to this terrifying humanoid before him. Seeing that Ianto remained silent, Tai was unfazed, but Bradford's face darkened. This little alien dared to resist. This was tantamount to seeking death. Bradford wasted no time, immediately instructing the 3 brocade-clad guards behind him to begin interrogating him. Since Ianto wasn't cooperating, torture seemed to be the only option left. He wanted to see who would prevail, this stubborn mouth or the cruel methods of the brocade guards. One of the 3 guards promptly stepped forward, pulling out a long silver needle and aiming it at Ianto's Baihui acupoint, inserting it without hesitation. Ah! The intense pain from the insertion point on his back caused Ianto to scream in agony. His eyes bulged, bloodshot, and his face turned deathly pale, with veins popping out on his forehead. The Baihui acupoint was critical for martial artists. Although it wouldn't be fatal, the pain was excruciating when something pierced it. While the upper and lower parts of the humanoid warriors were different from humans, their torso structures were identical, meaning the location of the Baihui acupoint was nearly the same. This guard found it swiftly due to their extensive knowledge of aliens. Meanwhile, one of the brocade guards seemed to receive some information and approached Tai, whispering into his ear. Hearing the news from the guard, Tai frowned. Jamar reported encountering an alien ambush earlier, with the dog-headed strategist appearing. Though they eventually triumphed, the dog-humanoid strategists fled quickly. However, Jamar's team didn't let them escape unscathed. It seems these dog-humanoids are not simple, mused Tai aloud. Aliens typically didn't engage in schemes, yet there was an exception. The dog-humanoids were masters of deceit and plots, capable of anything imaginable. But their combat power was far weaker than other aliens. After a long silence, Tai instructed, tell Jamar to try capture memories relentlessly. Boom. Suddenly, Ianto burst forth with an eerie force, sending the 3 guards flying. Even Bradford, sitting on his cushion, felt a chilling surge of terror. Tai narrowed his eyes, coldly watching Ianto's lifeless body. An enigmatic, terrifying force within him had activated to prevent secrets from being revealed. Puff. The 3 guards crashed into objects, spitting blood with ghostly white faces. The worst hit was the guard extracting memories, who flew out of the main camp. Though not lethal, the force severely injured them, leaving them unable to recover soon. As Ianto perished, green gas emerged, forming a ghostly face that glared at Tai. It roared, damn humans. Wait for my return. I will lead my people to purge your lands with blood. Facing this green-masked specter, Bradford felt immense pressure, trembling and sweating profusely. Had Tai not shielded him, he doubted he could withstand such terror. The ghostly figure dissipated instantly, as though it never existed. Eyes squinting, Tai observed the space where the specter once stood. Its power was formidable, confirming a fearsome adversary. Turning, Bradford asked, General, who was that creature? Its mere presence felt like falling into hell. I don't know who it was, replied Tai, rising from his cushion solemnly. Judging by its aura, it was likely a powerful being from within the alien ranks. Chapter 614. Request for strategists to join the battle. Cough, cough. Soon, 3 members of the Imperial Guard rose from the ground and approached General Tai. The one who had been flung out of the battlefield was holding his chest, struggling to walk to Tai and said, General, William's soul has been destroyed, and I could obtain very little information from it. Fortunately, he stopped in time. Otherwise, that bizarre thing would have killed him. Even though he stopped in time, he was still thrown back, his internal organs shaking violently, causing him to spit blood. Immediately, 2 companions helped to divert the powerful force. Otherwise, this shock would have killed or severely injured him. What intelligence did you get? Tai asked expressionlessly. Yes, sir. On receiving the order, the guard reported. The alien race is massing in huge numbers, with millions at least. There are also dozens of enemy strategists accompanying them, now preparing to strike our forces from various directions. Hearing this, Tai and his men immediately grew grim, realizing the aliens were preparing for a large-scale battle. But this was not bad, as destroying a large number of aliens would be greatly beneficial for their subsequent offensive. How far away is this army of aliens? Tai asked expressionlessly. 5 days' travel, Bailey replied. After a brief silence, Tai asked again, which places will they pass through? If they knew where the enemies would go, they could set up an ambush and wipe out all the enemies, not letting a single one escape alive. I'm not quite sure. I was extracting its memories when that guy suddenly appeared, Bailey said bitterly. Tai frowned, feeling somewhat disappointed. Without knowing which route these aliens would take, they couldn't set up an ambush. After a pause, Tai looked at Bailey and said, notify the king and ask him to send us some strategists immediately. Since the aliens had already deployed strategists, the Great Anchor Dynasty couldn't fall behind. Additionally, they needed strategists to devise plans to quickly defeat the enemy forces. Yes. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace of the Great Anchor Dynasty, as night fell and stars lit up the sky, Harold walked out of the study when a member of the Imperial Guard hurriedly came before him and knelt on one knee, saying, Your Majesty, General Tai has sent a message. Speak. Harold said expressionlessly. A message from Tai? What could this be about? Why would Tai suddenly send a message? Just as Harold was puzzled, the guard spoke up, Your Majesty, General Tai hopes you can dispatch strategists to help them in the battle against the aliens. Strategists? Harold felt extremely puzzled. Why would Tai suddenly request strategists? Could they have encountered a strong enemy? Why do they need strategists? Harold asked. The general says the enemy strategists have appeared and have set traps to attack General Jamar and his forces, the guard replied. Upon hearing this, Harold instantly understood what was happening. He had heard about the alien strategists, but didn't expect them to appear so soon. Since the alien strategists have shown up, he could also release his own strategists now. Waving the guard away, Harold turned to Andy beside him and said, "Eunuch Hyder, immediately leave the palace and summon Alfredo and Colt here. I have important matters to entrust to them." 2 strategists would be more than enough. These 2 were not ordinary. One was called the Sleeping Dragon and Phoenix Chick, a match for Zhuge Taedioang, while the other was the strategist who helped Elton unify the North. With these 2, handling the enemies would be easy. "Yes, Your Majesty." Andy immediately left after receiving the order. Harold didn't stay either, feeling hungry and heading to the imperial kitchen for food. Just as he walked toward the kitchen, he saw his 2 children emerging from there, holding pastries. His brows furrowed. Seeing their father right in front of them, the 2 kids hastily hid the white-colored pastries behind their backs, looking down and avoiding eye contact. Approaching them, Harold, logically, this time they should have been sleeping, but because of their mother eating roasted meat, they couldn't resist getting up due to the aroma. But he felt a bit annoyed. Why didn't their mother notice them leaving the room quietly? Hee. With their father's permission, they smiled and happily munched on the pastries. Earlier they feared he might refuse, or even take the pastries away, but now it seemed they had overreacted. Chapter 6:15. Alfredo, Colt. After finishing their late-night snack in one of the rooms in the imperial kitchen, Andy led Alfredo and Colt to a side chamber. As they were about to kneel and greet Harold, he quickly stopped them and motioned for them to remain silent. Next to him, Engsub and Engshuan were sleeping soundly, occasionally smacking their lips in a way that made anyone nearby want to kiss and pinch their cheeks lovingly. Harold ordered Andy to have 2 maids take the children away to their mother in the Yulan Palace, while he stood up from his cushion. "Follow me." As soon as these words were spoken, Harold left the side chamber. Alfredo and Colt exchanged glances and followed the king closely. Andy did not tell them why the king had summoned them into the palace, but being able to call 2 major strategists into the palace at night suggested something significant. Walking through the wide corridor, they stayed close behind the king, who remained silent, and so did they. Leaving the imperial kitchen, Harold finally spoke. "I believe you are curious as to why I summoned you both here late at night?" "Sire, indeed we are," Alfredo replied immediately after the alien strategist was heavily protected, surrounded by powerful allies who would rather die than let anyone get close to the strategist. "Just one." Both men were taken aback, their brows furrowing. It seemed their king had truly encountered a formidable adversary. "Yes, only one. Though it was killed, its presence has alerted our troops to potential dangers." Harold nodded, expressionless. These alien strategists would certainly bring nothing but trouble. Moreover, Tai also reported that nearly 10 million aliens in batches are advancing towards our forces, including numerous alien strategists, Harold continued. Hearing this, both men's expressions darkened, sensing impending doom. The frequent movements of the aliens and the appearance of these strategists were disrupting their offensive momentum. "Sire, you summoned us urgently, surely intending for us to serve as advisors to Generals Tai and Denny on the battlefield," Alfredo said, suddenly understanding. "Yes. The alien strategists have begun to devise ambushes against our troops. Tai hopes I can dispatch strategists to assist in countering these alien strategists." Even though Denny hadn't sent any messages, the situation necessitated preparations. This information was pieced together from interrogations. Exchanging glances, they paused and bowed. "We, your subjects, are willing to follow your command and assist the 2 generals on the alien front." Nodding lightly, Harold said, "With such resolve, I trust you will not disappoint me. However, before you head to the alien front, there are a few matters I must discuss with you to help you understand the situation better." "Please, sire." They looked at each other, focused, and then Colt stepped forward. Tai captured a bold tribe general who could speak human language. During interrogation, some forbidden power in its spirit wiped it out instantly. After a series of discussions and orders, Alfredo and Colt left the imperial study, returning to their respective estates outside the palace to prepare for the next morning's journey to the alien battlefield. Harold assigned Alfredo to assist Tai, and Colt to Denny, ready to strategize and annihilate the enemy. Especially since the enemy now numbered nearly 10 million aliens, they needed to find a way to completely destroy them and extend the front lines. They must push deeper into enemy territory, disrupt and disorient them, ensuring they lose all direction. Only by doing so could they quickly drive the aliens back to the second line of defense, re-establish defenses, and prepare for any counterattacks. Once the 2 men left, Harold, left alone in the imperial study, rubbed his forehead, looking upwards with a hint of frustration. Despite having ended all battles in Nanyang domain, excluding those between humans and aliens, he found no moment of respite. Even when he had free time, it was spent discussing matters with ministers or practicing martial arts, causing him to feel somewhat despondent. "It's been days since I've trained with my consorts. I miss them deeply." A sly smile crept across his face as he stood up from his cushion and left the study. He had not tasted Camilla's and Christie's allure for several days, longing for them intensely. Creak. Soon, Harold arrived at Yulan Palace, pushing open the door to find the 2 engrossed in roasting meat. Seeing him, they jumped in surprise, quickly putting down their skewers. But Harold didn't care about that. Approaching them, he lifted Camilla and headed toward another side chamber. Realizing what he intended, Camilla blushed and buried her face in his chest, while Christie, standing still, couldn't help but blush too. Chapter 6:16. Distribution of troops. At dawn the next morning, Alfredo and Colt arrived at the palace and then teleported to the front lines via the teleportation array, accompanied by 1,000,000 troops. These warriors were reinforcements for the Great Anchor Dynasty's army, which had been dwindling in numbers after prolonged battles without any previous reinforcements. This time, not only would they replenish their forces, but also send exceptionally powerful soldiers to the battlefield to undergo rigorous combat experience, thus reinforcing the armies under each general's command. Although these generals possessed formidable strength, having fewer troops could severely disadvantage them, even jeopardizing the battle's outcome. Meanwhile, at the Bugula Mountains, Tai stood silently before the teleportation platform, awaiting the arrival of Alfredo, Colt, and the tens of thousands of soldiers. The day saw no immediate movement. Neither did the other generals make any advances, all waiting for their reinforcements. As a dazzling light flashed before them, nearly 10,000 soldiers instantly appeared on the platform, with Alfredo standing among them. He glanced at Tai, smiled calmly, descended from the platform, and approached him. "Alfredo greets General," Alfredo said, bowing politely as he reached Tai. "No need for formalities, strategist," Tai responded with a smile. As they conversed, Bradford stepped forward and ordered, "All soldiers, move off the platform immediately." "Yes, sir." The soldiers promptly complied, making way for more reinforcements arriving behind them. Once the soldiers assembled on the adjacent grounds, another wave of black armored soldiers from the Great Anchor Dynasty appeared on the platform. Repeatedly over 50 rounds, nearly 500,000 soldiers finally gathered at Bugula Mountains. Facing the new arrivals, Tai addressed them solemnly. "Generalissimo has nothing else to say, but if you are here, you must vow to fight until death, never retreating. Do you understand?"
"Yes."
Their response echoed across the entire Bugula Mountains, leaving Tai satisfied yet aware of the test ahead. He then instructed Bradford, "Teleport them to the respective generals." This location was just a transit point. These troops would be teleported further to their assigned units. After ensuring the troops were dispatched, Tai left with Alfredo, while Bradford summoned the logistics officer. Soon, a young commander appeared. Bradford ordered, "Bring out the registry and report the number of missing soldiers for each general." "Yes, sir." The logistics officer quickly retrieved the records and flipped through it, stopping at Jamar's page. "General, Jamar needs 70,621 soldiers." Bradford scanned the gathered troops, starting from my left. "Have 14 rows of soldiers step forward." The soldiers complied, forming 14 rows of 5,000 each. Fortunately, the area was vast enough to accommodate the sudden influx of hundreds of thousands. Next, Bradford directed the outermost right row, 621 soldiers, step forward and form up on my left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 621. Upon completing the formation, Bradford instructed them to board the teleportation platform in units of 1,000. This platform could handle up to 10,000 at once, whereas individual platforms held only 1,000 due to stability concerns and difficulty in constructing larger ones. Following orders, the soldiers boarded the platform and teleported directly to their assigned generals. General Bobby requires 119,356 soldiers. General Pablo requires 108,769 soldiers. General Zach requires 93,806 soldiers. General Ellis requires 74,329 soldiers. By dusk, the process concluded, leaving 91,686 soldiers behind. These troops were reserved for further reinforcements as needed. While allocating these remaining soldiers, Denny also managed troop distribution for other generals. Seeing nightfall approach, Bradford called Muhammad over. "General Su, please assign these soldiers to the camps needing reinforcements." "Understood." After Muhammad led the troops away, Bradford turned to the logistics officer. "Do we have enough food supplies?" "Sufficient for more than half a month," the logistics officer replied. Note: the paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as per the original text. Chapter 617. Alfredo's Strategy. At the main camp, General Tai was discussing with Alfredo, especially about the enemy's sudden attack this time. Nearly 10 million enemies attacking from different directions simultaneously had left them in a dilemma. They now had to find a way to annihilate them. Tadiastening to Tai's account, Alfredo fell silent before approaching the map on the edge of the tent. Observing the massive map, he turned to Tai and asked, "General, which directions will our troops pass through?" Though puzzled, Tai stepped forward and picked up a small wooden stick beside him. Pointing it towards a blue-striped area on the map, he said, "This is where we currently are, the Bugula Mountains. From here, we'll push forward and cross through the Kasala Plains, Tongula Mountains, Tadios Plains." Alfredo listened silently as Tai continued to narrate. Alfredo suddenly asked, "General, what paths would the barbarian tribes attacking us take? Their movements are concealed, and with several days' distance between us, we have failed to track their whereabouts." Tai gently shook his head and replied. He also wanted to know where these enemies were so he could devise combat plans against them. However, their hidden movements and the vast distance made it difficult for them to determine the enemy's current location. Hearing Tai's words, Alfredo remained silent but kept staring at the map. Without knowing the exact position of the enemy, they could only make general predictions about the enemy's actions. After a moment of silence, Alfredo suddenly asked, "General, can our troops reach the Tongula Mountains within 3 days? Route for our army. If I were the barbarian strategist, I would choose this natural location to ambush and eliminate all our troops." Looking at the Tongula Mountains, Tai narrowed his eyes, realizing the severity. An unprepared ambush here would result in heavy losses. However, he wondered why the barbarians wouldn't consider that the dynasty of Anchor might notice something unusual and thus prepare for it. "Advisor, won't the barbarians realize that setting an ambush here would alert our army? If the barbarian strategist is skilled, he would realize this but still take the risk to ambush us at the Tongula Mountains, waiting for our arrival. The Tongula Mountains are the perfect place for an ambush. If they don't set one here, they would have to engage us directly, which I firmly believe they won't choose to do. They will definitely ambush us here to utilize the terrain against us." Alfredo was confident that the barbarians knew about the potential for ambush, but would not give up such an excellent opportunity. The more cautious the enemy, the better chance they had to use advantageous terrain to wipe out the dynasty of Anchor's forces. Upon hearing Alfredo's explanation, Tai agreed internally that the Tongula Mountains were indeed an ideal place for an ambush. But being wary of it, they might need to take risks. At this moment, he understood why Alfredo required them to reach the location within 3 days. He wanted to set up an ambush beforehand to use the terrain to destroy the enemy forces. Admittedly, Alfredo's strategy was impressive, though implementing it seemed challenging. After a brief silence, Tai asked, "Advisor." They never stopped. They kept advancing as if there was no end in sight. To ensure they would reach their designated position within 2 days, Tai ordered all soldiers to use their spiritual energy to increase their speed. They did not have to worry about running out of energy because supplies were being provided continuously. Their only task was to push forward and arrive on time. Noticing the speed had decreased again, Tai, standing on the outskirts of the formation, turned to Muhammad beside him and said expressionlessly, "Muhammad, head to the front of the army immediately. Do not stop until I give the order." Honestly, he didn't want to do this, but if they didn't maintain this pace, they wouldn't reach their destination on time. Now, the only way to make it was to push the soldiers relentlessly, hoping to arrive before stopping for rest to prepare for the impending enemy.
Yes.
Receiving the order, Muhammad immediately left the formation and sprinted forward as quickly as possible. Tai had ordered Muhammad to lead because he wanted to ensure the army moved swiftly without stopping. Even with orders to slow down, they must keep advancing. Watching Muhammad depart, Tai then looked at the troops before him, seeing their steady strides and rapid movement. Moments later, Tai turned to Arsene beside him and said, "Yuancheng, take charge of the rear guard. Report immediately if any soldier shows signs of discomfort."
Yes.
Arsene responded sternly, remaining in place. He didn't need to rush. He just had to wait for the rear of the army and manage it. After issuing all necessary orders, Tai turned to Alfredo beside him and said, "Military hiders group of a dozen soldiers who would continue following at a slower pace without affecting the main army's progress." When faced with General Tai's decision, Bradford had initially been puzzled. Later, after hearing the explanation, he understood why To-Do Hider and a small contingent were left behind to take care of any stragglers. Despite having marched throughout the night without losing anyone, some soldiers showed signs of fatigue. The soldiers pushed themselves silently, drenched in sweat, but none halted. Compared to this march, previous training under the scorching sun had prepared them physically for such exertion. "Brothers, pick up the pace. We need to reach Bone Mountain as soon as possible," Jamar shouted to the soldiers in the wide valley of Black Mountain Cliff. Following military advisor Alfredo's strategy, they needed to reach Bone Mountain quickly and set an ambush for the arriving alien troops. Although Bone Mountain was 3 days' travel away, even with a slow march, they would still arrive on time. However, Alfredo suggested arriving early to prepare an ambush. While Jamar wasn't fond of setting traps, he knew they couldn't afford to be courteous when dealing with enemies. "If we reach Bone Mountain by noon today, I'll treat you all to a feast of braised meat," Jamar stated flatly. Unexpectedly, this promise spurred the soldiers into even faster motion. Their eyes lit up as if injected with energy. Seeing the sudden burst of speed, Jamar's face darkened inexplicably. Internally cursing, he thought, "Damn it, these guys get all energized at the mention of food." However, he held his tongue, knowing they hadn't had meat in 10 days due to their rapid advance, which left little time for proper meals. "Eat stewed meat, win the battle." Suddenly, an unknown soldier shouted this slogan, and soon others joined in chorus. "Eat stewed meat, win the battle." Their speed increased significantly, their minds focused solely on the promised feast. Jamar. Chapter 619. Arrival at Bone Mountain. At the same time, Ellis, Pablo, Angelo, Bobby, and the others swiftly advanced according to the brilliant strategy provided by military advisor Alfredo. Their goal was to reach the designated positions ahead of the enemy and set up ambushes there. Their objective was simple. They aimed to arrive along the enemy's route as quickly as possible before the enemy did, and then annihilate them in one fell swoop. Although this approach would cause significant issues for the generals in terms of troop movements, if they could arrive early and follow the strategist's plan, they could wipe out several million of the enemy forces. To the enemy, a few million troops might be a small number, but to them, it was a significant amount. Eliminating them would be highly advantageous. After a day-long march, when night fell, Jamar and his troops finally arrived at Bone Mountain 2 days ahead of schedule. They then found a suitable location to set up camp. After giving all the necessary orders, Jamar led 10 soldiers to survey the terrain, checking whether the path the enemy would take was suitable for an ambush, with the aim of wiping out the imminent hundreds of thousands of foreign tribes. Upon reaching the designated spot, under the moonlight, Jamar's gaze scanned the wide valley before him, his eyes revealing a sharpness. This valley was exceptionally wide, about 500 to 600 meters across, with mountains on either side standing 200 to 300 meters high. It seemed unsuitable for an ambush, but the military advisor had mentioned that the places least likely to be ambushed were often the easiest to lay traps. Hopefully, the path chosen by the strategist is indeed where the foreigners will travel. Otherwise, our trip would have been for nothing, he muttered inwardly, then took to the sky directly. His accompanying soldiers also followed him into the air, reaching the mountaintop. The peak was barren, and occasionally strong gusts blew past, creating an eerie atmosphere with bones scattered around. The two massive mountains beneath their feet resembled the ribs of a giant. Not only that, but many surrounding mountains bore a similar appearance, though closely connected with gaps between them no wider than 10 meters. After thoroughly observing the terrain, the remaining 40,000 archers will be deployed on both sides of Hongyang Valley. Once the enemy enters our encirclement, you are to rain arrows upon them without mercy, leaving not a single arrow unspent. Jamar stared coldly at everyone present. He did not know how many enemies they would face, but they must do everything to annihilate every last one. They could not let even one escape alive. Otherwise, should the enemy learn of their ambush, it would harm them greatly and possibly alert other hidden locations. Tadiodle to do. Don't you smell that rich aroma of stewed meat? Smoke rose from Bone Mountain where Jamar's army was stationed. Two soldiers standing outside a large barack swallowed hard, savoring the scent. Not only do I smell it, now I feel incredibly hungry, almost wishing I could have a bite, the soldier on the left suddenly remarked. The inviting aroma wafting from within the barack made their mouths water. Not only this barack emitted such fragrances, but others nearby did as well. The strong scent of stewed meat was prepared by their fellow cook soldiers as a reward for their service. Anticipating the upcoming meal of stewed meat, the two men eagerly swallowed. They hadn't eaten meat for over 10 days, which left them extremely displeased. Yet being soldiers, they obeyed orders diligently. Though they ate dried meat these days, it was tasteless and sometimes quite disagreeable. Thinking of the delicious stewed meat awaiting them, they couldn't help but swallow hard again, nearly drooling. As the two chatted, Jamar approached step by step. Seeing their general arrive, they immediately stood straight and greeted in unison, "General." With a slight nod, Jamar lifted the curtain and entered the tent. Inside, Daxia Dynasty soldiers were busy preparing food, the tantalizing aroma of freshly stewed pork filling the air, enhanced with various spices. In the spacious main camp, 10 large pots simmered with fresh pork. At the sight of Jamar, the soldiers paused but were soon ordered by Jamar to continue their work. Suddenly, a Desi rushed forward, wiped his sweat with a white towel, and smiled. "Hey, General, why are you here?" "I just wanted to see how the meal preparation is coming along," Jamar replied softly. The Desi, Oren, was the commander of the kitchen squad, responsible for managing the provisions in this barracks. "General, it's still early, but rest assured, after another 2 hours, our brothers will enjoy a sumptuous meal," Oren said with a smile. "How many batches of stewed meat have you prepared so far?" Jamar asked. "We've already cooked 4 batches, with 3 pots per batch," Oren answered. "Good job. Ensure that each pot stays warm, and every soldier gets enough food and drink." Jamar nodded gently. Chapter 620. A meal before the battle. Several hours passed and finally, the army cooks finished preparing the meals. They then loaded the food into iron buckets and carried them into each tent erected in the valley. For each tent, 10 soldiers came in, 2 carrying large pots of stewed meat, 1 holding a basket of boiled eggs, 1 carrying a bucket of vegetables, 2 with a bucket of soup, and 2 more carrying baskets filled with large bowls. At one particular tent in the camp, the 10 soldiers brought in the food as the 100 warriors inside had already taken their seats on the edges of their beds, small stools placed before them. The beds in the camp were bunk style. Soldiers from the top and bottom bunks sat together, having removed their helmets and face veils. The soldiers who entered carrying the bowls led the way, followed by those carrying cooked rice, and lastly, those with the dishes. The soldiers at the front placed the bowls from the baskets in front of each warrior, 1 large bowl and a pair of chopsticks for each soldier. Following this, they began serving the rice and dishes. Despite the enticing aroma wafting through the air, the soldiers remained still, even if their mouths watered, quickly wiping away any drool that escaped. Seeing the large lump of meat in the bowls, the soldiers couldn't help but swallow hard, some even letting drool fall. It wasn't that they wanted to act so eagerly, but they hadn't had stewed meat in quite a while and simply couldn't resist the temptation. Soon, all the food was distributed, and the army cooks took out the leftovers, moving on to serve the soldiers in other tents. After the cooks left, the Barak, a Keith sitting beside the entrance, cleared his throat and said, "Let's eat." As soon as the words were spoken, every soldier extended their hands, picked up the large bowls and chopsticks before them, and started eating ravenously, like famished souls reincarnated. Seeing everyone's ravenous expressions, the Barak himself abandoned formalities, quickly grabbing his own bowl and chopsticks and devouring the food as if he hadn't eaten for decades. But it wasn't entirely their fault. The aroma of the food prepared by the army cooks was too tempting, making it impossible for them to retain their composure. After gulping down several bites, the Barak asked the young soldier beside him, "Ankaro Shanzi, is the meal tasty?" "Extremely. It's just too delicious." The young soldier nodded vigorously while eating and continued, "Centurion, I won't lie to you. The meals our fellow army cooks prepare are truly delicious. No matter how long we eat, it never gets tiring." He considered joining the army the luckiest thing in his life, allowing him to meet many comrades and enjoy such delectable meals. If it's good, then eat more. Smiling, Centurion Darrell looked around at the soldiers and loudly said, "Was not only imposing but also exuded a heavy atmosphere of death, as if they were devils rising from hell." Upon closer inspection, there was a dog person among them, centrally located and guarded by a few strong allies. As it walked in the formation, it suddenly felt a fatal danger on the mountaintops flanking the valley. Yet this sensation vanished almost immediately, as if nothing had been there at all. Unbeknownst to the dog person, strange arrays concealed the great Anchor Dynasty soldiers above the cliffs, who were hidden within these formations. Normally, vegetation would have provided sufficient cover, but alas, the bare peaks offered no hiding spots. Seeing the enemies entering the trap, the vast number of troops crowded in the wide valley. Ulysses, Finian, and Oliver grew tense, awaiting the general's order to attack. Moments later, a signalman nearby waved black flags repeatedly, indicating the general's order to commence the assault. Staring down at the enemy now fully ensnared, Oliver raised his right hand slightly. Archers moved swiftly to the front, drawing back their bows, arrows aimed downward, ready to fire. Release. Seeing the perfect moment, Oliver waved his right hand, and the archers released their arrows in unison. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, icy arrows pierced the air, accompanied by thunderous sounds, raining down upon the enemy. Hearing the whistling wind, numerous alien warriors suddenly looked up, only to see the rain of arrows covering them like a blanket. "There's an ambush, defend yourselves." This cry came from an alien warrior, spoken in their language. Unfortunately, their warning came too late as icy arrows were already upon them, striking them to the ground. Within mere moments, cries of agony filled the valley as countless alien soldiers fell into pools of blood, their eyes filled with defiance until their last breath. They couldn't comprehend how enemies could be atop this open valley, daring to set an ambush here. But now, with no one to answer their calls, they could only endure the relentless hail of arrows. Chapter 621. The ambush begins. Facing the sudden attack by the troops of the Daxia dynasty, the alien races immediately fell into chaos, with no semblance of order. They could only helplessly be struck by the arrows. Though some desperately tried to block, they could fend off arrows from one direction but not from another. Ultimately, they crashed to the ground, dead beyond any revival. The archers of the Daxia dynasty did not cease for a moment. Hundreds of soldiers whole. In just moments, those hundreds of lives were torn into pieces without even a full scream left. What? Seeing the sudden onslaught, Jamar unleashed immense power, causing the faces of the alien soldiers to change. Without hesitation, they reversed their weapons to fight back. Witnessing these determined enemies, a hint of disdain flashed in Jamar's eyes. He swung his long knife again, its light piercing like a dragon emerging from water, carrying boundless power that devoured everything ahead. Slash. Leaping down from high above, Ulysses advanced with coldness in his face, his entire body radiating blood-colored energy. His long knife glowed fiercely like a magic mountain, crashing down with unstoppable force. In just a few breaths, terrifying blade light engulfed the area, consuming the alien soldiers. Moments later, only corpses remained, with no survivors. From a distance, the Wolfman race commander holding a spear saw Ulysses display such terrifying power. His expression turned cold as he charged forth with his spear. His steps steady and speed incredible. His spear bent to its limit, his face twisted in rage. The Wolfman roared as he planted his feet firmly on the ground, gripping the spear tightly with both hands. Frosty-faced Ulysses drew his blade and slashed directly towards the opponent, eyes filled with despair. He thought his own strength allowed him fearlessness, able to crush enemies ruthlessly. Even if he died in battle, it shouldn't have been so fast. But now, he met his early demise before the battle reached its climax. His limp body dropped, blood oozing out, unwilling acceptance in his eyes. Keep killing. Ignoring the fallen Wolfman, Ulysses turned his gaze to other aliens, roaring as he stepped forward, his great knife descending like a towering demonic mountain, its momentum and flames frighteningly formidable. The dazzling demonic blade descending from above caused the approaching Wolfmen to pale. Realizing this enemy was far beyond their ability to contend with, brothers, kill all these aliens. Immediately after speaking, Oliver split several dozen martial emperors with one swift slash. As their bodies were torn apart and blood splattered, they were flung away instantly, landing in broken heaps, emitting greenish blood streams. Humph, want to escape? Impossible. Seeing hundreds of enemies trying to flee nearby, Oliver sneered, endless killing intent in his eyes. With unparalleled speed, he chased after them, leaving afterimages behind as he moved faster than the pigmen. Reaching them quickly, Oliver gripped his long knife, pouring spiritual energy into it. Standing tall like a divine mountain, he wielded his glowing blade with supreme confidence, and not troops again. He charged directly toward the fleeing alien soldiers who were filled with terror. Blades of light flashed brightly, illuminating the sky, and with each strike, dozens of alien soldiers fell dead, their deaths filled with despair and unwillingness. A single roar sent hundreds flying. At this moment, Jamar seemed like an invincible warrior, unstoppable and drenched in blood. Kill! Kill! Not far away, countless soldiers from the Daxia dynasty, grouped in tens and hundreds, formed battle formations and surged back and forth in the valley, coordinating perfectly, mercilessly reaping lives like ruthless scythes. Against these soldiers, the alien troops crumbled like eggs hitting stones, utterly powerless. They were as if demons from hell, moving in perfect unison, their blades cutting through the air, leaving a trail of blood and slaughter stretching for miles. Blood splattered continuously, and corpses littered the ground. The valley was strewn with dismembered bodies, rivers of blood flowed, and a thick aura of death permeated the air. Individually, the Daxia dynasty soldiers were already formidable, but now, in formation, their combat power soared to unimaginable heights, leaving the enemy speechless and unable to resist. Watching the Daxia dynasty soldiers engulfed in a crimson aura, the alien commanders and troops couldn't help but gulp, filled with shock. This was their first time witnessing such a powerful army, one that completely defied the descriptions left by their ancestors about human armies. They could sense that even emperor-level warriors among them would be easily slain standing against these organized forces. Such a terrifying army completely refreshed their perception, making their hearts chill and cold sweat pour down their backs. Whoosh! The blade flickered, and Jamar's gaze was cold, his killing intent soaring into the heavens. His long knife twisted, his face fierce, as he slashed towards stunned alien soldiers. The Daxia dynasty soldiers following closely behind moved methodically, their killing intent rising rapidly, systematically surrounding and slaughtering the alien soldiers. After several rounds of arrow assaults, the alien army had suffered heavy casualties, now reduced to barely half its original strength. Fear gripped the remaining troops as they fled in panic. Despite being alien soldiers themselves, seeing enemies more ferocious than them caused them unbearable fear. Moreover, they lacked the resilient will of seasoned veterans who had been through countless battles, having only fought amongst their own clans. Within 15 minutes, the entire valley saw the alien soldiers starting to contract, forming lines to defend against the advancing Daxia dynasty army. All around were Daxia dynasty soldiers with excited and fervent expressions. They relentlessly encircled aliens, desperately blocked their advance. Jamar's expression darkened. Clearly, this doghead military advisor was very important to them. Otherwise, they wouldn't protect it at all costs. Kill them all for me. Remember, the doghead military advisor must be captured alive. His long knife suddenly slashed down, revealing a blood-red beam streaked with dark red spots, cutting through the sky brilliantly, striking directly at the enemy. The doghead military advisor needed to be taken alive to extract information. Otherwise, this battle would have been futile. Kill. Kill. As they saw more enemy soldiers advancing and ruthlessly slaughtering their comrades, the Snake Tribe commander glanced at the doghead military advisor beside him and spoke in an unfamiliar alien language. After some inner conflict, the doghead military advisor nodded lightly, allowing the commander to do what needed to be done without concern. With the doghead military advisor's approval, the Snake Tribe commander was still conflicted, unsure of how to proceed. Just as Jamar, leading his troops, noticed something amiss, he saw the Snake Tribe commander stab the doghead military advisor with a trident. Oh no! Jamar rushed forward, but it was too late. He watched helplessly as the Snake Tribe commander used his trident to impale his comrade, leaving no survivors. Damn it! These bastards are really ruthless, but also witnessed an increase in celestial essence energy. The war against the alien races had proceeded very smoothly. Although various disasters occurred in different regions over the past year, they were all handled lightly by officials. However, what left Harold speechless was that despite his numerous attempts, he did not receive any Han families in a whole year. He was bewildered. Why? Once his dynasty ceased battling other kingdoms, did it stop receiving any Han families? Was there something wrong with this system? Even though he drew some military commands or special elixirs, none of these were what he truly wanted. He didn't have the heart for those things. Smiling as he watched 2-year-old children playing nearby, Harold marveled at how despite their age, they were still so playful. When Jarvis and himself were this age, they weren't nearly as mischievous. Yet, these two kids seemed to take after their mother entirely. At this moment, Andy hurried into the imperial garden and said, "Your Majesty, Ministers Tadeo and Ankaro are waiting in the study." Hearing this, Harold fell silent for a moment before walking forward, motioning for Andy to accompany him. Approaching the two cute porcelain-faced toddlers, Harold slowly squatted down, smiling gently as he spoke, "Qing Snow, Qing Xian, Father has some business to attend to and cannot stay here with you. You should play with Supervisor Hyder, and if you get bored, let him take you to get some delicious treats. Understand? Father, what business do you need to handle? Can't you stay and play with us?" Tadiodle Everetting Snow pouted, looking utterly sorrowful, seemingly unwilling to part with her father. They had just managed to find time with their father, yet he was already leaving. Understandably, they felt unhappy and somewhat uncomfortable. "You fool. Father has important matters to handle. Do you think he's like us, only thinking about playing without any regard for other responsibilities?" Everengshuin immediately retorted, "You're the fool. Everengshuin is a big fool who likes to pretend he's smart." Everetting Snow shot back angrily. Seeing them about to continue bickering, Harold quickly covered one child's mouth to prevent further escalation. Otherwise, they could argue for days on end. These two were fine in every aspect except for their frequent arguments, which gave him quite a headache. "Qing Xian, remember, your sister is a girl. Let her be. Don't always confront her," Harold instructed once he loosened his grip. "Okay." Everengshuin reluctantly complied, intimidated by his parents' stern gazes. Everetting Snow appeared displeased, her expression clearly saying she didn't need anyone to let her be. Patting his daughter's head, Harold smiled and said, "Qing Snow, you too. Don't always argue with your brother. As his elder sister, show some forbearance." Significant number of lone aliens within our occupied territories. Our immediate task is to have martial artists within our borders hunt and eliminate these stray aliens, ensuring thorough eradication. I want no alien members, not even a single soul, to remain within our borders. Looking at them, Harold continued, "The time is right. The plan I previously tasked you with, to reward the killing of aliens, can now be officially announced. Mobilize all martial artists within our kingdom to start hunting aliens." Despite formulating this plan 2 years ago, the lack of a stable foothold in newly reclaimed lands delayed its implementation. Now fully prepared, the plan could proceed. Ample rewards would surely attract brave fighters. The martial artists within our kingdom would certainly flood into the region between the 3rd and 2nd defensive lines, becoming fierce hunters and ruthlessly eliminating isolated aliens. Chapter 624, Reward Regulations. Your Majesty, all the reward regulations have been drafted by Minister Hiroshi and Chancellor Ankaro anchoring more than half a year ago. They can be issued to all regions immediately so that all martial artists can know about them, Hiroshi spoke up. To be precise, they had started drafting the reward regulations over a year ago but had been refining them to ensure their feasibility. Therefore, for nearly 2 years, they had been improving these regulations. The reason it took so long was mainly due to the need to balance this task with other duties. Additionally, they conducted multiple simulations to ensure that the rewards were attractive enough before finalizing them. Since the reward regulations have been drafted, you should issue them through the Jinui once you return. Let all human martial artists know about them, Harold said fluently. With the reward regulations in place, it was time to announce them so that all martial artists in the Nanyang region would be aware of them, becoming motivated by the rewards and contributing to the elimination of alien races. He did not expect much from each individual, just that they would help eliminate any lone aliens, thereby allowing them to build cities and restore life to the land. As soon as he finished speaking, Harold turned his gaze to Ewing beside him and continued, "Chancellor Ankaro, how do you plan to establish teleportation arrays leading to Abyss City?" Traveling from various parts of the Great Anchor Dynasty to Abyss City was an arduous journey without teleportation arrays. It could take several, or even dozens of years for people to reach Abyss City otherwise. With teleportation arrays, however, the journey would become quick and convenient, enabling martial artists to reach Abyss City easily for hunting aliens. In response to your Majesty's query, I propose establishing one teleportation array per commandery. These arrays will lead directly to Abyss City. Any human martial artist wishing to hunt alien for teleporting between regions, which would generate substantial profits to replenish the national treasury. With your Majesty's command, I will instruct the establishment of interconnected teleportation arrays across commanderies during setup, Ewing stated. Without imperial orders, they wouldn't dare connect the teleportation arrays across commanderies arbitrarily. Doing so could risk misuse by potential enemies. How many people can a single teleportation array carry at once? Harold asked expressionlessly. To ensure the arrays aren't misused, I propose using small-scale teleportation arrays that can transport 100 people at a time, Ewing responded. Establishing small-scale teleportation arrays was a carefully considered decision. Larger arrays that could transport thousands of people would pose significant risks unless used during battles or emergencies threatening commandery security. Hearing Ewing's words, Harold felt satisfied. Indeed, Ewing had thought things through thoroughly. 7 days later. In Pingon Commandery, Guangyuan City, South City Gate. At the edge of the wide stone gate, a freestanding stone board was being erected. Suddenly, 10 black-armored soldiers rushed to the site, immediately drawing the attention of many onlookers. People wondered what new announcement their king might have made. And called upon human martial artists to hunt down aliens. Chapter 625, Cold-Faced and Heartless. At the same time, news of the royal edict that appeared in Guangyuan City of Ping'an County spread to other counties and cities. The revelation of the existence of alien races sent shockwaves across the realm. All humans believed they were living in a land of bliss, but none of them had anticipated that at the borders controlled by humans, alien races were fiercely attacking their territories. Without the protection of the royal army, without the sacrifice of countless soldiers, there would have been no opportunity for them to live in this paradise. They might have been under constant attack by the aliens. For a moment, some humans felt endless fear, while others felt intense anger, yearning to wipe out these aliens completely. In this instant, countless emotions surged within every human heart, causing restlessness. Some chose to follow the dynasty's orders and pass through Chongqing town to Abyss City. Facing this sudden situation, the lords of various counties and cities frantically calmed down all humans, reassuring them that the dynasty's army was dealing with the alien invasion. Thinking about the power of their dynasty, everyone felt exceptionally reassured. They had witnessed its might firsthand, and since the dynasty assured them, they needn't worry about the enemy. But upon realizing that these aliens occupied human territory, some young and promising individuals transmitted themselves to Abyss City via the teleportation array. Some went for powerful cultivation resources, others aimed to eliminate aliens and reclaim the lands lost by their ancestors. 3 days later, in the Great Anchor regions, so he couldn't disclose this matter. After all, if it had been revealed, it would have caused panic and allowed ill-intentioned people to exploit the situation to disrupt the newly acquired territories. After placing down the documents, Everett examined them carefully, his smile fading slightly. It seemed that there were always those who sought trouble. Upon finishing the documents, Everett said expressionlessly, "Eunuch Hyder, instruct the secret police in various regions to give those causing chaos a taste of what comes next." The content of the documents was straightforward. The remnants of the dynasties they had defeated were trying to take advantage of the alien situation to revolt against his dynasty. Out of fear, some civilians were deceived into participating, committing all sorts of atrocities. If these rebels wanted trouble, he wouldn't let them off easily. If he didn't teach them a lesson, they wouldn't understand the power of his dynasty. Indeed, Your Majesty, among these rebels are women, children, and elders. Should we? Andy gestured as if to ask whether they should be eliminated entirely. Since they have chosen to rebel and harm other citizens, they should not be spared. Have the secret police kill them all, leaving no survivors, Everett said coldly. If sparing them could save those killed by them, he would do so. Unfortunately, that wasn't possible. Moreover, a bloodthirsty gleam flashing across his face. His brocade spring saber hummed ominously as he led towards Lone Wolf Fort. Shortly after, deeper into Devil's Ebenezer Mountains, Brennan emerged from the forest, looking at the large fort with a cold smile, murder intent surging. 50 secret policemen followed behind him, their eyes icy and heartless. Brennan waved lightly, and the secret policemen charged forward, unsheathing their sabers. The lead policeman raised his blade and swung down. Under the horrified gazes of dozens of Lone Wolf Fort bandits, a blinding sword beam split the towering gate in two. Surround Lone Wolf Fort. Leave no one alive. Brennan's cold voice chilled the bones. The secret policemen, like reapers from hell, charged into the fort with their sabers, killing anyone they saw without hesitation. Hashtag chapter 626, terrifying methods. Kill. With a thunderous shout, Brennan stepped forward, passing through the village gate. He cast a cold glance at the bandits rapidly converging from all directions. His wrist flicked, and immediately dozens of crimson blade lights shot out, their sharpness unmatched. Ah! Instantly, screams of agony filled the air as blood spattered and heads flew. Over 100 bandits, barely meeting their match, fell dead in an instant. Brennan's blades flashed with a chilling glow, slicing through enemies like cutting vegetables, dancing wildly and mercilessly reaping lives. He advanced without pause, his eyes brimming with intense coldness. The embroidered spring saber slashed left and right, releasing countless streaks of blade light. At this moment, he seemed like a death deity from hell, leaving bodies and rivers of blood wherever he went. Die for me. Suddenly, a bandit on the right lunged forward, his face twisted with malice, revealing the power of a grand martial artist. A long sword in his hand, like a soaring dragon, pierced through the air, rushing towards Brennan with overwhelming force. Bang! The earth cracked, and instantly another figure sprang forth from under Brennan's feet. Short-statured, he sneered with a dagger gleaming sharply, slashing horizontally at Brennan. Cold green dots shimmered on the dagger, clearly laced with deadly poison. A mere touch could be fatal. Kill. Directly in front of Brennan, a bandit leader with spiritual martial realm cultivation sneered coldly, roaring savagely. His large saber slashed horizontally with terrifying force, emitting a dazzling cross-shaped blade light that surged toward Brennan. Vermin. Brennan's eyes showed disdain. Coldly, he raised his embroidered spring saber, which moved so fast it seemed to vanish. Whoosh! In that instant, 3 brilliant blade lights appeared and vanished in a flash. Brennan appeared behind them without stopping, not even glancing back, treating these 3 as insignificant ants who were no match for him. The 3 stood there dazedly, bewildered and unaware of what had just happened. But then, tiny red lines appeared inconspicuously around their waists, growing redder with each breath. Spurt. Blood sprayed, and the 3 were severed into halves, collapsing lifelessly. Run. They are Imperial Guard. They are devils. Witnessing comrades fall one by one, the remaining bandits couldn't hold on any longer and turned to flee. They were merely bandits, accustomed to ruthless killing during raids, but faced with such terrifying Imperial Guards, they crumbled immediately, suffering heavy casualties. Some even regretted ever becoming bandits. If only they hadn't harmed others, if only it wasn't too late now. They never imagined that the dynasty would act so swiftly and send the Imperial Guard specifically. In the territory of the Great Anchor dynasty, one should provoke anyone else but not the Imperial Guard. Making an enemy of them meant only one path, death. Now that the dynasty sent them here, it must have been on the king's orders. Otherwise, they wouldn't act, let alone kill so ruthlessly. Humph! Brennan sneered. These mere bandits dared to dream of escaping? Did they think he was invisible? Kill! With a roar, Brennan's embroidered spring saber emitted endless crimson light, fierce and deadly. Numerous small blade lights circled him, forming a blood-red moon, blinding and awe-inspiring. A gentle breath released, and instantly howling winds raged. The small red blade lights grew larger, transforming into blood-colored tigers mid-air, roaring fiercely. Their paws trampled the sky, moving faster than lightning. Under the terrified gazes of hundreds of bandits, waves of blood-red shockwaves spread in all directions. Bang! 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 Huge boulders exploded, turning to powder that filled the air. Wooden houses shattered instantly, dust rising everywhere. Ah! Ah! Piercing screams echoed as hundreds of bandits clutched their heads, rolling on the ground in agony, sweating profusely, full of regret. Roar! Brennan swung his saber again, tigers roaring once more. The blood-colored tigers opened their mouths, glowing fiercely, biting down on the throats of the terrified bandits before them. Suddenly, everything became eerily silent. The tigers vanished, leaving only the lifeless bodies scattered, creating a desolate and bloody scene that made onlookers shudder. No, don't kill me, I don't want to die, please not yet, spared them, the king would never allow it. Since they had endangered the dynasty and hurt others, they must pay the price. The king ordered extermination? Upon hearing this, the warrior ancestor's face paled, nearly collapsing in shock. He never expected that this incident would enrage the king so much. Uttering those cold words, Brennan didn't linger, slashing his sword across the warrior ancestor's neck, severing his head in one swift motion, giving him no chance to retaliate. Thud. The head rolled to the ground, its eyes filled with despair and regret. But alas, it was too late. They were powerless to change their fate. Chapter 627. Martial artists from all over. At the same time, in various counties of the Great Anchor Dynasty, identical incidents occurred. Countless members of the Jinui were executing rebels without mercy. It didn't matter what reasons you had for rebelling. As long as you disrupted order within the borders of the dynasty and harmed others, don't blame them for unsheathing their weapons. In one night, all the insurgents were mercilessly butchered to death. Not a single person was left alive. The brutality of the Jinui's actions and the cruelty of their sword skills became known almost immediately, sending chills down people's spines and striking fear into their hearts. Especially in this massacre, everyone, women, children, anyone and everyone, was killed without exception, leaving not a single soul alive. 3 days later, South Shore County, ancient safety city, Peak Tea House. Really? Did those rebels get kicked in the head by a donkey, or were they just stupid? Who can say no? The dynasty provided us land, protection, food, and drink. Yet these jerks wanted to rebel. Damn, they are really scumbags. The Great Anchor Dynasty fed and clothed them, but all they thought about was how to start an uprising. That's right. If I ever meet these sons of bitches, I'd show them the strength of us Great Anchor citizens. Rumor has it that many teams of martial artists have started heading to Abyss City to hunt alien races. Do we need to form our own teams to go there too? Well duh, of course, we should be forming teams. I've already joined up with Adolf and his team, departing tomorrow on our way to kill aliens. What the hell, Todd Bazizi? Why didn't you tell me before joining the team? Damn it, you son of a bitch, eating all alone again. Inside the tea house, people discussed the recent rebellion. Every mention of it would bring a chill to their bones, especially regarding the Jinui. Fear flashed in everyone's eyes when thinking about how this organization, which hadn't acted for years, came out swinging so ruthlessly this time, killing every last rebel, leaving none alive. However, as the conversation shifted to the topic of aliens, upon hearing that teammates were being gathered, some quickly became upset. Brothers-in-arms who weren't invited along felt particularly displeased, wanting nothing more than to stand up and teach them a lesson. Ever since Emperor Todd issued the decree 2 days ago, countless human cultivators began organizing into groups and heading toward Abyss City, entering the battlefield between humans and the other races through there. They ventured there not only to claim rewards, but also to root out potential threats against humanity. Joining forces with the dynasty's army, they sought to reclaim lands lost by their ancestors. As descendants, they were determined to take back what their ancestors had lost, willing to pay any price to recover their homeland as citizens of the Great Anchor Dynasty in the southern Yen domain. Some enlisted as soldiers, looking forward to the chance to charge into battlefields, while others opted directly for hunting alien races. Everyone had different reasons for going. Abyss City. Flashes of light rippled through the 3 large transport arrays, continuously transporting batches of humans, each numbering 100 strong. The newly arrived humans stared at the vast, endless military camps sprawling before them, utterly stunned, particularly at the sight of these Great Anchor soldiers, sucking in sharp breaths. Witnessing this scene, everyone finally realized that the dynasty's military wasn't just protecting them. It was safeguarding all of humanity, especially when they saw that old general. Every martial artist sucked in another sharp breath, deeply shaken. They never imagined encountering someone so formidable here. But logically, this was the front line between humans and aliens. Without a powerful military and strong generals guarding it, the alien armies could certainly breach their defenses. Looking at the arriving batch of human martial artists, the distant human general stepped forward and said, "Everyone, step off the transport array immediately." Hearing these words, all the martial artists froze, then rushed off the array as instructed, afraid to stay even a moment longer. Though uncertain about the situation, they knew that many more human martial artists would soon be transported over. They couldn't monopolize the portal like that. Once everyone was off the platform, they were led nearby by a general, who then addressed them. "I'm sure you're curious why you've been brought here. I will now explain your mission and distribute necessary supplies. The alien races are very dangerous and have extremely powerful combat abilities. When killing them, always cut off their heads to ensure they die. Remember, everyone must remain vigilant at all times to guard against sudden ambushes. Hundreds listened intently to the general's instructions, not daring to miss a word, engraving every detail firmly in their minds. Only in this way could they avoid danger. After delivering his message, the general took out a bright green jade token from his robe, saying, "This is your identity token, proving you are part of the human race. It serves as your amulet and life token. There are parent and child tokens. The child token is held by you, while the parent token stays here. Should you fall, the parent token will lose its glow." Finishing his explanation, the general pointed to a grand building nearby where humans were coming and going. "Now, all of you proceed there to register and collect your identity tokens and assigned items." The crowd immediately turned toward the designated area to receive their tokens and items. Despite not knowing what the dynasty would provide, they believed it wouldn't be harmful. The great anchor general did not stop them as they left, heading straight for another transport array. Having given orders to this group of human martial artists, he still needed to brief more teams, unable to linger. Just as new arrivals entered the pavilion, they were greeted by technology-like interiors teeming with human martial artists registering and collecting their tokens. "Here, this is your ticket number. With this, you can skip the queue and wait until the officer calls out your number, then proceed to register." New arrivals encountered guards of the great anchor at the entrance, receiving a numbered paper ticket. One newly arrived human martial artist felt puzzled yet accepted the card handed over to him, unsure what it entailed. Area A, 328. Examining the card in his hand, the martial artist remained perplexed, glancing back at the issuer. Chapter 628. Warrior, Darius. "Do I just need to hold this card and I won't have to wait in line?" After some internal deliberation, the human warrior finally asked. "Yes." The Anchor Dynasty soldier at the entrance distributing cards nodded lightly and then continued, "Go to Area A with this card. If someone calls out the number on this card, you can proceed for registration." "Which direction is Area A?" After hesitating for a moment, the human warrior glanced at the card in his hand and asked. "Walk into the pavilion. Look up as you enter. There will be a huge sign. Naturally, the area beneath the sign is Area A. You can wait there," the soldier explained. "Thank you." The human warrior thanked him before walking in. Subsequent warriors came forward to receive their cards and went to their respective areas. Inside the pavilion were 5 designated areas labeled A through E. Each area was handling warriors, with dedicated soldiers responsible for registering them. This method ensured that everyone registered while maintaining standard verification of each person's identity. In case of any issues, finding the designated area. As soon as the jade was placed, the soldier touched it, revealing an extremely peculiar keyboard. The keyboard displayed characters and strokes, along with a 4-finger wide, 10-centimeter long pale blue projection screen. Anyone from the modern era would be astonished at the sight. This strange yet intriguing object piqued Darius's curiosity, but he didn't ask further questions. Instead, he quietly observed while sitting on the wooden stool. Swiftly inputting the name, the soldier waited for the keyboard and screen to vanish before instructing, "Place your hand here." "Yes." Despite not understanding the purpose, Darius complied by placing his hand on the specified area. Immediately, he felt something pierce his palm, causing intense pain. Despite the pain, he did not withdraw his hand. Next, 2 3-finger-thick emerald green jade tokens appeared above his hand like shadows, floating in midair. Taking the jade tokens in hand, the soldier instructed, "You can remove your hand now." "Yes." As Darius lifted his hand, he examined his right palm closely, finding only a red, without any visible wound. Puzzled by the red, Darius questioned the soldier. "Soldier, may I ask what this red on my palm is? Is it harmful to us?" It wasn't that he was overly cautious, better safe than sorry. He needed to ensure no hidden surprises would harm him later, even if the Anchor Dynasty was respected. "Just a mark left from drawing a drop of your blood. You don't need to worry. It's harmless." The black-armored soldier smiled reassuringly. Infusing spiritual energy, the soldier activated the tokens. The mother token glowed, while the child token remained plain. Handing over the child token to Darius, he said, "These are your paired tokens. We keep the mother token, and you must carry the child token with you." "Got it." Nodding lightly, Darius accepted his token. After confirming Darius had taken the token, the black-armored soldier asked, "What weapons are you proficient in?" "Why do you ask that?" Darius looked puzzled. "To allocate spirit weapons to you." "Distribute spirit weapons?" Darius was utterly confused. "Yes. The strength of the alien races is formidable, and your ordinary weapons can't kill them. Therefore, the dynasty has specifically allocated 2 spirit weapons to each of you." The black-armored soldier confirmed with a nod. "Do we get them directly?" Curiosity got the better of Darius. "Haha." The soldier chuckled softly and then explained, "These are gifts from Zach. You can use them permanently without needing to return them." "A gift from the Emperor?" Darius was startled. He never expected the Emperor of the Anchor Dynasty to be so generous. After exiting the pavilion, turn left and walk 100 meters. There, the quartermaster will distribute the spirit weapons. Simply tell them what you need, and they'll issue them to you," the black-armored soldier added. "Thank you." Darius bid farewell to the black-armored soldier and turned to leave. Once Darius departed, the black-armored soldier took out a card and loudly announced, "Area B-256. Exiting the pavilion and turning left, Darius saw a large crowd excitedly collecting their spirit weapons. They all wore expressions of pure joy, clearly receiving impressive items. Unable to contain his curiosity, Darius asked a passing young warrior, "Brother, why does everyone seem so excited? Could it be that the spirit weapons granted by the Emperor are extraordinary?" Stopping momentarily, the young warrior scrutinized Darius and asked, "Brother, are you new here?" "I just arrived not long ago," Darius admitted. "That explains it. Now you can go and claim your spirit weapon. Once you see it, you'll understand why we're all so thrilled. Trust me, you'll be delighted too," the young warrior exclaimed happily before leaving. The scene vividly describes Darius's experience registering and receiving his spirit weapons. It portrays the meticulous process set breathing room. Upon learning that the Lost Lands had been returned to humanity, all humans within the Daya dynasty celebrated for a month, even though they hadn't participated directly in the battles. However, many had relatives involved, and as family members, they felt immense pride in this achievement and honored their ancestors with such success. In an ancient hall, King Harold sat on his dragon throne, flanked by officials who stood neatly on both sides, ready to receive orders. Looking closely, one could see the excitement on every minister's face, awaiting the king's command. Especially among the military officers, their excitement was palpable, blood boiling with fervor, ready to draw their swords at the king's command. Seeing the eager expressions, Harold composed himself and said solemnly, "My lords, the time has come for us to launch our offensive against the Kunlun region. What do you think?" Agreed. All the officials responded in unison. Not agreeable? That would be absurd. They had waited long enough. With the king's order, all armies would instantly converge on Kunlun, launching swift assaults across various regions. Moreover, comrades stationed in the Kunlun region were already prepared to coordinate inside and out upon the start of the attack. Very well. Harold smiled. If all my lords agree, I hereby declare war on the Kunlun region. Immediately following, Harold began assigning generals and troops. The ministers stood alert, awaiting the king's orders. Taking a deep breath, Harold announced, Butler shall lead as chief commander, Bowie and Alfredo as strategists, Gustav, Jamar, Muhammad, Anchor Howdun, Gustavo, Norris, Eden, Silas, Jay, Justice, Cortez, and Tadeo Dien as generals, commanding 5 million troops to attack the Tianqiong dynasty. Yes, your majesty. Alfredo, Gustav, Jamar, and others, who remained within the kingdom, stepped forward, saluting respectfully, filled with joy. After receiving the order, they returned to their positions. Butler and his forces had long been waiting in the Tianqiong Empire, now only needing orders to march and conquer. Harold continued, Korik, Colt, Kevin, Josh, Danilo, Ascari, Chandler, Felix, Hyder Yin, Jiang Hyder, Zhoutsong, Pat, Ma Dai, Tadeo Hua, Mengda. Your subject is here, they replied in unison. Korik shall lead as chief commander, with Colt and Kevin as strategists, Josh, Danilo, Ascari, Chandler, Felix, Hyder Yin, Jiang Hyder, Zhoutsong, Pat, Ma Dai, Tadeo Hua, and Mengda as generals, leading 5 million troops to attack the Ghost Fog dynasty. Yes, your majesty. Korik, Colt, Kevin, Josh, and others saluted and returned to their positions. These generals had been summoned within the past 6 years, along with many other Chinese heroes, all present in formation. As they returned, Harold continued, Stephen, Sima E, Eric, Tiger, Riker, Ing Ji, Dai, Meng Ao, Todd He, Renankaro, Gilhao, Ellis, Driscoll, Hendrickler, Pablo. Your subject is here, they replied. Stephen shall lead as chief commander, with Sima E and Eric as strategists, Tiger, Riker, Ing Ji, Dai, Meng Ao, Todd He, Renankaro, Gilhao, Ellis, Driscoll, Hendrickler, and Pablo as generals, commanding 5 million troops to attack the Azura dynasty. Yes, your majesty. Stephen, Sima E, Eric, Tiger, Riker, and others responded respectfully. Harold continued, Jeremiah, Jeff, F.A. Zhang, Tadeo Nkaragong, Brendan, Angelo, Ta Jongsu, Arlen, Burke, Arnie Su, Gainerchin, Flint, Ebenezer Yuki, Avon, Arnie Dewey. Your subject is here, they replied. Jeremiah shall lead as chief commander, with Jeff and F.A. Zhang as strategists, Tadeo Nkaragong, Brendan, Angelo, Ta Jongsu, Arlen, Burke, Arnie Su, Gainerchin, Flint, Ebenezer Yuki, Avon, Arnie Dewey as generals, leading 5 million troops to attack the Wulwan state. Yes, your majesty. Harold added, the Wulwan state is one of the most challenging among the 9 empires, always turbulent. Be extra cautious. The Wulwan state was a unique and troublesome force, hence why he dispatched strategist Jeff to accompany them. Yes, your majesty. They responded seriously and returned to their ranks. Once they had departed, Harold continued, Fuiz, Winston, Gil Zhao, Tadeo Guang, Hart, Giovanni, Sun Tzu, Eddie Sun, Rufus, Khalil, Will, Bobby, Gan Ning, Chen Wu, Dong Shi. Your subject is here, they replied. Fuiz shall lead as chief commander, with Winston and Gil Zhao as strategists, Tadeo Guang, Hart, Giovanni, Sun Tzu, Eddie Sun, Rufus, Khalil, Will, Bobby, Gan Ning, Chen Wu, Dong Shi as generals, leading 5 million troops to attack the Beihai dynasty. Yes, your majesty. Fuiz, Winston, Gil Zhao, Tadeo Guang, Hart, Giovanni, Sun Tzu, and others looked especially serious, eyes gleaming with excitement, responding promptly. Finally, they could showcase their prowess, achieve great feats on the battlefield, expand the territory of the dynasty, and fight to establish an imperishable realm. Chapter 630, Guests from Kunlun Realm. As everyone returned to their positions, Harold continued, Ewing, your servant is present. Ewing promptly stepped forward from the front of the formation. How is the preparation of provisions for the troops coming along? Harold asked expressionlessly. War primarily required food. Without enough food, it would be very difficult to move or fight the army, especially now that war was imminent. The army must prepare provisions in advance. Everyone on the scene knew this principle clearly. The provisions are all ready, Ewing replied stoically. We have gathered enough grain for the 5 armies to last 6 months. Half a month ago, after receiving orders from the king, he immediately arranged for people to collect food supplies. Now, preparations were nearly complete, sufficient for each army's needs. Now the necessary provisions for the 5 armies were prepared and stored in spatial rings, ready to be distributed to the 5 armies at any time. Harold nodded with a slight smile and then asked expressionlessly, are the new weapons and armor for the soldiers also ready? They are all ready and can be issued to the commanders at any time, Ewing answered. Satisfied with the response, Harold gestured for him to return to the lineup. His gaze shifted to Hiroshi, and he said, Hiroshi, I'm here. Hiroshi quickly stepped out of the formation. How is the selection of city administrators coming along? Are they trustworthy? Their army could not leave conquered cities unmanaged, or there would inevitably be unprecedented unrest in the rear, leading to severe consequences for the frontline forces. Especially concerning the trustworthiness of these city administrators, it was critically important to them. If any of them betrayed them, it would deal a lethal blow to their dynasty of Great Anchor, especially to the soldiers fighting on the front lines. Therefore, selecting city administrators was crucial. They had to be loyal to the dynasty and never betray it, or else it would be like stabbing them in the back. All selections have been made, and they can depart at any moment to serve as city administrators in Kunlun Realm, Hiroshi reported. After nodding, Harold looked at the officers before him and said, "Esteemed ministers, our attack on Kunlun Realm will not be simultaneous but staged. First, you must wait for Butler and his men to launch an internal offensive in the Tianqiong Empire, causing chaos within the court, followed by your 4 remaining armies launching their assault. This strategy aimed to catch surrounding forces off guard, plunging them into shock while creating opportunities for the other 4 armies to attack. Such a decision was made in conjunction with his strategists. Otherwise, he wouldn't do this nor think of such a plan. Hit them from the center. Surprise them from all sides." Yes. Just as everyone was discussing further, a golden armored soldier quickly approached from outside the hall. Everyone instantly stopped talking. Though unsure why he came, it was evident that he had something important to report by walking up to where the ministers were deliberating. Seeing the sudden appearance of the golden armored soldier, Harold frowned and asked, "What is it?" He trusted this soldier, yet had explicitly ordered that no one should come close or enter unless it was urgent. His sudden arrival caused Harold some confusion. What was so pressing? "A group of people from Kunlun Realm requests an audience," the soldier said suddenly. "People from Kunlun Realm?" The entire assembly, including King Harold on the throne, frowned in puzzlement. "What do these people want?" asked Harold irritably. "This subordinate does not know." The golden armored soldier shook his head slightly and continued, "I only found them very mysterious. There were 3 of them, and the leader said they're inviting the king to a gathering at court." Harold fell silent. For this group to arrive undetected by the imperial guards meant they were cautious, possibly disguising themselves to blend in and avoid discovery. At this point, Ewing stepped forward from the formation. "Your Majesty, their arrival is certainly not simple. Send someone to arrange accommodation for them first, then summon them." "Your Majesty, I agree with Minister Ankuro." Hiroshi stood up from the lineup. We second it." Various ministers also stepped forward from the lineup. Though irritated by this interruption to their battle plans, since the guests were already here, they couldn't turn them away. Looking at the golden armored soldier, Harold spoke. "Tell them the king and ministers are in discussion. If they are willing to wait, lead them to Prince Ankuroyo's residence. I will summon them after the meeting." "Yes." In front of the imperial palace, 20 meters away, an elder and 2 middle-aged men waited silently. Suddenly, the Keith on the left said, "Tadion, the officer hasn't returned. Do you think we've been stood up?" "Indeed, Tadion. It's been so long. Is it possible the king of the Great Anchor Dynasty isn't receiving us?" The Keith on the right added. Though they carried an imperative order to invite the king of the Great Anchor Dynasty to Kunlun Realm, failure wouldn't benefit them. The elder with a goatee remained silent, gazing quietly at the bustling streets and thriving populace. How could a flourishing capital of a dynasty rival an imperial capital? It was unprecedented. Why did Master invite such a minor dynasty to participate in the 100-year court meeting? The left-hand Keith asked in puzzlement. "Tadion, could you tell us why Master would invite a minor dynasty to a 100-year court meeting?" The right-hand Keith echoed the question, equally baffled. "Minor dynasty? If a dynasty that recovered human territory lost to alien races is considered minor, then the empires of Kunlun might as well be nothing," Tadion said expressionlessly. Hearing this, both men fell silent, lowering their heads in chagrin. The elder was right. If the Great Anchor Dynasty was just a minor force, then the imperial powers of Kunlun might as well be nothing. They occupied vast territories but could not reclaim lost lands as effectively as the Great Anchor Dynasty did by sending armies against alien races, recovering the 3rd defensive line lost in Nanyang territory within 8 years. ##### Chapter 631. The Centennial Conference. Just then, the golden armored general who had left returned. Upon seeing this general come back, the 2 middle-aged men felt a wave of relief. His return indicated that they still had a chance to meet the monarch of the Great Anchor Dynasty. Otherwise, it would mean they had no such opportunity. Approaching the 3 visitors, the golden armored general said, "The military king and his ministers are in session now, so it's inconvenient for them to meet you. Additionally, our king has instructed me to tell you that if you genuinely wish to see him, you should follow me, and I will arrange accommodations for you while you await the king's summon." The 2 middle-aged men were about to say something when the elderly man surnamed Tadion gave them a stern look, causing them to obediently shut their mouths. After silencing the 2 whelming surge of power from him that sent shockwaves through their hearts, they couldn't believe it. Is this really a dynasty's monarch? How could a dynasty's monarch possess such power? Even the rulers of imperial dynasties wouldn't have such strength. Harold exuded an aura comparable to that of the emperors of the 3 great imperial dynasties, which was simply terrifying. As they entered, Mickey immediately led Tadeo and Tadeobo to pay respects to Harold. Mickey, Tadeo, Tadeobo, paying respect to the monarch of the Great Anchor Dynasty. "There's no need for formalities," Harold said coolly. "Now, speak. What brings you here?" Seeing Harold get straight to the point, Mickey did not waste any more time and explained, "Our visit today is on behalf of the Imperial Pavilion, inviting the monarch of the Great Anchor Dynasty to attend the Centennial Conference gathering all 3 great imperial dynasties and 9 major imperial dynasties rulers." The Imperial Pavilion? Centennial Conference? Harold, seated on his throne, furrowed his brows in confusion. How had he never heard of this event before? After a brief hesitation, Harold said with a hint of amusement. Why would the assembly of the 3 great imperial dynasties and 9 major imperial dynasties invite a ruler from a small dynasty like mine? Could this be a trap set for me? It seemed absurd that the top forces of the Kunlun domain would invite him to such a gathering. He wondered if they planned to eliminate him. Yet, he was curious about what exactly this once-a-century conference was about and what topics it covered. After all, it was the first time he had heard of such an event. Please rest assured, monarch of the Great Anchor Dynasty. This is neither a trap nor a path to death. The Imperial Pavilion aims to mediate relations among the 3 great imperial dynasties and 9 major imperial dynasties while also allocating resources from newly discovered territories, Mickey assured him. Harold remained silent for a moment before asking, when does this once-a-century conference of yours take place? In half a month, Mickey replied. Half a month? Harold muttered to himself. Looks like there's still time to prepare for elevating the Great Anchor Dynasty into an imperial dynasty. Turning his gaze to Mickey, he asked, so when should I accompany you to the Imperial Pavilion? In 10 days, Mickey replied. As soon as Mickey and the others left, Hiroshi and Ewing emerged from behind the hall, saying, Your Majesty. Well, what do you think of the credibility of what the old man said? Harold asked them expressionlessly. They had been listening silently from behind, but he was still hesitant about how much to trust their words. Exchanging glances, Ewing spoke up, Your Majesty, based on what he said, it seems highly credible, yet also highly suspicious. Please elaborate, Harold urged calmly. I found his statements quite plausible, but we know very little about the existence of the Imperial Pavilion. Therefore, we remain skeptical about this once-a-century conference, Ewing explained seriously. They had never heard of this conference of the 3 great imperial emperors and 9 major imperial lords. Even with extensive intelligence, they had no prior knowledge of this event, making it highly questionable and difficult to decide whether to participate. After a moment of silence, Harold turned to Hiroshi and asked, What do you think? Your Majesty, my thoughts align with Chancellor Ankaros, Hiroshi replied. Though we don't fully understand this once-a-century conference held by the Imperial Pavilion, I believe the Great Anchor Dynasty should attend to observe their intentions. However, before we proceed, we must elevate the Great Anchor Dynasty to an imperial dynasty to be on par with the 3 great imperial dynasties and 9 major imperial dynasties. That sounds reasonable, Ewing agreed. I also support elevating the Great Anchor Dynasty to an imperial dynasty within these 10 days. Given our current territory and strength, we are well prepared to become an imperial force. Since capturing the 3rd line of defense in Abyss City, the territory of the Great Anchor Dynasty had doubled. If they captured more northern defenses, it would quadruple. Though they were still a quarter short of an imperial dynasty's territory, it was sufficient given their capabilities. Once elevated, they could proudly attend the Imperial Pavilion's Centennial Conference. Chapter 632. Arrival in Kunlun Realm. Now, who do you think is suitable to accompany this king to Kunlun for the Centennial meeting? Harold looked at the 2 men before him and said indifferently. This meeting was no ordinary one, and his attendance was crucial. Besides, it would be inappropriate not to attend after receiving an invitation. Though he wasn't aware of what the Centennial meeting entailed, he wanted to see what these 3 imperial dynasties and 9 emperor states were up to. The 2 men remained silent, their thoughts consumed by who should accompany the king. Dane? Titus? Uncor? These 3 could be excluded, as they guarded important places in the dynasty, constantly vigilant against enemy attacks. After a long silence, they exchanged glances, and then Hiroshi stepped forward. Your Majesty, I recommend Jamar, Gustav, Korik, Lloyd, Hart, Danilo, and Tiger to accompany you. Harold nodded slightly with a smile and turned his gaze to Ewing. Caesar Ankaro, do you have any additions? Well, Your Majesty, my recommendations are similar to Caesar Tadeo's, but I suggest adding 2 more individuals, replied Ewing. Who are they? Harold asked softly. Lord Jeff and General Faulkner, said Ewing. General Faulkner is understandable, but Caesar Ankaro, why do you wish for Jeff, the strategist, to come along? Harold inquired with a puzzled expression. Taking Faulkner along wouldn't be an issue, but taking the genius Jeff left Harold very puzzled. Although Jeff was incredibly powerful, he was a strategist, not a warrior, and while planning strategies was his forte, protecting the king might not be his strong suit. Lord Jeff is a top-notch strategist, with a sharp mind. His presence can offer immediate counsel to solve any potential troubles, explained Ewing. These few words suffice to explain why he believed Jeff's presence would ease the king's concerns. Given Jeff's exceptional strategic acumen, having him nearby was indeed a prudent choice. Very well, these individuals will suffice. As for troops, there's no need. With these generals to protect me and Jeff by my side to strategize, and the embroidered uniform guards spread throughout Kunlun, my safety should be assured, Harold said calmly. Yes, Your Majesty, the 2 responded in unison, albeit with wry smiles. They couldn't alter the king's decision and knew their duty was to safeguard him. No matter who dares to harm the king, we will show no leniency, they agreed inwardly. Now, I plan to elevate our Great Anchor Dynasty to the Great Anchor Emperor state soon. Which period do you think is most fitting? Harold asked. It's now the 12th day of the 4th month. The 19th would be auspicious for such an elevation, Hiroshi said after some thought. Turning to Ewing, Harold asked, What do you think? Yes, Your Majesty, Ewing nodded lightly. Since you both agree, proceed with preparations. Time is limited, so expedite the arrangements. We shall officially become an emperor state on the 19th, Harold ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. And inform all division commanders to stand down from assembling the army until after my return from the emperor meeting. Then, we'll launch coordinated assaults, Harold added. Understood. After agreeing, Harold stood up to leave, with Andy following close behind. The 2 ministers stayed behind, exchanging glances. Caesar Ankaro, it looks like we have much work ahead, Hiroshi remarked. 10 days later, the Great Anchor Dynasty had officially become the Great Anchor Emperor state, the first of its kind in Nanyang region. On that morning, Harold and his group set out for Kunlun. They used a temporary teleportation array erected by Ta Cheng, arriving at Chunyu County before traveling via carriage to the ancient teleportation array leading to Kunlun. 3 days later, arriving in Kunlun, Harold was impressed by the abundant, heavenly chi here. It was twice as dense as in Kunlun Jade. Emerging from the teleportation array in black attire, Harold asked Mickey beside him, Director Tadion, how do we get to the Emperor Pavilion? Your Majesty, we'll use a different teleportation array, specifically the Emperor ####, Chapter 633. Harold, the brother obsessed with his sister. In Gannan City, inside an exceptionally exquisite and elegantly decorated pavilion that appeared particularly lavish, nearly a dozen Imperial guards had gathered. They seemed to be discussing the arrival of the king. The king was headed to the Imperial Pavilion in Jufeng City for a meeting, and they needed to reach there as soon as possible. Although it took nearly 5 days to travel from Gannan City to Jufeng City, they all had to arrive at the first opportunity. As the simply dressed Imperial guards sat on the ground, a fellow guard approached them from afar. Upon seeing him, they quickly stood up. Boss. The 9 who had just stood up greeted immediately. Is everyone here? The leader of the Imperial Guard squad asked calmly. Boss, as per your orders, all the brothers have gathered here from various places without fail, one of the guards replied. Ever since their boss called them here, they arrived as quickly as possible. Even though they didn't understand why, they still arrived promptly. Since everyone has arrived, let me tell you about our next mission, the squad leader said. The king has already reached the Kunlun domain. Our mission is to get to Jufeng City as quickly as possible, then disguise ourselves and go into hiding, ensuring the king's safety at all times. What? But the entire city was extraordinarily vibrant. The generals beside him looked astonished at this ancient city, recognizing its profound significance and its distant age. Their current location was the southern part of Jufeng City, right above an ancient teleportation array connected to the one they used to arrive. With a sigh of relief at the familiar environment, Mickey smiled and said, Zack, please follow me. I will lead you to the Imperial Pavilion. Taking the other party to the Imperial Pavilion was now of utmost importance, after which the Pavilion Master would personally arrange accommodation for them, making everything proper. Besides, the Centennial meeting would commence in 2 days, and he couldn't afford to keep them here any longer. It would be too awkward. Sure. Harold nodded slightly, and they followed him away from there. People, look at those folks. Who are they? They seem so unfamiliar. Hey, isn't that Elder Tadion, one of the 3 managers of the Imperial Pavilion? Are you blind? That can only be Elder Tadion. Who else could it be? But seriously, who are these people? What are they doing here, and why is Elder Tadion personally greeting them? People around began discussing, filled with confusion and bewilderment. If someone as important as Manager Mickey was escorting them personally, it could only mean that these people were no ordinary visitors. You tried to hug my sister. This? Gerald felt his face burning red. Karina. Xylan. Gerald had only known them for a month, yet it felt like he had known Anna for much longer. He couldn't explain why exactly. Second Lewis, Gerald and Auntie clearly like each other. Why do you keep interfering? Are you trying to stop them from being together? Karina thought inwardly. Ever since they met Auntie Anna a month ago, they had been elated. However, something strange happened. Auntie Anna started showing interest in Gerald, stuttering whenever she spoke to him. It seemed they had developed feelings for each other. But Second Lewis Harold didn't approve of their closeness, especially any signs of affection between them. Chapter 634. Dividing the resources of the Tianji secret realm. Emperor Anchor, this old man is Fox, the master of Imperial Pavilion. Before arranging accommodation for you, I welcome you and your companions on behalf of the Imperial Pavilion. As Harold and his group just stepped into the Imperial Pavilion, a black-clothed elder with black hair and ruddy cheeks greeted them. The Desi before him truly earned his admiration. Barely in his 40s, he had established an unprecedented court force which now advanced to become an imperial dynasty. Moreover, his nearly tens of millions of dispatched troops had forced the alien races into retreat, reclaiming territories once occupied by humans, achieving what no one before or after could. The generals beside him had accomplished much for him as well, especially Hart, Jamar, Gustav, top-tier generals who gave off terrifying vibes, far exceeding what was expected from a newly elevated imperial dynasty. Master, those are kind words. To be invited here is an honor indeed, Harold replied with a smile. Everyone says Emperor Anchor is a tyrant, but in my view, you are a just ruler who has dedicated your life to establishing this court, striving to secure a peaceful land for the broader human race, Fox remarked with heartfelt respect. Common lore told that within Nanyang domain there was a tyrant feared by all. But at the sight of the emperor, Fox saw not a tyrant, but a just ruler who strived for peace and order for humanity. If such a person were labeled a tyrant, none in this world would measure up, not even deserving to serve as his boot-bearer. Oh, master, you flatter me too much, Harold gently shook his head with humility. Your Majesty, based on my investigation, the monarchs of the 3 royal dynasties and 9 imperial dynasties have all arrived and are resting in their respective courtyards, awaiting the once-a-century court meeting in 2 days, Jeff softly reported inside an elegant pavilion within a delicate courtyard. Jamar and Gustav guarded outside. Tianqiong Dynasty, capturing its capital as quickly as possible. Jeff's strategy was simple, strike at the heart and spread outward, rendering the empire leaderless overnight, eventually consuming it entirely. In the meantime, let's probe their intentions, attend the meeting, and discuss how to attack Tianqiong Dynasty, Harold said. Yes, your Majesty. In the morning, while Harold and his men were discussing matters, Fox visited unannounced. It seemed he had something important to discuss with Harold. Upon arrival, Fox smiled and said, Emperor Anchor, forgive my unexpected visit, but I believe you won't mind? Haha, Master Chun, you speak too formally. I'm delighted you're here. How could I mind? Harold replied warmly, inviting him to sit. After seating, Harold asked, Master Chun, why did you come to see me this early morning? To inform you of the content of this century-long meeting, Fox smiled. Oh, please enlighten me, Harold responded, surprised. He had been curious, but hadn't dared ask due to lack of information. He never imagined Fox would suddenly share this information with him. It was completely unexpected. This century-long meeting will primarily discuss dividing the resources of a newly discovered Tier 1 secret realm. The 3 royal dynasties will take 40%, and the remaining 60% will be evenly divided among the 10 imperial dynasties. Such resource distribution was crucial to balance power and prevent conflicts over unequal shares. Inviting the Great Anchor dynasty had been a carefully considered decision, given its capabilities. Still, some dynasties seemed unhappy about sharing the resources of the Tier 1 secret realm with the Great Anchor, especially since its sudden appearance meant less for each party. Jeff smiled calmly and said, Master Chun, this matter might not be as simple as it seems. Fox's gaze locked onto the seemingly 30-year-old man, his eyes narrowing. This man was peculiar and dangerous, like a venomous snake watching him closely. Moreover, he felt as if this person could read his thoughts, treating him like a plaything in his hands. Emperor Anchor. Who is this? Fox asked curiously, regaining his composure. My civil officer, Jeff, Harold said quietly. I see. An honor to meet you. Translation ends. Chapter 635. The movements of the major sovereigns of the imperial dynasties. Your Majesty, the Emperor of the Great Anchor dynasty and his generals have arrived. Jamar, Gustav, Hart, Korik, and Tiger. These formidable warriors are among them. As for the others, we know nothing about them. Reported the Azura dynasty's divine general, Tadeo Yuanming, to the Keith in the exquisite courtyard. This man was none other than the sovereign of the Azura dynasty, Finley, who was their leader this time. After a moment of silence, the man sitting on the electric cushion, with eyes sharp like those of a dormant dragon, asked, Did the Emperor of the Great Anchor dynasty bring any troops with him? How many soldiers did he bring? Reporting to your Majesty, the Emperor of the Great Anchor dynasty brought only about a dozen people. As for soldiers, they did not bring any. Tadeo Yuanming responded promptly. No soldiers? Finley frowned, his brow furrowing with doubt. Why would they not bring any soldiers? Aren't they worried about encountering danger? I'm not quite sure about that either. According to my investigation, only a dozen people came with Tadeo Guancher. We haven't seen a single soldier, Tadeo Yuanming said with a gentle shake of his head. He too was puzzled by the Great Anchor dynasty's decision not to bring soldiers. He even suspected it might be because their soldiers were too weak. However, after inquiring from Mickey, he learned that the reason wasn't due to weakness, but rather the Emperor of the Great Anchor dynasty's personal choice not to bring them. What reactions have the other imperial dynasties had to the arrival of the Emperor of the Great Anchor dynasty? Finley asked expressionlessly. How is the investigation going? What do you know about the strength of the warriors the Emperor of the Great Anchor dynasty brought with him? Armin, the Emperor of the Beihai dynasty, a man around 40 with piercing eyes, asked the Keith before him. The man named Todd Gufeng was one of the 2 divine generals responsible for gathering information. Now that he had returned, Armin wanted to see what he had discovered. Reporting to your Majesty, I am ashamed to say that they never revealed their strength from start to finish. Additionally, Tadeo Guancher and his group remain tight-lipped, so we know very little about these people's capabilities, Todd Gufeng replied humbly, lowering his head with a bitter expression. Having been assigned such an important task by Zack, he felt helpless that he couldn't meet expectations despite his best efforts. Even trying to get some information from Mickey had been futile as he hadn't let slip a single word. What are the other 8 imperial emperors thinking about the arrival of the Emperor of the Great Anchor dynasty? What are they doing now? Are they also investigating as we are? Armin asked. Except for the Emperor of the Wulwan Kingdom, the emperors of the other 7 imperial dynasties are all investigating the news of the Emperor of the Great Anchor dynasty, especially regarding the cultivation levels of the warriors accompanying him, Todd Gufeng replied. As for the madman of Wulwan, don't worry about him. Regardless of how mysterious or how little power you show, he will still consider you a waste. As for the other emperors, keep a close eye on them, Armin said softly. As dusk fell, your Majesty, of the 9 major imperial dynasties, apart from the Wulwan Kingdom, the other 8 are all investigating our movements, Lloyd reported. Hendra crowing his brow, Harold asked, what actions have the 3 great royal families taken? They have not moved at all, as if completely ignoring us, showing no regard for the Great Anchor dynasty, Ascari replied coldly. Their disregard would eventually cost them dearly. One day, they would experience firsthand the edge of their demon blades. The more they overlooked them, the more time they had to prepare against them, ultimately erasing them from history. Since they enjoy ignoring us, leave them be. As for the 9 major dynasties, let them investigate all they want. To us, they are merely ants in our hands, ready to be crushed whenever we wish, Harold said coldly. He suspected that these people were in such a hurry to investigate them because they wanted to assess their strength before suppressing them during the division of resources. After all, their sudden arrival had already disrupted the distribution of the 6 parts of the source, and with more wolves vying for less meat, everyone understood this principle. Turning to Jeff beside him, Harold asked quietly, Feng Xiao, how has your task gone? Reporting to your Majesty, it is complete. Additionally, according to reports from the embroidered uniform guard, Prince Yu, Crown Prince Etzel, Prince Basil, and Princess Gil have arrived and are expected to enter the city before the gates close, Jeff replied. The king's request was simple. Rent a courtyard within the city for their residence and meetings. Nodding slightly, Harold said softly, since they have arrived, go with me to meet them. Standing up, Harold left, followed by the rest of the group as they accompanied their ruler. Lord Pavilion Master, won't the Emperor of Anchor causing trouble in the city lead to unnecessary complications? At the entrance of the Pavilion of Emperors, or rather at the city gate since the pavilion was essentially a city within a city, Mickey watched Harold and his group depart, squinting his eyes in concern. When Harold and his group requested to leave for a while, they had tried to dissuade them, but to no avail. They insisted on going out, seemingly to handle some important matters. Stroking his goatee and watching Harold leave, Fox said softly, don't worry, there won't be any issues. Besides, they're determined to do what they want, which isn't something we can stop. Also, I believe no one would dare cause trouble in Jufeng City at this time. Otherwise, they'd be inviting death. While they didn't know why Harold was going out, it was not their place to interfere. Moreover, given the current situation, with leaders from 3 great royal families and 9 major imperial dynasties gathered in Jufeng City, anyone upsetting them would be akin to throwing eggs at stones, especially considering the emperors of the 3 great royal families were formidable figures not to be trifled with. Chapter 636, Declaring War Directly. Your Highness, the Jinui have brought Prince Crown and the others here. As Jeff walked into the ancient-style room, he immediately reported. Hearing this, Harold's face instantly lit up with a smile. Bring them in. Thinking of seeing his sister soon, Harold felt an extraordinary excitement within him. His sister had been taken away right after she was born. Although his brother had found her before and they did meet through shadows, he hadn't truly seen her yet. The imminent reunion made him extremely excited, even impatient to see her. Yes. Not long after turning to leave, Jeff led Harold, Addie, Gerald, Xylan, and Anna into the room. Upon entering, Addie and the others smiled and greeted. Father. Brother. Brother Harold. Brother. Seeing these energetic young men in front of him, Harold was deeply moved. He stood up from the cushion, walked to his brother, patted both of his shoulders, and smiled warmly. Great. Haven't seen you in years, you've grown taller and more spirited. Hee. Brother, no matter how handsome I get, I can never be as handsome as you, said Harold modestly. He turned out to be the youngest. How helpless could that be? Once the 3 were aside, Harold's eyes focused on the young girl who resembled his brother somewhat, revealing a hint of excitement. This was his sister, Anna, the very person he had missed day and night, whom he eagerly wanted to find. Walking up to her, Harold reached out and touched her face, trembling with emotion. Anna, brother misses you so much. Brother. As soon as the words came out, Anna rushed into her brother's embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks. Finally, she met her brother, the only 2 people she yearned for night and day. For her, apart from her master, the rest of the world was these 2 brothers far away. The next evening, Imperial Pavilion, Hall of World Council. At this moment, the 10 imperial sovereigns of the 10 major dynasties, the 3 emperors of the 3 royal dynasties, along with their 6 generals each, were gathered here discussing how to divide the newly discovered territory. You Empire of Great Anchor has just risen to power. What qualifies you to share the resources of the new territories with us, the ancient forces? Suddenly, a towering man, 9 feet tall, with a tiger-like body and wolfish waist, leopard head, and ape arms, strode forward. His black hair danced in the wind, and his eyes shone like copper. He showed obvious disdain and sneered at them. Beside Harold, Jamar looked displeased at this imposing Keith, whose eyes were full of scorn. Jamar's brows furrowed with murderous intent, and he cursed. What? Who the hell are you to speak like this to our sovereign? Don't make me dismember you into 8 pieces. Humph. I am General Ouyang Xinming, one of the 12 divine generals of the Azura dynasty. The red-armored man snorted coldly, hands behind his back, eyes filled with disdain, and voice icy cold. I'm giving you respect by talking to you. Don't take it for granted. Bang. Before he finished speaking, Gustav's fist flew straight towards him, landing a heavy punch on his face, sending him flying. F***CK. How dare you speak to our sovereign like that? Are you looking for death? Gustav's expression was stern, his war spirit reaching the heavens. His eyes shot cold glares, and the twin halberds hidden within him trembled with readiness. Spit. The burly man flew backward and slammed into the wall, spitting blood from his mouth. His face grew cold as he drew his long saber, gathering spiritual energy onto it, and charged ferociously towards Harold and the others. Who dares to harm me? You're looking for death. At the instant the man swung his saber, other Azura dynasty generals, with grim expressions, brandished their weapons and rushed towards Harold and his group. Generals, protect the sovereign. Jeff shouted without emotion. The 8 generals of the Great Anchor dynasty, Tiger, Jamar, Gustav, Korik, Lloyd, Hart, Danilo, quickly drew their weapons. Faulkner, however, stood silently aside. Dealing with these minor players required no effort from him. His targets were the emperors of the royal dynasties and possibly some around him. Seeing the impending battle, the swords drawn, and blood about to stain the pavilion, Harold quietly spoke. Generals, don't draw your blades here. You came here for wealth, not to die. We are civilized men who should persuade with virtue, not brute force. Haha. The 30-something Azura emperor, dressed in golden dragon robes, stepped forward with mocking face. An emperor with bloody hands preaching virtue? Afraid lightning will strike you when you walk? If anyone else said this, it would sound pleasant, but coming from you, it tastes sour. The Beihai emperor stepped out, showing disdain. The Great Anchor emperor indeed cannot talk about righteousness after all the blood spilled these years, Tianxiong emperor added arrogantly. Other sovereigns and generals present watched Harold. Lord knows that you possess such strength, but don't forget that we are in Jufeng City, which holds a neutral stance. It is a place forbidden for lords of any empire, let alone emperors of the 3 royal dynasties, to fight. Harold replied calmly. His words instantly silenced everyone present. The rolling aura they had been emitting was suddenly like having a bucket of cold water poured on them, bringing them back to their senses. Harold wasn't wrong. For thousands of years, Jufeng City has remained neutral. If they were to start fighting here, it would announce open warfare. The military forces of the 9 great empires and 3 royal dynasties would then be free to burn, kill, and plunder in this city, destroying its neutrality and the interests allocated among the 3 royal dynasties and 9 great empires. Once war breaks out here, when new resources appear, they would not know how to divide these resources, or where to carry out this division. Upon hearing Harold's speech, Fox's eyes lit up. He didn't expect the lord of the Great Anchor dynasty to have investigated this matter so thoroughly, stopping everyone present instantly. Admittedly, the lord of the great Anchor dynasty is ruthless. With just one move, he pierced through their defenses like pulling out a sharp sword straight into their hearts, delivering a fatal blow. Seeing everyone remain silent, Harold, with an icy expression, turned to look at Jeff beside him and spoke in Chinese. Feng Ankaro, notify Bede immediately to gather the army. Also, notify Bowie, Butler, and Muhammad to quickly organize the troops to capture the capital of the Sky Empire. Then establish a teleportation array to send a large number of troops to the Sky Empire.
Yes.
As soon as the words were spoken, Harold turned his gaze towards Jamar and Gustav, saying, you two should also go. I want this war to spread across the entire Sky Empire in a single night, instilling fear in all the empires. Upon hearing the command given in Chinese, the three accepted the order with stern faces and quickly turned to leave the pavilion at maximum speed. Seeing them leave, Fox was very puzzled. He couldn't understand why they suddenly left, but he did not stop them, allowing them to leave. In the Sky Empire capital, at the Chancellor's residence. At this moment, Bowie and Butler were gathered together. Just now, the king issued an order to them, demanding they take the Sky Empire capital as quickly as possible, using it as a base to expand outward. Z. Ankaro, how are Generals Norris, Eden, Silas, and Jay prepared? Can they occupy the four sides of the capital by midnight tonight? Bowie asked coldly. Since Norris, Eden, Silas, and Jay arrived, he and Butler had secretly promoted them and scattered them along the four walls surrounding the Sky Empire capital, ready to cooperate with them in occupying the capital. They are all set and waiting for our orders to occupy the four walls as quickly as possible, Butler replied coolly. As soon as the king announced the offensive order, he ensured everyone was ready and stayed on the walls until they captured the Sky Empire capital. How about Generals Muhammad and Justice? Can they occupy the Imperial Palace as soon as our forces take the four walls? Bowie asked again. They are also fully prepared and will launch an attack on the Imperial Palace as soon as the battle begins on the walls, Butler responded. Now that everything was ready, they would quickly capture the Sky Empire capital by midnight and completely reshape it. Not only that, to ensure the success of this offensive, they used only their own elite troops under direct command. Why only these troops? It was simple. They wanted to avoid outside ears and prevent their secret plans from being exposed. Their direct command forces were incredibly strong, able to capture the Sky Empire capital within the shortest time possible, preferably before dawn, to shock all sides. Despite the capital's vastness, guarded by 1 million troops, with 20,000 soldiers each on the east, south, west, and north walls, and another 20,000 defending the Imperial Palace, half of the soldiers defending the walls were loyal to them, while the other half were loyal to the Sky Empire. As for the palace guards, they couldn't infiltrate them, hence the need to dispatch 200,000 troops to attack. When you and General Muhammad will deal with the powerful figures in the palace. I will lead the remaining forces against the powerful officials in the city. When the time comes, I will give the signal. At that moment, you must eliminate everyone around you who is not on our side. No survivors, Norris said expressionlessly. They could not afford to be overly eager. They had to wait for the precise time to attack to ensure that the forces on all four sides would simultaneously seize control of the city walls. Once they occupied the four walls, the enemies within the city would be like fish in a jar, easy prey to crush and prevent from escaping.
Yes.
The general turned away promptly upon receiving the order. Norris remained on the spot, his cold gaze sweeping over the surroundings, especially the towering city wall before him. Soon, they would take this wall and coordinate with other units to occupy the capital. On the other three walls, Eden and others were instructing the troops below to prepare. As soon as the signal came, they would swiftly occupy the walls on all sides. In the darkness of the night, people seemed unaware that an unprecedented crisis was looming over them. Even the ministers of the Tincheong Empire did not know that Muhammad and Justice's armies had also been teleported here, specifically to Bowie's residence. Watching the continuous arrival of troops, the two felt a sense of immense joy and eagerly awaited more reinforcements. They were thankful for the spaciousness of the left chancellor's mansion. Otherwise, these hundreds of thousands of troops would have overwhelmed the place. To ensure that no news of the army's arrival leaked out, all irrelevant personnel within the chancellor's mansion were confined together. At this moment, Jamar and Gustav were also teleported via a small teleportation array set up by the Imperial Guards. Upon seeing their arrival, Bowie immediately greeted them, while Butler instructed, "Generals, please have one of you accompany me to oversee Feng's 30 million strong force." Originally, he planned to deal with the officials in the city first, but considering Feng's massive army of over 30 million, he decided to control them first to gain greater power. Despite having already infiltrated the ranks where most had defected to his side, he still wanted to stabilize the morale to ensure the army wouldn't turn into disorganized chaos. His 10,000 elite troops and the Tiger Leopard cavalry were placed within Feng's ranks as a precaution. Gustav and Jamar exchanged glances, then Gustav spoke, "General-in-Chief, I'll accompany you." "Very well, let us proceed to Feng's camp immediately to ensure stability among the troops." Butler nodded slightly. Turning to Bowie, he added, "Atlee, leave the matters here to you. I'll go stabilize Feng's troops first." "Understood. Take care and don't resort to overpowering them unless absolutely necessary," Bowie nodded. "That won't be a problem," Butler replied, leading Gustav towards the nearby teleportation array and heading to Feng's camp. After they left, Bowie looked at Jamar beside him, saying, "Zhongkong, please lead the troops to deal with the officials in the city. Rest assured, if they don't comply, I'll crush their heads and show them our strength," Jamar growled. Shortly, all troops were in place, and Bowie ordered the signal to be sent. Soon, fireworks shot up from the Chancellor's mansion and exploded in the sky. At the same time, intense fireworks erupted on the other three city walls, startling many from their sleep, looking confused at the sky. Why would someone set off fireworks so late at night? Could it be a wedding? But that didn't make sense given the timing. Seeing the right moment, Bowie nodded to the generals, signaling them to commence the attack. Upon receiving the orders, Muhammad and Justice immediately led their respective armies out of the Chancellor's mansion at full speed. Jamar also left with his 10,000 elite soldiers.
Attack.
Before the southern city wall, Norris roared, scanning the area coldly. His long saber sliced through the air like a flash of lightning, instantly felling hundreds of startled, terrified, and bewildered soldiers. Boom. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Not until Norris's army had surged tens of meters forward, spreading carnage and corpses, did the Nanbei army soldiers react, shouting in panic, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Defend quickly!" But Norris's army was already storming into the inner camps of the Nanbei army, who were unprepared and even half asleep. This was the dead of night when everyone was heavily drowsy. As 500,000 troops poured in, they were like tigers amongst sheep. Nanbei army soldiers were barely waking up when swords fell, separating their heads from bodies. What's happening? In the central command tent, the Nanbei army's commander Fedor was startled awake. Grasping his saber tightly, he stormed out and shouted loudly, "General, things are bad. Norris has rebelled, and so have his 10,000 soldiers." A wounded general rushed in, blood streaming down his body, sweating profusely, gasping and anxious. Rebellion? How could that be? Fedor's face changed. Looking north, he saw the roar of battle, with clashing swords and weapons rapidly advancing towards them from the north gate. What was going on? Why did Norris rebel? He had just been promoted to defend the city, hadn't he? Hurry, inform the other 3 walls and request reinforcements. He couldn't issue further orders and immediately ran north, bellowing, "Nanbei army, to arms." Yes. Instantly, countless Nanbei army soldiers stirred, eyes blazing with fighting spirit. But alas, Norris's 500,000 elite troops were too fierce, and every Nanbei soldier who charged forward was swiftly cut down. Chapter 639. Assault from all directions. Charge. At the northern gate of the capital, the massive army surged forward like relentless waves, sweeping away countless soldiers of the Chuansha army, tearing them apart. In just half an hour, they advanced 4 miles through the continuous camps. Bodies littered the ground, and blood flowed in rivers. Charge. Eden's face was cold as he slashed his long blade, sending a wave of sword light through the air. Hundreds of Chuansha army soldiers were cut into 2, their souls sent to the underworld. Behind him, 50,000 elite troops followed closely, swinging their blades in unison, creating thousands of dazzling slashes that seemed almost invincible, clearing out large groups of soldiers. Countless Chuansha army soldiers gritted their teeth and charged forward, but could not halt the advancing elite troops of the great Anchor dynasty by even a fraction. At this moment, they resembled fiends rising from hell, eyes cold and surrounded by a chilling aura. Above their heads, dark red murderous chi clouds churned, making one's heart freeze with fear. After each wave of sword light, bodies lay strewn beneath their feet, flashes of sword light illuminated the sky, and with every breath, thousands of Chuansha army soldiers met their demise. Corpses covered the ground, blood flowed in rivers, and everywhere bones and skulls rolled about. The hellish scene made countless Taidyohu army soldiers feel fear and dread. Eden's direct command elites did not pause for a second. With impassive faces, 10, then 100, then 1,000 stepped forward as if they were one person. Underfoot, the ground was littered with bones, and their long blades shone like death itself, unmatched in brightness and power. Rapidly reaching the front lines of the Chuansha army, General Gino looked at the intense battle and the demonic-like soldiers before him, speechless with shock. How could there be such a terrifying army? Suddenly, he felt his heart cry out, his face paling. Seeing his own soldiers being easily slaughtered, his heart bled. These were soldiers he had painstakingly trained. They were the elite troops guarding the capital. Eugene. Seeing the general leading the assault, Gino's expression changed. His eyes filled with murderous intent, he roared and gripped his long blade tightly, surging forward with powerful momentum like a ferocious beast charging at Eden. He hadn't expected Eden to attack him, leaving him unprepared and unable to react. "Come well," Eden said coldly, pointing his blade towards him. At the eastern gate of the capital, Silas led 5,000 elite troops, like wolves and tigers, devouring the enemy camp with incredible speed. Lu Jin, General Adele of the Wanli army, who had just moved to the front, saw this scene, especially the familiar figure, the general who had been patrolling moments ago, and his expression suddenly changed. Colby, how dare he? How could he attack them? Without hesitation, Adele held his spear and charged westward. Though he didn't understand the situation or why Colby would attack them, he couldn't let the other side keep killing freely. As he charged forward, 1,000 elite soldiers raised their heads, eyes cold and merciless, filled with murderous intent, which seemed almost tangible. Boom. A cloud of bloody murderous chi rose, merging with the cloud of murderous chi above, churning fiercely, spreading an intangible yet terrifying aura in all directions. Suddenly, 2 giant claws emerged from the cloud of murderous chi, accompanied by a deafening roar. The giant claws, several zhang wide, blotted out the sky, directly sweeping towards Adele. "What the hell is that?" Adele exclaimed in surprise, staring up at the bloody cloud of murderous chi above the black-armored elites. This is murderous chi? It can actually take on a physical form? Without hesitation, Adele leaped up, his long blade bursting with brilliant silver light, illuminating the entire sky. Clang! The blade instantly swung out, emitting a sword energy that pierced the heavens. The pitch-black saber shimmered with dazzling silver light, like a silver moon, cutting down. Countless soldiers watched, stunned by the sight. The blade light shot upwards, obscuring the sky in silver. Similarly, those 1,000 elites collectively slashed, the condensed murderous chi blade falling from the sky like a wrathful demon, its overwhelming bloodiness covering the sky. Boom! The clash of blades sent waves of blood-red and black ripples rippling through the air, producing ear-splitting thunderclaps that made everyone tremble. Puff! Adele's face turned pale, and he spewed blood, flying sideways through the air. In just one strike, the middle-rank Wu Saint general of the Wanli army, was defeated. Countless, Wanli army, soldiers, eyes wide, almost went into shock. They could hardly believe what they were seeing. Charge! Approaching within 200 meters of the imperial palace gate under the moonlight, Muhammad drew his long sword, pointing it forward, and shouted loudly. His earth-shaking voice echoed around as countless black-armored soldiers rushed forward. Though they were now 200 meters from the palace and separated by a 50-meter moat, this was insignificant to them. As soon as they approached the wall, it was only a matter of time before they would climb atop it. Additionally, Justice was responsible for attacking the rear gate of the palace. Charge! Charge! The guards on the palace walls, hearing the shouts from outside, turned to look. Seeing the dense mass of unfamiliar figures approaching, everyone was momentarily confused. They had no idea what was happening. But while they hesitated, countless arrows rained upon the walls, instantly killing many of the guards. Through the arched bridge, they quickly entered the edge of the imperial palace wall. The leading soldiers immediately brought forth scaling ladders, pushing them against the wall. Bang! 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 Charge! Once the scaling ladders reached the wall's edge, the generals of the Great Anchor Dynasty immediately led their troops up the ladders, attacking the wall. Caught off guard, the imperial palace guards were initially overwhelmed. However, they quickly reacted and organized a counterattack. Unfortunately, the Great Anchor Dynasty soldiers were too fierce. After a brief engagement, they crushed the resistance and seized the wall. Muhammad, standing in the rear, silently observed the intense battle. Smoke instantly filled the air, and the battle cries reverberated throughout the city. The sudden battle shocked countless people, who woke up from their sleep, staring in horror at the What's going on that has you in such a hurry? Eve, another of the 3 chief managers, also looked puzzled and could not understand why Robert was so anxious. The capital of the Sky Emperor dynasty has fallen, Robert said with a bitter smile. What? Both were startled and leaped up from their cushions. They stared at Robert in disbelief. Could it be possible that the capital of an entire empire had fallen? How is this even possible? This can't be a joke. An empire's capital cannot just fall like that, Eve said sternly, while Mickey also looked bewildered. Whether you believe me or not, the capital of the Sky Emperor dynasty has indeed fallen, and it happened less than half an incense sticks time ago, Robert replied with resignation. And this news comes from our spies within the capital. Just now? Mickey frowned, thoroughly confused. Old to do. Why are we only getting this information now? Shouldn't we have heard about it earlier during the attack? Wasn't this news too late? Logically, once the Sky Emperor dynasty came under attack, they should have received timely reports. Why did it take so long to get this message, and even worse, after the capital had already fallen? Last night, when the attack began, a mysterious array enveloped the capital of the Sky Emperor dynasty, completely cutting off all communication, Robert explained helplessly. Both men furrowed their brows, unsure of what to say. After a moment of silence, Eve suddenly spoke up. Old Todu, the Sky Emperor dynasty is still a form side inwardly. How could Bowie suddenly rebel? Why did he lead a surprise attack and capture the capital overnight? Eve questioned further. Our sources are still investigating. If we get accurate information, it will be sent immediately, Robert replied. Now, I need your agreement to let me inform the Emperor of the Sky Emperor dynasty inside. Otherwise, if he finds out too late, unimaginable consequences will follow, Robert continued. The two exchanged glances, hesitated for a moment, and then nodded lightly. This situation had surpassed their expectations and handling capacity. Stepping into the pavilion, Robert saw a large round table surrounded by the emperors of the 10 great dynasties. The 3 imperial emperors were on the second floor, participating in the resource distribution discussion. Approaching, Robert focused on the emperor of the Sky Emperor dynasty and quickly moved to stand before him, though 2 guards blocked him initially. I have important news for your majesty, Robert declared. Hearing this, everyone present looked puzzled. Even Fox, the pavilion master, gazed at Robert with confusion. Shouldn't Robert be dealing with matters outside? Why did he come here and specifically seek the emperor of the Sky Emperor dynasty? Twisting his head slightly, the emperor of the Sky Emperor dynasty asked in confusion, Manager Todu, what do you need from me? Our sources just reported that Bowie, your left celestial secret realm, were tempting and could prolong their empire's existence by a millennium if they could secure a share. He couldn't afford to delay any longer. A rebellion had broken out within his empire. The Caesar, once a prominent figure, openly opposed the imperial court and even colluded with military generals, a blatant act of defiance inviting death. He did not know who emboldened Bowie or what prompted him to take this drastic action, but they had crossed a line that needed immediate retribution. As they watched the departing figure of the Ford, everyone remained silent, their minds racing to comprehend what was happening. They also wondered about the identity of the attackers and why they suddenly attacked the Heavenly Dome capital. Harold's lips curled into a sinister smile as he turned slightly to look at Jeff beside him, then nodded gently. Their eyes seemed to be exchanging some unspoken words. 2 days later, Nine Peak City, Lonling Inn, 2nd floor. Have you heard? The Heavenly Dome capital has fallen. Yes, I've heard, but I don't know which faction carried it out. I'll tell you quietly, the downfall of the Heavenly Dome Empire is entirely due to the Great Anchor Dynasty's machinations. That's not all. I've also heard that the Left Chancellor Bowie, along with Butler, Muhammad, Norris, Eden, Silas, Jay, Justice, and others are all from the Great Anchor Dynasty. Come on, not really. The Great Anchor Dynasty is that audacious? Sending so many people to infiltrate the Heavenly Dome Dynasty. You're outdated. Did you hear that Butler directly turned nearly half of Feng's troops over to the Great Anchor Dynasty? Upon hearing this news spread over the past few days, everyone was astounded, unable to believe it was true. Yet after verifying, the news was undeniably real. No one in Kunlun region could have imagined that the newly risen Great Anchor Dynasty, now located in Nanyang region, would act so boldly, causing widespread panic. Especially for other major empires, they feared hidden Great Anchor operatives within their ranks and rushed to clear their internal staff. In the sovereign pavilion, the 8 emperors eyed Herald of the Great Anchor dynasty warily. His actions had sent shivers down their spines, catching them off guard. Their intelligence confirmed that the Great Anchor dynasty not only seized the Heavenly Dome capital, but also established a teleportation array there, continuously transporting armies over. In just a few days, millions of Great Anchor soldiers reached the Heavenly Dome capital, using it as a base to expand rapidly in all directions. Everyone, please relax. There are no Great Anchor spies in your courts, Herald said with a smile. Humph. Everyone remained silent, offering only a cold chuckle. Who could trust a ruler's word, especially an ambitious one like Herald? Initially, they thought he was merely a new emperor building an empire, but none expected such brazen aggression. Shaking his head, Herald was about to speak when the divine generals from the Ghost Mist, Azura, North Sea, and Martial Chaos empires burst in, whispering urgently to their emperors. The faces of the emperors changed dramatically, their gazes icy as they stared at Herald. The Azura emperor was the first to speak. Great Anchor Emperor, you have quite the appetite, not only attacking the Heavenly Dome Empire, but now sending forces against the Azura Empire. The Ghost Mist Emperor added, Great Anchor Emperor, you're courting disaster. The Martial Chaos Emperor remarked, it seems we're not the only ones under attack. The North Sea Emperor concluded, humph. Although I don't know why your appetite is so large, you're inviting doom. The atmosphere in the pavilion became tense, and both sides prepared for battle. Sensing the tension, Fox, the master of Sovereign Pavilion, gasped sharply. He never imagined the Great Anchor dynasty would be so bold, attacking the Heavenly Dome Empire and simultaneously targeting the Ghost Mist, Azura, North Sea, and Martial Chaos Kingdoms. An all-out 5-front war. Ha ha ha. Herald laughed maniacally. Whether my appetite is too large isn't up to you to decide. Since we're fighting you on all fronts, naturally, we aim to devour you. You're courting death. 3 hours later, just outside the Sovereign Pavilion, Herald saw rows of fully armed soldiers glaring icily at his party. Without a word, Herald led Jeff and others away, ignoring the threats entirely. Herald knew these soldiers had gathered on orders from their emperors. As the Ghost Mist, Azura, North Sea, and Martial Chaos Emperors watched Herald depart, their fists clenched in fury. Their enemy was right before them, yet they let him go, allowing him to return and direct further attacks. After deliberating, the 4 emperors exchanged glances and decided unanimously to eliminate the Great Anchor Emperor. Just a kilometer away, Herald felt the waves of hostility behind him. Turning, he saw armored enemies charging at them. Herald's generals readied for battle, while the hidden Imperial guards revealed themselves, emerging in full combat attire. Wearing flying fish coats, holding swords in one hand and silver shields inscribed with mystical runes in the other. Flee quickly. A fight is starting. Everyone run for your lives. How can this happen? Wasn't Nine Peak City supposed to be neutral? Oh well, it looks like neutrality is just lip service in the world of empires. The previously calm city erupted into chaos as residents fled the impending battle. Hashtag Chapter 642. Chaos among the 3 great empires. The sudden appearance of a group of mysterious people caused the emperors of Wu Edian Kingdom, Beihai Empire, Shilua Empire, and Guiwu Empire to change expressions abruptly. They remained stoic as they gazed at the newcomers. Who are these people? Could they be the guards of the Daya Emperor? But why were they completely unaware of their presence? Soon, both sides clashed fiercely. Despite being outnumbered, the Jinyui's formidable strength allowed them to slay the enemies effortlessly. For a moment, intense combat erupted between the two sides. Countless people were caught in the crossfire, falling dead one by one. Fox, who had just stepped out of the Imperial Pavilion, saw this scene and his expression turned cold. He said in a chilly voice, Emperor of Wu Edian Kingdom, Emperor of Beihai Empire, Emperor of Shilua Empire, Emperor of Guiwu Empire. Is this not going too far? These people fighting in Jiufeng City announced that it was no longer a neutral and peaceful place. Any Imperial forces could now invade. Unfortunately, the emperors of Wu Edian Kingdom, Beihai Empire, Shilua Empire, and Guiwu Empire paid him no attention, harboring only the desire to slay him and relieve their anger. The sudden attack by the Daya Empire on their territories had resulted in significant losses, delivering a heavy in Jinyui members. Your Majesty. Seeing their emperor arrive, they greeted immediately. Yes, Herald nodded again and stepped onto the teleportation array, while the surrounding Jinyui members began activating it, sending them away instantly. After transporting the emperor, these Jinyui members destroyed the array without hesitation. They chose to leave this way because they had received news that the Wu Edian Kingdom, Beihai Empire, Shilua Empire, and Guiwu Empire had already seized control of the teleportation arrays. Half a month later, Dazhou Empire, Lantern Moon City. Did you hear? The Daya Empire, which rose from Nanyang, has captured dozens of cities from the Tianqiong Empire, Wu Edian Kingdom, Beihai Empire, Shilua Empire, and Guiwu Empire. These empires are now mobilizing troops to block the surging Daya Empire. I heard about it. The worst hit is the Tianqiong Empire. In less than half a month, they lost hundreds of cities. You bet. The Tianqiong Empire has had quite the misfortune. Not only did the left chancellor betray them, but many commanders also rebelled overnight, all of whom turned out to be generals of the Daya Empire. No one knows how the Daya Empire managed to infiltrate so many people into the Tianqiong Empire. People in the tavern discussed fervently, admiring the Daya Empire's strategic prowess, especially the infiltration. They were all amazed by such covert operations. Years of hiding in plain sight, achieving high-ranking position. If this were true, they were in deep trouble. You too, take him to get treated immediately and fetch General Chen Wan. Saying this, Tadao Huasheng hurried back inside. This news must be reported higher up. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Though unsure why Dakian Empire suddenly attacked, their arrival surely wasn't well-intentioned. Unbeknownst to Tadao Huasheng, Dakian Empire's attack on Dazhou Empire was entirely orchestrated by Eric. He was causing chaos within Dakian Empire, forcing it to invade Dazhou Empire and provoke fierce battles, leaving them unable to intervene elsewhere. Moreover, Dayo Empire had also been forced into the conflict. The three great empires were now thoroughly embroiled in chaos, each fighting for its own survival and battling each other fiercely. Chapter 643. The General, Bar. 7 days later, in the imperial palace of the Great Anchor Dynasty. Report to your majesty, everything is proceeding according to plan. Now, not only are the three great empires engaged in battles, but even the 9 imperial dynasties have started fighting among themselves, Ewing said from within the study. If the three great empires were not in chaos and the 9 imperial dynasties did not fight each other, it would be extremely disadvantageous for the Great Anchor Empire's attack on the 5 imperial dynasties. It might even lead to them uniting against them. Therefore, they could only incite wars among the 3 great empires and the 9 imperial dynasties, creating an opportunity to attack these dynasties. All of this was the handiwork of the Great Anchor Dynasty, aiming to create favorable conditions and buy time to eliminate their enemies. Good job. Inform them to act with utmost caution. They must not be careless or expose their identities. If exposed, they should retreat immediately, Harold said. Yes, I will notify them promptly, Ewing replied. You can go handle matters now. If anything happens, I'll send Andy to find you, Harold said softly. Yes. Upon receiving the order, Ewing stood up and left. Just as Ewing departed, a mechanical voice from the system entered Harold's mind. Chime. Monthly summoning time has arrived. Host, do you wish to proceed with the summoning? Hearing the system's voice, Harold had no trace of joy. For so long, he hadn't obtained any useful generals or renowned scholars. Not only that, he hadn't even seen a shadow of them. Summon. Harold spoke listlessly. He no longer cared what he would summon, as the system's behavior suggested it wouldn't offer him anything good. Even if it did, it probably wouldn't be what he wanted. What he needed were outstanding figures from Chinese history, not random things. Chime. Congratulations, host. You have summoned the famous general of the Western Han Dynasty, Bar. Who? Harold was instantly stunned, standing dumbfounded. Han. Xian? He confirmed it was indeed Bar. Harold was too shocked to speak. He never imagined that this time he would summon Bar. Who was Bar? He was none other than the Sage of Warfare. Not only was he a military strategist of the Western Han Dynasty and one of the 3 heroes of the early Han, but also one of the 4 sacred generals. Harold, who had originally been indifferent, felt immense joy and excitement upon learning that he had summoned one of the 3 heroes of the early Han, Bar. I didn't expect to summon such a person. System, immediately summon Bar here. After some reflection, Harold murmured internally. Chime. Summoning completed. Please assign someone to arrange accommodations for him. The mechanical voice sounded again. Turning to look at Andy, Harold instructed, Hyder Gong Gong, please bring Bar from the Tianqing Pavilion. Yes. Respectfully responding, Andy turned and left immediately. Remaining on the spot, Harold thought inwardly, System, do you have information on Bar? Chime. Name, Bar. Dynasty, Western Han. Rank, world-renowned general. Skills, the art of military power. Cultivation, martial deity 9th stage. Troops, elite soldiers of the Western Han. Upon hearing the report, Harold frowned deeply. Their actions had given the demons an opportunity to launch a major assault on humanity. It seems I need to dispatch an army to the human-demon battlefield to ensure there are no issues and that the human defense line isn't breached. Harold murmured to himself. But who should I send? Just as Harold was pondering, Andy returned with Bar to the study. General Bar pays respect to your imperial majesty. Bar kneeled, his face showing deep reverence. General Han, please rise. No need for formalities. Harold hurried forward and helped him up. Thank you, your imperial majesty. Bar bowed respectfully and stood up. Without delay, Harold invited him to join him in a nearby lounge, instructing Andy to prepare tea. After chatting for a few hours, Harold spoke up, General Han. Our spies report that the demon clan is fiercely attacking the human defenses. I need you to lead an army against these demons to prevent them from encroaching on human territory. Do you have any thoughts? Your imperial majesty, how many troops can you allocate to me? Bar asked casually. How many do you need? Harold responded directly. The more, the better. Bar answered lightly. Harold was speechless. Indeed, he wanted them to go to the human-demon battlefield sooner. However, as they had no personnel there, it was impossible to establish a teleportation array. Now, he could only let the Imperial Guards head to the human-demon battlefield first, find a concealed location, and then set up the array to transport the million-strong army. Yes. Understanding the king's intentions, Bar nodded slightly in response. Despite feeling somewhat disappointed, he did not complain, hoping that the Imperial Guards would quickly establish the teleportation array. Summoning Andy over, Harold continued, Lord Hyder, please take General Han to meet Chancellor Ankaro and the others. Since he was here now, he should not stay but rather get acquainted with his colleagues so that things can be handled better going forward. Yes. After waiting for the two to leave, Harold slowly stood up from the cushion, stretching thoroughly, feeling quite at ease. The arrival of this remarkable talent meant gaining another powerful ally, which indeed brought great comfort. Without lingering in the study, Harold chose to leave immediately. But just as Harold left, his two children were coming towards him. Seeing the mischievous pair, Harold felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Their sudden arrival surely didn't bode well. Father! Father! They swallowed hard, gripping their weapons tightly at the sight of this formidable enemy force approaching their city, led by Jamar of the Great Anchor Dynasty, commanding 100,000 elite troops and 20,000 sharpshooters. Positioned at the front, Jamar watched ahead coldly. Despite the enemy's apparent weakness, he remained resolute. If they wouldn't surrender, they would attack. During this offensive, they had seized numerous cities but also faced much resistance. Additionally, intelligence suggested Sky Empire was gathering a large army to counterattack. Time was against them, necessitating seizing more territory before reinforcements arrived. Turning to Ulysses beside him, Jamar nodded, saying, "Begin the attack."
Yes.
Upon receiving orders, Ulysses waved the flag, signaling the archers to leave formation while stone-throwing machines were prepared. Seeing this, Longuang City's soldiers tensed, ready to raise shields against incoming arrows. Everyone knew retreating equated to certain death. Holding firm might provide hope for rescue. "Stone throwers, fire!" A general from the Great Anchor Army shouted. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately, countless stones hurled towards the distant wall. "Archers loose!" Another officer roared, as 5 rows of archers, totaling 10,000, loosed volleys of arrows into the sky. Whizzing through the air, the storm of projectiles covered the city walls. "Defend!" Longuang City's commander promptly ordered the raising of shields. Yet, despite their efforts, huge rocks still shattered their defenses, allowing countless arrows to hit them. Seeing the advantage, Ulysses swiftly dispatched 50,000 troops to charge towards the city. Advancing quickly without opposition, they closed in on the walls. The Longuang commander, watching the enemy approach, grew anxious, wishing to repel them, but arrows continuously rained down, hampering their efforts. Chapter 645. Armin's desperation. Kill. Just as he arrived at the city wall, Ulysses glared coldly at the enemies before him. He swung his sword wildly behind him, slashing through enemy after enemy. Under his lead, the defense on the city walls was immediately broken, and countless soldiers of the Great Anchor Dynasty surged forward. Ulysses turned his gaze toward the distant city gate and horizontally slashed with his bloody long saber. Only by opening the city gates could more warriors be led in to fight within the city and eliminate the enemies before them. Otherwise, this kind of frontal assault would result in heavy losses. The defending General Eris's face changed drastically, bloodless and pale, as his entire body emitted a burst of spiritual energy, accelerating to the limit and forming trails of shadows as he ran backward, seemingly intending to escape. Unfortunately for him, Ulysses was much faster. In an instant, his mad saber danced, and he appeared behind Eris, striking down with one swift slash. The brilliant light enveloped Eris. No. Eris felt the despair of death and mustered all his strength, swinging his long saber to defend against the attack. He did not want to die here. Humph! Ulysses snorted coldly, a ferocious look flashing in his eyes. His robust body radiated waves of bloody aura, and the blood-red blade light seemed impenetrable. Whoosh! A streak of light flashed, and Eris's weapon shattered into pieces. Ulysses struck again, the blade light flashing once more. In an instant, like a demonic god, he stepped through the air, fiercely wielding his bloody long saber. "I am unwilling to die." Eris's despair echoed as he let out a mournful cry, his body splitting into two like decaying wood. Blood splattered, staining the air red, blood fog clouding their vision. The general is dead. The general is dead. Brothers, run fast. The general has been killed. Everyone escape for your lives. Such a powerful general was cleaved by one blow. If we rookies go up there, we will only be cannon fodder. Run. If we don't run now, we will lose our lives. With Eris's demise, terror spread among the countless people. Without hesitation, they turned and fled, causing the defensive lines to collapse. The soldiers of the Great Anchor Dynasty took advantage of the chaos and slaughtered their enemies mercilessly. Kill. Seeing the enemies were about to flee, Ulysses roared, swinging his long saber continuously, slaying those in front of him. Any who wore the enemy's armor or wielded weapons were their enemies and should not be spared or shown mercy. On May 12th of the same year, the Great Anchor Dynasty launched simultaneous attacks from 12 directions into the Beihai Empire. In less than 2 months, these 12 armies overcame obstacles effortlessly, capturing hundreds of cities. The Gusangu forces, whom the Beihai Empire had placed great hope in, barely served any function, being overwhelmed by Hart's army in just half a day. Not only did Hart and Foise's army exhibit fierce attacks, but all other armies also attacked vigorously. This sudden turn of events left the entire Beihai Empire in shock. Citizens and warriors alike began questioning whether their empire was truly so vulnerable. Facing such rapid and intense attacks, the Beihai Emperor urgently convened a meeting to discuss countermeasures. "My loyal ministers, do you have any strategies to break the enemy?" Respectfully and said, "Your Majesty, it's not that we lack plans against the Great Anchor Dynasty, but their attacks are too swift for our troops to react. While we are figuring out how to defend this city and haven't even sent reinforcements, the city has already fallen to the Great Anchor Dynasty, leaving us powerless." Hamish's face showed a bitter smile. Silence descended upon the court. Armin, the emperor, remained silent. For a moment, the entire court was eerily quiet. Everyone's expressions were complex, none daring to speak. The generals had started gathering their troops from different directions to counter the Great Anchor Dynasty, but it required time. Lots of time. It wasn't possible for the scattered armies to quickly assemble and respond. Additionally, the relentless attacks by the Great Anchor Dynasty were practically life and death struggles, making it nearly impossible to devise effective countermeasures. "Your Majesty, our armies are too dispersed. Only by gathering them all together can we delay the fierce attack of the Great Anchor Dynasty," suggested Vice Caesar Garth, stepping forward. "So which armies should we gather?" asked Armin softly. "The garrison troops from each city," replied Garth. "The garrison troops from each city?" Armin's eyebrows furrowed, his heart filled with doubt. "Vice Caesar, the combat abilities of the garrison troops aren't great. Gathering them would be no different from sending them to their deaths. Your Majesty, the garrison troops may indeed be weak, but regardless, they are disciplined soldiers. Now, only they can slow down the advance of the Great Anchor Dynasty, allowing us to wait for the 12 divine generals to organize a counterattack. If the Great Anchor Dynasty continues attacking so fiercely, it will be very detrimental to us, possibly leading to the disintegration of morale and severely impacting the effectiveness of various armies in fighting the Great Anchor Dynasty," Garth explained somberly. This wasn't an exaggeration. Any misstep could lead to the collapse of military morale throughout the empire, leaving them vulnerable to complete domination. Chapter 646. Borrowing a path. After a moment's hesitation, Armin spoke up. If that's the case, then we have no choice but to do this. Relay my orders. All city defenders are to immediately evacuate their cities and head to strategic points to gather forces and muster all efforts to resist the invasion of the Great Anchor Dynasty. As he finished speaking, Armin closed his eyes slightly, appearing 10 years older in an instant, losing the brilliance and foresight he once possessed. The army evacuating and ceding control of the cities was nothing short of humiliation for the Great Anchor Dynasty. But at this moment, there was no other option. If they didn't stop the continued assault by the Great Anchor Dynasty, morale would plummet, and the hearts of the people would be shaken, plunging the entire Northern Sea Empire into chaos. They had initially underestimated the newly risen Great Anchor Dynasty, thinking it wasn't much of a threat. Now it seemed as if they were facing a ravenous pack of wolves, devouring a massive elephant like the Great Anchor Dynasty. Yes. Garth felt an urge to laugh through his tears, an overwhelming sense of bitterness rising in his heart. He did not want to do this either, but it had become necessary. Without doing so, they could not slow down the speed of the Great Anchor Dynasty's offensive, nor could they buy time for reinforcements from various regions to arrive. Immediately, everyone present fell into silence, lowering their heads in shame. A seasoned empire like theirs being trampled by a freshly risen dynasty was indeed a monumental disgrace and an indelible wound. Jufeng City, the Emperor Pavilion. In the ancient-style room, Mickey said gravely, Sir Pavilion Master, the attack by the Great Anchor Dynasty has been too fierce. The Ghost Fog Empire, Skyvault Empire, Northern Sea Empire, Martial Chaos Kingdom, and Azura Empire have already lost hundreds of cities. Now, these 5 empires have no choice but to pull back their troops in an attempt to stall the Great Anchor Dynasty's advance, gathering more forces to counter them. Thinking about how crazy this recently emerged Great Anchor Dynasty was, Mickey sighed inwardly. This dynasty was truly terrifying, instilling fear even in experienced commanders. It had driven the 5 empires into retreat despite their regular armies not yet fully engaged. If this continued, it would likely affect the overall battle situation. Alas. Sitting in the room, Fox sighed inwardly, recalling the words of Harold from the past. He had thought Harold was joking, but he never imagined that Harold would actually follow through with his plans. Not only that, but the Great Anchor Dynasty was attacking on 5 fronts, forcing the enemies to withdraw and forcibly occupying their territories. How is the human-demon battlefield? Asked Fox. The situation is dire. Especially in recent days, after learning of our internal turmoil, the demon race has significantly increased its forces and launched a ferocious assault on our lines, forcing us to defend our cities, replied Mickey gravely. The actions of the Great Anchor Dynasty had provided the enemy with a golden opportunity, particularly the demons who now sent large numbers of troops to attack human territories. Alas, now the entire Kunlun region is in chaos. Unless we fight a decisive battle, they will not cease any fighting. With the demons launching a major offensive, our border areas are in grave danger, Mickey sighed silently. Master Pavilion, someone outside the... He will personally apologize. This time, he has sent me because he hopes your Emperor Pavilion can teleport a batch of our Imperial Guards to the Human Demon battlefield, explained Jim. The Human Demon battlefield? Fox was thoroughly puzzled, his expression filled with confusion. Why would you go to the Human Demon battlefield? You don't mean to cause trouble, do you? At the thought, a terrifying aura erupted from Fox, pressing down on Jim. Jim remained unfazed, instead saying, Of course not. Our lord merely wants to borrow your path to dispatch troops against the demons. You mean the Great Anchor Dynasty intends to send troops to join the Human Demon battlefield? Both were bewildered. Did the Great Anchor Dynasty really intend to send troops to the Human Demon battlefield while fighting on multiple fronts? That's correct. Jim nodded lightly and continued, All you need to do is teleport a batch of our Imperial Guards to the Human Demon battlefield. Everything else does not concern you. Originally, they were supposed to travel to the Human Demon battlefield on foot, but the lengthy journey would have taken too much time. Therefore, their lord decided to seek help from the Emperor Pavilion, using their teleportation array to reach the battlefield more quickly. This would not only significantly reduce travel time, but also allow them to establish a teleportation array there for immediate reinforcements. However, to prevent any misdirection via the teleportation array, some Imperial Guards were sent ahead on foot as well. After a brief pause, Fox asked, How many troops does the Great Anchor Dynasty plan to send to the Human Demon battlefield? This is military intelligence, and we are not privy to the details, responded Jim coldly. Chapter 647. Mickey's concerns? After a long silence, Fox finally agreed. Although he did not know why the Emperor of Daxia Dynasty made this decision at this time, helping to alleviate the pressure on the Human Demon battlefield would only be beneficial and without harm for them. Unfortunately, the war in the Kunlun domain was extremely fierce, which inevitably caused him some worry. If the human race's imperial forces fought to a standstill, it would mean that while they were preoccupied, the demons would reap the benefits. It would be a lose-lose situation for humanity. When will your people arrive? Fox asked expressionlessly. Our people have already reached Jufeng City. We just need to use your teleportation array to send us to the Human Demon battlefield, Jim replied. How many of you are there? 100. Since your people have arrived, go bring them here, and I will arrange for them to be sent to the Human Demon battlefield, Fox said calmly. It seemed that the Daxia Dynasty's Genie Hider, Imperial Guard, was well prepared, expecting he would agree to dispatch them to the Human Demon battlefield. Actually, the reality was different. Everett had sent 2 groups of people, with the first group arriving a month earlier, while Jim's group had been secretly arranged to come here. Such a dual approach aimed to prevent the Imperial Pavilion from rejecting them. What no one expected was that the Imperial Pavilion responded so smoothly, completely overlooking previous grievances, much to everyone's surprise. With that, I shall take my leave. Jim bowed slightly and turned to leave. Once Jim left, Mickey voiced his concerns. Master, isn't it improper to arrange their deployment to the Human Demon battlefield like this? What do you mean by improper? Fox asked softly. Master, as you know, each of the 3 empires and 9 dynasties has over 2 million troops on the human demon battlefield. Now that the Daxia dynasty is at war with the Tianqiong dynasty, sending the Daxia army there is like placing 2 gunpowder barrels next to each other. Mickey worried deeply, fearing the worst. Don't blame him for being overly concerned. This matter could not afford any mishap. If the Daxia and Azura armies clashed on the human demon battlefield, it would only give the enemy an advantage. There's no need to worry so much. The Emperor of Daxia is a very astute ruler. If he has decided to send troops to the human demon battlefield, he must have considered these issues and made adequate preparations. If anything unnecessary happens, we can always intervene, Fox replied with a composed demeanor. Though outwardly calm, inside, Fox was anxious. If these imperial forces really started fighting, he would find it extremely difficult to persuade them and prevent further conflict. However, since Everett, the Emperor of Daxia, had made this move and dispatched troops to the human demon battlefield, he must have ensured all necessary preparations were in place. After all, without proper preparation, the defense line of the human demon battlefield would collapse instantly, leading to certain doom. It seems there's nothing else we can do, Mickey sighed heavily, feeling a mix of emotions. They had originally invited the Daxia dynasty to share resources, but this newly risen dynasty acted unethically, launching attacks immediately, catching everyone off guard. Now, the Daxia army was gradually occupying numerous cities and penetrating deep into the territories of the 5 major dynasties. Worst of all, the Daxia dynasty's actions ignited conflicts among the imperial forces like a fuse setting off explosives. Report to the general, we're approaching Longhu City. Amidst an endless desert, gusts of sand whipped across a barren expanse, stretching from horizon to horizon. Each grain danced as if piercing through the void. At this moment, Gustav led over 30,000 troops in silent march, unaffected by the wind and sand, treating the wasteland as flat ground. The elite soldiers of the Daxia dynasty, clad in black armor, maintained calm expressions, oblivious to the swirling sandstorm. A closer look revealed a faint blood-colored aura surrounding them, akin to crimson battle armor, protecting them from the elements. Gustav's face was indifferent, his eyes focused on the terrain ahead. Ravines and valleys stretched endlessly, especially the central mountains resembling a dragon and a tiger. This was a critical stronghold of the Tianqiong dynasty, defended by 50,000 seasoned veterans. Pete, Chavez, each of you will lead 20,000 troops to attack. General Suidong and I will form the reserve force. Chavez, you'll lead the vanguard. Pete, follow up behind. We must capture this city before nightfall, Gustav commanded coldly. Yes. Pete and Chavez immediately took their commands, while Cavanadon gathered the remaining troops, ready to join the fray. Sending 20,000 troops into the city was a carefully considered move by Gustav. Moreover, among these 20,000, 10,000 were direct subordinates of his, all highly skilled and powerful enough to handle the enemy with ease. Soon, Chavez stood atop a ravine, using the terrain for cover, scanning the city walls with gleaming eyes. Attack! Arrows flew. Boom, boom, boom. Archers, prepared long ago, drew their bows, aiming icy arrowheads at the city. Catapults also joined the assault. Did you hear that? There's a strange sound in the wind. A defending soldier frowned, hearing an eerie noise amidst the storm. Bullshit if there was, why didn't I hear it? Another soldier grumbled. Bang! Before he could finish, an arrow pierced his forehead, killing him instantly. The soldiers nearby stared dumbfounded at their fallen comrade, momentarily frozen. When they regained their senses, another arrow struck one in the throat, leaving him unable to speak, crashing backward. Be alert. The enemy is attacking. Everyone, defend quickly. Some soldiers quickly reacted, shouting loudly and grabbing shields. Despite not knowing who was attacking them, they knew these intruders were hostile. These are arrows from the Daxia dynasty. Hurry and defend. If we get pinned down by their archers, we're dead. Everyone, defend immediately. Don't panic like girls. As chaos ensued, the Daxia forces pressed their advantage, steadily advancing toward the city's defenses. Chapter 648. Intense assault on Dragon Tiger City. Soon, the troops of the Great Anchor Empire rapidly landed on the city wall. Immediately, the gleam of swords flashed and a blood-red light surged continuously, shrouding everything, shooting up to the sky. Each soldier of the Great Anchor Empire stood like towering bloody pillars, exuding endless ominous aura, terrifying to the extreme, standing firmly on the ground, even solidifying the flying sand and howling wind around them. The raging wind ceased, and the dust hung motionless in the air. It was as if a horrifying god had cast a spell, instantly restraining this vast sky. A terrible aura vibrated in the void, seemingly capable of destroying heaven and earth and exterminating all life. An intense and massive killing intent spread through the sky, silencing an area of several dozen miles in an instant. Kill! The soldiers who quickly ascended the city walls shouted in unison, their voices thunderous, murderous intentions soaring into the sky, ripping apart eyes and stirring up clouds of smoke. Kill! Absolutely do not let them land on the city wall. Otherwise, Dragon Tiger City will be lost. A loud shout came from nearby, and a general appeared, striding through the air, his gaze sharp as lightning, face filled with coldness. But after just a fleeting glance, he felt his limbs turn icy, his heart contracting tightly. His scalp felt as though it would burst open. An incomparably terrifying killing intent froze his entire body's blood. He felt his body stiffen, blood flowing backward, hands trembling as if he were seeing an ancient ferocious beast crossing the river of time. 30 elite soldiers under Gustav remained silent, taking a step forward, emitting overwhelming bloodlight, slicing down with a single stroke of their blades. 30 sword beams merged into one, forming a river of knives, their sharpness piercing the sky. Swish! Without any resistance, the Marshal Saint Rank 1 general stood pale-faced and full of despair, watching helplessly as a wave of swordlight enveloped him. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, and a cloud of blood mist erupted in the air. The 30 soldiers swiftly dispersed and turned toward other enemies, expressionless. The surrounding soldiers saw this scene and were dumbfounded, their bodies trembling violently. One of their 3 generals had been killed by a group of soldiers. Their faces were deathly pale, their bodies wobbling precariously, fear reaching its peak. Their eyes filled with despair as they looked at the emotionless, bloodlight-shrouded soldiers of the great Anchor Empire, radiating uncontrollable terror. If 30 people could combine for a strike that killed their 3rd general, how terrifying would the endless army before them be? Escape. A single word floated in their minds. Without hesitation, everyone immediately sprinted away. They were screaming frantically in their hearts, an incense sticks time. Kill. Ignoring everything else, Hunter led his army forward to fight, knowing they must force the enemy back or suffer only harm. Seeing the relentless onslaught of the invading Great Anchor Empire soldiers, the defenders likewise brandished their weapons, charging at the enemy like wolves. Bang, bang, bang. Instantly, both sides clashed, using shields to enhance their attacks, slamming into each other and sending opponents flying. The number of defenders from Dragon Tiger City being thrown back was significantly higher because they faced the formidable soldiers of the Great Anchor Empire, whose combat power far exceeded expectations. To counter the warriors of Kunlun Domain, they had undergone repeated training to continuously improve their skills, achieving perfect performance against the enemy. Kill. Upon sighting the enemy, Pete roared furiously, gripping his weapon tightly, transforming into a death deity from hell, slashing at the enemy with ease. Die. Boom. Suddenly, a sky-splitting roar erupted from Hunter, followed by an exquisite tower exploding as his figure soared through the air, radiant flames surging toward the enemy. Streams of rosy light bloomed in the sky, wrapping him in a dazzling glow, the oppressive aura enough to tear the heavens apart. Several soldiers of the Great Anchor Empire exploded into flesh and bones without even a whimper. With a slash of his long sword, sword beams fragmented, creating hundreds of gray beams of light swirling in the void, their lethal sharpness chilling the bone, seeming to pierce through the space. Boom. The air boomed, and hundreds of soldiers of the Great Anchor Empire flew sideways. Sprays of blood shot into the sky, the terrifying sword light darkening the heavens. Chavez, who was battling the enemy, suddenly turned cold, moving swiftly through the air, appearing instantly before his attacker. He looked like a demon god, hair disheveled, holding a long saber flashing with infinite blade light. Not good. Hunter, who was injuring hundreds of Great Anchor Empire soldiers with a single blow, abruptly changed his expression. He roared, blocking with his sword as the gray sword light surged. However, when the dragon claw struck down, it felt like an ancient divine mountain crashing down, unstoppable. Boom. In an instant, he was blasted away. Streams of blood exploded in midair, leaving a bloody trail. Chavez looked coldly at him. While this man's strength was considerable, it was merely that. So powerful. Cough. After colliding and pausing, Hunter's face turned ashen, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. A single strike almost tore him apart. He was deeply shaken. How could the Great Anchor Empire have such terrifying experts? His cultivation had already reached the 2nd level to live. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be killed. In a flash, Hunter's eyes brightened with joy as he hurriedly approached Tadion Feng respectfully, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. With Tadion Feng here, he believed that despite the other party's godlike prowess, they would not stand a chance against Tadion Feng. He was well aware that Tadion Feng had already ascended to Wushang 5th heaven, making him one of the best existences within the entire Tianqiong Empire, rivaled only by the 10 divine generals. How could some obscure warrior compare? He felt confident, and even somewhat eager. He longed to see this powerful opponent severely injured, or even killed by Tadion Feng. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. This man dared attack their Longhu city, and should thus meet its downfall alongside it. Whoosh! Within just a few breaths, Chavez arrived. His gaze swept across the scene, arrogant and disdainful, completely ignoring Hunter and instead focusing on the powerful general beside him. His eyes shone brightly like 2 suns, radiating brilliant light, while his body stood tall and imposing. You are very strong. Extraordinarily strong. Tadion Feng's voice remained composed as he narrowed his eyes and looked down at Burke with a serene tone. The power exuded by this individual wasn't ordinary. Facing him felt akin to confronting one of the 12 divine generals of the imperial court, perhaps even surpassing them. A seasoned warrior from hell, a harbinger of death. General Arnie, our opponent is incredibly powerful. We can only defeat him by joining forces. Otherwise, neither of us will survive, Tadion Feng said expressionlessly. What? He's incredibly powerful? Hunter was startled, feeling cold sweat drench his back. If what Tadion Feng said was true, then what sort of monstrous existence were they dealing with? How could the Great Anchor Empire possess such terrifying strength? Attack! Roaring internally, Chavez gripped his weapon tightly and charged at the enemy before him. Stop thinking about it. If we delay any further, we both will die. Tadion Feng yelled, gripping his long blade tightly, ready to engage. Upon hearing Tadion Feng's words, Hunter snapped back to reality, clenching his sword tightly and assuming a combat-ready stance. Just as Tadion Feng had stated, their opponent was indeed frightening, and without working together, they had no chance of victory. Even when united, victory seemed nearly impossible, but without unity, they would surely perish. So, they must seize every opportunity for survival. 1 year later, despite the 5 great empires dispatching armies to halt the advance, events took an unexpected turn, shocking everyone. The military forces of the Great Anchor Empire surged forward relentlessly, proving overwhelmingly fierce and skilled in battle, leaving the defenders helpless against their assault. Even with reinforcements drawn from various regions, all elite warriors, their initial overconfidence was shattered once they faced off. They realized the true might of this empire. What started as a counterattack transformed into a desperate defense as the five great empires struggled to withstand the relentless attacks of the Great Anchor Empire. Some even sought aid from neighboring powers to bolster their defenses. Unfortunately, their pleas were in vain. The other four empires were equally embroiled in fierce conflicts, suffering heavy casualties and unable to spare any resources to assist. After over a year of battles, nearly 2/5 of the territories of the five great empires fell under the control of the Great Anchor Empire, with attacks growing ever fiercer. Especially during the spring thaw of this year, the Great Anchor Empire launched a ferocious offensive, catching the enemy off guard and causing chaos. The major factions within the Kunlun domain witnessed firsthand the fearsome might of the Great Anchor Empire, utterly astonished by their relentless assaults. Initially believing that with combined efforts, the five empires would certainly turn the tide and repel the invasion, perhaps even annihilating the invading army. However, it became clear that each empire suffered successive defeats, losing territory continuously and witnessing the fall of many divine generals. Among them, the Tianqiong Empire fared the worst due to Butler's chaotic actions and rampant warfare, which led to widespread panic and instability. Half of its territories fell to the Great Anchor Empire, along with half of its divine generals, including a chief commander. Moreover, realizing the dire situation, many people opened city gates to welcome the Great Anchor forces, essentially surrendering. The Tianqiong Empire now lay shattered. Without finding alternative paths, its fate was sealed, leaving no chance for survival. Fengyue City. Walking through the bustling streets, Izar's eyes sparkled with amazement. Louis, this Fengyue City is truly magnificent. Of course. It's a gateway city to the Holy Realm. If it weren't grandiose, how could it awe visitors? Harold surveyed his surroundings. Half a year ago, they had set out for this place with a straightforward goal, to pass the evaluation and enter the Holy Realm for cultivation. Legends told of the abundant cultivation resources and precious treasures within the Holy Realm. Obtaining any of these would dramatically boost one's cultivation. Their primary objective was to find these resources and reach higher realms of cultivation. Hey, you two take things too far. Even lovers don't need to be so attached. Watching Gerald and Anna holding hands, Harold felt extremely disgruntled. How could his adorable sister end up liking such a guy? He wondered what magic Gerald cast to captivate her so completely. Louis, if my sight displeases you, why don't you find someone else to cozy up with? Izar remarked indifferently. Chapter 650, The Battle of Buedian City. Stop it, Hudson. You brat. Are you going to die if you don't speak up? Also, this stinky kid is dating your aunt and now wants to be your uncle. Why are you smiling so happily? Harold said with a darkened face. Izar immediately stopped, saying no more. Indeed, if Gerald and his aunt got together, he wouldn't be his brother anymore but his uncle. Thinking of Gerald becoming his uncle made Izar incredibly uneasy. They hadn't walked far when Harold suddenly halted, staring at two figures in the distance. Why did they feel so familiar? Seeing his uncle stop abruptly, Izar asked in confusion, "Second Louis, what are you looking at?" Following his gaze, Izar felt completely puzzled, unable to understand what he was seeing. Harold remained silent, gazing straight ahead as if watching something, yet not really focused on anything. At this moment, everyone else also paused, following his gaze, wondering what had caught his attention. Suddenly, two figures caught Anna's attention. Although she had never seen these figures before, they felt eerily familiar, like long-lost relatives. Approaching her brother, Anna whispered, "Brother, is it them? You felt it too?" "Yeah. Although I've never met them, they feel very familiar," Anna nodded softly. "Do you want to confirm?" Harold spoke gently. "No." After a brief silence, Anna answered unexpectedly. Hearing this, Harold didn't say anything more. "Want to?" Actually, he didn't. Didn't want to? Actually, he wanted to confirm. "Let's go then." With that, Harold led them forward toward the left side. A distance away, a couple walking sensed someone familiar watching them and turned sharply to look. But when they looked back, there was nothing to be seen. Even the eyes that had been fixed on them vanished without a trace. "Christian G. I felt their presence just now," the young, beautiful woman with smooth skin suddenly said. The man with a mustache above his upper lip stayed silent, still gazing around in search of the figure, but found nothing. They were definitely there. We can't be wrong, he thought, but they saw nothing like those familiar eyes. It was as if they had never come. Yet they didn't believe it. Those eyes were unmistakably familiar. They couldn't possibly be mistaken. If they weren't wrong, where could they be now? Anchoring Luo Imperial Dynasty, Buedian City. This city was one of the 100 colossal cities within the Anchoring Luo Imperial Dynasty, boasting an extremely developed transportation network connected by 4 major routes to countless other cities. Currently, Ellis's army was besieging this city. Soldiers guarding the city walls stared at the vast sea of enemy troops and couldn't help gulping nervously. They feared greatly. They thought the Daya Imperial army would arrive after some time, but none could have predicted such rapid aggression. 1,000 meters away, Ellis watched silently, ready to attack at any moment. Seeing the time was right, Ellis nodded slightly to General Sylvester beside him. Begin the assault. Despite the million-strong army defending this city compared to their own force of just over 700,000, Ellis knew it was more than enough to handle the situation, especially since he had his 700 elite Ankernian camp soldiers who could slaughter these foes as easily as killing chickens or dogs. Yes. On receiving orders, Sylvester took out a black and white flag and raised it high into the air, then began signaling commands with vigorous hand motions. Archers immediately emerged from the formation, while siege engines were readied by the soldiers behind. The 10,000 elite direct subordinates and 20 elite vanguard warriors lined up neatly before the archers, prepared to launch the assault. And there were the heavily armed frontline troops. They stood in front, being the main offensive force for this attack. Ellis's 2 subordinate generals also stepped forward, leading the charge. With so many enemies and countless strong ones among them, firing. Damn it! Jack's face twisted with frustration as he yelled, "Defend!" He couldn't believe the Daya army was conducting a double wave of arrow suppression, possibly more. The soldiers dared not hesitate again. Many had already died from delayed reactions earlier. Chapter 651. Annihilate them to the last man. Attack. To do, Changqing gave the order, leading the charge himself and advancing forward as swiftly as possible. Charge! Charge! Seeing their general lead the charge, the eyes of the Daxia imperial soldiers burned with resolve. They each gripped their weapons tightly and rushed forward. Under the cover of the archers, their advance was rapid, covering 100 meters in mere moments without any hindrance. Abraham, atop the city walls, watched this scene unfold, his expression rapidly shifting. Anger surged within him, but he had no way to vent it. The Daxia imperial archers were too powerful, completely suppressing them and not giving them any chance to resist or block these enemies' advance. Moreover, according to intelligence, Ellis's troops should be attacking Gumu city nearby rather than this one. But unexpectedly, Ellis attacked this city first before turning to other places. Soon, the soldiers' speed increased, closing within 100 meters of the wall. The rear archers and trebuchets ceased firing to avoid harming their allies. Enemies have stopped shooting arrows. All men listen, immediately prepare defenses to stop them from reaching the edges of the walls. Otherwise, we are dead. Abraham unsheathed his sword and shouted loudly. Yes. Prepare siege crossbows. Prepare trebuchets. The defending soldiers hurriedly operated the crossbows and small trebuchets on the walls. They mustn't let the enemy reach the walls. Otherwise, it would mean certain death, especially for these Daxia imperial soldiers. Rumor had it that they possessed terrifying siege equipment, and once used, it would be their end. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows rained down from the walls and rocks pelted the ground incessantly, causing heavy casualties among the Daxia soldiers. However, they did not stop. The accompanying archers quickly resumed shooting, keeping the defenders at bay and slowing their advance. As they neared 50 meters, soldiers carrying siege ladders emerged from under shields. Everyone over here. A soldier suddenly shouted. Hearing the order, soldiers rushed over to push the ladders toward the edge of the walls. No good. Destroy those siege ladders, quick! Abraham shouted, watching the approaching ladders with fear. If they reached the edges of the walls, it was only a matter of time before the Daxia army stormed up. 8 to 9 ladders approached the walls, sealing their fate. Following orders, soldiers rushed to attack and destroy the ladders, while Daxia archers fiercely shot back to prevent them from succeeding. Boom, boom, boom. Bridger saw all the siege ladders nearing the walls and roared. He quickly scaled one ladder. Nearly 100 fully armed Enkernian camp soldiers followed closely behind, scaling the walls swiftly. They seemed like devils rising from hell, brutally killing every enemy in sight. Watching the Daxia soldiers continuously rush up, Abraham's face turned ghastly pale. He felt an overwhelming sense of despair. If given another chance, he would dig pits outside the walls to stall the enemy. Unfortunately, it was too late now. Brothers, we are soldiers of the Shilua Empire. We will protect every inch of our land. The enemy must trample over our bodies if they wish to claim our territory. Abraham raised his weapon and shouted, his eyes cold. Holding his sword, he charged at the enemy. With enemies already storming the walls, all they could do was fight to the death and slow their advance. Despite knowing the final outcome would be death, he didn't care. He just wanted to obstruct the enemy's assault. Charge! Charge! Following orders, Shilua imperial soldiers gripped their weapons and fought bravely, determined to defend their territory. Facing the fierce Enkernian camp soldiers, they were like fragile eggs against hard stones, easily cut down like cattle and sheep. Within moments, countless soldiers fell to the Enkernian camp. Under their lead, more Daxia soldiers scaled the walls one after another. Open the gates. Quick! After swiftly occupying the gate entrance, the Daxia soldiers turned the wheel to lift the iron gate. Brothers, the gate is open, follow me. Seeing the gates wide open, the Daxia soldiers' eyes lit up, rushing toward the entrance with renewed vigor. Hearing their comrades, they all tightened their grips on their weapons, charging ahead unhesitatingly. With the gate open, capturing the city was now just a matter of time. Charge! Charge! Standing at the rear, Ellis watched the intense battle and the opened gates silently. He said, Jean-Christian, you two shall lead the remaining troops into the fray. Those supply soldiers and quartermasters cannot join the battle. They are not combat personnel and must not be involved. Yes. Upon receiving the order, Sylvester was elated and led the remaining troops into battle. Originally thinking he had missed the opportunity to fight, unexpectedly his general allowed him to lead the attack. Turning to face his soldiers, Sylvester shouted, all soldiers, except supply soldiers and quartermasters, join the battle. Yes. Countless soldiers raised their weapons, excitement in their faces, and marched forward following Sylvester. The supply soldiers and quartermasters, upon hearing the order, frowned, feeling puzzled. Why were they left behind when everyone else got to fight? It wasn't fair. Even if their fighting capabilities were low, they shouldn't be left behind. Chapter 652. The three great dynasties form an alliance. 2 years later, spring arrived. After the intense attacks by the Great Anchor Imperial Dynasty, the Tianqiong Imperial Dynasty completely collapsed before the end of the year, and all remaining defense forces declared their surrender. The Ralph, along with a few loyal followers, committed suicide in Tianlong City. The Tianqiong Imperial princes and princesses scattered like the beads of a broken Kunlun jade peach string. The Anchoring Luo Imperial Dynasty, Beihai Imperial Dynasty, and other allied powers who had fought alongside the Tianqiong Imperial Dynasty against the Great Anchor were severely impacted when they learned of Tianqiong's surrender. They had thought that they would continue to resist together until the end, but the outcome was far beyond their expectations. The Anchoring Luo Imperial Dynasty and the Beihai Imperial Dynasty now controlled only 2/5 of their former territories, suffering heavy losses and low morale. Yet, despite this, they continued to resist. Witnessing the terrifying power of the Great Anchor, the remaining 4 imperial dynasties, Dezhou, Tianqi, Qiling, and Guwu, realized the gravity of the situation. Without further hesitation, These four dynasties ceased their conflicts and quickly united to confront the Great Anchor. This emerging and formidable power had shown strength that surpassed all expectations. If they did not join forces to counter it, they too would face annihilation. Especially after witnessing the fall of the Tianqiong dynasty, they understood that this terrifying dynasty possessed both ambition and unstoppable power. With just over 10 million troops, they swiftly conquered the Tianqiong dynasty in record time, and even infiltrated the enemy's ranks. To prevent infiltration into their own ranks, the Dezhou, Tianqi, Qiling, and Guwu dynasties conducted thorough investigations, causing widespread fear and panic. Many innocent people were implicated and mercilessly executed, leaving no survivors. Their emperors did not wish to take such drastic measures, but if they didn't, they faced certain death. If this power managed to infiltrate their ranks, they could meet the same fate as the Tianqiong dynasty. As for the three great empires, the Daqin Empire, among others, they appeared to be ceasing hostilities, yet their borders still saw frequent clashes. None of them wanted to lose their interests, especially the Daqin Empire. Under the influence of Eric, the entire court was uneasy, with the emperor frequently raging and threatening severe retaliation. However, due to pressure from his ministers, he never fully unleashed their strength or engaged in significant conflict. They also realized that the rising Great Anchor was a formidable opponent and began discussions on how to counteract it. At the imperial palace of the Great Anchor, in his study, Harold read the intelligence provided by the Secret Service and frowned deeply, his expression turning grim. This intelligence was conveyed by Eric via the Secret Service. It simply described the ceasefire negotiations among the three empires and their growing awareness of the threat posed by the Great Anchor. The vigilance of the three empires surpasses my expectations, Harold murmured to himself, setting down the letter. Since they were preparing to oppose him, he needed to prepare defenses or take action against them. He turned to Andy beside him and said softly, "Hyder Gong, please summon Faulkner. I have important matters to discuss with him." Understood. Andy respectfully replied and left the room. Harold remained in his study, contemplating the intelligence, feeling increasingly uneasy. He knew he must act before the three empires took action against him. Faulkner was the perfect choice for this task. It was time for him to unleash the terror of the human butcher. Soon, under Andy's guidance, you may select your troops and commanders freely. You must not slack in dealing with this empire, or it could cost lives. Understanding the gravity of the task, Faulkner prepared to carry out his orders with utmost diligence. Chapter 653, The Great Anchor Dynasty. In the blink of an eye, another 2 years had passed. It was now late autumn. The Azura Empire, Beihai Empire, War Chaos Nation, and Ghost Fog Empire all suffered complete military defeats, with survivors surrendering en masse. There was no way around it. The power of the Great Anchor Empire was far too terrifying, exceeding their imagination and capabilities to handle. Any remaining strength they possessed was nowhere near enough to challenge or even impede the attacks of the Great Anchor Empire. Even if other empires attempted to lend a hand, they were powerless against this formidable imperial force, often being forced into retreat back within their borders. Especially after the news spread that the Great Anchor Empire had dispatched a formidable army to confront the Great Zhou dynasty, striking them so hard they could barely lift their heads, it left everyone in shock. Worse still, in August of last year, what sent shivers down people's spines was General Faulkner's direct order to massacre and bury alive millions of soldiers from the Great Zhou dynasty. Overnight, his fearsome reputation echoed across the entire Kunlun domain. Faulkner's madness instilled fear in everyone. Simultaneously, it provoked fierce resistance from the Great Zhou dynasty. Its soldiers preferred death over surrender, because they faced not a human general but a human devil, a merciless killer whose orders led to countless slaughters. Facing this brutal devil, people felt dread not only because of him but also at the mere mention of his name, making their bodies shiver in cold fear. One could say Faulkner's name resonated in the heavens above and silenced cries below. Faulkner not only possessed terrifying combat prowess. Any assassin who dared approach him for an assassination was instantly killed by his boundless killing intent. Additionally, Faulkner had outstanding command abilities, leading numerous victories where he triumphed despite numerical disadvantages. Soldiers from the Great Zhou dynasty were utterly dominated, having no chance to react. After extinguishing 5 major empires, when everyone thought the war was nearing its end, the Great Anchor Empire's forces didn't stop. Instead, they increased their troop deployments, aiming their offensive at the remaining 4 empire forces. Realizing the incredible strength of this formidable enemy, the Daimon dynasty and the Diyu dynasty, who were initially spectators, finally took action, hurriedly dispatching troops and generals to counter the Great Anchor Empire. Facing enemies coming from 3 different directions, Harold remained calm, immediately deploying Tai and anchoring you to lead millions of troops on a 2-pronged attack against these dynasties. While fierce battles raged internally among humans, the demonic race also surged forth, sending countless powerful figures to the human-demon battlefield to launch aggressive attacks on the human race. The armies of the Ghost Fog Empire and War Chaos Nation outright betrayed the human race, launching frenzied assaults on various human forces, causing heavy losses and nearly collapsing defense lines. Had it not been for reinforcements sent by the Great Anchor Empire with powerful armaments causing significant casualties to the demons, the demonic armies would have already invaded human territories. These traitorous troops from the 2 empires were labeled as traitors, subject to unlimited extermination to earn substantial rewards. Initially, one of the generals from the Great Zhou dynasty intended to betray the human race, leading his troops to support the demons for a decisive strike. Unfortunately, Cornelius assassinated him before he could act, then replaced him as a disguised general, firmly controlling this army. Having wiped out 5 major empire forces, the Great Anchor Empire successfully ascended to become the Great Anchor Dynasty, the first ever fastest rising, most formidable empire with unparalleled power. Just as the Great Anchor Dynasty was waging fierce wars with other regimes, a group seized the opportunity to attack the northern city and Wuyang Pass of the Great Anchor Dynasty. However, every foreign troop sent by the alien races was completely annihilated, without leaving a single survivor. Facing the combined defenses of Generals Ungkur and Dane, any aliens approaching the borders of the Great Anchor Dynasty were thoroughly massacred without leaving a single living soul. Wyong Pass, the second line of defense after Abyss City, was guarded by Ungkur along the 10,000-li Great Wall, defending every inch of human land. In the Imperial Palace of the Great Anchor Dynasty, sitting in the study, Harold quietly reviewed a scroll, deeply satisfied. Indeed, the heroes of Huaxia had not disappointed him. They had forced the enemy into continual retreat and made some regions directly declare their surrender. After finishing the scroll, he looked at Chancellor Ankuro and asked, Chancellor Ankuro, is there a risk of national treasury depletion for our Great Anchor Dynasty? Wars consume vast amounts of money and resources, especially weapons, armor, and grain, which are used in immense quantities. Your Majesty, since we conquered the 5 empires, the resources obtained from their treasuries are enough to sustain the Great Anchor Dynasty even if it fought for 100 years, Ewing replied joyfully. If they hadn't swiftly occupied the territories of the 5 empires within the set time, they probably wouldn't have enough resources to support this war. After all, war consumes gold like thunder. Fortunately, due to their comrades' efficiency, occupying these 5 empires was fortunate for all involved. With the support of these 5 empires' resources, they feared nothing even if the war continued for a century. Harold nodded in satisfaction. He then turned to Hiroshi and said, Chancellor Tadeo, are the officials trained by our Star Tadeo Churcher Academy fully loyal to the Great Anchor Dynasty? Can each batch of graduates assume office immediately upon graduation? The Star Tadeo Churcher Academy was established decades ago, specifically for cultivating officials for the Great Anchor Dynasty. Selected through rigorous criteria, students undergo a 3-year term. Upon graduation, they can directly take up official positions. Few knew about the existence of this academy except for those educated within. Only the graduates knew its location, and each graduating class was large in number. Hiroshi served as the headmaster, with distinguished scholars acting as instructors. Your Majesty, every graduate from our Star Tadeo Churcher Academy is completely loyal to the Great Anchor Dynasty. However, with so many cities occupied, there are insufficient graduates to fill all positions, Hiroshi replied helplessly. Each semester produced thousands of graduates, but the number of cities captured required far more administrators, resulting in many places lacking governors, temporarily managed by local garrisons. Now, I propose transferring some city governors from Nanyang region to Kunlun region to ensure stability in the occupied territories, keeping everything under control, Hiroshi said gravely. Chancellor Tadeo, is this approach risky? Removing governors from these cities might cause chaos, Harold asked hesitantly. Chapter 654. Americ has a request. Your Majesty, please rest assured. These cities have been under our management for many years, and there will be no issues. Moreover, each city has its own constabulary responsible for administration, Caesar Tadeo said with a slight smile. If not for these considerations, he would not have made such a decision, nor would he have dispatched some city lords to serve in the Kunlun domain. After all, this move did come with certain risks. Even a minor misstep could lead to chaos within the cities, resulting in unimaginable consequences. Making this decision required consultation with colleagues, and only after unanimous agreement did they dispatch these city lords to Kunlun domain. If there are no problems, draft an imperial edict and have the brocade guards deliver it to the city lords, instructing them to arrive at the capital immediately for their assignment, Harold said softly. Yes, Your Majesty. After addressing several more matters, once the 2 officials left, Harold felt a surge of fatigue. Despite being the emperor of the Great Anchor Dynasty, he was constantly busy day and night, without a moment's rest. Especially in recent years, he had worked tirelessly. He not only needed to focus on cultivating and enhancing his cultivation, but also manage daily affairs. There were no issues within the Nanyang domain, but information from Kunlun domain poured in incessantly, causing him considerable stress. Turning his gaze to Andy beside him, Harold said softly, Hider Gung, please leave the palace and bring Americ here. I have something to discuss with him. Yes, Your Majesty. Andy respectfully responded and turned to leave. Not long after, Andy brought Americ before Harold. As soon as he arrived, Americ knelt on one knee, his expression especially respectful. Your subject, Americ, pays respects to Your Majesty. No need for formalities, come sit. Harold spoke softly. Yes, Your Majesty. Following the command, Americ immediately took a seat on the cushion beside him. No sooner had he sat down than he asked, Your Majesty, what is it you wish to discuss? There's nothing urgent. I just want to know how the construction of the road to Kunlun domain is progressing and whether we can completely sever the barrier of the Changbai Mountains, Harold said calmly. Reporting to Your Majesty, after 10 years of excavation, we have successfully completed half of the route, Americ replied. 10 years ago, he had been in charge of excavating the passage from the Nanyang domain to the Kunlun domain. This passage mainly ran through the coastal regions of Nanyangyu, directly connecting to the coastal regions of the Kunlun domain. However, due to the road's width of 10,000 meters, it took a great deal of time, but they had ample time and did not worry about the duration required. Have there been casualties recently? Harold asked. In the early stages of construction, inadequate protection led to many injuries. Though no lives were lost, it highlighted the danger of the project, causing hesitation among workers. Additionally, they frequently faced attacks by fierce beasts. Fortunately, they stationed a large number of strong cultivators, preventing large-scale casualties. Reporting to Your Majesty, over the past 3 years, most of the fierce beasts have been driven away, and with improved protective measures, there have been no casualties for over a year, Americ responded with a smile. Initially, during excavation, they encountered numerous difficulties, especially from fierce beasts. Their sudden presence and extensive environmental changes triggered intense attacks, but thanks to foresight, military forces were deployed to handle the situation. Although they had excavated half the route, they still faced periodic attacks by fierce beasts every half-month or so. Fortunately, they had a large contingent of powerful guards stationed around, and built defensive walls to counter it. He would return to continue his work. He planned to inform Harold about the need for ships on the day of his departure and wait for their construction. Oh, Harold's eyes lit up. Since you need ships, I will order their immediate construction for you. With marine resources available, it would be wasteful not to utilize them. Given the rapid depletion of the treasury, acquiring additional resources would benefit the Great Anchor Dynasty greatly. Even with abundant resources, who wouldn't welcome more? Thank you, Your Majesty. Emeric bowed gratefully. With the Emperor's approval, he could organize fishermen to harvest the marine resources, especially the vast quantities of fish. After chatting with Emeric for some time, Harold dismissed him to carry out his duties. Regarding the ships, he would arrange for their immediate construction and delivery to Emeric in the coming days. Chapter 655. The Fall of 4 Empires and Chaos in 3 Dynasties. In the third year of reign continuation, faced with the fierce onslaught of the Great Anchor Dynasty, the ancient Martial Empire, Mysterious Spirit Empire, Heaven Enlightened Empire, and the Great Zhao Empire could only retreat while fighting. They continuously sought help from other forces, especially those powerful clan sects. Unfortunately, regardless of whom they sought assistance from, the ultimate outcome was always the same. No one could stop the overwhelming force. They could only watch as their cities fell into the hands of the Great Anchor Dynasty, one after another. To resist the attacks of the Great Anchor Dynasty, the 4 saved their skins. Compared to dying honorably, they preferred to live on despite the shame. As punishment, the Great Anchor Dynasty confiscated all resources, leaving them only a 10,000th of what they once possessed. With the fall of the 4 empires, Ancient Martial Empire, Mysterious Spirit Empire, Heaven Enlightened Empire, and Great Zhao Empire, the 9 major imperial powers of Kunlun region now became mere remnants of history, turned into piles of dust in the annals of time. Despite the announcement of the 9 empires' fall, there were still malicious individuals causing disturbances, disrupting the rule of the Great Anchor Dynasty. They disregarded the lives of commoners, trampling on them mercilessly. Their actions infuriated the people, who began to rally around the Great Anchor Dynasty. These troublemakers became like rats running through the streets, with everyone shouting to kill or report them upon sight. Yet, killing wasn't allowed without verifying their identity. Only then could they be executed in a brutal manner. In July of the same year, 2/3 of the Great Zhou Dynasty's territory fell into the hands of the Great Anchor Dynasty. Countless generals and valiant soldiers perished on the battlefield, especially when facing Faulkner, the notorious butcher. His name struck fear into the hearts of everyone. Some, overwhelmed by fear, would immediately raise white flags and open the city gates to him. People feared not just Faulkner's strength, but his methods. Anyone who dared resist would face only one fate: slaughter, burial alive, or burning alive. To the soldiers of the Great Zhou Dynasty, Faulkner was the devil incarnate from hell, more terrifying than any ruler, capable of meting out cruel deaths at will. Faced with such terror, the Great Zhou Dynasty went mad, throwing freshly trained troops into battle, or rather, straight into the mouths of wolves. Yet, they spared no effort in sending these troops into combat. Many soldiers, unaware of the true state of the war, obediently marched to their deaths, unable to understand why their empire made such reckless decisions. Unable to bear defeat, they still took such extreme actions, truly chilling to the heart. The Great Gan Dynasty and the Great Yu Dynasty also faced fierce attacks, especially the Great Gan Dynasty, which suffered heavy losses under the assault led by General Francis. Adding to this, the internal corruption by court eunuch Eric further plunged the dynasty into chaos and widespread resentment. At the Great Anchor Dynasty, Haroldgang, reviewing the latest battle reports, frowned deeply. It seemed the ongoing battles over the years had severely impacted the human-demon battlefield. Despite deploying substantial forces to turn it into a battleground for the Great Anchor Dynasty, the human realm was divided into 2 camps, one aligned with the demons, the other with the Great Anchor Dynasty. Those who defected to the demon side had simple reasons. With their own territories under relentless attack by the Great Anchor Dynasty, they would not let the Great Anchor Dynasty rest easy. As for those who joined the Great Anchor Dynasty camp, their reasoning was straightforward too. As humans, how could they allow the demons to trample their race? Is Ross still alive? I didn't expect that, Haroldgang muttered in surprise, reading further down the scroll. Ross, former Adnan of the Heavenly Saint Dynasty, whom he thought was long dead. But now, not only was he alive, but he was also present on the human-demon battlefield with formidable power, and had joined the forces opposing the Great Anchor Dynasty. If you're still alive, then I'll ensure your complete demise, Haroldgang said expressionlessly. This man had once caused his family's destruction. He couldn't let him go, even if he was Emmeline's uncle. Kunlun region, Nanxing City. Rower, Ear. Walking down the street, Haroldgang and his party were suddenly blocked by a young couple. Beside them stood an elderly couple. Addie felt an inexplicable familiarity with these 2 couples, a sense of closeness, but could not place them. Gerald and Xylan were perplexed, completely baffled by the situation. Did these people know Haroldgang and Anna, the siblings? The beautiful young woman, tears streaming down her face, stepped toward Haroldgang and Anna, trembling hands reaching out to touch them. However, just as her hands were about to make contact, both Haroldgang and Anna took a step back, increasing the distance between them. Especially Anna, who moved behind her nephew. Auntie, do you know them? Addie asked Anna, curiosity and confusion bubbling up inside her. I don't. Anna replied coldly. Hearing this, the woman's heart trembled as if pierced by a sharp blade, and tears dripped uncontrollably down her cheeks. Rower, she is your mother. The man with a mustache approached, supporting his wife, and spoke. Anna has no parents, only 2 older brothers, Anna stated. Note: the names have been transliterated into Pinyin as accurately as possible while maintaining readability in English. Chapter 656. Tadiato 1 becomes a big one. Parents? These 2 words were incredibly alien to her. She didn't even want to acknowledge them. If they loved her, why did they abandon her? If they loved her, why hadn't they come for her all these years? All these years, only her brother had sent people to look for her. Rower, Rena knows you hate me, but I have never forgotten you. Over the years, I've tried to find you, but every time I get a lead on you, you vanish without a trace. The young woman said with tears in her eyes. You never did. You never ever did, and all of you. I hate you. I hate each and every one of you. Do you know how I've lived all these years? You don't. You only thought about yourselves. Anna shouted angrily through her tears. With that, Anna angrily turned and ran off. Gerald quickly chased after her. After a moment's hesitation, Harold also called for the others to chase after his sister. Once everyone turned to run, Izar awkwardly smiled and then turned to catch up with them. People who witnessed this scene were baffled but didn't interfere, only murmuring among themselves. Watching her daughter Anna running further away, the young woman, Althea, let tears fall like raindrops, her body trembling as she swayed backward. Everetting hurriedly stepped forward to support her. Rower, Rena is truly sorry. I'm so sorry. With those words, Althea fainted outright. Just then, an elderly couple approached from behind. The old man spoke first, asking, Ching Hong, is that child Izar Christos's wife? In the Grand Anchor Empire, at the Imperial Palace. Harold frowned deeply as he looked at the scroll delivered by the Jinui. He hadn't expected his parents, who had been missing for years, would reappear, which was quite puzzling. Additionally, his grandfather was actually not dead. Even grandmother was still alive. Although he didn't know the situation, why they enjoyed feigning death, he assumed they had their reasons. Regardless of the specific reasons, he didn't feel like asking more. After all, that was the way their family operated. Fond of pretending to be dead. Quietly putting away the scroll, Harold turned his gaze towards Andy not far away and said, Eunuch Hyder, now that the Kunlun realm has fallen into complete chaos, instruct the Jinui to recall the kids. They shouldn't linger here any longer to avoid being harmed by some mad dogs. Though he really wanted his younger brother, sister, and his southern wife to continue their trials in the Kunlun realm, the place was too chaotic. Apart from the territory occupied by their Grand Anchor Empire, the three major empires formed various factions internally, fighting over resources, leading to intense conflicts. Hendrik or Thermore, within the 9 empires they controlled, many forces emerged and began battling each other, making it difficult for the Grand Anchor Empire to control the rage between them despite their governance. To ensure no innocents were hurt, the Grand Anchor Empire directly extended its laws to these cities, prohibiting battles within city limits that could harm civilians. Yes. Having received the order, Andy hurriedly turned to send instructions to the Jinui. Alone in the Jade Tree Pavilion, Harold slowly stood up from the cushion. Now he had only 3 enemies left. Once they were thoroughly wiped out, his Grand Anchor Empire would become the only imperial power on this continent. However, before that, he needed to eliminate another force. Someone. Harold softly said, and immediately a eunuch rushed in. Your Majesty, what do you command? The newly arrived eunuch promptly knelt before the emperor. Go fetch Commander Tadu Hu of the Jinui. Yes. As the eunuch left, Harold muttered to himself, the Sacred Cold Snow Sanctuary? Now it's your turn to face my wrath. Because Sacred Cold Snow Sanctuary pursued his sister, he now intended to completely eradicate this force. This kind of task couldn't be done openly. The Jinui were perfect for this. They could wipe out these people entirely without leaving any survivors. 7 days later, under Harold's summons, they finally returned to Anchor Capital. Led by Andy, they revisited familiar scenes as if returning to childhood times. They could still remember how they used to play around the palace when they were young. Second Lewis, eldest brother. Suddenly, a clear, sweet voice came from afar. Turning to look, everyone saw a boy and a girl walking toward them. They looked extremely similar, almost identical in height. The girl was petite and beautiful, her skin as smooth as jade. The boy was slender, rosy-faced and handsome. These two were none other than Everett Tinksnow and Everett Nexhuin. While Everett Nexhuin behaved properly, Everett Tinksnow rushed straight into Harold's embrace. Seeing the little girl in his arms, Harold touched her head gently and smiled. Ching Snow, it's been so long. I didn't expect you to have grown into such a fine young lady. Anna watched the two curiously. Feeling someone watching her, Everett Tinksnow looked at Anna and brightened instantly, pushing her uncle away. Auntie. With that, Everett Tinksnow hugged Anna tightly. Harold, who had been pushed aside, looked bewildered. This girl. Petting the little girl's head, Anna smiled. Ching Snow. Soon, led by Andy, they all arrived at the Imperial Study, where they found Harold reading documents. Seeing everyone arrive, Harold put down his pen and smiled warmly at them. You're here? Yeah. Everyone nodded with smiles. Slowly standing up, Harold gestured them to the adjacent rest room. Looking at his younger siblings, Jamil Azar, Gerald, and Xylan, Harold said softly, years of training have indeed greatly benefited your growth. Hee. Brother, what benefit? We only improved a bit. The anchor scratched the back of his head and said with a smile, years of training had indeed made them grow considerably. Not only were they much stronger, but they had also made many friends. During the trials, they faced countless dangers, sometimes even life-threatening situations. But luckily, they always managed to escape misfortune. Yet, each adventure left them shaken, feeling the closeness of death. Just a bit. Your improvement isn't just a bit. Harold smiled and shook his head lightly, expressing satisfaction with their progress. Hashtag chapter 657. 3 years and another 3. Another 3 years passed, during which the Dezhou Empire and the Du Empire suffered a complete and utter defeat. Although they still held 1/5 of their territories, their resistance was extraordinarily fierce. Hendrik or Thermore, the Dezhou Empire had become utterly deranged, directly collaborating with the demon race to gather materials for constructing a teleportation array. They sought to have the demon race send troops to combat the Day Anchor Empire. Fortunately, the Jinui of the Day Anchor Empire discovered their plan in time. 100 Jinui agents sacrificed themselves completely to destroy the teleportation array of the Dezhou Empire. Realizing the madness of the Dezhou Empire, Harold's expression turned grave. Faulkner aimed to eliminate the remaining forces of the Dezhou Empire within a year. Anyone who obstructed or hindered their advance would be dealt with mercilessly, regardless of who they were or what faction they belonged to. The Du Empire also faced dire straits under Anchor and used relentless attacks. All defenses crumbled instantly. Armies fled or perished en masse, leaving no force capable of halting Anchor Yu's assault. However, to prevent further attacks from the Date Anchor Empire, the Diyu Empire utilized its geographical advantages, setting numerous traps even at the cost of hollowing out mountains or diverting rivers. Contrary to the Dezhou Empire, the Diyu Empire did not resort to colluding with outsiders to fight the Date Anchor Empire. Instead, they devised every possible method to exploit the terrain within their borders to impede the Anchor's advances. Additionally, in early February of this year, the Daimon Empire announced its demise. Astonishingly, the cause was a single eunuch. Upon learning that the eunuch responsible for undermining the Daimon Empire was sent by the Date Anchor Empire, other major powers were deeply shocked, almost disbelieving the truth. However, when they saw the eunuch return to Date Anchor, it confirmed that he indeed hailed from there. Facing the various strategies of the Date Anchor Empire, the other factions finally realized the formidable nature of this regime and the need for constant vigilance, especially against the Jinui. These ruthless agents operated with stealth and precision, causing widespread fear and unease. One could never know where they might be lurking, be it among trusted advisors, loyal friends, wives, or even insignificant servants. In short, wherever there was power, there were Jinui. The renowned Assassin Hall, known for specialized assassinations, now fully pledged allegiance to the Date Anchor Empire due to Paul's influence. Though unknown in rank, Paul was said to be part of the Jinui and devoted to the Date Anchor Empire. Last March, the Cold Snow Sanctuary was annihilated overnight, with no survivors. The identity of those responsible has always been a mystery. Rumors suggest that it was destroyed by the Jinui of the Date Anchor Empire, though the reasons remain speculative. Last September, the demon race launched a massive invasion, with the Demon Emperor leading the assault on human defenses. Thankfully, General Barr demonstrated his battlefield prowess, decimating a significant portion of the demon army. By March of this year, 7 out of 12 demon venerables were wiped out, and even the Demon Emperor lost a hand to Barr, forcing him into a hasty retreat. With the demon's withdrawal, the once chaotic battlefield between humans and demons enjoyed a temporary reprieve. Everyone celebrated joyfully, raising cups in triumph. On May 18th, at the Imperial Palace of the Date Anchor Empire, Harold walked through the corridors, quietly reading a scroll. He was satisfied with the battle report from Faulkner. Despite intense enemy resistance, the overwhelming assaults left the enemy unable to escape. Moreover, morale had crumbled, turning many soldiers into deserters. They no longer knew what they were fighting for. For the emperor? Their emperor treated them like pigs and dogs, caring only for this small piece of territory while disregarding their lives. For the empire? With the imminent fall of the Dezhou Empire, even if they sacrificed everything to defend its land, it would ultimately meet the same fate. The Date Anchor Empire's attacks were too powerful. No one or no army could withstand them, compounded by the current emperor's tyranny. Just as Harold rejoiced, a Jinui agent rushed over, kneeling before him and presenting a battle report from General Anchor Yu. Harold took the scroll from Eric and scanned its contents quickly. Ha ha ha. Harold burst into laughter after reading the content. It described how the final resistance of the Diyu Empire had surrendered under Anchor Yu's relentless attack. As for the Diyu Emperor, he reportedly died by the Huai River 2 weeks ago after being critically injured by Anchor Yu. While this information needed verification, the overall situation was clear. Your Majesty, what brings such joy? Eric asked curiously. The last resistance of the Diyu Empire has declared surrender. Now, only the remaining forces of the Dezhou Empire are still resisting in Kunlun Domain, Harold smiled. Congratulations, Your Majesty. With the downfall of the Dezhou Empire, the entire continent will belong solely to our Date Anchor Empire. Eric promptly praised. Indeed, Harold nodded with satisfaction. Dismissing the kneeling Jinui agent, he put away the scroll and asked, Eunuch Zhao, how is the front line with Dane? The war against alien races began 6 years ago under Dane's leadership. Any alien forces faced certain death, but whether his campaign was smooth and unimpeded was yet unclear. Why hadn't Dane reported any victories? According to Jinui reports, Dane's campaign is proceeding smoothly. Our forces are advancing towards the second defensive line in the northern city, estimated to reach Wuxia City in half a month, Eric replied. Chapter 658. The Great Anchor Divine Dynasty. The Great Anchor Dynasty, July 1st, year 48. The sun rose from the east, dawn's light spreading over the vast and rugged land. A majestic city stood proudly on the expansive plain, glowing faintly under the golden sunlight. The city walls towered 100 zhang high, seemingly piercing through the clouds, exuding an overpowering aura that demanded submission and filled the air like a heavy storm. Hendrically armed soldiers with eyes sharp as blades patrolled the walls. Each one was at the advanced Wushang level. The 4 city gates, east, south, west, and north, were wide open. 200 tiger warriors clad in black scale armor stood guard on either side, their gazes like knives and faces expressionless, standing quietly. This scene sent countless forces coming to pay respects into silent awe. Young martial artists brought by their elders swallowed hard, their faces pale, overwhelmed with shock and disbelief. Every soldier here was stronger than them, far beyond their reach. They had once prided themselves on their talents, reaching the Wu Zun realm before 30 years of age, a feat few in the entire Great Anchor Dynasty could match. But now, all that pride had been shattered. So this is the might of the Great Anchor Dynasty? Many forces unfamiliar with the Great Anchor Dynasty felt tremors of fear. No wonder it swept across the 6 cardinal directions and unified the world so swiftly. Just those 200 middle-rank Wu Shen experts were already unmatched by many forces. Even if combined, most wouldn't be able to field such a force. And with all 4 Imperial City gates open, there should be 800 middle-rank Wu Shen experts gathered together. Such strength left everyone shaken. What dense spiritual energy! Some visitors marveled, astonished. In such a treasure trove, cultivation would be much more efficient, Even breaking through bottlenecks would be easier. Over time, countless martial experts would surely emerge. Thinking about this, many forces became eager. In the Imperial Plaza, a large altar had been set up, adorned with all ceremonial items. Below the altar, civil and military officials stood respectfully, solemn expressions adorning their faces. Behind the officials stood countless soldiers in full armor, blood energy surging towards the sky, bodies standing straight and rigid. Outside the core area, countless visiting forces remained quiet, not daring to make a sound. The overwhelming aura of these officials included many supreme Wuxian experts, leaving everyone awestruck. 10,000 fully armed elite black-armored soldiers stood guard, each one not below the Wuxian realm. Their terrifying might shook the heavens and earth, dispersing the clouds above. The entire capital was fixated on this spectacle, filled with anticipation. For a moment, the magnificent royal city fell eerily silent. Einar wore a black dragon robe, his head crowned, eyebrows like swords, eyes like stars, slowly walking out of the Yuanqing Hall. Behind him, Hiroshi walked respectfully, holding a jade platter. Exiting the Yuanqing Hall, Einar stepped along the red carpet until he reached the Imperial Plaza. Roar, roar, roar. Seemingly welcoming Einar's arrival, 10,000 troops roared in unison, their voices thunderous and reverberating through the heavens. Rivers of blood energy surged upward, illuminating the sky with a crimson glow. Einar's face remained stern as he slowly ascended the altar, Hiroshi following 3 steps behind. The altar was 100 zhang high, matching the city wall's height, with 999 steps leading upward. Atop the altar lay a large circular platform with a square center, an embodiment of the concept of heaven being round and earth being square. On the circular platform stood a table, in front of which was a red silk kneeling mat. Einar extended his hand, gently placing the 9-dragon imperial seal and the god-ranked Taediast from Hiroshi's tray onto the table. Later that same day, at dusk, the great Anchor Divine Dynasty was established. Celebrations echoed across the land. Now, the entire Tianling continent was ruled by only one force, the great Anchor Divine Dynasty, founded 48 years ago, having eradicated all its enemies. Any force that dared resist or refuse submission was utterly wiped out without leaving a single survivor. The great Anchor Divine Dynasty's dominance was irresistible, especially when displaying such terrifying power that no one could raise their heads in defiance. The sudden establishment of the great Anchor Divine Dynasty caused the celestial energy to surge wildly across the continent, bringing joy to countless people. With the rapid increase in celestial energy, many bottlenecked experts began to show signs of breakthrough, all thanks to the new Divine Dynasty. Those who revered the great Anchor Divine Dynasty saw their cultivation rapidly advance, especially the officials serving the new empire, whose prowess soared like rockets. Ending the chaos on the Tianling continent, the whole land gradually returned to normal under the leadership of the new officials. Emerging from the shadow of war and economic recovery began in various regions. The Golden Phoenix Hall was where the imperial court convened. Inside the Golden Phoenix Hall, Einar took a deep breath and solemnly climbed the 9 steps to sit on the central 9-dragon throne. Below, civil and military officials stood in 2 rows, military on the left and civil on the right. Long live the Celestial Emperor. Officials bowed. Arise. Einar commanded. Thank you, Celestial Emperor. All officials replied in unison. Most officials present were Huaxia talents, but some hailed from the Tianling continent. These talents were ecstatic. They had witnessed the divine phenomena of establishing the new era, dragon circling, fortune gathering, and the appointment of civil and military officials, making them all submit. Such wondrous events were unprecedented in any historical records. Now, the civil and military officials felt their internal essence flow more smoothly, with bottlenecks weakening significantly, making martial cultivation seem much simpler. Even their minds felt clearer, with martial insights flooding their thoughts. This was the benefit of the fortune bestowed upon them. My ministers, now that our great Anchor Divine Dynasty has been established, how are conditions across the lands? Einar inquired lightly. Reporting to the Celestial Emperor, the 4 domains and 8 wastes, the 5 lakes and 4 seas are now settled. People live peacefully and prosperity reigns everywhere. Ewing said, stepping forward. Very well. Einar smiled and nodded gently. Ewing rejoined the ranks. Have foreign foes invaded? Einar continued. Reporting to the Celestial Emperor, since the Demon Clan was severely damaged by General Bar, they lack the strength to threaten our borders. As for other races, they have suffered heavy losses and retreated to their own territories, Faulkner reported. Einar nodded, smiling, then looked at his officials and declared, our great Anchor Divine Dynasty is now stable, and the people thrive. Therefore, we shall grant amnesty for 3 years, celebrate universally, and reduce taxes. The grace of the Celestial Emperor is boundless, an honor for our great Anchor Divine Dynasty. The grace of the Celestial Emperor is boundless, an honor for our great Anchor Divine Dynasty. Civil and military officials shouted in unison. Thus concludes the entire book.